Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1121 to Chapter 1186. However, the result left them all dumbfounded. Apart from some of the thin clouds on the outside being blown about, the rain clouds did not move at all amidst the strong winds. As someone who controlled Wind Elementium, Olivia naturally knew what was going on. Wind Elementium could still bear its fangs and claws outside the rain clouds, but once it entered the clouds, she instantly lost control of the Wind Elementium. It was as if there was a membrane that cut off her control over the Wind Elementium. As such, no matter how strong the wind was, it could only affect the outermost layer of the clouds. Once it entered the clouds, the wind would no longer be able to wreak havoc. The rain clouds clearly had no place to take root. They simply floated about in the air, yet they had no way of dealing with them. The expressions of all the adepts turned ugly. Asterisk pitter 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 pitter. Asterisk a strange sound came from the rain clouds, as if mocking them for overestimating their abilities. Olivia's expression kept changing. Though her main goal in coming to the front lines was to dig up some big news, she knew very well that digging up news was one thing. Whether or not she could bring the news back alive was another. As the saying went, one's glory was shared, and one's loss was shared. If they wanted to survive, they had to find a way to exterminate these great demons. Olivia's power was low and there was not much she could do. However, she had her own way of searching for information. With this thought in mind, Olivia temporarily gave up on controlling Wind Elementium powers. Instead, she secretly set up a summoning ritual. Olivia clearly used this summoning ritual frequently. She set it up very quickly, and most of the casting materials were ready-made. When a ray of dark green light flashed past, a nearly translucent Lightwind Banshee appeared in front of Olivia. The Lightwind Banshee had a humanoid appearance, but she was not a humanoid life form. She was an Elementium life form. Her silhouette flickered in and out of existence, looking like a dead soul that was about to shatter. Become my eyes. Help me spy on the situation in the rain clouds. Olivia quickly said. The Lightwind Banshee turned around and looked at the rain clouds that remained unmoving despite the strong winds. Her expression seemed to contain some doubt. Strange. A newborn Lightwind Banshee had very low intelligence. Her ability to express herself was at most comparable to a 2- or 3-year-old infant. Usually, Levita rarely heard the Lightwind Banshee speak. She didn't expect the Lightwind Banshee to speak. Is this rain cloud very strange? Olivia tried to simplify the meaning of her words. The breeze demoness nodded. Just as Levita was about to ask what was so strange about the rain clouds, the Lightwind Banshee had a puzzled look on her face. Clearly, with her intelligence, it was difficult for her to understand what Levita meant. Forget it, we'll know once we take a look. Olivia sighed softly, the dark green radiance appearing on her hand once more. There was still an unfinished ritual for the summoning ritual. I will be in your main consciousness, watching over the myriad of disturbances. As the secret words were uttered, the Lightwind Banshee turned into nothingness and blended into the violent winds around her. Following the direction of the winds, she drifted into the rain clouds. As soon as the demoness entered the rain clouds, Olivia immediately lost control over her. If it was a normal summoning technique, it would probably be equivalent to the summoned creature dying. If the spell failed, there might even be a backlash. However, what Olivia used was not an ordinary summoning spell, but a type of summoning ritual. Olivia looked at the back of her hand and saw that there was a strange pattern on it that resembled a magic array. At this moment, in the middle of the pattern, there was a casting material called an offering in the ritual that had yet to be consumed. In other words, the summoning ritual was still ongoing. However, this offering was being consumed at a very fast rate, at least 6 times faster than usual. After a while, it would be depleted. Olivia hurriedly chanted the ritual, connecting with the Lightwind Banshee's senses through the ritual. A strange feeling suddenly enveloped Olivia. It was as if her consciousness, soul, and senses were all bound by a layer of water membrane. The Lightwind Banshee struggled with all her might, trying to break free from the shackles, but no matter what she did, she could not escape. Olivia continuously hinted to the Lightwind Banshee with her consciousness, give up struggling first, become my eyes and observe the surroundings. However, the Lightwind Banshee was not an ordinary wind elemental. The moment she became an elemental life form, she understood the concept of life and death. Olavida was not using a summoning spell, so she could not forcefully command the Light Wind Banshee. On the other hand, the Light Wind Banshee was more anxious to protect herself than Olavida's hints, resulting in the current stalemate. Become my eyes. As long as you let me observe the surroundings, I will end the summoning ritual and release you back to your original world. After hinting that it would not work, Olavida could only tempt the Light Wind Banshee with benefits. The Light Wind Banshee was not very intelligent, but she knew that once the ritual ended, she would immediately leave this place. After thinking for a while, the Light Wind Banshee agreed to Olavida's request. She gave up struggling and allowed the water membrane to continuously compress her space, lending her eyes to Olavida. In an instant, Olavida saw the image in the rain clouds. She saw the huge Nidotep, the two blood cocoons floating behind her, as well as Iades and Komodo. Just as Olavida was about to continue watching, a sound rang in her ears. Pitter 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 pitter. Olavida looked up, only to see a big mouth full of sharp teeth. With a crack, her vision turned black. Olavida was ejected from the Light Wind Banshee's consciousness. After a moment of absent-mindedness, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of her hand. Looking down, she saw that the summoning ritual had failed, revealing a strange greenish-black mark. The ritual's failure meant that the Light Wind Banshee was dead. The greenish-black mark was a reflection of the ritual's failure, a curse mark. According to the ritual's description, the curse's size could be determined. The curse's meaning was that she would not be able to use elemental power for a short period of time. It could be considered a curse that could be large or small. But now was not the time to pay attention to the curse. Olavida returned to the ice floe with a gloomy expression. As soon as she landed, she immediately went to the front of the ice floe. Sir Monchi, I saw the situation in the rain clouds. Olavida did not mention that she had used a summoning ritual. While the study of rituals was not like the study of inscriptions where the supreme cult would hunt them down, it was still not the mainstream of the southern region. Olavida had obtained some of the legacy of ritualism, but it was her own secret that she did not want to spread. Olavida only said that she had used a special method to see the situation in the rain clouds. Olavida briefly described what she saw, focusing on the situation of the two blood cocoons. The blood cocoons are behind Nidotep. Komodo and Iades are beside them, seemingly speeding up the breaking of the blood cocoons. The color of the blood cocoons is getting fainter and fainter. I'm afraid that the time of breaking is getting closer and closer. Once it breaks out, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Monchi nodded. But just as he was about to reply, a miserable cry sounded from afar. Only then did he discover that a gust of wind had suddenly appeared in the rain clouds. It was even more violent than the wind they had created previously. The group of magi that had gathered earlier was blown away and scattered in all directions. Fortunately, these wizards were in the wind echelon. Although the wind was violent, it did not cause much damage to them. However, this counterattack made some observant people discover some clues. Nidotep was an ocean demon and obviously did not know wind energy. Among the two demons, Iades and Komodo, one focused on the physical body while the other was a fire demon. Even if they could borrow wind energy, it was impossible for them to reach the level of truth. So where did this wind energy come from? There seemed to be only one answer, and that was from the wizards. When their wind energy entered the rain clouds, they lost control. Perhaps it was not completely out of control, but rather controlled by Nidotep and even reflected it back. Monchi looked at the rain clouds and pondered. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Olavida. What do you think the rain clouds are hiding? Olavida recalled the senses of the Light Wind Banshee that were restrained. From beginning to end, it was as if everything was shackled. Even if the Light Wind Banshee did not have a physical body and was only a newborn wind elemental life form, she was still restrained to the point that she could not move. Shackles, compression, and suffocation. Space was getting smaller and smaller. What was this feeling? Olavida kept thinking about it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind: repulsion. Yes, it's repulsion. That rain cloud seems to be repelling all external forces. It's like a natural domain that only allows Nidotep's power to exist. The more Olavida spoke, the more fluent she became. Following this train of thought, she thought of an ability, domain. It's similar to a domain. Could it be that the rain clouds are actually a water domain? A so-called domain was actually a law domain. A level 3 Truthfinder wizard would begin to learn how to create a law domain. A half-legendary wizard would have a basic understanding of how to construct a law domain. Even if the law domain was not fully constructed, one would already be able to use its power. If Nidotep can use a domain, then she's at least a demon lord. Manchi shook his head. Maybe it's a shadow of a domain. But if it is, Cantor and Samantha couldn't have held on for so long. If it's not a domain, then why is Nidotep almost invincible inside? Olavida wondered. Manchi did not answer. Instead, he looked at Sunders, who remained silent. What do you think? So far, Nidotep's power has far exceeded the limits of a supreme demon. Just based on the power it has shown so far, it could completely crush us, but it didn't do so. Mr. Phantom, you're saying that Nidotep's power is limited? She can only use it inside the rain clouds? But that rain cloud is like a turtle shell. There's nothing we can do if we can't break it, Olavida said. There's a limit to a supreme demon's power. But Nidotep's power has far exceeded that limit. In this situation, either her innate talent is extraordinary, and her upper limit is extremely high, or, this power does not come from Nidotep herself. Manchi nodded. You mean, that rain cloud might not be her own power? If it's not her own power, then, it's an external force? Olavida stared at Sunders in bewilderment. Sunders lowered his hat. His cold and narrow eyes were covered by shadows. Of course, this is only a guess. It's also possible that it's Nidotep's own power. However, if it's the power of its own body, then with its almost invincible nature, there will definitely be stricter restrictions. Monkey neither agreed nor shook his head. Even if there's an external force, we can't know the details. We can only treat it as Nidotep's own power. However, just as you said, whether it is external forces or her own strength, the strength that Nidotep has shown so far is enough to crush us. But it didn't do so, so there must be a limit to this power. At this point, Manchi turned to Mar and said, You go and call Lucci. Soon, a wizard wearing a robe similar to that of the Holy Church came to them. His face was young, and his skin was as smooth as a baby's. However, he had a pair of eyes that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life, and a head of white hair that looked like dried weeds. Youth and age. Two different natures seemed to be fused together on him. Strangely enough, there were 12 round clocks embedded in his robe, each of which had a different design. Some looked ridiculous, some looked fake, and some looked plain. If one looked closely, they would notice that the hour hand of each clock was pointing at 2 hours, while the minute hand and second hand were at the starting point. Pendulum Clock Lucci, a level 1 prophet who worshipped the Wheel of Time. Lucci was the one who used good luck and bad luck to calculate the truth of Angwar's plan to purge the humans. Mr. Monkey, the Wheel of Time of the Abyss is hidden in the void. We still can't see Olucia's future. As Lucci spoke, his slender fingers moved a clock that mimicked the sun and moon. With this move, he made a full circle. The Wheel of Time of the Abyss is affected by the great demon god. It's not easy to figure it out. Thank you. Lucci lowered his head. It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Monkey. Manchi's eyes flashed with gratification. I called you over this time not because of Olucia. I hope you can figure out Nidotep's limitations and weaknesses. Manchi told Lucci about Nidotep's speculations that they had talked about before. Lucci's face was a little embarrassed. There is too little useful information. It will be difficult to find a weakness. However, I will try my best. Lucci began to make a prophecy. His prophecy was extremely strange. 3 pairs of hands stretched out from his back. A total of 8 arms, like a phantom, moved the round bell on his body. As he moved, images of different time points appeared in Lucci's eyes like bubbles. However, many times when Lucci wanted to observe, he would encounter a situation where the bubble would burst and he couldn't measure it. This was a result of insufficient information and Nidotep's strength being too strong. 8 arms? A Naga bloodline? Sunders noticed Lucci's change in shape. Mangchi nodded. That's right, it's an 8-armed Naga. It seems that Sir Manchi has nurtured him quite a bit. Sunders commented. An 8-armed Naga was one of the strongest Naga demons. Most of them were as strong as a level 2 or level 3 Truthfinder wizard. Lucci should not be able to hunt down a demon like this. The only explanation was that Manchi did it. Manchi only smiled without saying anything. A moment later, Lucci opened his eyes and slowly withdrew the 3 pairs of arms behind his back. Lucci sighed and shook his head at Manchi. Nitotep's Wheel of Time is covered by layers of bubbles. If you want to spy on it, all you can see is the endless deep sea. Sorry, there is too little information. I can't make a cross-level prediction. Manchi was a little disappointed. Looks like we have to use something more powerful to force our way through. He was planning to use this trump card to deal with the demon god's army after capturing Xianxia. However, it seemed that he underestimated these demons. He had no choice but to use it now. Manchi was about to tell Mar to use his new trump card when Olivia suddenly spoke up. I think I just remembered something important. Olivia closed her eyes and tried to think quickly. As someone who could pick out the most eye-catching news from thousands of sources, she turned Firefly's Night Tale from an ordinary publication into a best-selling magazine for every witch. Olivia had her own talent. She had a special intuition that allowed her to pick out important clues from the jumble of information. She only used Harpy Breeze's eyes to see what was going on in the clouds for a few seconds, but she still managed to gather a lot of information in her mind. If there was really someone helping Nitotep, it might be one of the pieces of information she gathered. Even if there was no direct help, there must be something that could influence the information. Both Manchi and Lucci looked at Olivia. If Olivia could find something important, she might be able to improve her prophecy. Is it because of her long dress with a story embroidered on it? No, it's just a story about salvation. Is it because of her entangled tentacles? No, the tentacles are part of her body. Is it because of her bracelet? No. A lot of information went through Olivia's mind. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise in her head. Pitter-patter-patter. Her intuition told her that there was something wrong with the sound. But what's so strange about the sound? Isn't it just the sound of raindrops? Olivia thought doubtfully. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. No, that sound isn't coming from the rain. It's coming from the mouth full of sharp teeth that killed the light wind siren. It must be it. Who is it? Who is it? Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She opened her eyes and looked at Manchi. I think I know what that external force is, but I'm not too sure. Lucci looked at her with a calm and distant gaze. Miss Olivia, you must trust your intuition. Most of the time, when I'm making judgments, my intuition is the most important part of my reference information. Perhaps Lucci's calm and comfortable voice soothed Olivia's chaotic emotions. She nodded to Lucci. Thank you. Don't worry about it. I can judge whether it's right or wrong. Lucci said. Olivia thought for a moment and said her judgment, the umbrella. Nitotep's umbrella. I don't think it's right. When Mar heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. He stepped forward and said, Samantha mentioned that the handle of the umbrella had a mouth, and it kept muttering pitter-patter-patter. Now that you mention it, something does sound off. Pitter-patter is an onomatopoeia used to simulate raindrops, and raindrops come from rain clouds. If that's the case, I'll use the umbrella as a signal to activate the Wheel of Time again. With that, 3 pairs of arms emerged from Lucci's back. Is that really an umbrella? Angor looked at Kanan in confusion. Kanan knew Nitotep better than anyone else here. Kanan also saw what happened on the floating ice through the illusion. I don't know. Nitotep never did anything big in Razudran before. But I do know that she always carries that umbrella with her. Kanan shook her head. Angor stole a glance at Fafnir, who spoke in a cold tone. I'm not interested in octopuses. But your professor is right. Nitotep is much stronger than other demons. That's not normal. Kanan nodded and said, if Nitotep is so powerful, not only can she crush humans, she can also crush other great demons. Then the Void Tower will probably be completely under her control. But Nitotep didn't do that. Clearly, she can't do that. Maybe she just doesn't want to fight her own kind, Angor muttered. You still don't know enough about demons, Mr. Fafnir. Especially a demon who can take control of the Void Tower, which means it's worth more than dividing it into 7 parts. Why would she let other demons have it? Kanan used to live in the world of natives, so she knew that abyss dwellers were just like humans. They all pursued the so-called friendliness and rules. Kanan did the same when she first came to Demon City. But what happened? Her dorsal fin would be chopped off by other demons as soon as it was born. The world of demons was much crueler than humans. Kanan sighed. While answering Angwar's question, she recalled a lot of things. A series of images were dug out from the depths of her memory box. Kanan even forgot some of them. For example, the memory of her father. Maybe Kanan purposely buried these memories, but they still came to her mind uncontrollably. Strange and bizarre images filled with sadness, frustration, and anger kept flashing in front of her eyes. Suddenly, Kanan seemed to have seen something. An umbrella? Kanan was surprised. Angwar looked back. What's wrong? What umbrella? Mother seemed to have once told me that father left because of an umbrella. In the depths of the abyss, there is an ocean whose source and end are unknown. That is the paradise of the ocean demons. At some point in time, an umbrella floated above that ocean. And then? What's so special about it? I don't know. Mother said that my father wanted that umbrella, so he left. You're saying this is Nidotep's umbrella? Kanan shook her head again. Maybe, maybe not. But I know one thing. Like my father, Nidotep is an ocean demon born in that sea. Where did the floating umbrella you mentioned come from? Angwar asked curiously. I don't know. It just appeared out of nowhere, Kanan replied. An umbrella that appeared out of nowhere and attracted so many sea demons to fight over it. Angwar suddenly remembered something written by wandering wizard Finewerder in Strange World. According to Finewerder's book, there was a silver fish tribe that gave birth to a mystery item out of nowhere. There wasn't much of a connection between the item and Strange World. But for some reason, this was the first thing that came to his mind. Is that umbrella a mystery item created by nature? Angwar's instinct told him so. Mystery items weren't created by alchemists. They could be created by nature as well. For example, the silver fish tribe could even create an ordinary fish. Back then, Lucas was also immortal, but his head had turned into a mysterious object. However, intuition did not mean everything. He did not think he was strong enough to rely on his instincts to make the most accurate judgment. He decided to keep this thought to himself. Even if Nidotep's umbrella was a mystery item, it wasn't something he could get his hands on. The illusion in the yard was still changing. Inside the illusion, a man with 12 clocks hanging from his body was moving the rings of the clocks. After a long while, the phantom of a clock appeared behind Lucci. These clocks kept swinging and rotating. Suddenly, a crimson eye appeared in the middle of the clocks. A beam of light reached out from the eye and connected to Lucci's forehead. From the shadow of the eye, Angwar could vaguely see the shape of an umbrella. The handle of the umbrella had fangs, and a creepy tongue that was dripping saliva. When the crimson eye disappeared, Lucci opened his eyes again. This umbrella is indeed of extraordinary origin. At this point, Lucci paused as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "Behind the umbrella, I saw endless blood shadows. It's a deadly umbrella. Countless people have died because of it. Is it the source of the rain clouds?" Olavida asked anxiously. Lucci didn't nod or shake his head. "I can't see it. I used this question as a condition for observing the Wheel of Time, but the Wheel of Time didn't respond to me." "You can't see it?" Olavida was a little disappointed. She was confident in her intuition, but this was the abyss. She needed a prophecy to confirm her guess. But now, even Lucci couldn't see the Wheel of Time. Lucci didn't see it, but that doesn't mean the prophecy failed. Right? Lucci? Monchi's eyes were very sharp. Even if he was wearing a mask, Lucci still felt that it was difficult to look straight at him. Lucci lowered his head to avoid Monkey's gaze. "You're right, Mr. Monkey. I used the umbrella as an image to make a question. It was a very simple question, but the Wheel of Time didn't answer me." This was abnormal, which also meant that this umbrella was definitely not simple. I can tell that Nidotep didn't notice my probing, so the umbrella used its own energy to evade the wheel of time's detection. You mean, this umbrella? How could Alavida not understand Lucci's meaning when he had already explained it to this point? That's right. If the rain clouds are influenced by something else, then this umbrella is the most suspicious one. Kanan, who was watching the illusion from the ground, couldn't help but exclaim, so this is a human prophet. It's unbelievable. Kanan never thought that the final answer could be derived regardless of whether the prophecy worked or not. It's not just prophets. Any wizard who asks you a question and answers it, whether it's true or not, will be able to infer something you never expected, Angor explained. When a wizard wanted to know something, he or she would rarely get the answer from someone's mouth. Instead, he or she would check the details of someone's expression, secretion of pheromones, heartbeat, and so on. Therefore, Angor had to be cautious when talking to wizards, and even more cautious when talking to prophets. After hearing Lucci's conclusion, Alavida heaved a long sigh of relief. It seemed that her intuition was right. Now that they knew the umbrella was the cause of the rain clouds, how should they deal with it? Alavida subconsciously looked at Monkey, hoping to get an answer from him. However, Monkey didn't look at Alavida. Instead, he stared at Lucci quietly. I think there's something you didn't say. Lucci hesitated and nodded. I saw some images of this umbrella, and I don't think it's made by demons. It's more like the work of humans. When Lucci said this, Kanan, who was on the ground, suddenly sneered and shook his head. This is not the work of a human. The style of the umbrella, the 3 ribs and the pattern of the ribs, it's obvious that it was made by the Aborigines. Let me think. Is it made by the Naya clan? Naya clan? Angor suddenly recalled the half-blood demon he met at Balalika's door. It seemed to be the butler of a certain sheep demon. The Tomb Knight mentioned that the half-blood demon was a hybrid between a Naya clan and a demon. Angor didn't expect to hear the name of the Naya clan again. So these natives were a big clan in the Abyss Plain? His mind wandered for a moment before he was drawn back by Lavida's question. Is it made by a human? A human alchemist? Alavida mumbled in confusion. It can't be Angor, can it? No one cared about Alavida's guess. Alavida felt a little embarrassed after saying it out loud. Even if Angor had crafted a high-tier item before, Lucci already told him that this umbrella had an extraordinary origin and had gone through countless battles. Even if Angor made it as soon as he arrived at Razudran, he still wouldn't have enough time to make it. It doesn't look like the work of an alchemist. I think the material looks ordinary, but it's definitely something special. My guess is that it's a natural-born mystery item. Lucci was hesitant because he wasn't sure if the umbrella was as he expected. After saying this, Lucci looked at Monchi. He didn't see any surprise on Monchi's face. Well, maybe it was hidden by the mask. What do you think? Monchi looked at Sunders. Yes or no, Mr. Monchi? You already know the answer, don't you, Mr. Monchi? Looks like Sunders knows better than I do. Laughter escaped from the mask, but it didn't reach Meng Chi's eyes. He turned to Lucci and said, your guess is correct. That umbrella is most likely the source of all the disaster. It is a mysterious item. As expected. Angor sighed in his mind. His intuition was right. Mystery items weren't only found in the wizarding world. They could be found in countless planes and worlds. However, some pearls would never see the light of day, while others would shine brightly once they appeared. The Moonfrost Union was passionate about planar expeditions, and this was one of their reasons. Many mysterious items were very conspicuous after they were born, and would be taken by the nobles of different planes. Planar expeditions would allow one to obtain these items immediately. Most of these worlds were low-level worlds and would not cause any harm to the Magi themselves. It was just like the mysterious item that Finewerter had discovered. It was actually born in an ocean plane. There was no land apart from the ocean. The most intelligent creatures were the silver fish, and the intelligence of these silver fish was at most primitive. Just think about it. If an adept came to a plane like this, they would be able to obtain mystery items without any effort. Wouldn't that be a great deal? Of course, this was only something recorded in books. Angor knew what survivor bias meant. Most of the time, he wouldn't run into such a thing. After Monkey confirmed that the item was a mystery item, everyone began to look at it with greedy eyes. However, they knew better than to think about taking the item away from such a powerful demon. They would be lucky if they could stay alive. What should we do if it's a mystery item? Olivia looked confused. We don't know the specific property of the umbrella. It won't be good for us to fight it recklessly, right? We don't know its property. But let's make some guesses based on the current situation, Lucci said. The umbrella could create a raincloud space. Inside the space, Nitotep was almost invincible. From what Olivia saw, the blood cocoon didn't recover quickly, which meant the invincibility property of the raincloud space only worked on Nitotep. Thinking back to when Nitotep fought with Samantha and Cantor, she didn't manage to take them down in a short period of time. From this, it could be seen that although Nitotep was invincible in the rainclouds and could recover immediately after being injured, the raincloud space couldn't increase her strength. Based on the current situation, it could be deduced that once one was trapped in the raincloud space, there would be no way to escape unless Nitotep took the initiative to retreat. In the raincloud space, Nitotep's physical body's upper limit was extremely high, almost invincible to the current magi. As long as the raincloud space was set up, it would be very difficult to deal with Nitotep. But it also had many limitations. After analyzing it one by one, Lucci turned his gaze to Sir Monchi. Although he already had an idea of how to deal with Nitotep. However, there was still a gap between him and Meng Qi. He still needed Meng Qi to make the decision. You're still missing something. The effective threshold of this rain cloud can only spread with Nitotep as the center, Monchi said. Lucci froze for a moment and said, I understand what you mean. The other adepts also showed an expression of realization. After pondering for a moment, Levita nodded to Monchi and said, then we will follow Sir Monchi's instructions. However, what is our target? Kanan was still standing in the courtyard with a confused look. What do they know? I don't get it. Kanan looked at the other wizards in the courtyard. Fafnir's expression didn't change at all, while Angor remained in charge of the illusion and the crystal ball. It seemed that Fafnir was the only one who didn't understand what the wizard leader meant. Do you know what they're talking about, Mr. Monkey? Kanan asked curiously. Demons nowadays are even stupider than humans, Fafnir humphed. Kanan felt wronged. Those humans were the ones who didn't finish their sentences. Who knew what they were trying to say? Angor lowered his voice. Nitotep's cloud doesn't have a large effective range, so we don't need to stay there and deal with them. So, they're going to take the ice and leave? Angor nodded. Kanan snorted. I thought they wouldn't try to run away. So they're still trying to avoid it. Angor chuckled. Who would have thought that Nitotep would have such a powerful mystery item? He hadn't fully grasped the umbrella's mystery effect yet, but the fact that it was almost invincible already proved that it was powerful enough. Besides, staying away didn't mean hiding. Staying away was also a way to test Nitotep's next move. Whether Nitotep chased after the ice or not, they would be able to complete their analysis of the umbrella to a certain extent. They could also use the information to determine Nitotep's bottom line. I'm curious. Where is Mr. Monkey taking the ice to? Angor wondered in his mind. The same question popped up in Kanan's mind as well. Staying away was the best option for now. First, the demons wouldn't be able to pinpoint their exact location. Second, they could test the limits of Nitotep's umbrella. But where would it be more appropriate for them to go? If Angor did not know about the nightclub owner's opinion of humans, going to the prey hall would be the best choice. But since the nightclub owner treated humans and demons alike, it was best not to provoke this quasi-demon lord, lest he antagonized a demon lord in the future. But if he didn't drive to the gamehouse, where would he go? Being aimless was actually a choice, but the benefits from this method didn't seem to be too high. Or should I say, land on the ground? While Levita was still pondering, Monchi glanced at the direction of the hunting museum from afar. A large vortex had appeared in the fiery red horizon. Fiery light flowed out from the center of the vortex, forming a line with the hunting museum. All kinds of symbols seemed to flash through Meng Qi's eyes. Countless thoughts were like flickering colorful lines, entangling in his mind. But beyond these thoughts, a voice resounded. That was what Angor said when he described the nightclub owner. Manchi finally lowered his eyebrows and restrained the light in his eyes. He turned to Mar and said, "Go to the core area of Ra Sidron." As soon as Manchi finished speaking, all the magi present froze. They never thought Manchi would choose to go to the core area of Ra Sidron. That was the true headquarters of the demons. There were countless powerful demons there. If they went to the core area, they would force all the demons to join the battle. Sunders was the only one who seemed to understand the situation. He looked at the core area. The fiery meteor did damage to the area, but thanks to the protection of the demons, not many buildings were damaged. Under the fiery red sunlight, the core area looked very prosperous. There was even a sense of holiness and solemnity in the sunset glow. Tall buildings were stacked on top of each other. In the center of all the buildings, there was a giant tower that reached into the sky and connected to the void. After staying still for a long time, the floating ice finally moved. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the rain clouds. A large number of tentacles shot out from the clouds and attacked the wizards, trying to destroy the floating ice's power source. However, Nitotep's tentacles were strong enough to withstand the attacks of the rain clouds. Once they left the area, they would lose a lot of strength, but they would still be as strong as a supreme demon. Despite her hesitation, Nitotep was unable to stop the ice from leaving. As the floating ice slowly disappeared from sight, Nitotep's mind was filled with thoughts. She thought the humans would try their best to destroy the two blood cocoons to weaken them. If so, Nitotep's goal would be achieved. Not only would she be able to stall the humans, but she was also confident that once the humans entered the rain clouds, they would be defeated. However, the situation changed. Not only did they not try to fight, they even avoided the intruders. This made Nitotep feel troubled. If she pursued the humans, the blood cocoon's recovery speed would be affected. Besides, she needed some time to gather the rain clouds again. During this time, the cocoons would not be able to regenerate indefinitely. If the wizard seized the opportunity to attack, she would be at a great disadvantage. However, if she did not pursue the humans, she would not be able to stop them. This would cause the positioning of the spatial quake to deviate. If there was a slight mistake in the control, the whole of Razutran would be buried with them. Why don't we wait until those two idiots break out of the cocoons? Although Iades was helping the blood cocoons heal, he also noticed the changes outside. Komodo's eyes were dark as he stared at Winchester, who was covering his mouth. "As long as you help me kill that man who keeps spitting blood, I can stop all of them by myself." It won't be easy to kill that man under the protection of the wizards. Nitotep coldly looked at Komodo, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. "If it weren't for your carelessness, the situation wouldn't be like this now." Komodo's eyes blazed with anger. He wanted to reprimand Nitotep, but after a series of sounds, Komodo's expression changed. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, and he forcefully suppressed the rebuttal that was about to come out of his mouth. As Iades said, "The best way for us to deal with this is to save those two idiots. When the time comes, we won't be at a disadvantage," Nitotep said. "Besides, their target is Olusia, so it's very likely that they'll go to the Hall of Prey. If we anger the owner of the Hall of Prey," just as she said this, Nitotep's eyes suddenly narrowed. "No, they're not going to the Hall of Prey? Where are they going?" "Eh?" Nitotep's expression changed to one of shock. "They're going to the core." "No, they're going to the Void Tower." "Oh no, Iades, don't be in a hurry to heal that guy. Hurry and stop them." Nitotep cried out anxiously. She would not be so nervous if it were anywhere else, but this was the Void Tower. It was a tower that stood eternally, created by the Abyss Demon Eye. With the power of humans, it was impossible to destroy the Abyss Demon Eye's building. But the reason why Nitotep was so anxious was because Jupiter was controlling the equipment to stabilize the spatial energy. That idiot who cared about nothing but eating. If Jupiter was reckless and aimed the coordinates of the Void Quake at the humans. Humans could not destroy the Void Tower, but the Void Quake could. Because of this, Nitotep was anxious. Iades also understood the urgency of the matter. It immediately transformed into its huge true form, flapped its skeletal wings, and rushed out of the rain clouds. When Iades went to stop it, Nitotep fell into deep thought. She had a feeling that something was wrong. According to human logic, there was no reason for them to go to the core area, let alone the Void Tower. Also, they had almost beaten Odessinos and the Minotaurus half to death. According to the humans' point of view, shouldn't they find a way to kill them first? Why did they suddenly change their course? The doubts in Nitotep's heart grew. She had a feeling that the humans seemed to have seen through their purpose. But the time for the purge plan was clearly very short, and once the news spread, all the demons except the core area immediately entered the alternate space to watch. Even if the humans had infiltrated the demons, it should not have spread so quickly. While Nitotep was puzzled, Iades had already appeared on the flight path of the floating ice. If the situation had been like before, the floating ice would have stopped on the spot and thought of a way to fight Iades. But now, Monchi only sent Nereus to deal with Iades, while the others continued to fly to the core area on the floating ice. Seeing this, Nitotep was almost certain that the humans had received the news or guessed something. Iades, don't waste any more time. Go to the Void Tower immediately. Activate the tower's defense mechanism and replace Jupiter. You will control the spatial energy stabilizing equipment. If the humans continue to fly to the Void Tower, do not activate the Void Quake, Nitotep quickly instructed. After receiving the message, Iades took a hit from Nereus and turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the core area. Nereus watched as Iades' shadow disappeared into the horizon, and a mysterious smile appeared on his handsome face. The other wizards on the floating ice also saw Iades leaving. They looked at the black shadow in the sky and then back at the rain clouds in the distance, a knowing smile appearing on their faces. As the floating ice moved closer to the core area, they could feel the tremors of the Void Tower. At this moment, a large group of demons flew out of the fiery red sky and blocked their path. Can't hold it in anymore? The wizards thought to themselves. At the same time, their eyes were burning with fighting spirit. They might not be able to deal with the greater demons, but these lesser demons were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Without Monchi's command, the battle began. However, in the midst of the chaos, the wizards did not notice a gray shadow turning into a shadow and escaping from the chaotic energy, flying towards the rain clouds. Soon, the shadow arrived outside the rain clouds. As he muttered in the demonic language, the figure of the shadow appeared. It was a petite demon, about the height of a human child. But from a human's point of view, its face was not as cute as a human child's. Its face was covered with protruding blood vessels, and it looked very scary. Its eyes were like those of a snake, and it gave off a cold and sinister feeling when looking directly at it. It had a pair of flapping wings on its back. If it were a pair of pure white wings, it would look like a divine emissary promoted by the Holy See. However, its wings were the same as its skin. They were gray and black, occasionally with blood-red patterns. It was a classic style. Lord Nitotep, I have news to report. The petite demon sent a message into the rain clouds. Soon, Nitotep's voice came from the rain clouds. So it's the shadow demon. Who sent you? It's Lord Iades, the shadow demon said. Inside the rain clouds, Nitotep, who was at the center, raised an eyebrow. Iades just went to the Void Colossus. Why did he send a message? Nitotep looked up in the direction of the core. She did not pay attention before, but now she found something wrong. With the Void Tower as the center, a dim light appeared within a radius of several hundred meters. Nitotep wanted to see the situation inside the light, but she found that she could not. Did something happen to the Void Colossus? Nitotep suddenly had a bad premonition. Come in. Nitotep's voice came into the shadow demon's ears. The shadow demon immediately turned into a shadow and escaped into the rain clouds. When the shadow demon entered the rain clouds, it heard a voice in its ear. Your invisibility won't work here. Come out yourself. The shadow demon immediately showed itself, and said with some fear, Lord Nitotep, this is just my subconscious action. I don't mean to offend you. Nitotep did not say much. The shadow demon was a scout-type demon used for scouting. It could not only actively become invisible, but also passively become invisible in the dark. So what the shadow demon said was not wrong. Cut the crap. Why would Iades send you to send a message? Why didn't he send it back himself? Komodo's long and narrow eyes were filled with fire as he stared viciously at the shadow demon. The shadow demon had been secretly looking at the two blood cocoons behind, but after being frightened by Komodo, it immediately lowered its head and did not dare to move. Lord Iades has gone to the shadow fog. There is no way to send messages there, so he sent me here. Are you referring to the area of dark light outside the Void Tower? Nitotep asked. The shadow demon nodded. When did this shadowy fog area appear? Who did this? Not long ago, when Lady Nitotep went to the sky. The shadow fog zone appeared. It appeared without any warning, and we can't be sure who caused it yet, but the first shadow fog came out of the Void Tower. So we all guessed whether it was Senior Jupiter. The shadow demon paused and continued. As soon as the shadow fog area appeared, many demons went in to investigate, but none of them came out. I don't know if they're dead or alive. And it's like a space that's completely isolated from the outside world. There's no sound and no movement. We can only vaguely see shadows moving inside. That's why it's called the shadow fog zone. Nitotep frowned as she listened to the shadow demon's narration. The shadow fog zone actually spread out from the Void Tower. Was it really that idiot who made it? What news did Iades ask you to send? He asked me to tell you that the seal in the basement of the Void Tower has been broken. After the shadow demon finished speaking, the air in the rain clouds instantly stilled. It sneakily raised its head to take a look and found that Nitotep and Komodo's expressions had changed. Is there something wrong with the basement of the Void Tower? The shadow demon thought. That's all he said? Nitotep's voice sounded very calm, but the listener felt an inexplicable sense of oppression hidden in her voice. Yes, after Lord Iades said this, he ordered the other demons to stop the humans while he himself entered the shadow fog zone. Nitotep nodded and calmly said, I understand. You can go back. After the shadow demon left the rain clouds, Nitotep and Komodo were silent for a long time. After a while, Nitotep said with an ugly expression, it seems that this so-called shadow fog zone should have appeared after the seal in the basement was broken. Perhaps it's the defense mechanism recorded in the murals on the top floor. Iades once received the revelation of the Abyss Demon Eye. He knows the situation in the basement better than we do. Since it said so, then the basement must have been broken into, Komodo said. Nitotep now understood why she had felt an ominous premonition earlier. If the basement of the Titanic Void Tower had been opened, it would indeed be extremely bad. Although they had never been to the basement, there were murals left behind by the Demon Eye of the Abyss on the top floor of the Titanic Void Tower. The murals clearly recorded that the basement sealed the main hub of all the inscriptions in the Titanic Void Tower. And the inscriptions of the Void Tower not only controlled the tower itself but also affected the entire residuum. Even the space energy stabilizing equipment that Jupiter had previously manipulated was actually part of the inscription. If there was a problem with the main hub, not to mention the Void Tower, the entire residuum might be destroyed. It was because of this that Nitotep's expression became so grave. Even Komodo, who usually did not have good things to say to Nitotep, was solemnly communicating with her. Nitotep said, other than us 7 seats, there shouldn't be any other demons who can break the seal in the basement. Komodo looked at Nitotep. You mean, Jupiter did this? Only Jupiter can do this, Nitotep said. The seal in the basement was created by the Scholar of Cruelty. Other than the great demons recognized by the Void Tower, others, even Night, who was now a quasi-lord, could not break the seal in the basement. That's true, but why would Jupiter, that fool, be interested in the basement? Nitotep's eyes were gloomy. Maybe someone lured him. You have to know that once this fool's gluttonous worm comes up, anything is possible. The floating ice had now reached the periphery of the core area. The surrounding demons were all moving out, and the battle was still in a stalemate. At the center of the core area, outside the shadow fog, a huge troll was standing there. On the troll's shoulder sat the enchanting Panasi succubus. Her jade-like body was horizontal, revealing her long white legs. Her slender hands were gently stroking the troll's ears. This succubus was Yui. Did Iades also go in? After a charming laugh, Yui's eyes were filled with curiosity. The Void Tower has never had this kind of change before. What happened this time? The troll let out a loud buzzing sound, shaking the nearby dust into the air. I heard a shadow demon say that the seal in the basement was broken. The basement of the Void Tower? Although Dusk had an affair with Iades, it had never been interested in the Void Tower, so it had never inquired about the situation of the Void Tower. This was the first time she knew that the Void Tower had a basement. The seal in the basement had been broken. Who could have done it? What kind of effect would it have? Yui narrowed her eyes and silently assessed the situation. The troll suddenly spoke. "Yui, I think I heard a gust of wind?" Yui looked up and saw nothing with her eyes. However, she sensed that there was a strange presence of wind element in the air. Yui flashed a seductive smile. "Yes, it is. But it's from the illusion." She then winked at the gust of wind in the sky. At the same time, far away in the courtyard of the psychedelic hut, Angor's eyelids twitched. "I think Yui found the owner." "Hey, it's winking at him." Kanan pointed at the changing illusion in the courtyard. "It doesn't know that the wind has my consciousness, so it must be trying to." Angor looked at Fafnir, only to receive a cold stare. "Yes, it's trying to flirt with me, Mr. Fafnir." As the floating ice moved away from the rain clouds, Fafnir also controlled the wind to follow the ice. It even went past the ice and reached the core area ahead of Angor. That was why Angor saw the strange scene. Yui and that troll looked different. "Looks like Iades has a grassland on his head now." Angor looked back at the illusion and saw Yui licking the troll's ear with its tongue. The giant devil looked calm, but his tanned face was inexplicably flushed red. Kanan didn't know what Angor meant, but she didn't mind. "That troll is called Garuda. I heard that Yui came to Rizutran together with Garuda. I don't know what kind of relationship they have, but there's a huge difference between their sizes. Maybe not in the past, but I'm not sure about the future." Angor recalled that Yui's awakening form was about the same size as this troll's. He was wondering how a succubus could awaken her physical body, but now he realized that there was something fishy going on. Angor looked away from Yui and Garuda. Or rather, he couldn't help but look away. Under Fafnir's control, the gust of wind flew to a high altitude and circled around the mist area. Since when did this barrier appear outside the Void Tower? Why didn't I see it before? Like most demons, Kanan had never entered the Void Tower before. But at least she had passed by it before. It was Angor's first time seeing the Void Tower from such a close distance. At first, he thought it was normal. But after hearing Kanan's explanation, he began to pay attention to the mist area outside the Void Tower. The mist area was just an area covered by a layer of dark light. From afar, it didn't look strange at all. At least, Angor didn't see anything different when he looked at the Void Tower from the yard. But he noticed something strange when he looked closer. There was a clear difference between the shadow mist zone and the outside world. There was barely any light inside the shadow mist zone, which was why the shadow mist zone was clearly separated from the outside world. Also, Angor could see something moving inside. He had no idea what it was. Angor tried to listen carefully but still couldn't hear anything. It was as if the shadow mist zone and the outside world were two completely different worlds. It reminded him of an alternate dimension. This place isn't normally like this? Angor looked at Kanan. Kanan nodded. I've never seen anything like this in the past 10 years I've spent in Rizutran. Did something happen inside? Kanan knew that Angor didn't know what was going on, so she secretly glanced at Fafnir. Fafnir was watching the show before the illusion came out. Perhaps Fafnir already noticed something strange about the shadow mist zone. Angor looked at Fafnir as well. He didn't know how important the shadow mist zone was. He was just curious. It happened when Nitotep went to the sky to save the situation, Fafnir said. Fafnir said indifferently, the dark light area is called the shadow fog area by the nearby fiends. It originally spread out from the Void Tower. I don't know what's going on inside, but many demons went inside and never came out. Although Fafnir said this, she had actually manipulated a wisp of wind to enter the shadow mist area. But as soon as that wisp of wind entered the shadow mist area, she immediately lost contact with it, as if there was some power shackling the wind element. Fafnir didn't think too much about it. Besides, she knew that even if the wind managed to enter the shadow mist zone, it wouldn't be able to enter the Void Tower. After that, Fafnir shifted her attention to Raincloud and stopped caring about the shadow mist zone. Now, Fafnir finally looked at the shadow mist zone for the second time. Do you want to check it out? Angor asked. Fafnir gave Angor a cold glare. I don't care. As long as you don't regret it. I don't regret it? Angor didn't know what Fafnir meant until Fafnir sent the wisp of wind into the shadow mist zone. A moment later, someone in the yard of the hallucination hut screamed in pain. At the intersection not far away, Cantor frowned and asked Samantha, "Did you hear anything?" Samantha nodded. "It sounds like a scream, but there's no need to make a fuss. It would be strange if you don't hear screams in Resudran." Cantor nodded. He had a feeling that the scream came from the scorched land behind them, and the psychedelic hut was in that direction. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from the main road that was covered by the smoke. Cantor immediately put away his complicated thoughts and looked at the source of the sound with Samantha on alert. Following a burst of smoke, a woman with frosty hair and fiery eyes, clad in fiery light, stepped on the fog and walked over. Inside the yard of the psychedelic hut, Angor was holding his head and screaming in agony. His spirit sea tumbled, and an intense stabbing pain came from the depths of his brain. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. However, Angor was still gasping for air. He slumped on a bench as if he had lost all his strength. When he finally recovered, he said, "Damn." Then he asked, "Toby, where's Toby?" "I have freeze," Kanan said quickly. Kanan quickly said. Angor suddenly screamed and trembled, which made him unable to control the spell, so Kanan helped him. Now that Angor was feeling better, Kanan controlled a soft arm of water and handed the spell back to Angor. After making sure that Toby and Pina Jonas scales were safe, Angor sighed in relief. Kanan looked at Angor's sweaty forehead and asked worriedly, "Are you all right, mister?" "Much better than before." While panting, he began to check his spirit sea. Previously, it was simply too painful. That kind of feeling was like a calm and tranquil spiritual sea that had suddenly been swept by a storm. Fortunately, Angor was sure that he was fine. His scream was caused by a strand of his spirit being crushed. It was painful, but it was only a minor injury to his spirit. He would recover in a few days without potions. After making sure he was fine, Angor looked back at Fafnir. Fafnir also had a strand of her consciousness in the wind. However, Fafnir didn't feel anything at all. To her, losing a strand of her consciousness was no different than being bitten by a mosquito. "Mr. Fafnir, you know it's dangerous, right?" Angor finally understood why Fafnir told him not to regret it. "I told you that all the demons never came out. You should have noticed it. Do you think a strand of wind I can control is stronger than those demons?" But what he really wanted to ask was, why didn't you stop him from entering the mist if you knew this was going to happen? "What happened, Mr. Fafnir?" Kanan asked out of curiosity. The illusion only lasted until they entered the shadow mist zone. When Angor screamed in pain, the illusion stopped. Kanan didn't know what happened either. Angor shook his head and sighed. "I don't know what happened. I felt like I was sucked into a vortex, and my spirit consciousness was crushed." Angor glanced at Fafnir. He couldn't see anything, but Fafnir might be able to find something. Fafnir frowned from time to time, and it took her a while to regain her composure. "Mr. Fafnir, were we ambushed?" Angor asked. Fafnir shook her head. "Not ambushed. Some kind of defense mechanism of the tower was activated. But there's something strange about this place." "What do you mean?" Fafnir was silent. She always had an illusion that she could faintly feel some kind of abnormal aura in the shadowy fog area. This aura might have come from some unspeakable existence. Since Fafnir didn't answer, Kanan didn't want to interrupt. The yard fell into silence for a long time. It wasn't until Kanan pointed a finger at the sky that the silence was broken. Angor followed Kanan's finger and saw Nitotep's rain cloud slowly fading away until it completely disappeared. Unfortunately, without Fafnir's help, he couldn't see what was going on inside the clouds. He could only vaguely see the movement of the clouds. However, based on the current situation, did Nitotep intend to chase after him by putting away her rain cloud? Nitotep went to the ice floe. No, she took a detour. She's heading for the Void Tower. Kanan's vision wasn't as clear as the illusion, but at least Angor knew what was going on in the sky. Kanan's voice also woke Fafnir up. She looked at Nitotep's direction and saw that Nitotep was still calm, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Fafnir thought to himself, sure enough, the situation of the Void Tower isn't simple. The wizards on the ice floe also noticed Nidotep's movement. Hey, Nidotep is heading for the core area too. It was Alavita. Due to the backfire from her failed summoning ritual, she couldn't use any wind spells for the time being. Now, she was left on the ice floe. Oh, my god, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Nidotep isn't surrounded by the rain cloud, we can use this chance to kill her. Mu Ying's eyes lit up. Don't even think about it. Even without the rain cloud, Nidotep isn't that easy to kill. Plus, the most important thing right now is to get rid of those little demons. Alavita rolled her eyes at Mu Ying. Compared to Nidotep, I think it's easier to find those two blood cocoons. Nidotep left alone, while Komodo and the two blood cocoons were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone into hiding somewhere. It was much easier to deal with them than to deal with Nidotep. There's something wrong with Nidotep's expression. The atmosphere around her is full of panic. Lucci suddenly said. Lucci's words made everyone puzzled. Nidotep bypassed the ice floe and headed for the Void Tower. Could it be that there's something wrong with the Void Tower? Everyone unconsciously looked at Monchi. Monchi's eyes were also puzzled. He could still feel Iades' figure before, but everything disappeared when Iades entered the dark zone. Not long after, Nidotep gave up on the rain cloud and took the initiative to return to the Void Tower. This series of events seemed to be connected. However, Monchi couldn't figure out the connection for the time being. Lucci, come and take a look at the dark zone. After a while, Lucci frowned. The wheel of time's calculation is blank again. However, this also means that the dark zone is very dangerous. If we continue to approach the Void Tower, it's best not to set foot in the dark zone. The dark zone was very dangerous, not only for humans, but also for demons. Monchi was puzzled that such an unforeseen event occurred in the core of the Void Tower. Could it be that there's really something wrong with the Void Tower? Send a few puppets into the dark zone to take a look. Shadow fog area. From the outside, it looked like it was shrouded in dark light. But it wasn't until Iades stepped in here that he realized that the shadow fog area wasn't as dark as it looked from the outside. In the shadow fog area, there was still light and shadow floating. If one were to say that the outside world looked like the sunset of midsummer because of the illumination of the fire in the sky. Then in the shadow fog area, it was like a cold winter morning with dark clouds. Although the dark light was surging, his vision wasn't affected much. However, after Iades entered the shadow fog area, he immediately closed his eyes. Iades clearly remembered that in the murals on the top floor of the Void Tower, there was a sentence used to describe the defense mechanism: light and shadow are tricks to deceive the eye. Iades didn't know what this sentence meant until now. When he saw the light and shadow around the shadow fog area, he understood a little. The light here looked completely different from the light in the outside world, full of a false taste. Iades even suspected that the scene imprinted in his eyes might just be a projection of his past memories. When Iades closed his eyes, although he couldn't see the specific situation around him, it didn't affect his judgment. In fact, in its spiritual sense, it saw a world that was completely different from when it opened its eyes. The reason why the shadow fog area was called shadow fog was that from the outside, there were many black shadows swaying inside. When Iades entered the shadow fog area, he immediately discovered these black shadows, and the nearest black shadow was approaching him quickly. When he opened his eyes, these shadows were just a mass of dark shadows. But when he closed his eyes, in his spiritual sense, these shadows were another scene. For example, the black shadow that was rushing toward him had an outline. It was a Abyss native holding a long sword. This native's eyes had no pupils and were pitch black. His face was very calm, even cold. But it was wrapped in a terrifying aura and rushed toward Iades. This level of energy is at least at the level of a middle-rank demon. Iades fought with the native who rushed over, but the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Although this native was not considered a powerhouse in its eyes, he was still a native. Since when did natives have such powerful combat strength? Iades fought with the native for several rounds, raising a lot of dust, but the noise attracted the attention of other shadows. The second shadow approached Iades, and in his spiritual sense, it was actually a leopard. However, it was much larger than an ordinary leopard. It had 3 eyes on its forehead, and its black tail was faintly surrounded by electric snakes. After this leopard attacked, it didn't attack Iades. Instead, it became the mount of the sword-wielding native. To the naked eye, 2 black shadows fused together and became a bigger black shadow. With their mounts, the strength of the natives increased by leaps and bounds. When they fought against Iadesai, they would occasionally brandish their lightning bolts, and their auras were astonishing. However, even though his strength had skyrocketed, he was still at the middle-level demon level, and it was still very easy for Iliades to deal with him. The native's attack was accompanied by a thunderous sound. The loud noise attracted the wandering black shadows in the distance. To avoid being attacked from the front and back, Iades instantly burst out with all his strength and forcibly cut the native and the leopard into 2. After being killed, their figures slowly disappeared. In the naked eye, the black shadows that belonged to the native and the leopard turned into dark particles and slowly rose into the air and disappeared. Iades looked at this scene and suddenly remembered another mural on the top floor of the Void Tower. There was a detail in that mural. The killed monsters turned into black smoke and floated into the sky to block the sunlight. Then, not long after, these black smoke formed a new monster. In the past, Iades didn't understand the meaning of this mural, but now it seemed, could it be that the mural describes the current situation? The defense mechanism of the Void Tower is these black shadows? Even if these black shadows are killed, they will continue to be reborn? Although this was only a guess, Iades faintly felt that it might be the truth. The previous battle attracted the nearby black shadows. Seeing these black shadows getting closer and closer, Iades jumped and hid to the side. Bone wings covered it, and its aura was restrained. After the black shadows got closer, Iades' spirit sense revealed their true appearance. It was a half-blood demon, however, this half-blood demon was very strong. Even if Iades didn't fight it, it could still feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. It's at least at the level of a greater demon. Previously, a native was comparable to a mid-ranked demon, and now a half-blood demon was comparable to a greater demon. Everything here was filled with a sense of absurdity. Iades hid to the side and wasn't discovered. After a while, the half-blood demon patrolled to other places. As expected, the black shadow senses are also abnormal. After entering the shadow mist, Iadesai's perception had clearly decreased. Under normal circumstances, if Iadesai's perception was fully extended, it could easily cover the entire Resutran. However, after stepping into the shadow mist, its senses were suppressed to the extreme. At most, it could only sense within a few dozen meters, and the accuracy of its senses had decreased. Now it seemed that it wasn't just its senses that had decreased. All creatures in the shadow mist, including the black shadows, had their senses reduced. On this point, Iades was slightly relieved. When it was outside, it had discovered that there were many black shadows in the shadow mist. If they were all at the level of greater demons, then even if it stepped into the shadow mist, it wouldn't be able to enter the Void Tower. There was still a chance now. As long as it didn't attract the attention of the black mist, it shouldn't be a problem to sneak in. Thinking of this, Iades moved. Along the way, it avoided all kinds of black shadows. In its spirit sense, these black shadows were all powerful extraordinary beings. None of them were lower than mid-ranked demons. However, as it guessed, as long as it sneaked in, it wouldn't attract their attention. Soon, Iades arrived near the Void Tower's main entrance. However, just as Iades was about to sneak in, a huge black shadow floated in the air. This black shadow could be said to be the largest one Iades had seen after entering the shadow mist. From afar, it looked like a black cloud that was about to destroy a city. Iades closed its eyes and opened its spirit sense. In its spirit sense, it saw the true appearance of the black shadow. It was actually an abyssal dragon that traversed the sky. This abyssal dragon was surrounded by purple flames and full of oppression. Even at Iades' level, it was startled. The abyssal dragon wandered in the air for a moment and finally landed in the square in front of the Void Tower's main entrance. Its huge body completely blocked the door. Iades was already very close to the door at this time. Seeing this abyssal dragon at close range, the pressure was even greater. This made Iades unconsciously think of the other abyssal dragon in Resutran, Fafnir. Fafnir also brought a strong pressure to it, but it was still inferior to this abyssal dragon. In comparison, the strength of this abyssal dragon was definitely higher than Fafnir. Iades was very clear that it couldn't even beat Fafnir, let alone this abyssal dragon. Thinking of this, Iades could only sigh and give up on going to the main entrance. Iades didn't dare to directly confront the abyssal dragon, but it couldn't help but keep looking back at it. Because for some reason, Iades always felt that this abyssal dragon had a strange sense of familiarity. After bypassing the abyssal dragon, Iades prepared to take a detour to the side. As one of the 7 seats of the Void Tower, it was very clear about the various entrances of the Void Tower. There was a side door nearby that could be used to enter. However, after Iades came here, it saw another terrifying shadow hovering. In its spiritual sense, the true face of the shadow was an existence that was not inferior to the previous abyssal dragon at all. A demon lord that fell from the throne. Although it fell from the throne, it was still a demon lord after all. Its current strength, no matter how weak it was probably at the level of a half-step demon lord. Facing such a terrifying character, Iades could only silently stay away. After going through several secret doors and side passages in a row, Iades was very disappointed. Because there were incomparably powerful existences guarding, not allowing any creatures to approach the Void Tower at all. Is this the Void Tower self-defense mechanism? It was Iades' first time seeing it, and he did not expect it to be this powerful. If it was in the past, Iades would be very happy. With such a powerful defense, even if the human wizards on the floating ice were to go all out, they would not be able to break through. But now, Iades was very helpless. What was going on in the Void Tower? Why did the seal in the basement disappear? What was Jupiter doing? Could it be related to the humans? If there was an outsider who destroyed it, the whole of Lesudran would be in trouble. Iades could only continue to think of other ways to sneak into the Void Tower. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the distance. Iades thought it was a shadow, but when he looked back, he saw Nidotep at the edge of the shadow mist area. After a while, Iades met up with Nidotep. What's the situation now? Nidotep's expression was calm, but her eyes were filled with anxiety. Don't show your true body. Try to keep your tentacles, Iades reminded Nidotep while explaining the general situation in the shadow mist area. So there's a powerful force guarding the entrance of the Void Tower? Nidotep kept her tentacles and took out an umbrella to play with. Iades nodded. When he saw the umbrella, he knew what Nidotep was thinking. If you use your umbrella, you might be able to force your way in. But the rain cloud will make too much noise. As soon as it appears, it will be discovered by the shadows. There are countless shadows in the shadow mist area. Even if I protect you, you won't be able to last until the rain cloud fully unfolds. The rain cloud space did make Nidotep almost invincible, but it would take time for the rain cloud to unfold. Nidotep also understood this. It pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. I think I saw a secret passage that was not at the core of the inscription on the map left behind by the demon Eye of the Abyss. The secret passage that Nidotep mentioned wasn't actually a secret passage. It was just an underground tunnel. There wasn't even a door that led to this tunnel. If one wanted to enter this tunnel, they would have to break through the ground. Although Iades knew that there was a tunnel underground, it remembered that it was covered with runes. Even the slightest damage would cause the runes to backfire. These runes were set up by the Scholar of Cruelty. Even if Iades didn't die from the backlash, it would be very difficult for him. This was the first time that Iades had heard of a pipeline without an inscription hub. Follow me. This tunnel isn't near the Void Tower. It's at the edge of the Shadow Fog Zone. Nidotep said as she took the initiative to lead the way. Iades was happy to hear this. If it wasn't near the Void Tower, it meant that they wouldn't encounter those powerful beings. The black shadows at the edge of the Shadow Fog Zone were more like sentinels. They weren't that powerful. While Nidotep was leading the way, she also exchanged information with Iades. Komodo took those 2 idiots' blood cocoons to the demonic blood pool. It should be safe for now. Although the demonic blood pool existed because of Resudran, it wasn't in the real world. It was in another dimension. Even if a human wizard wanted to locate it, it would take a long time to find it. Unless it was like the Chaos Magic Cannon, which could destroy countless dimensions at the same coordinates. Still, Nidotep could tell that the human wizards couldn't have too many chaos magic cannons. Nidotep briefly explained the situation outside and asked, "The shadow fog zone was created because the seal in the basement was broken. Do you know who did it?" "Only Jupiter can do it, but there's no reason for him to open the seal in the basement. So I'm worried that there might be a human who tried to lure Jupiter." Iad's answer was almost the same as Nidotep's guess. However, Nidotep still had some doubts. If it was done by a human, how did he find Jupiter in the Void Tower? Also, there are many checkpoints in the Void Tower. Once a human enters, he will definitely be discovered by Jupiter. We will only know the answer after we enter the Void Tower. Iadarsai sighed. Anyway, whether Jupiter did it or not, all of this must have something to do with that idiot. Nidotep said somewhat viciously. The so-called 7 seats of the Great Void Pagoda were either idiots or fools. There were even some who were insufferably arrogant. It sometimes wondered if it should continue to stay in Razudran. With their own thoughts, they proceeded forward for a short distance. Nidotep's nose suddenly twitched. "Do you smell blood?" "I smell it." "Isn't it normal to smell blood?" When it was wandering in the shadow fog area, it had smelled the smell of blood many times, but it did not feel that something was wrong. Or rather, it would be strange if there was no smell of blood in the demon city. "It's the smell of demon blood." Nidotep said, judging from the intensity of the smell of blood, he should have died not long ago. Not long ago, the demons outside should have been killed by those shadows when they entered the shadow fog area to explore. Iadarsai remembered that when it asked the demons outside, they said that many demons had entered the shadow fog area, but none of them had returned. They must have all died at the hands of the shadows. Nidotep suddenly paused, looked at a certain place, and then slowly walked over. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and the smell of blood it had smelled earlier came from here. Next to this pool of blood was a trident inserted into the ground. Even if they were killed by the shadows, so many demons came in to explore, but not a single corpse was seen. As Nidotep spoke, she pulled out the trident. There were no scars on the trident. What did this mean? An image flashed through Nidotep's mind. A demon cautiously entered the Shadow Mysteria, and was about to explore the surroundings when it was killed by a black shadow. Its weapon, a trident, was thrown high into the air, and after spinning a few times in the air, it stabbed into the ground. After the demon died, a large amount of blood flowed out of the wound, staining the ground. These images were Nidotep's speculations and imagination. However, according to the current environment and situation, it was very likely to be true. But the strange thing was that there was a pool of blood and a trident here, but its corpse was gone. Nidotep's words stunned Iadarsai. Ever since it came to the shadow fog area, it had not seen a demon corpse, but it smelled the smell of blood from time to time. Could it be that these shadows can corrode corpses? Nidotep shook her head, and a light flashed in her eyes. No, haven't you discovered the true faces of these shadows? True faces? They were shadows with the naked eye, but with the spirit sense, they had various forms. Wasn't this their true faces? Nidotep shook her head. These shadows all have the aura of that demon god. Iadarsai was stunned for a while before suddenly reacting. When it saw the abyssal dragon before, it vaguely felt that it was familiar. Now that Nidotep mentioned it, it remembered why it was so familiar. It was because the aura of the abyssal dragon and the void tower were exactly the same. The abyssal dragon was beside the void tower, and it even felt like it was one with the void tower, and the power of the void tower itself was inscription. Could it be that all the shadows here were actually products of inscription? Iadarsai had been to the face of sinful desire before and saw some wizards using modified inscription cards. These inscription cards sealed all kinds of things, including supernatural creatures. It was very similar to the situation in the shadow fog area. Thinking about it again, the basement of the void tower was personally arranged by the scholar of cruelty, and everything was clear. They are all inscriptions. If the core was not destroyed, then as long as there was enough energy, it would revive. This also matched the records on the murals. Yes, because their bodies are inscriptions, they are even more difficult to deal with. Nidotep sighed. The Void Colossus had stood for so many years, and the devices at the top of the tower had absorbed so much void energy that it was impossible to tell how much it had absorbed. With so much energy, these runes could be continuously revived until the intruder was exhausted to death. It could only be said that this was indeed the work of the scholar of cruelty. After understanding that these shadows were inscriptions, the previous question was at a dead end. The inscriptions definitely did not need demon corpses, so these demon corpses must have disappeared for some other reason. Nitotep and Iodarsai looked at each other. Could it be that this external factor is the reason for the shadow fog area? Could it have been Jupiter who did it? Jupiter seems to have a habit of eating demon corpses, right? Iodarsai asked. Even if that fool eats demon corpses, he would still pick the ones with the freshest meat. Nitotep sneered. For example, the succubus Panasi who was flirting with the trolls outside. At the mention of this, Iodarsai's face darkened. Nitotep did not continue to provoke Iodarsai. After all, among the 7 great demons, Iodarsai was probably the only one who understood reality more. However, he was just like Odessinos, obsessed with Panasi. There must be an external factor, and it is this external factor that caused the Void Tower to change. However, it is hard to say what this external factor is. We can only be sure after entering the Void Tower. Nitotep paused. We're almost there. The pipe without the core is just ahead. Nitotep and Iodarsai stopped behind a building. The reason why he stopped was because there were 2 black shadows near the corresponding ground of the pipeline. The target was a domed building. If they wanted to break through the ground to get to the secret passage, they had to enter the domed building. However, the 2 shadows were on the roof of the domed building. It was almost impossible to enter the building without alerting them. I have to get rid of these 2 shadows, and I have to do it quickly. After deciding on a plan, Nitotep followed Iodarsai's example and closed her eyes to observe the true appearance of the 2 shadows with her spiritual sense. When in shadow form, it was impossible to sense their power and energy waves. Only by seeing their true appearance with spiritual sense could she judge their strength. What surprised them was that the 2 shadows corresponded to the true appearance of an abyssal native and an eagle. The abyssal native looked like an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the roof, wearing an ancient robe and holding a wooden staff in his hand. The eagle looked no different from an ordinary eagle, but it wore a handmade feather crown on its head. Hey, I can't see his aura? Iodarsai stared at the native. The eagle next to him seemed to complement the native, just like the one riding a leopard they met before. Iades turned to look at Nitotep, only to find that her brows were furrowed and she looked nervous. I can't feel its aura either. Nitotep knew very well that the scholar of cruelty couldn't leave behind ordinary inscriptions, so she couldn't feel the aura of this native, which showed that he wasn't simple. How can a native be so strong? Put away your prejudice. Have you ever thought that a half-blood demon could become an overlord? Nitotep sneered. Moreover, the scholar of cruelty's inscriptions must have a basis. Maybe this native was someone before the fall of the gods. What you said makes sense, but instead of guessing whether he's strong or not, it's better to try it ourselves. Iodarsai and Nitotep began to discuss countermeasures, but at this moment, Nitotep suddenly said, "Do you feel that the eagle seems to be looking at us?" As soon as he said that, the native suddenly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a horrifying aura surged toward him with endless pressure. Iades' pupils shrank. This was another being that was not weaker than the abyssal dragon. It seemed that this defense mechanism had completely guarded the Void Tower to the extreme. Even this hidden passage outside was guarded by a powerful existence. Damn it. We've been discovered. I'll stall him. You find a chance to enter the Void Tower. Nitotep said. The black eagle screeched, and the air froze. A battle was about to break out, at the same time, inside the Void Tower. In the empty corridor, a figure covered in flames passed through it. The crimson chains wrapped around his body clanged against the smooth ground as he walked. When he passed by a window, he paused and turned his head to look out the window. Outside, there was a dim light, and black shadows were flying in the sky. At this moment, a black shadow floated to the window. He raised his head and looked at the huge shadow. From his perspective, the black shadow was the head of an abyssal dragon. The dragon's eyes were purple-red. When it looked at him, a hint of confusion flashed in its eyes. The dragon breathed out, and purple flames hit the window. With the help of the dragon's breath, he could see the dragon's face clearly. His facial features were deep and chiseled. In the light and shadow, he looked crazy. He was Babota, who used the alias of Floral Sparrow. Babota stared into the dragon's eyes without fear. Instead, the abyssal dragon slowly moved its head away and disappeared outside the window. After the dragon's figure disappeared, Babota lowered his eyebrows and covered the strange patterns in his eyes. As he lowered his eyebrows, the chains on his body rattled. He lowered his head and touched the chains with a fascinated look. "Are you full?" The chains moved as if they were responding to his question. "Then it's time to go." Babota's voice was calm at first, even to the point of indifference. But all of a sudden, crazy laughter came out of his mouth. Ahahaha. After the laughter, Babota's eyes began to blur. Between clarity and blurriness, a strange smile appeared on his face. He continued to walk forward, and soon, he arrived in front of a door covered in mysterious patterns. The door was not opened, but there was a broken hole in the middle of the door. The ground was littered with shining metal fragments. From the degree of explosion of the fragments, it could be seen how much strength was used to break open the door. Behind the cave was a pitch-black staircase. The staircase spiraled downwards, with no end in sight. Babota's expression became even weirder. His eyes revealed that he was completely confused and disqualified. If Angor were here, he would have noticed that Babota wasn't the same as when he was in Brute Cavern. In fact, Babota looked completely different from when he was at the lava pool. It was as if another personality had been forced into Babota's body. Babota hummed a strange tune as he entered the hole and walked down the stairs. At the end of the stairs was another door with a hole in it. Creaking sounds came from inside the door. Babota casually strolled through the door as if he was returning to his own home. Behind the door was a spacious circular hall. The first thing he saw was a statue in front of him. However, he couldn't see the details of the statue because it was wrapped in a pair of black wings. He could only vaguely see a curled-up figure inside the wings. Below the statue was an unconscious demon. The cracking sound that he had heard before had come from this skinny demon. Half of the demon's face was filled with sharp teeth. From this characteristic, it could be seen that this was a gluttonous demon. The gluttony demon's body was very plump and huge like a ball. But this one was completely different. Its stomach was shriveled, as if it was starving. A chain identical to the one on Babota was wrapped around the gluttony demon's body. One end of the chain was inserted into the gluttony demon's belly button, and it was sucking the gluttony demon's flesh and blood, making crunching noises. Suddenly, the chain around the gluttonous demon's body glowed red and was pulled out from its belly button. "It's full?" Babota raised an eyebrow and looked down at the chain on his body. It had eaten dozens of demons in Shadowmist before it was barely full. However, the chain left in the Void Tower was enough to feed this gluttonous demon, and it hadn't been sucked dry yet. One of the 7 most powerful demons in Rezutran was indeed extraordinary. "Come back if you're full." As soon as he finished speaking, the chain around the gluttonous demon connected with the one on his body. An intense red light was emitted from the joint of the chains, illuminating the entire underground hall. At the same time, Babota's face turned hideous. His body started to expand as if there were countless worms crawling under his skin. Babota felt indescribable pain, but he didn't cry out. Instead, he laughed like a madman. This transformation lasted for several minutes. When it was over, the floor was covered with a layer of white flesh. Babota was standing in the middle of it. At this time, Babota's body was almost as big as Iades after his transformation. His body was covered with bumps and sharp horns. Sticky green liquid was dripping out of his pores. He even had a pair of horrifying wings. Before, he looked like a human, but now, he didn't look like one at all. He looked even more abnormal than a demon. However, a strong sense of danger was spreading out from his body. Ahahaha. Babota's strange laughter almost disappeared from his eyes, leaving only confusion and madness. In his madness, Babota struggled to stand up and walked toward the statue in the center of the hall. Under the statue's wings was a protruding stone. The stone looked ordinary, but with Babota's skyrocketing power, he could clearly see that there were countless light patterns hidden in the space. These light patterns covered the entire underground hall, extended to the Void Tower, and even to another dimension. And the core of all these light patterns was that ordinary stone. If he pressed it, all the light patterns would be cut off. Boboda was on the verge of insanity. His rational and clear thoughts had been replaced by crazy and manic emotions. It was as if there were many people whispering in his ears. Press it, press it. Boboda followed the whispers and raised his hand covered in green liquid. Ahahaha. It's time for Resudran to take a bow. He slowly reached his hand toward the protruding stone. The light patterns around it moved as if they were trying to stop him. However, he didn't react at all. He continued to reach out, but at a slower speed than before. Outside the void tower, all of the black shadows suddenly froze for a moment. Naitotep, who was being suppressed by the natives, took the opportunity to shout at Iades, "I've opened the secret passage with my tentacles. Go in." Iades didn't bother to think about why the shadow stopped. He flashed and immediately rushed into the passage. The natives only stopped for a short moment. Naitotep rushed forward and tried to suppress him with her tentacles. However, the natives were much stronger than she thought. He only needed to wave his staff to cut off Naitotep's tentacles. But that was enough. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, Iades rushed into the secret passage. Although Naitotep was severely injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that the shadow had its own mechanism and could not enter the void tower. The secret passage was already within the void tower's range. Since she had sent Iades into the passage, Naitotep's mission was complete. She had to find a way to escape. She would only be safe if she left the shadow mist. However, just as Naitotep was about to retreat, the whole of Resudran shook. Dark clouds gathered in the fiery red sky. A violent gust of wind arose out of nowhere. The wind blew into Resudran and made a loud whistling sound. The wizards on the floating ice looked at the changes around them in confusion. The strong wind blew against everyone's clothes, causing them to flutter violently. The magi who had been fighting with the demon also retreated to the side to stabilize themselves. The dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker. The top layer of the sky was filled with flames, the middle layer was filled with dark clouds, and the bottom layer was filled with endless, gloomy winds. What's going on? Everyone was asking, but no one had an answer. However, they all felt that something was wrong. Something bad was happening again, and it was getting worse and worse. Everyone felt that something bad was about to happen. One person could only say that it was a coincidence. But if everyone felt that something was wrong, then there was definitely something wrong. Mar came to Monkey and asked what they should do. Monkey stood on top of the wind and scanned Resudran with his eyes. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the void tower. Inside the illusion hut, Angor's heart was pounding like a drum when he saw Resudran trembling. As he wondered what was going on, the sky above Resudran began to change. Dark clouds gathered and a gust of wind rose. Angor's hair was messed up by the wind, and he could see the endless dark clouds in front of him. What's going on? Angor turned to Fafnir and asked. He didn't even notice the slight panic in his voice. He didn't even use the proper title. Fafnir furrowed her brows. She didn't know what was going on either. But just like the wizards in the sky, Fafnir also felt something bad. In fact, her feeling was even stronger than the others. Fafnir even stood up when he sensed the danger that came out of nowhere. She didn't answer Angor's question. Instead, she looked at the direction the omen was pointing at, the void tower. Before Fafnir could say anything, Kanan spoke in a trembling voice. I think I heard Resudran crying. Resudran seemed to be sobbing. Angor was surprised by Kanan's answer. He didn't understand what Jianan meant, but he could sense that Jianan's words seemed to carry a strand of sorrow. Fafnir seemed to have thought of something after Kanan finished speaking. He looked deeply at the distant void tower and slowly said, "It's a warning. Resudran is issuing a warning." What was it? What was the content of the warning? Fafnir didn't know. But she could tell that something was happening in the void tower, and it might even lead to a great change in Resudran. This was the reason why it took the initiative to create the wind and clouds to warn them. Kanan wasn't the only one who sensed the sadness in Resudran. All the demons living in Resudran were feeling something they had never felt before. Since they had been living in Resudran for a long time, they gradually became familiar with Razudran's aura and spirit, which allowed them to sense the change in Razudran. Most of the demons didn't know what to do in such a situation. Only a small number of powerful demons could sense the source of everything. At this time, Ia Darcy was zigzagging in the dark tunnel. Suddenly, its running figure paused and raised its head in confusion. It also sensed the sadness in Razudran. In fact, compared to the other demons, the sadness was even stronger. It was as if Razudran had gained consciousness and was urging Iades to do something. Iades quickly realized what was going on. He thought for a moment and his eyes became gloomy. Razudran couldn't have gained consciousness, so there had to be something else behind the sadness. Iades closed his eyes. In his spirit sense, there were countless light patterns floating around. When these light patterns passed by Iades, they would produce some kind of tremor, as if they wanted to reach the same frequency as Iades' heartbeat. The runes were all over the dark tunnel. Iades recognized these runes. They were runes that covered the entirety of Razudran. Normally, Iades could sense the runes, but they wouldn't affect it. However, the current situation was that the light patterns were actively trembling, and the frequency of this trembling seemed to be vaguely asking for help from Iades. It's impossible for the inscriptions to change for no reason. A terrifying thought rose in Iades' mind. Is there really someone who dares to touch the main inscription hub? The reason why Iades and Nidotep rushed to the Shadow Mysteria was not simply to deal with the breaking of the seal in the basement. They were worried that if the basement was broken, the main hub in the basement would also be affected. If anything were to happen to the main hub, all the runes would be affected, and these runes were spread all over Razudran. Therefore, this ubiquitous sadness was the inscription warning it and asking for help. Thinking of this, Ia's speed became even faster. It had to rush to the basement before the main hub was destroyed and tear the bastard who dared to challenge the order of Razudran into pieces. The exit of the secret passage led to an inconspicuous compartment on the first floor of the Void Tower. Elias Darzer came out of the compartment into a long, dark corridor. It was very fast, shuttling through the corridor. Suddenly, Iades saw that there seemed to be a long black mark on the floor tiles of the corridor. This black mark extended all the way to the depths of the corridor, and it was impossible to see the end at a glance. There was a faint burnt smell in the black mark, which was obviously left behind by a flame. The floor tiles of the Void Tower were all made of precious and special materials. To be able to leave a mark on the floor tiles, this fire was definitely extraordinary. It might even be comparable to the hellfire that Komodo had mastered. This mark was very new and should have been left not long ago. At this time, Komodo should still be in the demon blood pool, and Jupiter, that fool, would not have such a special flame. In other words, an uninvited guest must have broken into the Void Tower. This uninvited guest was very likely the source of all the trouble. Iades' eyes flashed with a sinister light. It did not slow down but instead increased its speed, and soon came to the door of the basement. At this time, although the door was closed, there was a hole in the middle of the door. Looking at this hole, Iades could almost imagine a scene. Jupiter was letting out his unique strange smile, then waving his fat fist and smashing the door. Except for the 7 great demons, no one else could open the seal of the basement. And this door represented the seal of the basement. Jupiter, you better not let me know that you have become that damn bastard's thug. Iades gritted its teeth. It did not have time to delve into it now. It cursed inwardly, shrank its body, and turned into a black light that disappeared into the underground stairs. When Iades came to the underground hall, the first thing he saw was the hungry demon not far away, the gluttony demon. Jupiter? How did you become like this? Jupiter's true body was actually a gluttony demon. Even if this gluttony demon was now skinny, Iades still recognized it immediately. Jupiter had fallen into a coma and could not answer Iades' question. As for why it broke the seal of the basement, it was still a mystery. However, Iades could also guess the general reason. Jupiter was not interested in anything else. As a gluttony demon, its only interest was to eat. The more delicious something was, the happier it would be. Moreover, Jupiter would even do crazy things for the sake of eating. Once, Jupiter heard a rumor from somewhere that the tail of a certain demon was very delicious when roasted. He tried it, and it seemed to really suit his taste, so he slaughtered the entire demon tribe. After killing the outer layer, he ran to the inner layer to hunt them down. Although demons also killed each other, the reason was definitely not as simple as Jupiter's. Therefore, Jupiter probably broke the seal of the basement because he believed in slanderous words. And the one who said these slanderous words? Iades' gaze slowly wandered and looked at the other side of the central statue, where a huge alien figure stood. It's you. You lured Jupiter to break the seal of the basement? Iades walked forward step by step. His eyes were gloomy, and his voice was full of suppressed anger. Tell me, who are you? Iades had thought that it was a cunning human who lured Jupiter, but looking at this huge body, it was definitely not a human. The closer it got to the statue, the more careful Iades became. As soon as it entered the underground hall, it used its spiritual sense to sense the convergence point of the light patterns, the main rune hub. At this time, the huge figure was standing in front of the main rune hub. It reached out its hand and slowly approached the hub. Therefore, Iades did not move immediately, fearing that it would anger the figure and make it press down regardless of the consequences. Iades' question was also to divert the figure's attention. As long as the figure turned its head and was distracted, Iades would have a chance to deal with it. However, Iades' question did not work. The alien figure did not respond at all. In the underground hall, it was so quiet that only the sound of green mucus dripping from the alien's body could be heard. Babota had long heard footsteps above his head. He knew that a big demon must have returned. However, he did not care even if he knew. Thanks to the flesh energy absorbed by the chain, Babota had become very powerful. Even Iades had to admit that Babota was very powerful now. No one could imagine that Babota was just a weak apprentice wizard not long ago. Even if he told Iades about this, Iades would not believe him. Different kinds of water could be stored in different kinds of tanks. To use a cliché analogy to explain it, power was like water, and mana was like a container. The difference between an apprentice and a wizard was like the difference between a cup and a tank. If one did not take the right path and forcibly expanded the cup into a tank, huge cracks would appear on the wall of the tank. Not to mention that the cup was not expanded into a tank but into a water tower, and it was done in a short time. In essence, this was impossible to achieve. The only way to achieve this was to completely collapse. Babota did it with the help of the existence behind the chain. However, at the same time, Babota also suffered the consequences of his collapse. For now, it was only a mental breakdown. Babota was gradually losing his absolute rationality. It was because of this that Babota did not think too much about Iades' arrival. His mind did not change at all, and he only had one goal: to press down. Therefore, Iades' probing and questioning were all useless against Babota. It looked like Babota was just pressing down with his hand, but the process was very complicated. Although no one tried to stop him, the entire light pattern was vibrating and affecting Babota. That was why he was getting slower and slower. Even so, Babota still kept his hand close to the main hub. Babota's hand was about to touch the protruding rock. Iades knew that he could no longer rely on Babota to be distracted. He had to take the initiative. However, when Iades was about to make his move, something happened in the underground hall. The closer Babota got to the main hub, the stronger the frequency of the light pattern became. However, when the light pattern realized that it could not affect Babota's will, it gave up on stopping Babota. However, Babota did not feel relieved at all. The hidden mechanism of the underground hall had been activated. Following a series of rumbling sounds, the statues in the hall suddenly moved. At first, the body of the statue was curled up and covered by a pair of black wings. But now, the black wings slowly spread out, revealing the true appearance of the statue. News of Razudran's incident had also reached the Prey Museum. Olucia stood at the entrance of the museum in the dark corridor. Behind her was an open window. Originally, there was a fiery red light outside the window. Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds and became gloomy, almost blending with the dark corridor. Then, the ground shook and the wind howled. Lady Olucia, the atmosphere in Razudran seems to be a bit off. Fire servant Tanding, who was covered in a fiery red robe, came to the window and closed it. The clamorous sound of the wind was instantly cut off. In a corner not far away, Gregory was curled up in a ball. He seemed to have sunk into some kind of sorrowful mood. When humans appeared here, the atmosphere in Resudran changed. A gentle voice echoed in the silent corridor. Olucia turned around and leaned against the door of the museum. All her expression was hidden under the white porcelain mask. However, I didn't expect Resudran to reach this step. Tandon didn't understand what she meant by reach this step. Olucia didn't explain to Tandon's question. However, the flaming eyes under the white porcelain mask slowly closed. To her, the world with her eyes closed was sometimes clearer than with her eyes open. Then, will the changes today affect your plan? Tandon asked worriedly. Who knows? Things had already happened. The change had become an established fact. She could only accept it. Even if it did, Olucia had to do it. She could only say that the so-called great demons of the Void Tower were not reliable at all. Olucia stood up and looked at the door of the museum. The door wasn't closed. The inside wasn't as dark as the corridor. Instead, it was very bright. The light source came from a painting on the wall at the back of the museum. Olucia remembered that there were some black spots in the painting when she first saw it. It was said that the black spots represented the night. Now, there wasn't any black on the painting. It was all burning flames. The flames seemed to be on a flat surface, but its radiance spread to the three-dimensional world. When Olucia looked at the painting, the flames seemed to reach her eyes. Even though she was dozens of meters away, she could still feel the terrifying burning sensation. The main character of this fire feast, Night, was standing in front of the painting. Night had been staring at the painting. Perhaps the earthquake in Resudran had made Night feel something. It turned its head slightly, revealing the side of its face against the light. Night looked in the direction of the Void Tower. Perhaps because it had absorbed some of the Origin Fire's aura, Night's gaze pierced through the mist and saw the Bobo Tower in front of the rune hub. Boboda had a similar aura to it. A rare look of surprise appeared in its eyes. After pondering for a moment, Night recalled that many years ago, Feng had once told it about a very special person. Baiyuanren. Beside the Origin Flame, a group of favored children of the world was born. They are the Origin worshippers who pursue the Origin Flame. This was Feng's description of the origin of the Baiyuan people in the book. However, in the next second, Feng smiled and said, the Baiyuan people are blessed by the heavens but envied by others. When I left the southern region, I heard that the Baiyuan people were already extinct. Boboda had the aura of the Origin Flame, which was similar to the Baiyuan people Feng mentioned. But it's a pity. Night shook its head inwardly. His obsession cannot match his strength. Now, he was lured by that existence and fell into the abyss of purgatory. Night only glanced at Boboda, but it already knew something about him. Looking away, Night's expression became cold again. Olucia, who had witnessed this scene outside the museum, was very curious. What did Night see that could make its expression change? However, Olucia's curiosity would not be answered. In the next second, the flame in the painting suddenly broke through the barrier of the paper and surrounded Night with endless fire. At the same time, Night's body began to collapse. To be more precise, Night's body was turning into basic particles. From a distance, it looked like a piece of a puzzle had turned into loose sand. Moreover, this loose sand was constantly spreading, and in the end, it would completely collapse Night. My lord, this is... When Tanding saw this, he was shocked. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Olucia. Nightcrawler is taking the final step. This is the path that the Fire Monarch must take. As Nightcrawler's body began to disintegrate, Resudran began to change again. Previously, black clouds had gathered and strong winds were blowing. Now, the fiery sky that was unwilling to be left out had finally undergone a new change after the flowing fire from before. At a crossroad not far from the museum, Cantor and Samantha finally saw Cenifer. They were discussing the information they received from Angor and preparing for the next step of their plan. Suddenly, dark clouds and strong winds began to appear in Resudran. Before they could understand the reason for this change, a new change was born. Do you guys feel that the fire element in the air is a little strange? It was Cenifer who spoke. Maybe it was because she was cursed by Iceberg Valley, but she was very sensitive to the changes of fire elements. Yes. It feels like the air is burning. It feels like we're in a land of lava, Samantha said with a nod after sensing for a moment. Did something happen to Razudran again, while they were still trying to figure out what was going on? Cantor suddenly saw a red dot appearing in the air not far from them. Just like Cantor, Angor was also looking at the sky. It was unknown when, but sparks were floating in the sky. Moreover, these sparks were born out of nowhere and grew out of nowhere. They were scattered all over the sky along with the wind. Are those sparks also Razudran's warning? Angor muttered to himself. No. This is the final step of the Fire Monarch. Fafnir gave the answer without Angor asking. But when he finished, Fafnir's expression became a little gloomy. Even a half-blood demon had reached this step, while she, who thought she had a better bloodline, still couldn't see the path ahead. Leaving aside the gloomy atmosphere, the sparks in the sky were beautiful. However, they weren't as beautiful as fireflies. Fireflies were beautiful like dreams, while the sparks were beautiful like fire itself, burning and passing away. It was the sky that was burning, while Razudran, who was in imminent danger, was going to pass away. Inside the Hall of Prey, half of Nightclub Master's body had turned into basic particles. The flames around him danced even harder and formed a path. It was the path of fire, the path of glory, and the path of a lord. At the end of the path was the painting on the wall. When the fire in the painting broke free, the painting didn't turn into night. Now, there was a vortex in the painting, and behind the vortex was a world of fire. That world seemed to have an endless attraction. Not only was Night staring at the vortex, but even Alucia's eyes were burning. Orusha's hands were trembling. She wanted to see the world behind the vortex as well. She knew that the world of fire was the origin of everything. The origin flame, also known as the origin flame. It was attached to the origin of civilization and burned fiercely in an indescribable world. It was very difficult to see its appearance. Only when the origin flame descended would one have a chance to see the entrance to this world. Even though Arusha wanted to see what this indescribable world was like, she knew that with her strength, she wouldn't even be able to turn into a spark. She would directly turn into ashes and disappear. Even Nightclub Master could only turn into basic particles before he could enter the origin flame. By the time Nightclub Master returned from that world, he would probably only have a pitiful amount of memories left. The reason why Alucia knew about this was because Gregory's ancestor had once entered that world. However, after the Firemark Overlord left that world, his memories of that world completely disappeared. When Nightclub Master's body turned into basic particles, a gust of wind blew over and sucked all the flames in the hall, including the floating basic particles, into the vortex in the painting. The hall became empty and pitch black once more. After confirming that Nightclub Master had left, Orusha stepped into the hall. Orusha arrived before the painting. At this moment, the flames and vortex in the painting had all disappeared. It became pitch black once more. It was only then that Alucia saw the name of the painting in the corner, Night. Night. Orusha muttered. Looking at the pitch black night in the painting, she couldn't help but chuckle. So, this is your true appearance. This she referred to the painting as well as that cold half-blood demon. Tanding carried the sleeping Gregory and walked into the exhibition hall. Sir, what are we going to do now? Wait for Night's return, Orusha said softly. Also, we must protect this painting. The protection that Orusha was talking about was not real protection. This painting was a passage to that world. In a sense, it was the will of the abyss. Even if Orusha used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to destroy the painting. The protection she spoke of meant that the painting couldn't leave their sight. When Night returned from that world, he would definitely come out from this painting. At that time, the origin flame that leaked out would be Orusha's target. Similarly, Orusha wasn't the only one who needed this origin flame. All the fire demons would go crazy for it. Moreover, there were humans coveting it. Thus, they had to protect this painting and obtain the origin flame as soon as possible. Void Tower, Underground Hall. The wings of the statue spread out slowly, but as the wings spread out, a vast and boundless aura gradually spread out from the statue. Iades was about to step forward and stop Bobota's actions, but he paused. This kind of boundless aura could only appear on the top existences of the abyss. Iades did not expect it to appear anywhere else. When the wings of the statue were fully extended, Iades suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, as well as a sense of inferiority from being looked down upon by a superior creature. He saw it. The statue's true appearance: it was a tailed demon with wide black wings. Its body was very small, so its appearance could not be seen at all when the wings wrapped around it. There was nothing special about the demon's appearance, but there were two distinctive features on its body that allowed Iades to recognize it at a glance. Firstly, the demon's tail was very long. It was like a hook that hooked a pile of exquisite books. Second, the demon's eyes were cold but full of wisdom. The gaze seemed to come from ancient times, without any ripples, but it made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Just by staring at the statue, it felt like blasphemy. In the abyss, there were only demon gods, and there was only one demon god with such an appearance in all the phase planes of the abyss. To describe it in human terms, even if you don't agree with it, you can't help but admire its wisdom and knowledge, the scholar of cruelty. It was indeed possible for the statue of the scholar of cruelty to appear in the underground hall. This was because the abyssal runes were created by the scholar of cruelty, and all the runes on the void tower were drawn by the scholar of cruelty. It was normal for there to be traces of the scholar of cruelty here. However, what surprised Iades was that the scholar of cruelty actually projected a wisp of his consciousness into the statue. Despite the surprise, Iades breathed a sigh of relief. With the scholar of cruelty watching, it did not believe that the uninvited guest who illegally broke into the void tower would dare to continue pressing the statue. But when Iades raised his head and looked in the direction of the uninvited guest, his pupils shrank. Earlier, when the scholar of cruelty spread his wings, Babota's movement paused for a moment. However, when the scholar of cruelty retracted his aura and revealed his true form, Babota did not stop as Iades expected. Instead, he continued to press his hand down. His speed was even slower than before, but the stubbornness in his expression was even deeper. I know what your goal is. You don't have to completely destroy Resudran to achieve what you want, the cruel scholar muttered softly. Babota didn't seem to hear the cruel scholar's voice at all. The scholar of cruelty sighed, and a strange ripple spread out from the statue. When the ripple passed through Iades' body, it felt its mind become very clear. Even the speed of its thoughts seemed to have increased. As for Babota, the main target of the ripple, the craziness in his eyes was gone, replaced by sobriety. After regaining his senses, Babota finally looked at the statue in front of him. Looking at the statue in front of him, Babota felt as if he could see the depths of a bottomless abyss through its tranquil eyes. There was a vast and boundless world, and in the center of that world was a library. An indescribable existence was looking up from the library, silently casting its gaze beyond space and time, silently meeting his gaze. Babota seemed to have understood the identity of the statue in front of him, but he did not stop because of that. Instead, he replied softly, "This is the only way I can get what I want." Despite his words, there was a trace of rebellion in Babota's eyes, but it was soon replaced by stubbornness. As long as I can reignite the torch of origin, the flame of reverence will burn the endless future, and the glory of my race will return to this world. Even if I fall into the abyss of hell, it will be worth it. In the distance, Iades did not expect that Babota would be so stubborn in front of the noble archdemon god. However, what surprised Iades even more was that Babota did not speak the demon language at all, but the common language of humans. Did I make a mistake? Is this huge alien actually from the human world? So, you intend to go against my will? The scholar of cruelty's voice was still calm, but the air in the underground hall seemed to have frozen at this moment. Iades looked at Babota quietly. Even though it was far away, it could not help but submit under the terrifying pressure. It wanted to know Babota's choice. Yes. Babota did not show any hesitation on his face. Although his forehead was covered with sweat in a short time under the pressure of the scholar of cruelty, he did not intend to change his mind at all. It's a pity, but in order to fulfill my promise with the abyss demon I have to stop you. As soon as the scholar of cruelty finished speaking, the hall suddenly shook. Countless sharp weapons drilled out of the walls of the hall, densely filling the air above the hall. If one were to close their eyes and sense it, they would find that there were runes on the backs of these weapons. They were controlled by the runes, and their sharp points were all aimed at Babota. At the same time, Babota also felt the endless pressure from the scholar of cruelty. It was as if he had fallen into a world of dazzling lights. On the other side, the pressure on Iades suddenly disappeared. It looked at the center of the hall in confusion. Baboda's pressure was still there, but mine was the only one that was relieved. Iades thought for a moment and understood what this meant. Obviously, the scholar of cruelty wanted to make it a part of the killing. It stood up and released its true form. Bone armor appeared on its body, and a cold bone blade appeared in its hand. It pointed at Baboda. When Iades raised the bone blade high, the sharp points around it also aimed at Baboda's vital point. Baboda was still shocked by the scholar of cruelty's pressure and could not move. Iades could already see Baboda's head being chopped off in the next second, and the sharp points would tear Baboda into pieces. The pleasure of dominating Baboda's life made Iades excited. It gripped the bone blade even harder, determined to kill Baboda in one strike. Whoosh, the bone blade and the sharp points moved at the same time. Iades' speed seemed to have turned into smoke as it rushed toward Baboda. Soon, Iades arrived in front of Baboda and slashed down with its blade. However, when the blade was about to touch Baboda's skin, it suddenly stopped. In other words, it was not only Iades' attack, but also the countless sharp all stopped in midair. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. What happened? What happened? Iades was thinking, but his body was still frozen. While Iades was confused, the scholar of cruelty suddenly let out a long sigh. The sigh contained a lot of unknown emotions. Just as Iades was about to probe further, the chains on Baboda's body suddenly began to move. With a flash of bright light, Iades was bounced back by a tremendous force. Iades was sent flying and smashed into the wall of the underground hall, creating a deep hole in the ground. Iades was not injured because of the bone armor, but he still could not move. Iades looked through the hole to where the statue was. It wanted to see what was going on. Also, what did the scholar of cruelty's sigh mean? However, Iades did not see Baboda. Baboda was covered by a thick layer of black mist. The black fog came out of Baboda's body. When the black fog dispersed, a halo suddenly appeared in the middle of the fog. The black fog and the halo merged perfectly, making it look like a total solar eclipse. When Iades saw the total solar eclipse, his throat went dry. He now understood why he was sent flying and why the scholar of cruelty sighed. The symbol of the total solar eclipse was not unfamiliar to Iades because it was the deep imprint. The full name of the deep imprint was the true name of the deep imprint. The deep imprint was a peerless demon god in the abyss. In the world of demon gods, there was also a hierarchy. The deep imprint was at the top of the pyramid, while the scholar of cruelty was only a demon god, one level lower than the deep imprint. Therefore, when the scholar of cruelty saw the imprint of the deep imprint, he could not help but sigh. At this time, Iades was full of helplessness. It did not expect that the two most powerful demon gods in the abyss would descend their consciousnesses here. So, this is the game of the demon gods. Iades' eyes dimmed. With its strength, it was impossible for it to participate in a game of this level. You finally appeared. The scholar of cruelty sighed softly. With a strange laughter, a strange wave came from the deep imprint. The scholar of cruelty seemed to have heard something from the wave. The demon eye of abyss has indeed left, but its consciousness returned 1,000 years ago. Its listener is here. The scholar of cruelty looked at Iades for the first time. Iades felt its scalp tingle. It had indeed received a revelation from the demon eye of abyss. However, it did not decipher the real meaning of that revelation. Waves came from the deep imprint again. Since you still want to compete for its power, I will give in, the scholar of cruelty replied calmly. As the scholar of cruelty made his promise, a strange laughter came from the deep imprint. Slowly, the black fog disappeared along with the total solar eclipse. Only Baboda, whose eyes had returned to madness, and the scholar of cruelty, whose wings were wrapping around its body, remained where they were. The wings returned to their original position. It seemed that the scholar of cruelty did not stop Baboda as promised. However, just as the wings were about to close, another ripple spread out from the scholar of cruelty's body. This time, Baboda's eyes gradually regained some clarity from the madness in his eyes. Baboda felt the return of his sanity. He looked at the scholar of cruelty with gratitude. Your choice will not allow you to stay lucid for long. The scholar of cruelty paused for a second and said, Actually, I'm very interested in you. If you choose to abandon him, you can come to my world. The scholar of cruelty left a meaningful sentence before it was completely wrapped up by the wings and disappeared. With the disappearance of the scholar of cruelty, no one could stop Boboda from pressing on the rune hub. However, Boboda, who had regained his clarity, looked at the rune hub and hesitated. In the end, Boboda looked at the chains on his body and pressed on the rune hub. When the main hub was pressed down, at first glance, nothing seemed to have changed. However, on a deeper level, the changes had begun to spread. After being unable to move for a long time, Iades, who had been smashed into the wall, was finally able to move. However, it was too late. Iades closed his eyes and sensed the light patterns around him dancing wildly. Everything had reached an irreversible stage. Iades walked out of the hole in the wall. Its eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. It knew that pressing down the main hub was an irreversible operation. What would happen next would be a nightmare that would spread to the whole of Razudran. What made it feel the most helpless was that in this moment of life and death for Razudran, it could only be a spectator, unable to participate, and powerless to reverse the situation. After all, this was a game between the demon gods. It was not something that it could decide. Rubble began to fall from the sky above them. The after effects of pressing down the main hub had begun to show. Only 20 meters away from Boboda, Iades stared at the alien from afar. It couldn't hide the anger in its eyes, but it was also filled with resentment. Boboda seemed to have sensed the hatred as well. He turned around and looked at Iades from afar. Their gazes met at this moment. Boboda's appearance was ugly and terrifying. His purple skin with a hint of dark red looked very ferocious. He raised his eyebrows and glared at Iades with his bloodshot eyes. It seemed that he was provoking Iades. Iades stared at Boboda in silence. Its mind was racing, and countless thoughts had crossed its mind. It wanted to kill the culprit behind all this. However, in the end, Iades only sighed in its mind. It turned around and slowly walked outside. Now, no matter what it said or did, it would be meaningless. Even if it killed Boboda, it would not be able to change the course of events. Killing Boboda might also ruin the next step of the Deep Lord's plan. Why bother, since it was irreversible, it could only accept it. Taking advantage of Razudran's destruction to maximize his own benefits was the best choice at the moment. Step by step, Iades left the underground hall. Behind it were falling rocks and Boboda, who was laughing crazily in the rain of rocks. He had no idea what was going on. Nitotep has left the shadow mist. Thanks to the potion, the damage to his spirit sea was much better. He asked Fafnir to reopen the live broadcast. However, this time, he didn't dare to enter the shadow mist region. He only wandered around the periphery of the shadow mist region. When Nitotep left the shadow mist zone, he immediately noticed her presence. He projected Nitotep's figure in the yard. From the details of the illusion, Nitotep didn't seem to be in a good condition. Several of her tentacles were broken, and her beautiful robe had obvious bloodstains and tears. It was obvious that Nitotep's injuries were not light. There must have been a fierce battle. Angor muttered to himself. Something's not right inside the mist zone. Even the 7 great abyss devils who controlled the Void Pagoda were excluded. Angor looked around to see if Fafnir had anything to say. However, when he looked at Fafnir again, he noticed that the man wasn't looking at him at all. Angor had no idea what was going on. Kanan suddenly stood up and let out a long sigh while clutching her chest. "Are you all right, Kanan?" Angor looked at her worriedly. Kanan waved a hand. "I'm fine. It's just that the sadness around me is gone, and I feel a bit uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable?" Razudran stopped sobbing. "Shouldn't you be happy?" Kanan looked into the distance with a heavy expression. "I was thinking the same thing. But I don't know why, but that feeling is getting worse." Angor followed Kanan's gaze. He did not know what Kanan saw, but he saw the dark clouds surging in the sky, the wind howling, the sparks flying in the wind, and the lonely and deep void tower that stood silently at the end of his vision. Angor looked at Nitotep's illusion in the yard. Nitotep's injury, Razudran's sudden change, nightclub owner's final step. All these things happened at the same time. But he was only a weak apprentice. No matter how confused he was or how fast the outside world was changing, the only thing he could do now was to watch it happen, change it, and its outcome. Angor didn't manage to break the silence for long. Huh? The dark light outside the void pagoda is gone? Fafnir finally opened her eyes and looked at the void pagoda in the distance with a serious expression. But at the same time, he wondered why Fafnir looked so serious. Wasn't it a good thing that the mist was gone? Why did Fafnir look so serious? After a long moment, Fafnir suddenly sighed heavily. I didn't think it would come this far. How far did it come? Angor looked at Fafnir doubtfully and waited for an explanation. But before he knew it, Fafnir suddenly threw a thunderous bomb at him. The end of Razudran is coming. Angor didn't understand what Fafnir meant at first. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that Fafnir was referring to the end of the world. Mr. Fafnir, you mean? Angor couldn't believe what he was hearing. It's exactly what you're thinking. A rare solemn look appeared in Fafnir's green and red eyes. She said in an urgent tone, the time of the end is coming, so it's time to prepare to leave. Razudran was coming to an end? But how? Kanan was just as shocked. She looked around and saw that everything was fine. There might be some changes in the sky, such as dark clouds, fierce winds, and sparks, but it shouldn't affect the whole of Razudran, right? Fafnir snapped her fingers, and the wind domain covering the area disappeared. Sparks began to drift in from the outside. What you see may not always be the truth. Fafnir looked back at Angor and Kanan, who were still in a daze. What you see may not always be the truth. Angor agreed. As an illusionist, he knew that the lowest level of illusions was to confuse the naked eye. But what did that have to do with the current situation? You can see a creature's outer appearance, but you can't see the damage inside, or the decay of its mind. Similarly, you can see that the city in front of you is stable, but you can't see that its foundation is already crumbling, Fafnir explained in a plain tone. If each of Razudran's laws could be likened to a string, then Razudran's laws could be compared to a string. Now, all the strings were showing signs of chaos, and some were even broken. Fafnir did not know why such an unforeseen event had occurred, but she understood that when this string of strings went wrong, Razudran was already finished. Seeing that Angor and Kanan still didn't understand, Fafnir created another gust of wind and brought Angor's new consciousness to the outskirts of Razudran. Angor's pupils shrank into slits when he saw what was going on. They were at the outermost area of Razudran. One step ahead was the void, and one step behind was the earth. This area was always stable. But now, a large number of cracks had appeared. Countless rocks and foundations fell from the edge of the crevice. All of them were falling into the dark void. In just a few minutes, the outermost area had shrunk, and it was still shrinking at a visible rate. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Razudran completely collapsed and fell into the endless void. The end of Razudran will come sooner than you think. This is only the outermost area of the city. Once it gets on the right track, it'll collapse on a large scale. Fafnir's explanation made Angor feel even more terrified. Kanan also saw the changes at the edge of the city. Apart from shock, she also felt relieved after her doubts were cleared up. She had been worrying about this for a long time. Now, she finally understood why. Sir Fafnir, then, if we want to leave, how should we leave? Through the tunnel under Razudran to the inner area? Kanan asked. She was shocked by Razudran's collapse, but she didn't really care about this place. She only felt a little regretful. Right now, Kanan was more concerned about how to leave this place. The throne is about to arrive. Razudran has been sealed inside ever since the flames appeared in the sky. It won't be easy to get out now. Even if we can break the seal, but... Fafnir didn't finish her words, but both Angor and Kanan understood what she meant. Even if Fafnir managed to break the seal, she might offend the new lord. That was what she didn't say. Besides, Fafnir wasn't sure if she could break the seal. Then what should we do? Fly to the sky and wait? Fafnir sneered, the end of Razudran isn't just about the collapse of the earth. Even if they were in the sky, they would still be affected unless they could break through the seal and fly to somewhere farther away. Fafnir looked up at the core area of Razudran. Let's go to the Void Tower. Even if it collapses, it will be the last place to go. The Void Colosseum was the core of Resudran. No matter what happened outside, the Colosseum would survive until the very end. If Nightcrawler successfully ascended to the throne, the seal would be lifted. Even if he couldn't, Fafnir believed the Colosseum had portals that led to other realms. With the help of teleportation and his own power, he should be able to break the seal. This was why Fafnir chose to go to the Colosseum. In addition, Fafnir was also curious about what had happened in the Void Tower. Let's pack up and get ready to leave. Actually, he didn't have much to pack. He only put away the crystal orb and the leftover devilish meat into his bracelet so that he could wait for the orb to recover. With that done, he looked at the prey pavilion worriedly. Of course, he didn't need to worry about Nightcrawler's safety. He was worried about Cantor's condition. Not long ago, he used his scout puppet to find Cantor at the crossroad outside the prey pavilion. What would they do in the end? Are you worried about those humans, mister? Kanan walked to him and asked. Yes, I am. He looked at Kanan and said, our little shop is almost finished. You don't have to call me mister anymore. I like the title of shop assistant. Maybe it'll come in handy in the future. Kanan grinned. As for those humans, I'm sure there will be signs before Resudran collapses. With the power of those adepts, they will definitely be able to discover us and escape. Furthermore, you've seen it before. Before the human camp arrived at Resudran, they clearly saw the blockade in the sky. Even so, they still managed to rush into Resudran through the void. They must have a way to escape. Maybe we'll need them to help us escape. Kanan's last sentence was obviously a joke, but Angor quickly realized something. He could barely take care of himself, let alone worry about a Truthfinder wizard who was countless times more powerful than himself. It would be pointless to worry about that. A Truthfinder wizard should be able to protect himself. Besides, Cantor's Nightcrawler disguise was famous in the southern wizarding region for his self-defense. With that in mind, he shook his head and decided not to worry about it anymore. An employee of Illusion Hut? Is that important? Angor recalled Kanan's words. It's very important to me. Kanan said very seriously. Fafnir stopped him. Keep talking if you want to be buried here. I'll be on my way. I'm on my way. Angor quickly replied. Although the core area was not far, who knew if they would encounter demons? It was naturally best to follow Fafnir. While running toward Fafnir, he heard Kanan asking, will you open another hallucination hut somewhere in the abyss? If there's a chance. Angor didn't think too much about it. He didn't think he would open another hallucination hut. But there were no absolutes in this world, and he was leaving himself some leeway. Kanan laughed when he heard that and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Fafnir was already waiting for them at the door despite the fact that he was going to leave first. He noticed that Fafnir was looking at the colossal tower. Mr. Fafnir, did something happen to the tower? Angor asked. Nothing. I just saw something interesting. Fafnir didn't explain. He stretched his back and said, time to go. Amidst dancing sparks and fading smoke, Angor and his companions slowly disappeared from sight. Only a small wooden hut was left behind. Speaking of which, Angor used his scout puppet to check out Resudran's surroundings. Now that he was here in person, he noticed many details that he didn't notice before. He didn't see any demons before, and he didn't see any at this moment. But when he stood in front of the hut, he felt a little bit uneasy. It could be seen that there was definitely a demon hiding in the dark, and there was more than one. Angor and Kanan continued to sense the dangerous aura on the street. As they moved closer to the center of the city, the aura only grew stronger. Even Kanan, a half-blood demon, felt something was wrong and didn't dare to fall behind. Looks like the demons hiding in the dark are starting to worry about Resudran, Angor muttered. He wondered how many of these demons would survive when the final hour arrived. Angor didn't care about them. However, he suddenly thought of another half-blood demon he was familiar with. I wonder how Prappa is doing? Prappa is working in the prey hall. He shouldn't be in any danger, right? Kanan whispered. It made sense. The owner of the nightclub treated Prappa well. If the owner really cared about Prappa, Prappa should be fine. Soon, they arrived at the place where Cantor, Samantha, and Nitotip fought. Now, there was no longer any rain clouds covering this place, but the humidity in the air nearby was obviously much denser than in other places. He didn't feel anything when he was using the scout puppet earlier. But now that he was here, he sensed something strange. Other wizards wouldn't think too much about it, but Angor felt something familiar about it. Back in Sleepless City, Angor was swallowed by Minister Dim's spotted puppy. Inside the dog's stomach, Angor sensed many mysteries, which helped him to create his mystery manifestation. The remaining aura in this place had something similar to mystery. From this point of view, Nitotep's umbrella was undoubtedly the mysterious umbrella. Angor felt a little disappointed that there wasn't enough aura here. Otherwise, he could try to sense it and see if he could use it to enter his illusion. Most of the buildings in this area had collapsed. There were also many holes in them, which showed how fierce Cantor and Samantha's fight was. As he looked at the buildings around him, he suddenly saw a building in the distance that was glowing in red. Is that the lava pool? Angor pointed at the area. Kanan nodded. That's right. Usually, it's the territory of the Purgatory Flame Slaves. They make weapons there, and these weapons are very popular among the little demons. I went there a few years ago to buy a suitable weapon, but it was too expensive. I couldn't afford it at that time, so I had to give up. So it was the lava pool. Angor remembered seeing Babota there. But he didn't know where Babota was now. Why did he come to Razutran? Or was he also a part of the hunting plan? Mister? Angor didn't hear Kanan's voice when he was lost in his thoughts. He looked at Kanan in confusion. Mister, you're interested in the lava pool, aren't you? Oh, it's nothing. I know how to make weapons, so I'm curious about how demons do it. Oh, right. You want a good weapon, right? If we meet again in the future, and we don't have to fight, I can make one for you. Of course, it's not free. Angor didn't try to hide his identity as a human anymore. He had to consider Kanan's future in Razutran, so he couldn't tell her. Now that Razutran was about to be destroyed, it didn't matter whether he told her about it or not. Then I'm looking forward to meeting you again, Mr. Fafnir suddenly joined their conversation. You don't even know if you can survive this time, and you're still thinking about our next meeting. Put away your wishful thinking and get ready for battle. With that, Fafnir suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a group of evil demons emerged from the shadows and surrounded them. The demons stared at Angor with ferocious eyes. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, he heard someone shouting in the demon language. He's the owner of that illusion shop. Get him. Following the order, the demons charged at Angor with terrifying auras. He finally realized that someone was looking at him because of his identity. While the war between humans and demons was reaching its climax, humans forgot that the most important thing for demons was their own interests. Fighting against humans was only a mission, or an order from a demon. But if they caught Angor, they might be able to use the same trick that awakened Panassi's succubus on them. That was the biggest temptation for them. Angor didn't expect that he was the one who caused this. He gave Fafnir an apologetic look, but Fafnir ignored him. Instead, she was staring at the approaching demons with a cold, mocking look. She lightly stepped on the ground, and dozens of tornadoes appeared on the ground, shooting straight into the sky. These tornadoes were completely different from the ones Angor created using low-level cantrips. They were filled with murderous aura and terrifying energy storms. Just this one move was enough to send the charging evil demons flying into the sky. Only a few demons with strong bodies were still breathing after falling to the ground. The remaining demons who did not participate in the attack were shocked when they saw the scene. They didn't even have the courage to look at Fafnir in the eyes. Instead, they fled in all directions. This was a gloomy palace. Outside the palace was chaotic darkness, without any light. But inside the palace, there was some light, but the light was dim, like a lamp lit with shark oil and a rotten tomb to illuminate the corpse. Through these lights, one could see that the palace was very old, similar to the buildings of the chaotic era before the light came. All kinds of vines intertwined, reminding one of the coiled maggots in the evil world. The walls were covered with mottled marks, like they were smeared with brain matter, pale and weak, dim and rotten. The palace that stood in the darkness of chaos looked ancient, but through the shadows cast by the dim light on the walls, one could see that the interior was not as cold and cheerless as it looked. The shadows came and went, the light and shadow were uneven. Many demons went in and out of the palace, disappearing from time to time and returning from time to time. When they left, the demons' hands were empty, but when they came to the palace, they were holding metal utensils in their hands. In these various utensils, there was hot and boiling blood. The aura emitted by the blood even steamed the space. A petite shadow demon appeared outside the palace, holding a metal plate inlaid with emeralds. The plate's style was obviously made by the aborigines of the Cold Era. The shadow demon seemed to like this plate very much. Not only did it hold it with both hands, but it even wrapped its slender tail around the bottom of the plate, afraid that it would break. Holding the plate carefully, the shadow demon flapped its wings and flew directly into the palace. The palace's style was completely the same as the outside, old and primitive, without even decorations or partitions, only corridors for entry and exit, and a spacious hall. The shadow demon's destination was in the hall. Or rather, in the huge scorching blood pool in the middle of the hall. Hundreds of demons, holding all kinds of metal utensils, poured the blood in them into the blood pool. After pouring, they took the utensils and left, waiting for the next return. This was the second time the shadow demon came to the blood pool, but it still felt very shocked. The shadow demon couldn't help but slow down and try to secretly absorb some of the blood energy that was almost tangible. When it walked to the side of the blood pool, it slowly poured out the blood in the vessel, wanting to stay by the blood pool for a while longer. However, at this moment, a terrifying voice sounded in its ears, "You, stop right there." The shadow demon was startled. It looked up and saw two huge blood cocoons absorbing blood above the blood pool. Floating near the blood cocoons was a demon with a salamander head staring at it with its bell-like eyes. Its heartbeat suddenly sped up. Could it be that Sir Komodo knew that it was secretly absorbing the blood chi? He clearly saw that many demons were secretly absorbing the blood energy from the blood pool, so why did he have to be named? Could it be that they were planning to make an example out of him? The shadow demon trembled in fear. Just as it was about to kneel before Komodo, Komodo spoke again. "Tell me, what's the situation outside?" "The situation in the outside world? We are still entangled with the humans, stopping them from going to the Void Tower. The results are not bad." The shadow demon spoke much more smoothly when he heard that he was not being punished. However, he was interrupted by Komodo before he could finish his sentence. "Who told you to say that? Let me ask you, what's the situation in the Shadow Fog Zone?" Komodo said fiercely. "The situation in the Shadow Fog Zone has improved." "Improved? Tell me more." Komodo heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not like Nitotep, he had to admit that she was the most capable person among the 7 seats. "The Shadow Fog Zone has disappeared. Everything is fine now." The shadow demon quickly told him what it had seen and heard. Komodo frowned as he listened. The Shadow Fog Zone had disappeared? This meant that the defense mechanism had been shut down? If that was the case, it was indeed a good thing. However, for some reason, the worry in Komodo's heart did not disappear. He had suddenly called out to the shadow demon to dispel the uneasiness in his heart. However, after hearing it, he felt even more uneasy. He suddenly thought of another possibility. Other than shutting down the Void Tower's defense mechanism, there was another situation that would disappear. That was, the defense mechanism had been destroyed. Komodo's heart suddenly pounded at this thought. He quickly turned into a flaming shadow and flew out of the Palace of Darkness, as if observing Resudran through some method. After Komodo left, the shadow demon relaxed slightly. His answer should be considered a pass, right? Then should he get some reward? For example, stay by the blood pool for a while and absorb some of the blood? Thinking of this, the shadow demon's eyes lit up. He quietly waited by the blood pool. As he absorbed the blood, he secretly looked around the Palace of Darkness. This was the Palace of the Blood Pool, an alternate space in Resudran that had existed since ancient times. There was an altar at the bottom of the blood pool that worshipped the Crown Clown. One could sacrifice the blood of demons to allow the blood pool to release its healing effects. The Palace of Darkness was too spacious and there was nothing worth looking at. The shadow demon finally set his gaze on the 2 blood cocoons above the blood pool. He knew that the two blood cocoons contained Odessinos and the Minotaurus. He had also heard that they had been severely injured in the battle with the humans and were now trying their best to recover. The reason why the demons here came back and forth was to collect the blood of the dead demons in Resudran and fill the blood pool to save the two great demons. The humans could actually blast the two great demons with the strongest bodies until only half of their bodies were left. They're really too strong. Choosing to work in the demon blood pool was indeed the right choice. If I had gone to intercept the humans, I might have been done for. The shadow demon was pleased with himself. Previously, a familiar demon had told him not to come to the demon blood pool, saying that Komodo's temper was the strangest and that he might get into trouble. Now, it seemed that guy was a coward. While the shadow demon was laughing in its heart, it didn't realize that it had almost peed in its pants. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a low cry came from outside. Lord Komodo is back. The shadow demon turned around and saw Komodo flying in from outside the Palace of Darkness. But suddenly, the shadow demon's expression changed. Fear flashed through its eyes because it realized that Komodo was actually glaring at it with a ferocious gaze. At the same time, a flame flew out of his palm and rushed towards it. Komodo's terrifying pressure caused the shadow demon to be unable to move at all. Naturally, it could not dodge this attack. When the flame began to burn its body, it faintly heard the shadow demon roar angrily, "You lied to me, you actually dared to lie to me." When the shadow demon's body turned into a ball of fire and fell into the blood pool, it thought of the demon who had given it advice. You were right. Komodo is really fickle. I really shouldn't have chosen to come here. After the shadow demon landed in the blood pool, the boiling blood pool only bubbled a few times before it became completely silent. Komodo floated above the blood pool, his eyes scarlet. The other demons around were all shocked and did not dare to move. They trembled as they looked at that terrifying figure. Komodo fell into deep thought. It saw that Resudran's condition did not improve. It was so bad that it began to doubt itself. Maybe I saw wrongly? While Komodo was doubting himself, a demon that had just entered the Palace of Darkness said, Why aren't you guys moving? Right, there's a sudden flash of white light in the chaos outside. Do any of you know what that is? Komodo's ears twitched. Its gaze pierced through the old Palace of Darkness and looked at the chaos outside. This was Resudran's alternate space. It was a relatively fixed alternate space. It had the same spatial coordinates as Resudran, but due to some power, it was attached to Resudran. In Magus terms, it was very similar to an alternate space. Although it could not be seen in Resudran, creatures sensitive to space could sense its existence. Because it was attached to Resudran, once there was a change in Resudran, there would be a corresponding change here. Komodo also saw the white light that the demons were clamoring about in the chaos. However, Komodo could tell at a glance that this was not light. This was the shadow of death that would hasten one's life. This was because it was a crack in space that had collapsed. Moreover, the surroundings of the Blood Pool Palace were all surrounded by these cracks. Although these cracks were still far from the Blood Pool Palace, Komodo could clearly see that these spatial cracks were constantly expanding. Soon, they would surround the Blood Pool Palace and completely destroy it, turning it into powder and disappearing into the chaos. At that time, this alternate space would also disappear. Komodo saw this and completely understood. Even the alternate space was showing signs of destruction. Resudran was definitely done for. There really is a damned fellow who destroyed the main rune hub of the Void Tower. Komodo gritted his teeth. As expected, leaving that idiot who only knows how to eat in the Void Tower was the biggest mistake. Komodo let out a few angry roars as if venting his anger. But very quickly, Komodo collected his emotions. He was the same as Iades. When he knew that Resudran was completely done for, he understood that it was useless to blame anyone and that there was no way to turn the tide. Demons were naturally selfish, and Komodo was even more so. Now, he was thinking about how to maximize his benefits in this disaster since Resudran was definitely going to be destroyed. Now that the Void Tower was gone, he was no longer afraid of Galil's threat. When the origin fire leaked out, he would definitely go and snatch it. But now that he had yet to recover from the injuries caused by Winchester, he was a step behind if he wanted to fight with Xianxia. He had to find a way to recover from his injuries. But how could he recover quickly? Komodo's gaze slowly moved from the blood pool to the demons present. It grinned. Fresh evil demon's blood is much more effective than dead blood. Under the shocked gazes of the demons, Komodo's hands lit up with flames. After a while, the blood pool palace was completely cleared out. All the demons were pushed into the blood pool by Komodo. The blood chi produced by the blood pool was even more vigorous. Komodo absorbed all the blood chi. After a long sigh, Komodo's injuries finally healed completely. But after recovering, Komodo was still somewhat dissatisfied. His current strength was still not enough to fight with Xianxia. If only he could improve further. Thinking of this, Komodo suddenly laughed eerily and looked at the two blood cocoons floating in the air. Now that Resudran is destined to be destroyed, you have no value in living. Why don't you fulfill my wish? After killing another group of demons, Fafnir looked back and saw Angor giving him an apologetic look. Just like before, the demons were still here for Angor. Angor could tell how powerful the Abyss Awakening was. After being targeted twice in a row, Angor decided to use an illusion spell to disguise himself. However, it didn't seem to work. They kept moving forward, only to be blocked by the demons again. Angor was puzzled. His illusion spell combined with nightmare illusion shouldn't be exposed so easily. So the demons didn't recognize me, but Kanan? Kanan was an employee of Illusion Hut, so it made sense that the demons thought of Angor when they saw Kanan. Kanan seemed to have read his mind. It's not that your illusion doesn't work, mister. It's just that your mark is too obvious. Angor was puzzled. What do you mean by too obvious? Fafnir also finished dealing with the demons blocking his way. You think your illusions can hide Odurklas's mark? He sneered at Angor. Because of the fire mark? Angor quickly touched his left earlobe. There was a flame pattern there. It was the mark left by Odurklas. The mark was supposed to hide Angor's identity as a human. However, it was too special, and Angor was the only one in Resudran who had it. This made Angor stand out from the crowd. The demons didn't even need to look to know where the mark was. Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect the mark to expose him in the end. Is there any way to hide it? It was Kanan who asked. She already noticed the mark on Angor's body. In the past, Kanan could use the mark to intimidate small demons. But now that Resudran was in chaos, the mark wasn't as effective as it used to be. Sure, change to a dragon scale to cover your flame imprint. Fafnir glanced at Angor's side, where a floating ball of ice was used to trap Toby. Back at the Land of Repose, Balalaika already told him that Pina's scales could conceal her aura. However, if he really used Pina Jonas's dragon scales to hide his presence, then Toby's frozen spell would not work. In the end, he chose not to use Pina's dragon scale. Speaking of which, there was another way to conceal the flame mark. Angor sneaked a glance at Fafnir. If he could get Fafnir's scales. Fafnir sensed his gaze and returned it with a cold glare. Angor shivered and lowered his head without saying a word. Recently, he had really become a little complacent. He actually dared to set his sights on Fafnir. Angor quickly realized that he shouldn't have such thoughts. Fafnir was being lenient not because of Angor himself, but because of Odurklas's mission. If Angor became arrogant because of this, he would suffer a terrible fate. He had no choice but to keep following Fafnir. Fortunately, after Fafnir killed so many demons, they all realized that they couldn't defeat Fafnir with their current strength. As time went by, fewer and fewer demons dared to challenge Fafnir. Angor sighed in relief. The Abyss Awakening is too attractive. But after witnessing Mr. Fafnir's power, I don't think any more demons will dare to challenge him, right? Kanan sighed. Angor sighed. He already told them that the Abyss Awakening was only a special case. Even if there was a real Abyss Awakening, it could only be a water-type Abyss Awakening. But these demons didn't seem to believe him at all. But there was nothing he could do about it. This was the first time these demons witnessed an Abyss Awakening due to external intervention, so they wouldn't believe Angor's words. Soon, they reached the central area of Resudran. The core area was just ahead. Angor couldn't even reach this area with his scout puppet. The buildings on both sides of the street were huge, and each door was large enough to allow a troll to enter. Angor quickly realized how small the psychedelic hut was. There weren't many damaged buildings here. Some of them even had demons moving around inside. Angor's group walked through the smoke-filled street with sparks, which made them very conspicuous. When they passed by some undamaged buildings, Angor could clearly sense someone staring at them from inside. The only thing Angor could do was to follow Fafnir closely. Fafnir's power was enough to deter these demons from acting recklessly. However, there were also unexpected situations. Just as they were about to step into the core area, a large group of demons suddenly surged out and surrounded them. This was the first time they saw so many demons. There were almost 100 of them. Their sizes varied, but their auras were all frightening and arrogant. And there were so many of them that they almost blotted out the sky. The greed in the demons' eyes almost turned into sharp arrows that stabbed into Angor's body. It was obvious that they were still after Angor. Why are there so many demons here? Kanan was surprised. After witnessing Fafnir's power, she didn't think the demons would challenge him again. No one could answer Kanan's question. Angor wasn't the only one who felt uneasy facing these demons. Fafnir also felt troubled. It wasn't that she couldn't deal with them, but she would need to spend more effort to protect Angor. Fafnir flicked a finger, and a gentle wind appeared around Angor. Stay where you are. If you want to die, don't blame me. Fafnir's voice reached Angor's ears. She didn't wait for an answer and began another round of fighting. Angor obeyed Fafnir's order and didn't dare to move. Even when a demon sneaked up to him and threw a chain at him, he didn't move. As soon as the scythe touched the gentle wind around Angor's body, Fafnir sensed it and sent a violent gust of wind to lift the scythe up. The demon that escaped through the net also turned into a rain of blood in the air. Soon, the battle was over. Fafnir stood proudly in the center of the street, surrounded by pieces of flesh and corpses. Her dark skin was stained with the blood of the demons. Fafnir stuck out her tongue and licked the blood off her lips. She looked like a murderous demon. Thud thud thud, thud thud, thud thud. Fafnir walked out of the pile of corpses and spoke in a plain voice, "Time to go." Fafnir didn't comment on the battle. To her, it wasn't worth mentioning. But she did have a better opinion of Angor. The chain was so close to Angor's bottom line, but he still obeyed her order and didn't move. This saved her some energy. Of course, Fafnir didn't know that Angor was only pretending. He was actually chanting spirit mantra in his mind. If the chain was any closer, he would have ejected his soul and run away together with his body. Agreeing to Fafnir's request was one thing, but he didn't want to leave his safety in Fafnir's hands. When Fafnir told them to leave, Kanan peeked out from a nearby building. The demons didn't seem to care about Kanan at all, so Kanan wasn't hurt at all. However, Kanan frowned as they continued on their way. It still couldn't figure out why so many demons still came to seek death when they knew that Fafnir was here. Somehow, he felt that there was something wrong with all of this. This strange feeling appeared again as soon as they entered the core area. Because once again, they were besieged by the devils. This time, there were even more demons than before. A bunch of trash that can't be driven away. Fafnir's expression was vicious. Once again, she surrounded Angor with a gentle breeze and summoned Wind of Infinity before the demons could do anything. Angor didn't need Fafnir's instructions. He simply stood in the center of the wind and didn't move. However, his expression was even more serious than before. These two groups of demons weren't the same as the ones before. The first group of demons left their companions behind after witnessing Fafnir's power. But these two groups of demons were trying to capture him without regard for their own lives. He knew how important Abyss Awakening was for demons. But what was the point of awakening if they didn't care about their own lives? While Angor was thinking, Kanan, who was hiding nearby, was also observing the demons. As a bystander, Kanan became more and more confused. She knew the demons were targeting Angor because all of them were shouting and jumping at him. It was understandable that they had the same goal. But why were they showing the same crazed look in their eyes? When the two demons approached Angor in the same way, Kanan saw their almost synchronized movements and suddenly had an idea. They're being controlled? Controlled? When Kanan's voice reached the battlefield, Angor quickly realized what was going on. Indeed, demons would not risk their lives to fight like this. However, if there was a mastermind controlling them from behind the scenes, then it was possible. However, who could control so many demons? They were all imps, and none of them were too strong. Still, it wouldn't be easy to control so many of them. As Angor pondered, the battle was coming to an end. Fafnir waved her hand and sent out a wind blade. After taking away the last imp, she slowly descended from the air. The ground within 100 meters around her was now covered in blood and flesh. Fafnir's expression turned gloomy. Although the strength of these little demons was not that great, their fearless fighting style still made her feel that it was a little troublesome. Also, Fafnir had a feeling that Kanan was right. There was another force controlling these imps in the dark. Fafnir couldn't figure out what was going on. If Angor was the real target, he or she could have done it himself. But he or she chose not to do so. Either he or she was being too careful, or he was trying to distract her or weaken her power. Or perhaps, it was both. Of course, that was if the target was Angor. Still, Fafnir couldn't figure it out. She could tell that the enemy was powerful just by looking at the way he or she controlled the imps. Why would such a powerful enemy want to kill Angor? Fafnir couldn't figure it out, but she knew that it wasn't over yet. Fafnir didn't tell Kanan what she was thinking. Instead, she gave Angor a meaningful glance and continued walking toward the core area. Angor and Kanan quickly followed her. When they were about to reach the tower, they were surrounded again. This time, there were about the same number of demons as before. Kanan was still hiding, while Angor stayed close to the wind. Everything was the same as before. But Angor also felt that something was different. But he couldn't tell exactly what was different about it. 1 minute later. Fafnir was still fighting in the distance when Angor suddenly realized something. Why didn't any of the demons attack him this time? Every time before, there were demons attacking him. But now, they were all gone. As he thought about it, he suddenly smelled a strange rank odor from the wind around him. Before he could figure out what it was, the wind around him suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he felt a hot, stinking wind at the back of his neck. Ambush! When he realized this, he realized that the wind was disappearing very quickly this time. Fafnir also sensed the disappearance of the wind. She quickly turned around and saw a dark shadow behind Angor. And it wasn't an imp, it had 2 curved horns, a beard that was fluttering in the wind, a pair of evil eyes, and a pair of muscular legs. It was a sheep demon. Moreover, judging from how quickly it broke through the wind, it was a goat demon that was at least at the peak of the intermediate rank. So it's trying to distract me? Fafnir quickly turned into a gust of wind and dashed toward Angor. However, the fact that the sheep demon could reach Angor's back so quickly and without warning, it must have come prepared. Hua! After a wave of air, its 2 legs, whose muscles had swelled to the point of bursting, suddenly bulged with countless blue veins. It looked abnormally terrifying. Seeing this, Fafnir immediately reacted. This was a goat demon that specialized in speed. Such sheep demons could move so fast that they could even step on air. More importantly, their speed came from their physical strength, which allowed them to maintain it for a long time. Their speed also brought them great explosive power. These sheep demons were very difficult to deal with. Even someone as strong as Fafnir would not like to face such a demon. The sheep demon was too fast. Even if Fafnir could kill it, it would take a lot of time and energy to do so. And if Angor was taken away by the sheep demon, Fafnir would have a hard time catching up to him. Damn it! Fafnir cursed and used even more strength. She moved so fast that she almost turned into a black arrow and tried to stop the sheep demon before Angor was taken away. However, Fafnir was not as fast as the sheep demon. The sheep demon curled its lips and spoke in demon language. It's over. The goat fiend placed a hand on Angor's shoulder and vanished into thin air. Kanan, who was hiding behind a fence, peeked her head out and saw what happened. Kanan's mind went blank for a moment. It's over. She mumbled. Fafnir had the same thought as Kanan. She already considered the possibility that the sheep demon was trying to make her lower her guard, but she completely forgot about that when the battle began. This made her feel even more helpless, and her heart was filled with even more complicated feelings. Fafnir felt terrible when she realized that Odurklas's mission was about to be interrupted. All she could do now was to chase after Angor with all her might. But at this moment, the situation took a turn. What's going on? Where is he? The sheep demon in front of her suddenly stopped and yelled. Fafnir looked at the sheep demon in confusion and heard someone panting beside her. Phew. Good thing I ran fast enough. Fafnir looked back and saw Angor's soul returning to his body. Fafnir was a little surprised. She then recalled the aura of a certain law she sensed from Angor. Angor was glad that the sheep demon only wanted to take him away, so it didn't release its aura. Without the aura, Angor could use the sequence of gravity to escape. Even the sheep demon couldn't react in time. Angor returned to his body and quickly put away the ice orb. The sheep demon waited until the last moment to run away because he used Spirit Link to cast Hand of Spell to prevent the ice orb from causing any problems. Fafnir looked at Angor, who only cared about the ice sphere, and felt like laughing out loud. However, she knew that this was not the time to laugh. She put on a stern face and said to Angor, "Stay at the back." Fafnir felt humiliated when the wind barrier around Angor was destroyed. She quickly created a small wind domain and looked at the shocked goatmen in the distance. Kanan, who was hiding nearby, also stared at Angor in shock. Kanan still couldn't understand how Angor managed to escape. Kanan didn't know what happened, but she couldn't help but exclaim in her mind, as expected of the shop owner. Someone who dared to open a shop in Razutran that could awaken a demon wasn't as simple as she thought. Now that the sheep demon had failed, it couldn't use the same method to capture Angor again. And it wasn't going to win against Fafnir either. In the end, the sheep demon had no choice but to give up. The sheep demon ran away. It quickly turned into a black dot and disappeared into the distance. Fafnir didn't give chase. She knew that doing so would only lead to more trouble. In any case, Razutran was now a burning birdcage. He could not escape. No matter where he went, he would eventually return to the Void Tower. It's over, right? Kanan asked in a small voice. Over? Not necessarily. Fafnir shook her head. She knew very well that while the sheep demon was a difficult opponent, it definitely wasn't the mastermind who controlled the imps to intercept them. Will they come again? Kanan asked. Fafnir already lost a large number of demons, and they wouldn't give up so easily. According to their degree of persistence, Fafnir had a premonition that they would return soon. This time, they didn't run into any obstacles when they reached the edge of the mist zone. They sensed the presence of other demons along the way, but none of them dared to show themselves. Clearly, these demons had witnessed Fafnir's bloody methods. The mist zone was gone, but there were still a lot of demons wandering around. However, when Angor and Kanan arrived, they all scattered in different directions. There was only one big monster left on the scene. Angor thought they had run into more demons, but he heard a familiar voice instead. Hey, it's the shop owner. Puzzled, he looked up and saw the giant's face was covered by a layer of light. After his eyes adjusted to the light, Angor finally saw the giant's face. It was a troll with slightly dark skin. On the troll's shoulder sat a charming female succubus. It was Gruda, who Angor saw through Fafnir's wind. Hi. Angor nodded as a greeting. Gruda suddenly pointed at Angor and spoke in a loud voice, "I was ordered to capture him." Angor frowned at Gruda's words. However, at this time, Zhuwei said, "So your target is the shop owner. That's a bit of a pity. It's all thanks to the shop owner that I could awaken." After you finished speaking, he stuck out his tongue and gently licked Geruda's ear. "Are you sure you still want to catch him?" Gruda stiffened and didn't say anything. You added, "If you want to catch the shopkeeper, Sir Fafnir next to him will do it." "I won't help you then." "Are you sure you still want to capture him?" After a moment of silence, Gerda stepped aside to make a path for them. Fafnir glanced at Dusk coldly and walked toward the mist area. Angor quickly followed him. When they walked past Gruda, Bai whispered, "The only one who can order Gruda around is a big demon." "Well, a big demon that has nothing to do with me." Angor nodded at Dusk and thanked Dusk for his help. Even as they walked towards the Void Tower, Dusk and Gruda didn't do anything. When Angor saw Gruda and Gruda walking away, Kanan whispered, "So Bai knew Gruda's target was the shop owner." Angor nodded. He could see that. That's why it's acting coquettishly and stopping Geruda. It's just trying to make the shop owner owe it a favor. What a scoundrel. Kanan said angrily. Angor didn't think too much about it. It doesn't matter. The result is good. Besides, Bai did tell us something useful. Angor pondered. The amount of information revealed by Dusk's words earlier was actually a lot. To be able to give orders to Gerda, it must be a demon, and a greater demon at that. Which meant the 7 seats of the Void Tower were the only ones left in Razudran's mind. Excluding Buffett, who was already dead, there were only 6 seats left. If the mastermind was a supreme demon unrelated to Razudran, then Iodase and Odessinos had to be eliminated as well. He didn't think that the Minotaur would be able to recover in such a short time, let alone control so many imps to stop him. If the Minotaur wasn't included, there were only 3 candidates left. Nitotep, Komodo, and Jupiter. Out of the 3, logically speaking, Nitotep was the most likely candidate. She was an ocean demon, after all. Ocean rhyme was probably the only thing that worked on her. However, Nitotep was currently in the Void Tower, and Angor used a wisp of wind to check her condition. She didn't seem to care about him at all. Angor didn't think it was her. As for Jupiter, according to Kanan, he was a demon who only cared about food. That didn't seem to be him either. Which meant there was only one possible candidate. Komodo. But if it was Komodo, Angor found it ridiculous. Among the 7 seats of the Void Tower, Komodo was the only one who was a pure fire-type demon. Or could it be that his guess was wrong? Angor whispered his thoughts to Kanan. Kanan also fell into deep thought. Fafnir, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Sometimes, the more ridiculous something is, the more likely it is to be him. Fafnir drew a line in the air and created a wind domain around Angor. Then she looked at a certain direction. Kanan followed Fafnir's gaze and didn't see anyone. At first glance, it was just a wide-open space. Apart from some vague buildings in the distance, there was nothing else. Angor, on the other hand, sensed that something was wrong somewhere in the field. He carefully looked at the strange spot and suddenly saw a ripple in space. Like water ripples, they spread out in the air. In the middle of the ripples, a hand slowly reached out, or rather, it was a forelimb covered in black and red scales. With the appearance of this hand, a crack appeared in the center of the ripple. A foot also stepped out. Just like the hand, it was covered in black and red scales. In other words, they were pure black scales with fiery red patterns flowing on them. When it stepped out of the crack, Angor had a strange feeling. It was a tall demon, its whole body covered in shiny black scales. There seemed to be fiery red magma locked in the scales. As it moved, the magma kept flowing and changing. There were only 2 colors, black and red, but Angor still felt like he was seeing an illusion of ambolite. It had a streamlined body and a long lizard-like tail on its back. He was sure that this was a terrifying demon he had never seen before. It was as big as Grota, the giant demon he encountered earlier. However, he felt a sense of familiarity when facing this demon. Especially its head. Those sharp fangs made him see the shadow of a certain creature. A salamander. The crack on the demon's back slowly closed. Before the crack closed, Angor saw something like a pool of blood behind it, filled with white bones. When the crack closed, the demon revealed an evil grin. In the next second, a terrifying aura spread out and covered the area within several kilometers. Angor's wind domain could neutralize the aura, but he knew he was like a bird trapped in a cage. Once he left the wind domain, he would be suppressed by the aura. Even the sequence of gravity would not help him escape. So it's you, Komodo. Fafnir was not affected by the aura at all. Both Angor and Kanan were surprised. A Komodo? Although its head vaguely resembled a salamander's, it was completely different from a Komodo. Komodo was a fire-manipulating demon, which meant it was weaker in melee combat. Whenever Black Dragon Asake approached, Komodo would avoid it. However, the demon in front of him clearly looked more like a demon who was good at physical combat. Fafnir. He. Komodo laughed in a strange way. Its eyes kept flashing, sometimes dark and sometimes crazy. That's not your real body, Fafnir said coldly. Fafnir said coldly, I smelled the scent of the curly-horned fiend, as well as another smell of flesh and blood that makes me nauseous. Did you devour those 2 cocoons? Devour? No, no, no. I just used a little trick to fuse their weak points with my own body. Rizudran is going to be destroyed anyway. Those 2 idiots won't live anyway, so I might as well help them. Komodo did not deny it. Angor finally understood why Komodo felt different from before. It had absorbed the blood cocoons of Odesinos and Minotaurus. But Komodo didn't seem to know how to extract bloodlines, right? Besides, such a process required a lot of suitable materials and methods. Maybe it was some kind of secret demon technique? I see. Fafnir did not seem surprised. Instead, he gave Komodo a sympathetic look. You've improved your strength in a short time, but the consequences will follow you forever. The fact that Komodo's personality had suddenly become so strange and contradictory was actually a potential problem. After all, Odesinos and Minotaurus were both powerful demons. Before they were injured, they were as strong as Komotaurus. Even if Komotaurus had forcefully devoured them, some of their characteristics would still affect Komotaurus. If Komodo did not solve this problem, his personality would change drastically. His hobbies, way of thinking, and even his memories would all change. When that happened, Komodo might not even be the same Komodo anymore. Consequences? Komodo gave a strange smile. Of course there will be consequences. But I'm here to fix them, aren't I? Komodo's eyes slowly shifted to Angor's body. Of course, it knew about the consequences. However, it had to do this in order to get the essence fire. Komodo also considered how to deal with the consequences. The first one was to awaken. Once it could awaken from the abyss, it would gain a miraculous power that would solve all its problems. Besides, it could also absorb the strengths of those 2 idiots and become even stronger. However, it was not easy to awaken a demon, so Komodo decided to use Angor. Komodo already heard about the rules of the illusion hut. According to the demon's words, the experience was only effective for water-type demons. However, Komodo did not believe it. Komodo was narrow-minded and stubborn. It would never believe a one-sided story without trying it out for itself. Even if Angor's experience did not work, Komodo was not worried. Once he obtained the primordial flame origin, according to the mystical characteristics of the primordial flame origin, he would be able to solve the problem. Komodo was confident that it could get the essence fire. However, Elucia's identity was not to be underestimated. If Elucia had any hidden tricks, Komodo might fail. Therefore, Komodo did not plan to give up on Angor. At least, it had to get Angor first. Komodo's eyes did not say anything. Angor did not know why Komodo thought he could solve its problems. But he figured it must be because of the experience. He sighed inwardly, but he explained the experience of the rhythm of the ocean. Apart from the water element, Komodo did not react at all. It was still looking at Angor with those bright eyes. He already made it clear. Did Komodo not know how to do it? Komodo ignored Angor's question and looked at Fafnir instead. He knew that he had to fight Fafnir first to get his hands on Angor. In the past, Komodo might not be able to defeat Fafnir. But now, after absorbing the blood of 2 demon cocoons and absorbing the blood of countless demons, Komodo's strength had skyrocketed. Even if it could not defeat Fafnir in a short time, it was confident that it would not lose. Komodo looked at Fafnir again. Komodo did not say anything, but Fafnir already knew what it meant. Fafnir knew Komodo's personality. Even if she told him that the experience was useless, Komodo would not believe her. Therefore, she did not say much. She only said calmly, "He has Odirklaz's mission. I can't let you take him away." Komodo grinned at Fafnir's refusal. Nothing is absolute. How about we make a deal? The confrontation between Fafnir and Komodo not only attracted the attention of the surrounding demons, but also some humans on the floating ice. Not long ago, when Boboda pressed down on the rune hub, Rizudran looked calm on the surface, but something big had already happened. At this time on the floating ice, Wandering Clock Lucci faintly felt the omen of darkness, and his heart was in a mess. He told Monkey about it, and Monkey also felt uneasy. And the source of his uneasiness was the Void Tower. Previously, when the Dark Light Zone appeared, they had sent puppets to scout out the situation. Although many puppets had disappeared in the dark light zone, there were still some puppets that did not enter the dark light zone and only wandered around nearby. Now that the dark light zone had disappeared, Meng-Chi had these puppets scout around the dark light zone. Although he didn't enter the Void Tower, he discovered some strange movements of the demons. After carefully observing the movements of the demons, Meng-Chi noticed that these demons seemed to have a common goal. Angor. Monkey didn't expect to see Angor like this. The puppets were still far away from the center of the battlefield, so Monkey couldn't see them clearly. However, he could see a dark-skinned woman with short hair, followed by a man and a woman. From her appearance, it was obvious that she was a half-blood abyss devil. The man, on the other hand, was wearing the standard attire of a nobleman. For a moment, Monkey even thought he saw Sunders. He had to admit that both Sunders and Angor looked like traditional nobles. But after a closer look, he could see the difference in their temperaments. Monkey's attention was immediately attracted by the short-haired woman when the battle began. Fast slaughtering, terrifying wind mastery, and unimaginable strength. Monkey couldn't believe it. Without a doubt, this woman must be Angor's strongest fighter. In a short period of time, hundreds of abyss devils were quickly killed by her effortlessly. As the rain of blood rained down, the ground was in a mess, and only blood, flesh, and dregs were left. She was a natural-born killing machine. All the wizards who saw this were speechless. One had to know that there were also countless evil demons around the floating ice. Moreover, these evil demons were about the same strength as the ones she had killed. However, they had been stalled for dozens of minutes without making any progress. Yet, this woman had crushed all of the evil demons into a bloody pulp in a short period of time. She didn't even need to use any strength to kill the demons. If this woman came to attack the floating ice, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for her to destroy it. They were glad that they didn't choose to become enemies with this woman. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what would happen to them. Fafnir's dance of slaughter caused the Magi to go silent. Especially after Fafnir killed all the demons, he casually glanced at the puppets, causing the group of overly frightened Magi to keep quiet out of fear. She should have discovered us, right? This was a voice that was clearly trembling. He must have found out. His tone was firm. But she didn't seem to care about the puppets. Someone gulped. I don't think she's going to fight us, right? Angor seems to know her pretty well. Fafnir nodded at Angor and kept moving forward. This scene was also witnessed by the Magi. What's the relationship between Angor and that woman? Angor had told them many important things, but none of them dared to mention the name of such a powerful being. Did you notice? He was at the center of the battle, but he looked so calm. As expected of Sunder's student. If it were an ordinary apprentice, their legs would have turned to jelly. After all, even that half-blood demon was secretly hiding. Everyone looked at Sunders with envy and jealousy, while Sunders remained silent. Ever since Angor fell into fairy world from Midnight Sovereign, Sunders couldn't help but wonder what would happen to him. Still, Sunders was glad to see Angor's handsome face. As long as Angor stayed out of trouble, everything would be perfect. What do you think, Sunders? Monkey looked at Sunders. I have 2 questions. First, why did those demons target Angor? Second, why did Angor leave the southern suburbs? Sunders was also curious about the woman's identity, but he could only satisfy his curiosity. It would not help him in his current situation. These were the 2 questions he was most curious about. Why do they target Angor? What does he have that can attract them? Monkey asked. Nothing more than awakening. I don't know how Angor did it, but I think that's why the demons are trying to capture him. As for why they left the southern suburbs, Meng-Chi was actually thinking as he spoke. From their destination, it seems like they're planning to go to the Void Tower. Something is wrong with the Void Tower. Lucci and I both sensed that the tower will bring a terrible nightmare to Rizutran in the near future. Mr. Monkey, you're saying something happened to the Void Tower, and that's why the powerful being had to leave? Olivetta, who was the best at gathering information, quickly asked. Perhaps, but I can't say for sure. My puppet can't enter the Void Tower, so I don't know what's going on. But from what I can see, something terrible is going to happen to Rizutran. Monkey sighed. How about we let the puppet talk to Angor, someone suggested. No matter how suspicious they were, it was better to ask the person involved. In fact, Manchi had also thought about this, but puppets were scouting alchemy tools after all. This kind of tool would arouse the displeasure of any powerhouse if it entered their defensive range, and they might even become hostile. And Angor was following the woman. If the puppet approached him, it would definitely attract unwanted attention. If he were to provoke an absolute powerhouse because of this, the losses would outweigh the gains. For now, everyone was talking about whether they should let the puppet talk to Angor or not. However, Sunders was still paying attention to the demon's movement. There must be something fishy going on if the demon was so determined to capture Angor. What worried Sunders more was how far the woman could go to help Angor. Sunders didn't believe that the woman would help Angor for no reason. She must want something in return. Or rather, something in exchange. If any other apprentice tried to make a deal with a powerful being, Sunders would treat it as a joke. But Angor was different. He had a lot of things that could shake the entire wizarding world if they were exposed. If Angor really wanted to make a deal with a powerful being, he might be able to do it. While Sunders was worrying, a new batch of demons surrounded Angor. There were a lot of demons, but they were still no match for Fafnir. A goat demon suddenly appeared behind Angor. A speed-type goat demon? Even Black Dragon Asake frowned. Even Asake would try to avoid fighting such a goat demon. If Angor was caught by the goat demon, there was no way he could escape. Before Asake could finish his thought, the goat demon reached out a hand and grabbed Angor's shoulder. It seemed Angor was going to be in trouble this time. This was the consensus of all the magi who saw this scene. However, things did not go as they expected. Angor ejected his soul from his body and used the sequence of gravity to get rid of the goat demon. This series of actions took the wizards by surprise. If they were in Angor's shoes, they wouldn't be able to do it so easily even if they could. But Angor did it. Even Monkey was surprised and impressed. Angor had the sequence of gravity, but it was still difficult for him to react quickly under such great mental pressure. Angor's escape was already shocking enough. What happened next was even more shocking. Komodo, who had been nowhere to be seen, finally showed up. And it seemed that Komodo was the one who wanted to capture Angor. Arrange for more puppets to get closer. Monkey looked at Komodo, who had changed a lot. He had a feeling that Komodo might be able to give them the answer they were looking for. However, they couldn't hear Komodo and Fafnir's conversation because they were too far away. Only then did Meng-Chi give the order. Even if they couldn't receive the audio, they had to at least read their lips. Surprisingly, the puppets didn't attract too much attention. Or rather, there were many demons watching the fight from afar. One more puppet was nothing to Komodo and Fafnir. When the puppet approached, it heard a cold female voice. He's carrying Odurkles's mission. I can't let you take him away. On the other side, Komodo smirked. Nothing is absolute. Why don't we make a deal? When Komodo's voice fell, Fafnir didn't immediately reply. The field fell into silence. On the floating ice, the wizards began to discuss among themselves. Who's Odurkles? Angor has Odurkles's quest. Is this how Angor is related to this powerful being? Olivita cried out in surprise and quickly took out her notebook. She had collected more information today than she did in the past year, and most of it was very valuable. Once she sorted out the information and deleted them, Firefly's Tale of Night would become a hit again. Odurkles is the abyss dragon in the unmelted ice valley, said Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi said. He had once built a stronghold on the surface for Moonfrost. He had once gone to the unmelting ice valley to find the abyssal dragon, and thus learned its name. Earlier, Angor mentioned that he was going to complete the quest given by a senior. He didn't expect the senior to be Odurkles. Also, from what he learned so far, it seemed that the powerful being was related to Odurkles as well. The more Meng-Chi learned about Angor, the more he felt that Angor was full of mysteries. Odurkles might be a fire dragon, but it had been living in the ice valley for a long time. Meng-Chi didn't manage to get anything out of it when he went there last time. He didn't expect Angor to be related to Odurkles. Well, I'm more curious about Komodo's transformation. Even its physical body has become much stronger. Isn't this transformation a little too fast? Also, why did Komodo want Angor? Fafnir, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. What do you want? You came to the Void Tower because you know the rune hub has been destroyed, right? Komodo glanced at Fafnir. Fafnir said noncommittally, so what? Soon, Rizutran will shatter in the Void Tower. If the fire barrier isn't removed by then, all living creatures in Rizutran will enter the countdown. You know that, Komodo said in a calm tone. It was like a bolt of lightning striking down, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Rizutran was going to meet its end? Everyone was going to die? On the floating ice, the Magi were all shocked. This news was too heavy. No one had expected things to develop in this direction. Just a second ago, Angor said that a demon was aiming at them from the Void Tower and was going to use Spacequake to wipe out all humans. Next, the demon said that the rune hub of the Void Tower was destroyed, and Rizutran was about to enter the countdown to its end. The difference between the two was too big. This development was beyond everyone's expectations. The wizards couldn't help but look at Lucci, wanting to get the final confirmation from him. Pendulum Clock Lucci was a prophet. After Komodo said those shocking words, Linley immediately entered the state of comprehension of the Wheel of Time. With such sufficient information, it was much easier to test whether this piece of news was true than to blindly cross the river. After thinking for a while, Lucci seemed to have found something. His hands moved so fast that they looked like phantoms. He quickly moved the 12 wheels of time on his body. As the needles in the wheels of time moved, illusions appeared behind Lucci and began to flicker. One of the illusions suddenly opened an eye. It was an ancient and wise eye that seemed to be able to see through the void and the future. It slowly opened and closed. The wizards who were watching felt as if they saw the real flow of time. They felt as if they had seen the end of life in front of them. When the illusionary eye closed, Lucci opened his eyes again and spoke word by word, "The end is coming. Darkness is coming. Rizutran will be turned into chaos." Komodo, it's true. Even though they were mentally prepared, the wizards were still shocked when they heard Lucci's answer. At this time, Monchi also said, "I can feel that the edge of Rizutran has begun to collapse. Soon, all of Rizutran will fall into the void." Monchi's confirmation caused all the Magi to feel a shadow looming over their heads. Other than the shadow in their hearts, everyone also felt that the development of this matter was too strange. They came to Rizutran just in time for the arrival of a sovereign. It sounded like a coincidence, but from their conversation with Angor, they knew that Arusha was here to look for the owner of the nightclub. Therefore, it was fine. However, when they arrived at Rizutran, they encountered the destruction of the main inscription hub, and Rizutran was about to meet its end. This was clearly a targeted incident. Someone must have sneaked into the Void Tower while the humans were invading Rizutran and did this. Speaking of which, this was tantamount to using them. The adepts couldn't help but grit their teeth at the thought of this. Moreover, who was the one who destroyed the main inscription hub? What was his goal? These were all questions that troubled the Magi. Not only were the humans shocked by Komodo's lightning, but even some of the demons who were secretly observing revealed looks of fear. However, the demons didn't care who destroyed the main inscription hub, nor did they care about the answer to their questions. They only cared about their personal safety. If Rizutran was going to be destroyed, why would they fight the humans? Their own safety was more important. How to escape from Rizutran? This was the biggest question in the demons' minds. They all looked at Komodo, hoping that it would tell them the real solution. Not long after Komodo's voice fell, Fafnir nodded. And then? You came to the Void Tower for the space tunnel at the top, right? It's an independent teleportation system that won't be affected by the destruction of the main inscription hub. Even if it can't be used, you can still use the teleportation power to break through the fire blockade. This will save you a lot of energy, Komodo explained Fafnir's thoughts. Fafnir looked at Komodo and nodded again. Although what Komodo said was correct, Fafnir still didn't understand what Komodo wanted to trade. Komodo suddenly chuckled. You're right. But you don't know much about the Void Tower. Komodo continued, I don't know how the intruder managed to sneak into the Void Tower, but it must be Jupiter who broke the underground seal. Once Jupiter did that, the intruder would have a much easier time destroying the main inscription hub. But this is only the bottom 2 levels of the Void Tower. With enough strength, it's possible to break in. But the higher the level of the tower, the more defensive mechanisms there are. At the top, if you don't have the 7 chiefs, oh, no. If you count Jupiter, whose fate is unknown, there will only be 4 chiefs left. Without our help, it's almost impossible for you to get in. At this point, Komodo's intentions were obvious. I can take you to the top of the Void Tower. In exchange, you give him to me. What do you think? Komodo pointed at Angor. Fafnir remained expressionless. The main inscription hub is broken. Do you think I'll believe you? Yes. Most of the Void Tower's defenses are controlled by runes. But don't forget, Scholar of Cruelty was only invited here. The real creator was the Demon Eye of Abyss. Scholar of Cruelty built the inscription system inside the Void Tower, but there were still traces of the Demon Eye's work in many places. According to the rules left behind by the Demon Eye of Abyss, Fafnir would have a hard time going to the top of the tower without proper authorization. Fafnir remained silent. If what Komodo said was true, it wouldn't be easy to leave using the teleportation portal. Angor also started to worry about Fafnir's silence. Komodo saw Fafnir's silence and knew that she was also considering her own interests. The choice is clear, isn't it? You don't want to fight me right now, do you? Fafnir knew that Komodo's body was still damaged, but he was still much stronger than before. If she fought Komodo now, she wouldn't be able to defeat him in a short time. She might even use up a lot of her own energy. Besides, they were still in the Void Tower. Komodo could escape at any time, and she couldn't do anything about it if he used the teleportation portal. She didn't want to fight Komodo if she could. Fafnir looked at Angor, then at Komodo, and fell into deep thought. Angor gulped. He didn't know what was on Fafnir's mind. They did get along well for a short while, but Angor didn't think that Fafnir would risk fighting Komodo for his sake. Time passed in silence. As time went by, he became more and more anxious. The feeling of being a piece of meat waiting to be sold at the highest price made him very uncomfortable. Something in his mind began to change during this short period of time. Meanwhile, on the floating ice, Sunder sighed as he witnessed everything. He was just thinking about how much Fafnir would do for Angor. He didn't expect to be forced into such a situation. Sunders took off his white gloves and put them in his chest pocket. He pressed his hat, and a short cane appeared in his hand. Originally, Sunders planned to respect Angor's decision and go to Iceberg Valley after this was over. But now, it seemed that his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Sunders decided to join the fight. Sunders didn't hide his action from the others. Monkey also noticed Sunders' decision and didn't try to stop him. Although Manchi had a certain degree of confidence that he could break through the seal of the void without using teleportation, if he could control a great abyss devil now, it would also be beneficial to them. However, before Sunders could move, something else happened. Komodo had indeed considered many things. He even believed that there was a high chance that Fafnir would not accept the challenge, but he had not considered the external factors. For example, Angor still had someone to rely on even without Fafnir's help. Also, the situation at the Void Tower was worse than he thought. While Komodo and Fafnir were still facing each other, a voice suddenly came between them. "You're a greedy one, Komodo." The cold voice made Komodo frown. "Iades?" Komodo was very familiar with this voice. It turned around abruptly and sensed Iades' presence in the Void Tower. "I don't like Odessinos, but I didn't think you'd eat both of them." "You're quite greedy," Iades said. "However, unrestrained greed and blind confidence will only bring about tragic results," Elias Darcy said. Iades had been to the psychedelic hut before, and he had learned some facts from you. The experience trip was indeed as the rules said, it was only effective for water elementals. Even if Komodo captured Angor, it wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Also, Komodo didn't consider why the teleportation wasn't damaged when the rune hub was destroyed. Iades' eyes were filled with confusion. He was going to compete for the power of the Abyss Condensing Eye. "You want to fight me?" Komodo asked in a cold tone. "I just want to remind you of one thing. There's a problem with the teleportation at the top of the Void Tower," Iades said calmly. As soon as Iades' words fell, the atmosphere of the scene changed instantly. Ayade's words did not cause much of a stir among the wizards on the floating ice. Instead, it was the demons who were watching in the dark who raised their eyebrows. As far as the demons were concerned, what they were most concerned about was how to escape from this prison. Komodo had said that the teleportation was still in operation, which gave them a glimmer of hope. However, Ayade's words completely extinguished this hope. How is that possible? The teleportation at the top of the tower is protected by the demon Eye of the Abyss. How could it be destroyed? You're lying. Komodo's expression changed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Ayades only sneered at Komodo's reaction. It did not need to explain whether it was true or not. Not long after, Komodo's emotions calmed down, and he gradually regained his rationality. Thinking about it carefully, although he did not have a good relationship with Ayades, both of them had been in the 7 seats for so many years, and Komodo understood Ayade's style of doing things. He would never lie about such an important matter. This meant that there was a problem with the teleportation at the top level. Komodo asked, was it done by the intruder? Ayades replied, other than him, no other traces of intrusion were detected. Tell me, who is the intruder? Komodo's voice was filled with an unprecedented anger. It doesn't matter who it is. What, do you want to find trouble with him? Ayades said coldly, he's still in the Void Tower. You can come in and try. However, I can tell you something. The Scholar of Cruelties will once descended upon the underground hall. Ayades' voice stopped abruptly, and he did not say anything else. However, the information he revealed made Komodo's heart tremble. He thought that the intruder did not attract the Scholar of Cruelties' attention when he destroyed the main hub, but Ayades' words clearly indicated one thing. Not only did the Scholar of Cruelty notice the changes in the Void Tower, but he even sent his will down. Even so, the main hub of the inscription was still destroyed. With the great power of the Scholar of Cruelty, it was impossible that he could not stop the destruction of the core. Then, there was only one possibility left. The Scholar of Cruelty did not stop the destruction and even actively avoided it. To be able to make this great demon god avoid the intruder, it meant that the intruder's identity was definitely not simple. Thinking back to what Ayades had said earlier, that even the teleportation on the top floor had been destroyed, this meant that the intruder had even ignored the deterrence of the peerless great demon god, the Abyss Devil Eye. Then the answer was very clear. The other party definitely had the same confidence as the Devil Abyss Eyes. It was impossible for the peerless great demon god to come in person, but it was very likely that it was someone favored by the peerless great demon god. Thinking of this, Komodo's anger gradually died down. It was as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Not only did his body feel cold, even his heart felt cold. No matter who the intruder was, Komodo knew that he couldn't do anything to him for the time being. This was bad enough for Komodo, but what was worse was, Komodo raised his head to look at Fafnir. Before, Fafnir had really been considering whether or not to make a deal with Komodo, but now, Fafnir's cold expression had made her choice clear. Are you sure you want to fight me? Komodo's eyes were malicious and cold. Since the conditions you mentioned are nonsense, what makes you think you can make me accept this deal? Also, I should be the one to say what you just said. Fafnir sneered. Are you sure you want to fight me at all costs? The same words really made Komodo hesitate. His previous confidence was that he had the authority recognized by the Void Tower and could lead Fafnir to the top floor. But now, the teleportation on the top floor had been destroyed. This confidence was gone. If he wanted Fafnir to agree to his request, he could only use other means, such as force. But he didn't want to fight either. If he fought with Fafnir, it would definitely be a long tug of war. While a tug of war would hurt the enemy, it would also hurt himself. Komodo's own energy would be depleted, and when the essence flame showed up, how was he supposed to fight against Arusha? Now that he no longer had the upper hand, his threat was being used by his opponent. Komodo looked at Fafnir again. Fafnir's expression didn't change, but Komodo could clearly see the mockery in Fafnir's eyes. Komodo knew that Fafnir already knew what he was thinking. If he wanted the essence flame, he couldn't fight here. He had to give up on Angor. If he wanted to capture Angor, he had to be prepared for a long battle, which meant he couldn't get the essence flame. Komodo fell into this dilemma. He glared at Fafnir while weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Komodo was sure that either obtaining the essence flame or awakening the essence flame would solve the problem. However, the essence flame would show up sooner or later, and Angor might not be able to awaken it. Besides, he had a special background. If he fought Fafnir, he would use up his own energy, and the humans who were watching from the side would take advantage of the situation. His rationality told him that he should retreat for now. Both Fafnir and the wizards watching from the sky believed that Komodo would choose to run away. But to their surprise, Komodo didn't choose to run away in the end. Instead, Komodo's eyes suddenly turned crimson. He snickered and ignited a flame around his body. He chose to fight. The spectators didn't take this into account. Komodo did want to run away, but it had just devoured the blood cocoons of Odessinos and Minotaurus, which didn't completely erase its anger. Both its actions and thoughts would be affected by these two powerful demons. These two demons were both battle maniacs, especially the Minotaurus. When it left the Void Tower, it didn't plan to get involved in any schemes. Instead, it went straight to the humans. Komodo's mind was short-circuited due to the blood cocoon. By the time it realized what was going on, it was already fighting Fafnir. Since the battle had already begun, Komodo gritted its teeth and didn't choose to retreat. Komodo knew very well that neither he nor Fafnir wanted this battle to happen, so he was hoping that Fafnir would take a step back. However, Fafnir seemed to be angered too and didn't back down. For a moment, the two demons were in a stalemate. The only good thing was that they were only testing each other's strength. They didn't really use Deep Sea Overturn yet. Even so, they still caused a lot of damage to Razudran. To some extent, this also hastened the destruction of Razudran. Many craters were left on the ground, and dust and debris were everywhere. All kinds of energy were leaking out, creating holes in the air. Angor was hiding inside his wind domain at first, but he could foresee that it wouldn't be long before the storm of energy reached its limit. Angor didn't expect things to turn out this way. He was still right below where Komodo and Fafnir were fighting, and he couldn't leave at all. Angor could only watch as the land around him crumbled. His wind domain looked like an isolated island in the middle of the destruction. Could it be that they had forgotten about him? Angor looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, the sky was now covered in dust, making it impossible to see what was going on. Without any useful information, he had to think of the worst-case scenario. If they didn't stop fighting and Fafnir didn't notice him, Angor would die if he stayed inside the wind domain. Angor couldn't put all his hope on someone else's random memory. Right now, his best option was to find a suitable opportunity to leave the center of the battlefield. With the sequence of gravity, he could leave the area in an instant. But now that he was surrounded by chaotic energy, he had to find the best time to leave. Angor forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling when he was brought to that strange world by the energy of the alien eye. When he opened his eyes again, they were as dark and cold as a bottomless abyss. He removed the emotion module and simulated his mind to be as rational as when he entered the strange world. It was only a simulation, and he still couldn't achieve the feeling of being in that strange world. But this was enough. In this unimaginably rational state, he calmly analyzed the energy fluctuations around him and waited for the perfect moment to arrive. What? This was a female voice that suddenly raised the pitch of her voice. Damn it, why does it have to be now? Alright, I understand. Cantor watched as Cenifer came out of the darkness. Cantor, Mar sent me a message. Tell Samantha to come back. We have to retreat. Cenifer's fiery eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Cantor had been paying attention to Samantha, but he still heard the conversation between Cenifer and Mar. Something must have happened to Razudran. Got it. Cantor didn't ask for the reason right away. Instead, he used his senses to locate Samantha on the other side of the building. At this time, Samantha was standing on a high ground, looking down at the prey hall from above. Samantha's figure was outlined by the dim fire in the sky. Samantha, there's a change in the situation. Come back. Someone whispered to Samantha with a gust of wind. Samantha frowned. She was sent to the other side of the building to observe the situation. Why was she told to retreat so soon? While Samantha was puzzled, she suddenly felt a gaze sweep over her. When he looked down, he saw a figure standing in front of a window in the prey hall. Through the glass window, she could see that it was a figure in a fiery red robe. Although she couldn't see its face, Samantha knew that it must be the one who looked at her. Fire servant, Samantha whispered in her mind. Xianxia had run into it before, but she was in a terrible condition at the time. Instead of fighting it, she retreated. Samantha thought that the fire servant would come out and fight her after discovering her. However, to Samantha's surprise, the fire servant demon only glanced at her before looking away. Then, Samantha felt that the fire servant's gaze seemed to be looking in another direction before it disappeared from the window. Samantha didn't understand why the fire servant didn't do anything if it knew she was there. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Samantha heard a faint sound coming from afar. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the place where the fire servant demon had been staring at. Samantha looked in that direction, but there was nothing unusual as far as her eyes could see. Further away, it was pitch black due to the lack of light. Although she could not see what was happening, Samantha somehow felt that some kind of hidden danger was gradually growing in the darkness. Samantha? Cantor's voice came again in the night wind, with doubt and urgency. Only then did Samantha withdraw her gaze. Her figure gradually turned into a glass shadow and disappeared from the highland. After a while, the colored glass shadow walked back to the crossroad with graceful steps. As soon as Samantha showed up, she noticed that Xianxia and Cantor's expressions had changed. What happened? Before Xianxia could answer, Samantha noticed that the buy-in sound was getting louder and louder. Soon, it turned into a thunderous rumble that caused the ground to tremble. Samantha turned around abruptly to look at the source of the sound. All she could see were rocks rolling down from the mountains affected by the earthquake, and in the distant darkness, a high wall made of dust was surging in the darkness. What's going on? Xianxia answered Samantha's question in the next second. Mar told me that the main rune hub of Demon City has been destroyed. Rizudran is going to meet its end. Before Samantha could recover from her shock, the frequency of the earthquake increased even more. We have to evacuate. The outer perimeter of Rizudran is collapsing, and the collapse is spreading, Xianxia said. Xianxia said quickly. At this rate, it won't take more than a few minutes for this place to fall into the void. Samantha could also feel that the spatial energy around them was becoming restless. If they waited until the ground caved in before retreating, just the chaotic spatial energy alone would be enough to tear everything apart before the danger of the collapse. Samantha understood the urgency of the situation. Before the spatial energy reached them, the three of them flew up into the sky. On their way back to the floating ice, Samantha saw countless demons flying out of the dark void below. They were all hiding in another dimension. Now that the dimension was collapsing, they had no choice but to leave and return to Rizudran to seek survival. In this moment of life and death, the demons no longer cared about humans or anything else. Even when they saw Samantha and the others in the sky, they pretended not to see them. Like birds and beasts, they flew towards the central region in a dense pack. Samantha did not attack them. Instead, she turned to Xianxia. The hall of prey is closer to the collapse. Look behind you and you'll see. Xianxia pointed behind Samantha. Samantha looked behind her. The hall of prey was already far away from them. From afar, it looked like a miniature toy house. Suddenly, a streak of flame shot out of the hall of prey. It was fast, and its target was clear. Like the demons from before, it was the center of Rizudran. Samantha could not see what was inside the streak of flame, but it was obvious that it was the demons from the hall of prey. Maybe Alucia was among them as well. Samantha finally realized why the fire servant demon didn't attack her when she saw it. They were ready to evacuate. They did not want to risk anything. If the situation doesn't change, the center of the city. Samantha looked at the void tower in the distance. That will be the final battlefield. From the perspective of the void, Rizudran looked like a building block that was gradually collapsing. However, the building block was now surrounded by a fireball. The fireball was like a birdcage. No one could get out of it, and no one could get in. Below Rizudran was a vortex that connected to the center of the city. At this time, many shadows flew out of the vortex. They were all different shapes and sizes. Under the light of the flaming bird cage, Samantha could see that they all looked like ferocious demons. The arrival of the throne signified the birth of a lord. It was a grand occasion for the entire barren plain. Countless demons crawled out of the vortex and surrounded the flaming bird cage as if they were on a pilgrimage. They could not see what was inside the cage, but none of them left. They were all waiting outside for the moment when the cage was removed. The flaming bird cage stood quietly in the void. Even though many people hadn't come personally, the changes here had attracted their attention. On the surface of the abyss, inside the unmelting ice valley. Inside the palace on the cliff, Odurklas was sitting on a crystal chair in his black robe. He looked up at the painting on the wall. In the mural, there was a frost dragon as white as jade. It was Pina Jonas. His eyes were filled with longing as if he was a devout worshipper looking at a statue in a church. After an unknown amount of time, Odurklas looked away from the painting and saw a flame mark appearing in the cold palace out of nowhere. It looked exactly the same as the one on Angwar's ear. Using the mark, Odurklas saw the flaming bird cage in the void. When Odurklas saw the bird cage, he knew that a throne was about to descend. Despite knowing that the throne was related to fire, Odurklas did not show any change in expression. His aura was still as calm as ever. Is this a coincidence, or are you plotting something? Odurklas looked up at the painting again. For a moment, he thought he saw a human artist whispering into his ear. After a long time, he heard a sigh in the palace. Then, the palace returned to its usual silence. In the cemetery of the Land of Rest, melodious music reverberated in this space that was shrouded in the longest night of the old times. But all of a sudden, the music stopped. Inside a small bar in the center of the graveyard, Balalaika put down her crystal harp and looked at the void. She was still far away, but she could still see the flaming bird cage. Balalaika exhaled a cloud of smoke from her mouth. Then, a strange yet charming voice spoke slowly, "The vision of the abyss demon eye is to remain standing for eternity." Haha, a good vision. But it's already hard enough to make itself immortal, let alone make a city last forever. By the way, that kid is still inside, right? TSK, an interesting human. I don't know if he can come out alive. In the deeper void, in a place that was infinitely far away from Razudran. A door of light cut through the lightless night. Galo walked out of the door of light and looked at the dark void in front of him. With a slight fluctuation, a green flame lit up in the pitch-black world. This green flame was the exact same color as Alucia's eyes. Galo, I know why you're here. There was no sound. There was only a ripple that slowly spread out, but it made the newcomer slowly lower his head. I didn't expect the Deep Lord to seize the power of the Abyss Demon Eye at this time. At this point, Galo could clearly feel a trace of desire in the flame in front of him. Galo, you should go. Galo nodded and was about to turn and leave. But at this time, the existence in the void suddenly said, "Take it with you." A light flashed, and in front of the green flame, there was a figure standing out of thin air. When Galo saw this figure, a trace of surprise appeared in his calm eyes. Time ticked away. Red and green colors intertwined in front of Angwar's eyes. These colorful spots of light took various forms. Sometimes, the red color would gain the upper hand and create a fiery mist. Sometimes, the green color would gain the upper hand and create a large number of intertwining green threads to drive the red mist away. And these were actually just the surface forms of energy. Angwar's extreme rationality allowed him to observe the energy flow calmly. With the help of his supercomputer, his ability to process information was almost as good as a wizard's. Even so, he still could not find a way to escape from the red and green lights. The energy levels of Fafnir and Komodo were too high. Even if they were not fighting for real yet, the energy leaking from them still caused a large area of energy disturbance. The energy disturbance was too dense. Angwar tried to analyze the different entanglement measures of wind and fire, but he still could not change the fact. He could not get out. The energy density was too high. Even if he could see through the illusion, he still could not find a way to leave. Angwar's wind domain was getting weaker and weaker, and Fafnir did not seem to want to replenish its energy. If he did not leave now, he would become the first person to die because he was not strong enough to be the center of attention. Angwar looked up. He was still surrounded by gray dust. Occasionally, he saw red and green lights created by wind and fire. However, he still did not see Fafnir and Komodo. Under such circumstances, the string that kept him sane seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under such high pressure. And Angor, suddenly, a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper entered his ears. Angor blinked his eyes. If not for his extreme rationality, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He pricked up his ears and tried to listen carefully. This time, he did not hear anything. However, he sensed something coming from his bracelet. He flipped it over and found a drop of blood glowing in red on his palm. It was Sunder's essence blood. After eliminating all other factors, Angor finally heard the tiny voice coming from the blood. Can you hear it, Angor? The voice was faint, but it was not as unnoticeable as before. It had to be Sunders who could contact Angor through this drop of blood. Yes, but it's very quiet. Angor's eyes lit up. Is it you, Professor? I need your help, Sunders' voice came again. It's quiet because the energy around you is too chaotic, and you're covered by your domain. I'll make it short. You're in a very dangerous situation. The energy density around you is too high. You must leave as soon as possible. I'll create an energy path around you. There will be an energy vacuum around you. When you see it, use the sequence of gravity to escape. I'll help you. Sunders' words were intermittent. Of his words, Angor sighed in his mind. Previously, he had thought that there was no way out, but now, the road had taken a turn. I'll be careful. And Sunders. When Fafnir and Komodo were fighting each other, Sunders snuck to the battlefield from the ice floe. Intervening while they were locked in a fierce battle would definitely cause anger on both sides, and the consequences would be even more unpredictable. Sunders had to find a way to get Angor out on his own. Thanks to Fafnir and Komodo's battle, Angor was close to Fafnir's blood essence, which allowed Fafnir to contact Angor. He thought Angor would panic. But judging from Angor's voice, Sunders could tell that Angor was still calm. Sunders was glad about this. Sunders began to create a path to the energy vacuum. With his ability, it was not difficult for him to create a path through the chaotic energy. However, to ensure Angor's safety, Sunders had to make a careful choice. Sunders carefully observed the energy flow and waited for the right time. Angor stared at the energy changes around him while chanting spirit mantra in his mind. He hoped he could react as soon as possible. Time passed. Sunders' wind domain was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the red and green energy in front of him suddenly separated a path of energy that was close to a vacuum. Come out. Angor didn't need Sunders to tell him. He ejected his soul and dragged his body and frozen spell out of the path. As soon as he left the wind domain, the violent energy from the outside world began to rush at him. The chaotic energy was like a rain of blades. Although it did not touch Angor's soul, the sharpness of the energy still made him feel pain all over his body. Angor ignored the pain and looked ahead with a calm expression. Following the path of the energy vacuum, he kept calculating the deviation angle, speed, and range of movement. Most of the time, the path would only appear for a moment, and he had to grasp the opportunity of less than a second to quickly pass through. This was probably the most dangerous path Angor had ever taken. Even the slightest deviation or miscalculation could turn him into a dead soul. After changing his position several times, Angor was already more than 100 meters away from the wind domain. At the same time, the wind domain finally gave in and shattered into pieces. Angor had a complicated feeling. If he did not save himself and Sunders' help, he would have been crushed into pieces by now. Angor tossed his unnecessary thoughts aside and kept moving forward carefully. After passing through a sand-covered area, Angor finally saw Sunders' figure several hundred meters away. Sunders was looking at the chaotic energy in front of him. His white-gloved hands danced in the air as if he was playing a piano. Every time his hands moved, they would create a new safe path for Angor. Even Sunders would not find it easy to clear the chaotic energy and create a path of survival in the midst of chaos. In just a few seconds, Sunders felt like he was soaked in water. Fortunately, everything was going well for now. Angor went through several more paths. He was now less than 100 meters away from Sunders' position. The exit and hope were not far away, however, right at this moment, a strange burst of energy suddenly flew over from the sky. The energy passed through the dust and sparks in the air and hit a musical note Sunders sent out. This musical note contained all the information Sunders generated when he was sorting out the energy. When the musical note merged with the chaotic energy, the information inside would automatically spread out and find the preset coordinates for Angor to find a safe path. Before this, the musical note always reached the preset location and guided Angor to the correct direction. But this time, because of the strange energy that came from outer space, the musical note didn't even have the chance to merge into its proper position before it shattered. This meant the next safe path could not be built. Angor only had a few seconds left in the safe path. When the time was up, the energy in the path would collapse, exposing Angor to the chaotic energy and tearing him into pieces. Even if Sunders immediately created another musical note and sent it in, he still did not have enough time. His life was in the blink of an eye. 1 second later, the energy in front of him began to collapse. At this critical moment, Angor's mind suddenly became clear, and his speed of thinking also broke through some kind of shackle. Everything around him became quiet. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Angor was glad that he was still able to stay rational and not get distracted by panic. Angor did not think about the reason for his current situation, nor did he think about the source of the energy. All he could think about was how to save himself. Everything in front of him turned into data, and Angor's mind went through a roller coaster ride. His ability to process information, analyze information accurately, and think speed all reached their peak. It was extremely difficult for him to find a safe path in this chaotic and dangerous maze. It was as if he was standing on an isolated island surrounded by lava. The lava was still spreading, and it was about to reach his feet. It was almost impossible to find a way to survive in such a dangerous place. If he was strong enough, he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the sky to avoid the lava. But he was too weak. He could only cower and pray that the lava would slow down. Perhaps there was always a way out. Just as Angor was about to lose all hope, he saw a path where the energy was slightly thinner. It was not a complete energy vacuum, but it was much safer than the chaotic energy in other places. This path did not lead to Sunders. Instead, it led to a deep pit. Angor did not know what was inside the pit. Besides, Angor was not sure if he could survive this path. But in his current situation, he would die for sure if he stayed still. This path might give him a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Angor flew toward the only way out. As he moved, time around him began to flow again. The next second, Angor plunged into the endless darkness. Sunders watched as Angor disappeared into the darkness. Sunders felt his hair standing on end. He looked up at the sky with a grim expression. Now was not the time to vent his anger. He had to check Angor's condition first. With that in mind, Sunders withdrew his gaze and moved his gloved hands again, trying to recall all the information he learned earlier. He could tell that Angor's choice was the safest one, and he didn't think he had a better choice either. However, that was only the safest choice at that moment. No one could predict what would happen to Angor later. A moment later, Sunders calmed down a little. In such a dangerous situation, he was ready to force his way in and retrieve Angor's soul. However, Angor's essence blood was still there, which meant Angor's condition was still stable. However, something seemed to be preventing him from communicating with the essence blood. He could sense it, but he couldn't communicate with it. This wasn't like when Angor was following Fafnir. Fafnir's energy level was too high, which affected the transmission of information. Instead, it was more like Angor had entered a place that was naturally shielded from detection. Sunders looked at the pit where Angor fell into. Now was not the best time to go in. He thought for a moment and used some of his power to cover the chaotic energy with a probing spell, and slowly reached his hand into the chaotic energy. His plan was precise. As soon as the strand of probing reached the pit, the energy around it dissipated. In an instant, the strand of probing energy was torn apart by the chaotic energy. But it was at this moment that Sunders saw what was inside the crater. A pipe with an opening. Sunders was surprised by the material of the pipe. He looked at the dust-covered void tower in the distance. The grayish stone wall was almost the same material as the pipe in the pit. Sunders now realized that Angor had fallen into the underground pipe of the void tower. Even if the rune hub of the void tower was shut down, the material of the Void Tower still had powerful defensive measures. This was why Sunders could sense the barrier when he tried to connect with the Essence Blood. Sunders pondered for a moment. He didn't expect there to be a hidden entrance to the Void Tower when his puppets couldn't reach it. Sunders didn't know what was going on inside the pipe, but his Essence Blood didn't do anything wrong, which meant Angor was relatively safe. Sunders sighed in relief, but he also felt a little helpless. Fafnir and Komodo were fighting fiercely now. If he entered the chaotic energy field, he would have to face the attacks of two half-legendaries. Sunders couldn't go in right now. Sunders had no choice but to look away from Angor for now. He looked at the floating ice in the sky. He didn't forget the culprit behind all of this. The strange energy that destroyed the rune was wrapped in a certain way, which prevented them from identifying its nature. However, Sunders was certain that it came from the floating ice. There were many people who had a grudge against him on the floating ice, but only a few of them were so impatient to make a move. Either it was Gravity Forest or Song of the Deep behind Gravity Forest. With that in mind, Sunders' eyes glinted with a cold light. Meanwhile, Angor was curled up inside a dark underground pipe. It was so quiet that no noise from the outside world could reach him. Angor felt weak all over. He could feel blood flowing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It wasn't an external injury. It was the side effect of using his brain too much. He didn't know where he was, but he was glad that his body didn't collapse after such a long time. He was sure that he had escaped from the chaotic energy field. After curling up for a while, Angor finally found enough strength to take out a bottle of fluorescent velvet potion from his bracelet to relieve some of the pain. When the glowing green liquid entered his mouth, he could feel the pain in his brain slowly fading away. It wasn't a serious injury, and it healed quickly. However, what replaced the pain was a deep exhaustion that he hadn't felt in a long time. He really wanted to sleep, but he couldn't do that before he figured out what was going on. Angor took out a bottle containing a mixture of dark brown liquid from his bracelet. He looked hesitant as if he was considering whether to use it or not. However, he felt his head getting heavier and heavier. Still, he opened the bottle with a disgusted look. In an instant, an indescribable smell wafted out from the bottle. It was extremely pungent and strong. Angor only took a small sniff, but the smell rushed straight to his brain from his nostrils. His tiredness was instantly washed away. The refreshing effect was even better than special stimulants. However, the side effect was the acid in his stomach. Angor tried his best not to throw up, put the cap back on, and threw the bottle back into his bracelet as fast as lightning. Then, he used the cleansing spell several times, but even so, he could still feel the thick stench around him. It wasn't the worst smell he had ever smelled, but it was definitely the most disgusting. Who's going to believe that this thing is used to make perfume? Angor sighed and complained in his mind. The liquid was called black dolphin glands, which was secreted by some deep-sea black dolphin when it was in heat. Due to its excretory tube, the liquid was also mixed with the animal's excrement. Black dolphin glands were extremely stinky. However, after being diluted several times and supplemented with other materials, they could be made into a very high-quality salmon perfume. There was a fine line between smelly and fragrant. Angor knew that most of the ingredients used to make perfume were stinky, but he still couldn't imagine how the wizards who created them found them. Also, those witches knew what the ingredients were, and they still sprayed them on their bodies like nothing was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. He cast away his unnecessary thoughts and felt much more clear-headed after drinking the potion. Only then did he have the time to think about the problem and observe his surroundings. The first thing he looked at was the freeze spell used to seal Toby. Fortunately, he had been using Hand of Spell to protect it, so nothing happened. Next, he began to observe his surroundings. The place he was in seemed to be a dim, narrow path. The ground was dry, and the air was flowing. It wasn't a dead end. Angor looked up at the only source of light, the entrance above his head. Come to think of it, he must have fallen from this entrance. He sensed a strange energy coming from the entrance, which formed a gray membrane. When he tried to observe the membrane, he noticed that it was the membrane that blocked out all auras from the outside world, including sound. Angor didn't dare to look outside. He knew that the chaotic energy outside would kill him. Besides, he wasn't sure if the barrier was safe or not. Many similar energy membranes were easy to enter but dangerous to leave. Maybe this one was the same. He didn't know what was going on outside, but at least he was safe for now. Next, he took out Sunder's blood and tried to contact the outside world. However, the blood did not respond. Perhaps the gray membrane at the entrance had blocked the signal as well. Angor sighed and put the blood away. He couldn't go out of the dark path for now, so he began to think. He didn't think about the source of the danger because of how dangerous it was. Now that he calmed down, he recalled the source of the danger, the strange energy from the outside world. It was this strange energy that destroyed Sunder's musical note and put him in danger. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't believe it was such a coincidence. At the most critical moment, the energy from the outside world just happened to hit the musical note. It was obvious that the energy was premeditated. But who would want to kill him? It couldn't be Fafnir, right? Fafnir wasn't strong enough to kill him with such a scheme. Angor couldn't figure it out, so he put it aside and began to think about his current situation and what he should do next. At the same time, Fafnir took several steps back after fighting against Komodo, which gave him a brief moment of respite. In this gap, Fafnir faintly felt that he had forgotten something. But before Fafnir could think any further, Komodo didn't rest at all and launched another attack. Fafnir raised his head and saw that Komodo's eyes had turned red. It looked as though he was really angry. But if one looked closer, they would see the shadows of Odysseus and Milotaurus in Komodo's ferocious expression. Fafnir had no choice but to turn around to deal with the incoming flames. The doubts that had arisen in his heart earlier had been thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. Angor's first question was, "Where am I?" It seemed to be an underground tunnel. He looked at both ends of the tunnel. There was only some light coming from where he was standing. Everything else was dark. He was curious about where the tunnel led to, but he didn't plan to explore it. At least he could see the exit if he stayed here. When the battle outside was over, he might be able to leave. But he didn't know if there was any danger in the tunnel. This was Resudran, a city of demons. Even if a random demon showed up, Angor wouldn't be able to defeat it, no matter how weak it was. There was almost no safe place in Resudran for Angor. This was why he never left Resudran after spending so much time in there. Therefore, he chose to stay here and wait. However, he didn't want to put all his hopes in one basket. After all, if he stayed and waited, he could only rely on his luck. He might even be waiting for death, so he had to be prepared. He took out 2 scout puppets from his bracelet and tossed one at each end of the tunnel. Scout puppets were alchemy creations, so they didn't emit much energy ripples. Using it to scout the surroundings was obviously the best choice at the moment. As the scout puppet flew away, Angor was able to see what was going on inside the tunnel. The 2 scout puppets flew slowly, so Angor didn't notice anything unusual. Both ends of the tunnel were still dark, silent, and unchanging. After a while, one of the scout puppets finally saw something different. It was a light spot and a wall at the end. The puppet saw that the end of the tunnel was a wall. It seemed to be a dead end. However, there was a light spot left on the wall. It was the embers of a pattern. In other words, the wall was covered with a strange pattern. The patterns that made up the pattern were glowing. However, more than 90% of the glowing pattern had been extinguished, leaving only a tiny light spot. Furthermore, the light spot continued to shrink. It was foreseeable that in the near future, the light pattern would completely dim. The pattern gave Angor a strong sense of déjà vu. Thanks to the puppet's vision, he saw a vortex appearing in the light spot and sucking in his consciousness. Strange patterns of light appeared at the end of his consciousness. The light spots surrounded him and prevented him from escaping. Angor had a feeling that if he tried to touch the light spots, his consciousness would die right here. The light spots gave him a very dangerous feeling. The only fortunate thing was that these light patterns were gradually disappearing. It didn't take long for the light patterns to completely disappear. At the same time, his consciousness was also kicked out of the vortex. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the light spots on the wall at the end of the tunnel were gone. The area was plunged into darkness again. That feels like... Angor mumbled. He recalled the time when he saw Lucia's armor with similar patterns. Runes? Angor was enlightened by this thought. There were inscriptions on the wall. The reason why the light spots on the inscriptions were gradually disappearing was because, as Komodo had said, someone had destroyed the inscription hub underground. That was why the runes were slowly losing their effect. Angor felt lucky. When he felt himself being sucked into the light vortex, he guessed that the runes on the wall were meant to trap someone. If the runes weren't destroyed, his consciousness would have been stuck there forever. Since there were runes here, Angor suddenly had an idea about this underground tunnel. To prove his theory, Angor looked at the scout puppet that was flying toward the other end of the tunnel. According to Angor's estimation, the puppet had already traveled for about 2 kilometers. Since they were already so close, he should be able to see something soon. As expected, the scout puppet finally saw something different. At the end of the tunnel, there was a door that seemed to be made of metal. The door was closed and couldn't be opened. He didn't know what was behind the door, but he did get some evidence to support his theory. As soon as he entered the underground tunnel, he had already determined the coordinates of his current location based on the information he gathered from the outside world. Next, he constructed a holographic sand table in his mind. Thanks to the power of the Dream Gate, Angor knew a lot about holographic sand tables, so it wasn't too hard to build one. Angor made a rough estimate of the important landmarks in the core area of Razudran into the sand table. Using the sand table, Angor calculated the direction and distance of the tunnel and came up with a conclusion. The direction of this tunnel was precisely towards the Void Tower at the center of Razudran. Previously, he had been silently counting the distance in his heart to estimate the distance between the puppet and the Void Tower. When the scout puppet entered the negative distance of the tower and saw a door, Angor was almost certain that this was the underground tunnel that led to the Void Tower. However, Angor still couldn't do anything about it. He didn't know anything about the Void Tower. Or rather, the demons living in Razudran knew nothing about the Void Tower. Half-blood demons like Kanan didn't even dare to approach the Void Tower. They were afraid of encountering a demon that didn't like them. And then, there was nothing else. The only thing Kanan knew about the Void Tower was that no one could enter it except for the 7 demon banners. Angor couldn't do anything about it even if he knew where it was. Besides, according to the information he gathered, Angor believed that Iades was inside the Void Tower. Angor had met Iades once, but he wasn't sure if Iades would let him go if he ran into him here. Apart from that, there was another unknown figure inside the Void Tower. Previously, when Iades and Komodo were talking, they had clearly said that the intruder who had destroyed the main inscription hub was also in the Void Tower. Since Iades didn't do anything to the intruder must be someone of the same level. Angor didn't want to face someone like that. He considered for a moment and decided to stay here and wait for the situation outside to clear up. Angor sighed in relief. I didn't find much, but at least this tunnel is safe. But to his surprise, one of the scouting puppets sent him a warning right after he finished speaking. It was one of the scouting puppets Angor left on the other side of the wall. Angor glanced at the puppet again. When he saw the current situation clearly, he was surprised to find that cracks had appeared on the wall that had been engraved with inscriptions before the light spots had completely disappeared. Not only that, but the cracks were also expanding at a rapid pace. Not only did they spread to the wall, but they also reached the ceiling. As the cracks appeared, a large amount of rubble fell down from the ceiling. With a loud noise, the bottom of the tunnel caved in. Moreover, the collapse did not stop. As the cracks on the ceiling spread, the collapse spread to the entire underground tunnel at an extremely fast speed. It wouldn't take long for the cracks to spread all the way to Angor. Angor was shocked by the sudden series of collapses. He just said the tunnel was safe, and he did not expect this to happen so quickly. He couldn't help but look at the floating frozen charm. Pina Jonas' dragon scales were fine, and Toby's curse disaster did not spread out. But why did this happen? Angor finally understood that bad luck was even worse than curses. His mind raced. What should he do to deal with this sudden disaster? If the collapse was as simple as it seemed, it wouldn't cause too much damage to him. In fact, he didn't even need to use any defensive spells to take the damage. But the scary thing was that once the tunnel collapsed, it meant that the chaotic energy above would immediately pour in. He even wondered if the runes on the wall could not handle the chaotic energy, which led to the collapse of the tunnel. The rumbling noises were getting closer and closer. Seeing that the cracks were about to reach him, Angor made up his mind. He ran deeper into the dark tunnel and took out another scout puppet, which he sent toward the only exit above him. He planned to probe the situation outside. He didn't know if the battle between Fafnir and Komodo had stopped. But as soon as the scout puppet left the exit, Angor could no longer sense it. This wasn't surprising. When the scout puppet was blocked, Angor felt a slight pain in his spirit sea. Angor quickly ran toward the other end of the tunnel without looking back. After all, the scout puppet contained a strand of his spirit. If the puppet was destroyed, he would still feel the stinging sensation from his spirit sea even though the exit was blocked. This meant that the scout puppet was destroyed as soon as it left the tunnel, which also meant that Fafnir and Komodo weren't done yet. Of course, Angor didn't dare to leave through the exit. He had to run toward the darkness. The darkness in front of him felt like an unknown monster was waiting for its prey with its mouth wide open. He knew that he would fall deeper into the darkness if he kept going. But when he heard the rumbling noise behind him, he had no other choice but to keep running. His speed was very fast, like a flash of light, flitting past. Along the way, just like what the scouting puppet had seen, they did not encounter any obstacles. The underground tunnel was empty and dry, and the only sounds that could be heard were the rumbling in the distance that was getting closer and closer, as well as the sound of footsteps beneath their feet. Finally, Angor reached the core of Razudran, which was right below the Void Tower. The narrow tunnel suddenly widened, as if he had just left Gulliver's Lilliput and arrived at the giant's world. It didn't take long for him to see the end of the tower. Previously, according to the feedback from the scouting puppet, there was a huge metal door here. It was true. However, when he arrived at the door, he realized that it was much bigger and more intricate than he expected. Using the light from the fluorite, Angor saw that the door was made entirely out of mithril from Abyss. Mithril was a high-tier material produced from the Abyss. Even a small gram of it would be highly sought after in auctions in the wizarding world. But this door was made out of mithril. In terms of size, the door was at least a ton. Even Angor couldn't help but feel his heart racing at the sight of such a huge pile of mithril. However, he knew that he couldn't afford to think about it in this dangerous situation. He suppressed the greed in his mind and continued observing the door. Under the light of the fluorite, the door reflected a dark golden light unique to mithril from Abyss. He finally noticed something strange about the door. Earlier, the front of the door looked like a solid piece of wood. But when he got closer, he noticed that there were tiny dents on the surface of the door. These dents formed a series of runes that formed a pattern on the door. It looked like a mural that was telling a strange story. Angor couldn't understand the story, but he could tell that the pattern contained elements such as code of laws, punishment, and demons. Apart from that, he also sensed that the pattern was similar to the one he saw earlier, which meant it must be an inscription as well. However, he didn't sense any energy ripples from it, which meant it had lost its effect. Normally, he would try to figure out a way to study the rune. But now was not the right time and place, so he could not bring himself to do so. His only thought right now was to find a way to get out and survive. The rumbling noise in the tunnel didn't stop. In fact, it seemed to be spreading faster than before. Based on the distance he heard, the entrance he was at before was probably already in ruins. It wouldn't be long before the noise reached this place. Time was of the essence. He looked back at the door and exhaled deeply. There was no other way, so he decided to open the door. He reached out his hand and placed it on the door. The Abyss secret gold under his palm emitted an icy chill that seeped into his bones. Blue veins bulged on his arm. He used all his strength to push the door inwards, but it didn't budge. Angor hesitated for a second time before he tried again. This time, he didn't just use all his strength. He also created 3 hands of spell and tried to push the door at the same time. The result of the second attempt was still a failure. The door did not budge. Angor began to wonder if the door was pulled open instead of pushed. He tried to pull the door toward him, but it still didn't work. He tried several times and tried everything he could think of. Still, nothing worked. If the door moved a little, Angor would get some information. But the door didn't budge at all. It was as steady as a mountain. It's not a push or a pull. Maybe it's a knock? Angor recalled some fantasy stories he read about something like this. When you tried everything to open a door but failed, you might as well try knocking on it. However, if the door actually opened after he knocked on the door, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Someone who could open the door from the inside wasn't someone he could afford to offend. The rumbling in the tunnel was getting closer, and the ground was shaking. Angor hesitated for a moment and knocked on the door. Someone knocked on the door. Angor cast a defensive spell on himself while waiting anxiously. Still, the door didn't budge. Angor didn't know if he should feel relieved or regretful. At the very least, it meant that there was no one behind the door. The rumbling kept getting closer and closer. Angor really didn't know what to do now. He tried everything he could think of to open the door, but nothing worked. He even tried to turn his spirit power into a thin thread and tried to sneak through the door, but he still couldn't. Maybe the lock isn't on my side, but on the other side of the door? Angor could only think of this possibility. The rumbling noises were almost deafening. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, he could already see dust flying in the air. The collapse was coming. The terrifying noise sounded like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. When the noise reached his ears, it would be time for the Grim Reaper to reap the harvest. In this moment of life and death, Angor tried to enter the state of absolute rationality again. He wanted to analyze the information he had and see if he could find a way out. The dust from the tunnel didn't affect him at all. Instead, he calmly looked at the door in front of him. When he was looking for the door-opening mechanism earlier, he checked every part of the door from top to bottom. He didn't find anything strange. The only thing that made him feel strange was the rune pattern at the center of the door. Angor didn't know much about runes, so he didn't know what the pattern meant. He could only guess that the pattern was the key to the door. Only by activating the rune could the door open. But the rune on the door didn't work, so it couldn't be activated at all. Angor decided to use his mana to draw the pattern like a magic array and see if he could find a way to activate it. Some stones had already rolled to the door. Angor ignored them. He reached out a finger and gathered mana on his fingertip. Then, he slowly infused the mana into the pattern on the door. The pattern on the door flickered, and Angor's vision suddenly went dark. In the next second, he saw an eye opening in the darkness and looking at him. What kind of eye was that? Angor couldn't even describe it. It was as if the eye had seen through everything in the world and was full of wisdom. But at the same time, it couldn't hide the evil and bloodthirsty nature behind that wisdom. Angor couldn't move while being stared at by the eye. Also, he felt like he was being seen through from head to toe. Whether it was the physical body or the soul, everything was completely naked under the gaze of this eye. Angor suddenly felt a familiar itch on his shoulder. As the itch appeared, the feeling of being seen through slowly disappeared. It was as if there was a layer of mist in front of him. Not only could the eye not see him, but he also couldn't see the eye behind the mist. Angor missed the flash of surprise on the eye's face. The darkness faded away, and so did the eye. Once again, Angor could see the light of the fluorite again. Angor didn't know how long he stayed in the darkness. When he came back to his senses, he was surprised to find that the rumbling noise had disappeared. The world returned to silence. Angor looked at his unharmed hands and the door in front of him. The door was still closed, but he wasn't hurt. What the hell? He looked back and saw the ground covered with broken stones. There were also cracks on the walls and ceiling. Fortunately, the place didn't collapse. He walked toward the tunnel for a while and soon saw a thick pile of broken stones. He couldn't go any further. Angor estimated the distance and successfully found the coordinates using the sand table in his mind. The collapsed tunnel just happened to reach the bottom of the void tower. Angor pondered for a moment. Did that make sense? After all, if the tunnel he was in collapsed as well, wouldn't the void tower on the surface suffer as well? Even if it didn't collapse, it would become a leaning void tower. It seemed that his previous worries were unnecessary. But he still had to face the real problem. How should he get out? Angor returned to the door. It was still closed. He recalled what happened and felt strange. What's wrong with this door? And what's with the eye? He looked at the pattern on the door. It was the same as before. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Then, he routinely checked his shoulder with his mental power. There was nothing wrong with the itchy area before, so he was relieved. Angor didn't want to think too much about these trivial matters. Instead, he focused on the most important problem at hand. How to get out of here. The first thing that came to his mind was to dig through the pile of dirt outside. Since the tunnel had collapsed, he should be able to find a way out, right? With that in mind, Angor sent a strand of spirit feelers out of the crack to check the situation. However, when his spirit power reached a certain level, he suddenly sensed danger. Out of instinct, he pulled back his spirit power. Even so, a small part of his spirit power was still left outside. The intense pain made him feel dizzy. When he recovered slightly, he realized that the outside world was filled with violent and chaotic energy. Something happened when his spirit power came into contact with this energy. It was similar to the chaotic energy he saw when Fafnir and Komodo were fighting, but this one was even more violent. Maybe Fafnir and Komodo are fighting for real, so the energy is going crazy too? Angor wondered. He didn't know why, but it seemed he couldn't leave using this method for now. He had to give up on the idea for now. What he was more worried about now was that with the collapse of the underground tunnel, he could not be sure if the pervasive energy would seep into the ground. If it seeped into the ground, then he really had no way out. Angor looked at the piles of sand and rocks in front of him. He didn't dare to move recklessly. He sighed and shook his head. Angor turned around and planned to check the door again. He couldn't stay here forever. When he looked back, he felt something was wrong. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong at the moment. He felt that he had overlooked a certain detail. He walked to the end of the tunnel step by step. His steps were light and slow. Even so, he still stirred up some dust on the ground. The dust floated up and down in the clear light. Qinghui. Angor frowned. Light. Something's wrong with the light. Angor put the fluoride in his bracelet. Without any light source, this place should be in absolute darkness. But it wasn't. A very faint light came from a crack on one side of the wall. Although the light was very weak, it was like a lighthouse in the pitch-black underground tunnel, and its presence was very strong. He was holding a fluoride in his hand, and the light from the fluoride completely suppressed the light. That was why he did not notice it at first. Later, when he reached the entrance of the tunnel and looked back, he couldn't see the door at the end of the tunnel due to the fluoride in his hand. That was when he realized something was wrong. If there was a light source, as long as it wasn't a glowing substance, it meant that there was a way out. He approached the source of the light and observed carefully. Although the place where he was now had not collapsed, the collapse of the underground tunnel had still affected this place. For example, the long crack on the ceiling and the cracks here. After careful observation, he was sure that there was no luminous substance around the crack. There was only one possibility left. There was a light source behind the wall. In addition, the wall was relatively weak and had cracks, so the light from behind the wall could penetrate through. Angor's expression became complicated. If there was a light source behind the wall, it meant there was a tunnel or a room behind it. The crack was also very close to the door. Perhaps the room behind the door was behind the wall. He didn't plan to break through the wall because the wall was extremely tough. But now that the wall was cracked, it would be much easier to break it open. Angor hesitated and decided that staying here was not a good idea. After some consideration, he reached out his hand and pushed at the wall. With a rustling sound, the earth and rocks rolled down. A hole appeared in the middle of the cracked wall. At the same time, dim yellow light shone from the other side of the hole. There was a very large hall on the other side of the hole. It was beautifully built, but it looked empty. The ground was covered with broken stones. The only thing special about the hall was a giant statue in the center. However, the statue was facing away from Angor, so he couldn't see its face clearly. Angor cautiously stepped into the hall. He hadn't moved yet, but he already noticed something unusual about the hall. For example, the wall. At first, he thought the wall here was weak, which was why the tunnel collapsed and allowed light to penetrate through the crack. But when he came here, he realized that the wall was incredibly thick, and the material used was not easy to break. The reason why the wall was so thin and translucent wasn't because of the wall itself, but because there was a huge hole in the wall. It looked like someone smashed the wall, and it was a one-off attack. Claw marks and pinch marks on the edge of the wall suggested that someone had fought here. One of them was smashed into the wall by a powerful attack, which created a deep hole. That was why the wall was so weak. Angor's eyes glowed. It was a small cantrip, True Sight. It allowed one to see through the surface and see the truth. A wizard-level True Sight could even rewind images. He was going to use the cantrip to check the time mark. When he arrived, from the extent of the dust on the ground, he could roughly determine that this pit should have appeared recently. To confirm his guess, he used True Sight to check the wall. He found that the hole on the wall was created only about an hour ago. Furthermore, to be able to create such a large crater without any blood seeping out, it could be deduced that the creature that was smashed had a very strong body. In other words, there were at least 2 powerful creatures in the hall within an hour, and one of them had a very strong body. They fought here. No. Angor looked around and didn't see many traces of fighting. So the fight didn't actually happen. With that in mind, he looked back at the hole on the wall and thought of a certain figure. Iades. He already knew that Iades was in the Void Tower. He didn't know how strong Iades' body was, but he was sure that Iades' bone armor was very strong. Judging from the marks on the wall, Iades was the one who did this. As for Iades' opponent, Angor could only think of one possibility within the hour: the unknown intruder. According to Komodo, the intruder went to the bottom of the Void Tower and shut down the rune hub. This place happened to be under the Void Tower. That can't be a coincidence, right? Angor suddenly felt the urge to go back. This place was too dangerous for him. But he couldn't do anything about it. At least he didn't see anything dangerous in this hall. So he decided to explore the place first. Before he took a step forward, he nervously swallowed his saliva. After all, this was the Void Tower, a place where even the countless demons of Rizuteran could not enter. As an apprentice, if he were to wander around aimlessly, he would most likely end up dead if he were to trigger any traps. The hall was so quiet that Angor could even hear his own heartbeat. He took 2 steps around the edge of the hall and saw a door in it. There were 2 doors in total. One of them was the one he couldn't open, while the other one was right in front of him, facing the statue in the center. However, the door had been destroyed, and Angor could faintly see what was behind it. Stairs? Angor's eyes lit up. Did this mean he could go upstairs? If he remembered correctly, there was a door on the first floor of the Void Tower. Maybe he could use the stairs to go upstairs and leave. With that in mind, he decided to go to the door on the other side. Angor walked along the wall and didn't run into any danger. There were no traps like he expected. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Traps had always been used to defend against small things, but the Void Tower itself was built by a demon god, and there had always been a great demon guarding it. The power of the traps could not compare to a great demon's thoughts. Besides, there were plenty of runes protecting this place before the main hub was destroyed, which meant the traps wouldn't work. With that in mind, Angor picked up his pace. When he reached the other end of the hall, he finally saw the statue's real face. It was a strange creature wrapped in a pair of wings. Since the head and body were curled up inside the wings, Angor couldn't see what the creature looked like. There didn't seem to be anything strange about the statue. However, Angor saw a demon lying on the ground under the statue. The demon didn't seem to be breathing at all. It was so skinny that it looked like a starving corpse. It's dead, right? Angor wondered. He didn't dare to use his spirit feelers to check. No matter what, he had to get away first. Without looking back, Angor sprinted toward the gate. Just as he was about to reach the door, he heard a series of creaking noises behind him. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't look back. Instead, he ran even faster. No matter what happened behind him, he just had to run. While running, Angor also chanted spirit mantra in his mind. He was going to eject his soul and use the sequence of gravity to escape. However, before he could finish the incantation, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon him. It locked onto Angor's figure. Angor staggered, rolled on the ground, and could not move anymore. The aura was so strong that even a little bit of it caused blood to ooze out of his skin. When the blood flowed out of his body, Angor could feel the pressure lessening. The pressure on his body was also reduced. To a certain extent, he could move slightly. However, he knew that doing so would be a provocation, so he didn't do anything. Instead, he slowly looked up to see what was going on. Whisperers. Angor once read about them in a book. According to the book, they were a group of believers who sacrificed their minds to an ancient god in order to gain a mysterious power. They could whisper into people's ears and drive them insane. Back then, Angor complained that the whispers were nothing more than blabbering and nagging. Anyone would feel annoyed if they heard such things. If it was the brainwashing religious prattle, it would probably drive people crazy if it lasted for too long. Therefore, Angor did not believe that the whispers could be a powerful force. Until now. He felt like his head was about to explode. All kinds of strange whispers reached his ears. Not only did they annoy him, but they also made him feel dizzy. Countless colors filled with evil thoughts floated in front of his eyes. The grayish-white color mixed with brain matter, the blackish-red color of dried blood, the oily yellow color of corpse fat, the green color of crushed internal organs. As he muttered, these colors became even darker, and even brought along an oppressive and horrifying scene that continuously flashed before his eyes. Angor did not know if it was because of the whisperers, but he was sure that the whispers were driving him crazy. It was all because of the statue in the center. When he looked up, he saw the statue in the center of the room slowly moving. Crack! Crack! The wings of the statue slowly spread out. As the statue moved, Angor heard the whispers. The whispers seemed to be coming from a faraway, rotten world. He could not hear them clearly, but they were still driving him crazy. Angor did not know what the whispers meant, but the power that almost swept through his spirit made him feel like he was staring into an abyss. The end of the whisper was actually an abrupt end. Angor was still crouching on the ground, holding his head and yelling in a hoarse voice. But in the next second, the whispers stopped altogether. Angor panted. He was still trying to figure out the reason, but when he saw the statue in the center, he was surprised. Many of his questions were answered. The whispers did not stop for no reason. When the statue fully opened its wings, the whispers stopped. It was as if the whispers only existed to praise the statue. The statue's real body was a demon. With a tail. Angor did not recognize the demon at first. But when he saw the hooked tail behind the demon, which was covered with books, he suddenly remembered a great being from the abyss. The scholar of cruelty. This was the great demon god that even human adepts admired for his vast knowledge, and the statue in the middle was the great demonic god. Still, he knew that Scholar of Cruelty was the creator of runes, and Void Colossus also had Scholar of Cruelty's work, so it made sense that Scholar of Cruelty's statue would appear here. The only thing he didn't understand was why the statue moved when he was about to leave the hall. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? That there was also a mechanism here, and it was this statue of the demon god. Just like the gargoyles raised by some demons, as long as a certain condition was met, the stone statue-like gargoyles would turn into living creatures and attack all outsiders. He didn't know what was going on, but he was sure that no matter what the statue was, it was not something he could handle with such a terrifying aura. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to save himself. The statue in the center suddenly spoke, and a strange voice reached Angor's ears. Human. Before Angor could react, he found himself no longer in the underground hall. Instead, he found himself in a dark, chaotic space, where a dim yellow light shone, revealing the Scholar of Cruelty's figure. When Angor looked up, the Scholar of Cruelty also opened its eyes. Angor's pupils shrank when he saw the pair of eyes. They were the same eyes he saw when he was messing around at the entrance. The eyes were filled with wisdom, indifference, and a bloody aura that seemed to have seen through everything in the world. So the eyes he saw before belonged to the Scholar of Cruelty as well. The eyes he saw before were behind runes, and runes were closely related to the Scholar of Cruelty. So, this statue was not a statue, but an extension of the Scholar of Cruelty's will? Human, tell me. What secrets do you hide in your soul? The voice was not in any language, but it directly reached Angor's mind. At first, Angor did not know whether this was the Scholar of Cruelty's will or some kind of disguise. But when the question was asked, he finally regained his senses. What secrets do I hide in my soul? Angor was surprised. Was it referring to the itch on his back when the Scholar of Cruelty almost saw through his mind? I don't know, Angor answered without thinking. He wasn't lying. He had no idea what happened to his soul either. It seemed that every person who tried to examine his soul would encounter some kind of accident. Accidents happen to those who try to examine your soul. Angor looked up and focused all his thoughts on the pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. You can read minds? Angor muttered in his mind. The scholar of cruelty did not speak, but his eyes said it all. He forced himself to clear his mind and tried his best not to think too much. But the scholar of cruelty did not seem to mind. He only looked at Angor quietly. Just like before, Angor felt that the scholar of cruelty could see through him from head to toe. A frail body, but there are some interesting things about it. Your arm has a lot of research value. Every time the man spoke, he would whisper something in a low voice, which made Angor feel uncomfortable and gave birth to all kinds of thoughts in his mind. And those thoughts were all guided by the scholar of cruelty. In other words, even if Angor did not speak, the scholar of cruelty could still see through him through some strange means. Angor was almost certain that the scholar of cruelty's consciousness was an extension of the scholar of cruelty's will. Angor once heard that the consciousness of a demon god could spread across countless planes. The leader of the Abyss Alchemy Guild he saw in floating Mech City was probably a projection of the Abyss Lord's consciousness. Angor wondered if this was the scholar of cruelty's main consciousness or a part of it. Human, as a scholar who pursues knowledge and research, I will not trample on my own consciousness like other demon gods. The scholar of cruelty sounded more serious than usual. So the statue was the scholar of cruelty's main consciousness? Angor wondered. But he did not get a reply. After a moment of silence, the scholar of cruelty spoke again. Let me see what secrets are hiding in your soul. Angor could tell that the scholar of cruelty did not see through Angor's soul when they were in the tunnel. Maybe the scholar of cruelty sent his consciousness to the statue in the hall because he failed to see through Angor's soul before and decided to do it again. The scholar of cruelty sensed Angor's thoughts and snorted in response. After that, Angor felt the scholar of cruelty's gaze entering his soul space. Angor did not know what happened next, but he felt the itch in his soul again. This time, it was projected onto his body. A green tattoo slowly appeared on the statue's back and slowly grew. It looked like a green vine growing out of the statue's back. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Before Angor could react, the green vine had already reached the statue. Angor did not feel anything, but the scholar of cruelty sensed a terrifying aura coming from the green vine. With a flash of green light, Angor could no longer feel the prying in his soul space. The foreign power quickly withdrew from his body. At the same time, the green vine on Angor's back suddenly shattered. Angor was startled. He thought the scholar of cruelty was the one who broke the vine. However, the green vine was actually a green tattoo. When it shattered, it turned into countless green runes that slowly circled around Angor's body. Angor did not know what to do. But soon, he noticed something strange. When the green runes surrounded him, he looked at the cruel scholar in the distance, and the feeling of being spied on disappeared. Many thoughts flashed through Angor's mind, but the scholar of cruelty did not seem to notice them. So, the green tattoo meant shielding. As Angor thought about it, the green tattoos around him slowly disappeared. Only one green tattoo remained. Instead of disappearing, it merged with Angor's right hand. Angor looked at the new tattoo on his right hand and wondered if he was lucky or not. He got a new tattoo. The meaning of this green pattern should be the same as the other patterns, having multiple meanings. However, if it was really a shield, it would be very useful. Angor only thought about it for a moment before he looked at the scholar of cruelty statue again. Speaking of which, Angor had been in the darkness for a long time. However, after the green light flashed, the scholar of cruelty withdrew his prying gaze from his soul and returned to the hall from the chaos of darkness. The scholar of cruelty's statue in the center of the hall looked calm. His eyebrows were lowered and he did not move at all. However, Angor could not see the scholar of cruelty's eyes, which were filled with shock and fear. Inside the abyss, an indescribable world. The stars and the moon painted a beautiful picture of the night sky. However, no matter how beautiful the night sky was, it couldn't hide the desolation of the land and the lack of life. This was a nearly deserted world. A lonely library stood in the middle of this deserted land. The interior of the library was luxuriously decorated. Countless books, beautifully carved attics and towers, as well as colorful windows filled with stories. The whole place was filled with the solemnity of a religion. The only living creature in the library was currently sitting in front of a desk, looking at the void in a daze. If Angor were here, he would have noticed that the creature looked exactly the same as the statue in the underground hall of the void. Colossus. It was the scholar of cruelty himself. The scholar of cruelty's eyes, which had always been calm like an ancient well, now had a bit of surprise and even a bit of fear. The scholar of cruelty didn't expect his consciousness to arrive at Resudran for the second time in such a short time. Last time, it was because someone tried to destroy the rune core. This time, it was because of someone with a strange soul. According to the human, everyone who tried to pry into his soul met with mishaps. The scholar of cruelty snorted at the time. Only when he went to check the soul did he realize that the human was right. The scholar of cruelty recalled what he saw when he arrived and felt his heart palpitate. It probed the human's soul and found a strange wound. That wound was using a power that did not conform to any rules, and soul power was flowing out of it. It wasn't much, but it was extremely pure. The scholar of cruelty thought it was some kind of mystery item that could increase the soul's quality out of nowhere. But when he was about to look through the wound to check what was going on behind him, he suddenly felt a terrible pressure coming from a distant space. Before it could even see what was happening, a torrent of information filled with negative emotions rushed into its consciousness. The impact didn't only affect the consciousness left in Resudran, but also the scholar of cruelty himself. The scholar of cruelty's consciousness was pushed out of his soul space by the torrent of information. At that moment, the scholar of cruelty felt lucky. This was because it had never experienced such a terrifying pressure since it was born. After feeling the pressure, the cruel scholar understood that the existence behind the wound was definitely not something he could compare to. In fact, he had seen an existence called a miracle among humans in the face of pride before. This kind of miracle is also a great person who can look down on it. But even that miracle didn't give it as much pressure as the previous one. There were 3 levels of miracles, and it had only met a human at the initial level of miracles. Perhaps the one standing behind that human apprentice was an existence at the later level of miracles. When it thought of this, even its eyes could not help but flash with fear. Who was that human apprentice? Who was the existence behind him? The scholar of cruelty silently pondered. From what that apprentice thought, it could be seen that he didn't seem to understand the mysteries of the soul. And the existence behind that soul didn't affect that apprentice too much. At most, it only gave him some soul power. The coexistence between the human apprentice and the terrifying existence behind him made the scholar of cruelty very curious about the human apprentice. Both his body and soul are strange. I really want to study them. The scholar of cruelty's eyes flashed with a cruel light. This kind of interest was even more exciting than the human apprentice he met before. Angor stepped back without being noticed. He didn't know what happened, but the scholar of cruelty kept its head lowered, and the pressure and prying aura were gone. This was the best time to leave. Angor did not dare to make any noise. He quietly retreated. The door was right behind him. Angor could already see freedom waving at him. Human. A calm voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Like a broken machine, he slowly turned his head around and looked at the statue of the scholar of cruelty in the center. His eyes were filled with embarrassment and regret. Angor didn't dare to provoke such a powerful existence. He simply waited for its next words with a respectful expression. Even if the scholar of cruelty didn't use its aura, Angor still didn't dare to run away. You. The scholar of cruelty paused as if it was considering its words. Are you willing to become my follower? Angor was surprised. He already knew what the scholar of cruelty was going to say, and he even thought about his miserable fate. But he didn't expect to hear it from the scholar of cruelty. Followers were actually worshippers of a demon god. Among humans, many wizards would choose to go astray because of their lack of strength. By worshipping a demon god, they could obtain the god's power to achieve their goals. Almost all the leaders of the Abstruse Alchemy Guild in Floating Mech City were believers of the Abstruse Lord. This kind of power was usually easy to obtain, and it could achieve the best results in a short time. However, this kind of power could bring endless troubles. Many people who worshipped a demon god would grow stronger in a short time, but their potential would gradually disappear. Besides, worshipping a demon god was the same as selling one's soul. Even after death, one's soul would belong to the demon god, and there would be no chance to change it. Using immediate benefits to achieve a long-term goal was the method of a fiend celestial. Therefore, becoming a follower of a demon god was definitely not a good choice. Angor's first instinct was to reject the offer. However, he was worried that he would get himself into trouble if he rejected a demon god who was countless times stronger than himself. You don't know what's good for you. A cold snort came from the mouth of the cruel scholar. Angor hesitated for a moment before he realized that he did not activate the shielding rune just now. This meant that the woman had already seen through his thoughts. Angor felt a little helpless. If he rejected a demon god's offer, he would probably end up dead. To his surprise, the scholar of cruelty didn't punish him. Instead, the scholar of cruelty looked at Angor as if he was thinking about something. Angor didn't know that the scholar of cruelty was also hesitating. The scholar of cruelty asked Angor to become his follower as a test. Every follower of a demon god would leave a demon mark on their body and soul. This was not only to prevent the demon god's will from descending, but also to absorb power and souls from the follower. The scholar of cruelty didn't dare to leave such a mark on this human apprentice after witnessing how terrifying the demon god was. He only wanted to test the demon god's bottom line. If the scholar of cruelty left a strand of his will beside this human apprentice, would it cause a backlash? However, scholar cruelty's curiosity overpowered his fear. The scholar of cruelty expected Angor's resistance. He was just waiting for the demon god's reaction. 5 minutes had passed, and Angor noticed that the scholar of cruelty did not move or say anything after his speech. Angor's anxiety turned into doubt. If the scholar of cruelty really wanted to kill him, he could do it in any way he wanted. Did the scholar of cruelty not care about Angor's rejection? Or did the scholar of cruelty have other plans? Or maybe he was overthinking. Did the scholar of cruelty not care about a weak apprentice like him? Had his will already left Resutran? As Angor pondered, he heard a noise coming from the center of the hall. Angor looked up. He thought the statue was moving, but it wasn't the statue that made the noise. It was the hungry demon he thought was dead. The strange demon suddenly woke up. It propped up its withered body and howled at the sky in a strange, guttural voice. The hall began to tremble. Broken stones and dust flew everywhere. Several of them almost hit Angor. He had to keep moving to avoid them. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing right next to the door. Through the hole in the center of the door, Angor could see the dim light from the oil lamp outside, as well as the old, rotating staircase. He glanced at the statue again and saw that it was still motionless. Angor was overjoyed. The exit was right in front of him. Without hesitation, he turned around and tried to jump out of the hole. However, a series of light runes suddenly appeared at the center of the hole. Angor bumped into the light runes and bounced back as if he bumped into rubber. Angor looked at the light runes again and recognized them as runes. Resutran's rune hub was already destroyed. How could there be another rune in perfect condition? The only possibility. Angor looked back at the statue in the center of the hall. The scholar of cruelty was the only one who could restore the runes. When Angor looked at the statue, the scholar of cruelty still didn't move. Instead, the shriveled demon slowly stood up. The demon was tall, and its body was covered in layers of loose skin that were covered in strange patterns. There was almost no flesh on its head. Only several layers of skin were left. It had a single eye, a horn, and a bloody mouth full of sharp fangs. Its appearance was horrifying and strange. Angor couldn't tell what kind of demon it was. However, he saw the demon's eyes suddenly glowing as it stared at him. Drool dripped down from the corner of its mouth as it mumbled something and slowly walked toward Angor. Its steps were light and weak, but its speed was very fast. It reached Angor in the blink of an eye and opened its mouth full of sharp fangs. Angor crouched and dodged the attack from the side. The demon did not give up. Instead, it turned around and stared at Angor with its hungry eyes. Drip, 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 stinky saliva dripped from its wide-open mouth. Angor could clearly see the saliva hissing on the ground. At the same time, a white mist rose from the ground. corrosive? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the shriveled demon opened its mouth that took up 2/3 of its face and charged at Angor again. He quickly dodged the next few attacks by tapping his feet on the ground. Thanks to the continuous dodging, Angor was able to observe the demon from a close distance and learn something about it. The demon was not to be underestimated. However, it was severely injured. Not only was its strength greatly reduced, but its mind was also affected. Because of this, the demon did not use its aura since the beginning, and its steps were weak. With Angor's speed, he could dodge the attacks for now. However, this was not a long-term solution. Dust and gravel were sent flying everywhere. Angor also tried to fight back while dodging. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not hurt the demon at all. While chasing and dodging, he also noticed that the demon seemed to be treating him as food. Its eyes were glowing with obvious thirst. Angor believed that if he was too slow, he would end up as the demon's meal. While dodging, Angor was also trying to come up with a plan. Now, he was in an underground hall that was almost sealed off. There was no way to escape, and he could not fight the demon head-on. In this situation, he was like a turtle in a jar. As his stamina and magic power were consumed, he would inevitably be caught by the demon. What should I do? As Angor tried to think, the demon caught up with him again. Like before, Angor tried to go around it. As a matter of fact, he had succeeded. However, as soon as he went around the demon, he felt dizzy and could not move at all. Angor's heart skipped a beat. The demon also came back to its senses and charged at Angor again. Luckily, Angor had already chanted spirit mantra in his mind just in case. When he realized that he couldn't move, his soul immediately left his body and dragged his body to the other end of the hall. He finally noticed that the area where he and the demon were hiding was now occupied by the white mist. This mist was all produced after the demon's saliva dripped to the ground. So, the dizziness earlier was due to the white mist? Angor was surprised. He quickly used Soul Dimension to cast a level 1 cantrip on his body, Detect Plague. The results showed that he had been poisoned. This demon's saliva is not only corrosive but also poisonous? Although he could use the level 1 cantrip, Expel Poison, to get rid of the paralyzing poison, it would be a huge burden on his mana pool, which was easily exhausted. Moreover, the devil was drooling non-stop. As long as it continued to chase after him, the entire hall would be filled with poisonous gas. At that time, even if he still had the strength to run, he wouldn't be able to escape. What should I do? He kept asking himself, but he still could not find a solution. He slowly looked at the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty in the middle of the hall. So this is your punishment? You used runes to prevent me from leaving, then woke up this hungry demon and made me its meal. If this was all part of the Scholar of Cruelty's plan, Angor's chances of survival were close to zero. How was he supposed to live when a demon god wanted him dead? While Angor was still lost in his thoughts, the demon rushed at him again with its awkward and wobbly steps. Its saliva left more white mist in its wake. So hungry, so hungry. The demon rushed at him again. Angor listened to the demon's mindless words and had an idea. While dodging, he took out a piece of devilish meat from his bracelet and threw it into the demon's mouth. When the meat entered the demon's stomach, it hesitated for a moment and stopped chasing Angor. Instead, it sat down on the ground and began chewing. And when the demons ate, they didn't drool. When it finished the meat, it began to drool again and chased after Angor again. Angor realized that the demon was simply starving, which meant it would stuff anything into its mouth. Angor looked at the loose layers of skin on the demon's body and wondered if it was actually a fatty like Brofen who became skinny because of hunger. Angor believed that he knew the truth. In order to avoid more white mist, Angor acted as the demon's feeder for now. While he was feeding the demon remained motionless, waiting for food to be stuffed into its mouth. But this was not a good idea. Although the magic nourishing flesh could continue to grow, the growth of the magic nourishing flesh also required magic power. It did not cost a lot of mana, but the demon's mana pool would run dry sooner or later if it did not replenish itself. He had to find a way to deal with this demon. While watching the demon enjoying its meal, Angor suddenly had an idea. Maybe I should try poisoning it? Angor found himself in a spacious room filled with strange blood runes. In the center of the room, a heart was floating in the air. His heart was still beating nonstop. Following the thumping sound, the strange blood patterns on the wall faintly glowed. Beneath its bone helmet, Iades stared at the heart with a greedy look. It was the heart of a lord monster. It was something that Buffett had obtained by chance. He had originally planned to use the blood patterns drawn on the wall to homogenize the heart. When the frequency matched with his own, he would transplant the heart into his own body. However, Buffett was already dead. Of course, the heart did not belong to anyone. The reason why Iades left the underground hall in such a hurry was to get the heart first. It took Iades a long time to break the barrier outside, and now, it was time to harvest the fruit. Iades slowly reached a hand toward the heart. Just as Iades held the heart in his hand, before he could feel the powerful energy, a faint roar suddenly entered his ears. He looked at the source of the sound in confusion. The sound came from the underground hall. When Iades looked over, he was surprised to find that the underground hall was covered by a layer of light runes. He could not see anything at all. He was very familiar with this light rune. It was an inscription. The inscription hub had been destroyed. Why would an inscription appear? Also, Iades was very familiar with the roar. It was Jupiter's voice. Iades had found that Jupiter was unconscious in the underground hall, and almost all the energy in his body had been sucked away by the uninvited guest. Iades did not pay attention to Jupiter, who was in a deep coma due to the various things that happened later. He did not expect that Jupiter would wake up at this time. It did not matter if he woke up. His strength had fallen to the level of a great demon, and it would not have much impact. But why did the light runes reappear at this time? Iades was suspicious. He originally planned to continue to go to the upper level of the Void Tower to look for the hidden items in Militaur's room. Now, because of the changes in the underground hall, he did not have the mood to do so. After putting away the heart, Iades quickly ran down the stairs. It wasn't just Iades who sensed the change underground. When Iades came to the first floor, he happened to see Babota, who was huge and as ugly as an alien, walking through the hallway. Just like before, Iades looked at Babota with hostility, but he did not make a move. At this time, there were two complicated emotions in Babota's eyes, extreme indifference and extreme craziness. They were clearly opposite emotions, but they were perfectly matched in his eyes. He also saw Iodarsai, but he just gave him a sinister smile. He walked past Iodarsai and led the way to the underground hall. Iades hesitated for a moment, but still followed him. When he walked down the stairs, he saw Babota standing quietly at the entrance of the underground hall, looking inside through the hole in the door. Iades noticed that Babota's eyes were not as extreme as before. There was a strange look in his eyes that could not be explained. Could it be that something strange had happened inside? And why was Babota standing at the entrance and not going in? When Iades walked down the stairs, he was surprised to find that the door was covered by a layer of light runes. He could not enter at all. However, despite the light runes, he could still see the situation inside the hall. When Iades looked inside, he was stunned. What did he see? The Scholar of Cruelty statue in the center of the hall had its wings spread out. That statue was the medium for the Scholar of Cruelty's descent. If the statue moved, it meant that the Scholar of Cruelty's consciousness had descended again. Why did it descend? Was it going to intervene in the game between the Abyss Lord and the Demon Eye of the Abyss? Iades thought that it was impossible. Why did the Scholar of Cruelty's consciousness descend? Iades slowly moved his eyes to the other side of the hall. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Why was the owner of Psychedelic Hut here? Also, judging from his actions, he seemed to be feeding Jupiter? Angor didn't notice what was going on outside. He was focused on feeding the demon. He had used all kinds of poisons in the past few minutes, from biological toxins to neurotoxins, and even some energy-polluting potions. But the demon in front of him took them all. Not only did it not suffer any harm after eating all kinds of poisons, Angor even noticed that the creature seemed to like some of the potions that contained energy. When Angor took them out, the creature even tried to snatch them away. Angor thought the demon's stomach was a furnace that would not be affected by any food, including poisons. However, it seemed that the demon was also a picky eater. Since the demon ate too fast, it would take some time for his demonic meat to grow, so he had to use other food as an excuse to get rid of the demon. The demon didn't care about the variety of food. It even showed great interest in some of them. However, when he tossed a black object to the demon noticed that something strange was going on. Just like before, the demon swallowed it without hesitation. But in the next second, its eyes suddenly widened, and it turned around to retch. The sound of vomiting was earth-shattering. At first, Angor was quite happy because he thought some kind of poison was working. However, after vomiting for a long time, the demon only vomited out a half-corroded black object. The black object fell to the ground and released a hissing mist. Apart from the foul smell of the demon's saliva, there was also the smell of rotten socks. Angor looked at the almost shapeless object and didn't know what to say. If he remembered correctly, that black lump should be magic bread, and it was made by him. He used all kinds of poisons on the demon, but the demon didn't react at all. However, the manna bread he randomly picked up was enough to make the demon vomit so loudly. Angor had mixed feelings. Didn't you say you didn't care about the taste of food? No matter how bad his manna bread tasted, it shouldn't be vomiting, right? At most, it smelled a little strange. It could still fill its stomach if it held its nose. When Angor's expression darkened, the demon finished vomiting. It turned around and gave Angor a hateful glare. The demon wasn't in its right mind and couldn't express itself fully, but Angor still understood the anger in its eyes. You actually dared to poison me. I didn't. I'm not. You're spouting nonsense. Angor wanted to yell at the top of his lungs. He did try to poison the creature, but the creature did not react at all. Instead, a non-poisonous manna bread made it overreact. The demon glared at Angor angrily. Out of instinct, he took out a piece of devilish meat and tossed it at the demon. However, it didn't do anything. Instead, it kept glaring at Angor and stomped on the meat that fell to the ground. The anger of being poisoned surpassed his hunger at this moment. In its remaining rationality, it seemed to understand that the guy in front of it had a lot of delicious food on him, but he would poison it. So, if it killed him, all the delicious food would be its. The demon sped up and pounced on him again. He cursed in his mind and turned to run. The current situation seemed to have returned to how it was before. The demon chased after him while Angor kept dodging. Their figures flickered in and out of the foggy underground hall like illusions. Angor kept throwing food at the demon. However, the demon's obsession was completely focused on Angor, so the food didn't seem to work. Well, it wasn't entirely true. The demon still wouldn't let go of anything that contained energy. However, the more items he threw at the demon, the more energy the demon gained. It was an endless loop. In order to buy time, Angor became weaker and weaker. The longer he waited, the more the demon would regain its strength, while Angor himself would become weaker. Apart from that, the demon kept drooling, which created a poisonous mist that filled the hall with a foul atmosphere. Sometimes, he had to use detoxify in advance to avoid getting poisoned while running. The danger was getting closer, but Angor still didn't know how to get out of it. He tried to lure the demon to attack the runes on the wall, but the demon wasn't strong enough to break them. The only thing Angor could do in this sealed underground hall was to buy time. But the longer he waited, the more unfavorable situations he found himself in. Angor's body was covered in sweat. Due to the white mist in front of him, he instinctively chose the right path. But at this moment, the demon suddenly changed its position and happened to block his path. Angor had no choice but to throw an energy item to lure the demon away. This time, the demon didn't go after the item. Instead, it attacked Angor directly. It was too late to dodge at such a close distance. Angor ejected his soul again and teleported to the other side of the hall with the help of the sequence of gravity. It was a close call, but he managed to escape in the end. Drip, drip, drip. Angor suddenly heard the sound of water dripping. He looked down and saw that there was a wound on his left shoulder. Dark red blood was slowly dripping from the bloody hole. On the other side, the skinny demon turned around amidst the ethereal white mist. The creature's hideous face was revealed. Its mouth was wide open, and its 1-meter-long tongue was dangling from its mouth. Blood was dripping from the tip of the tongue. Seeing this, Angor was almost certain that it was the monster's tongue that caused the wound. The demon's tongue continued to extend from 1 meter to 2 meters, 3 meters. The long tongue fell into the white mist. Not long after, an oval-shaped energy crystal was rolled out of the white mist by the tongue and swallowed into its mouth. It was the energy crystal Angor tossed out earlier. The demon didn't pick it up earlier, but now, it used its tongue to bring it back. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Before this, the demon was completely delirious. It only knew how to chase after Angor, and it even used its physical strength to do so. At that time, the demon was easy to deal with. Angor could lure it away with ordinary food. But what happened after that clearly showed the demon's change. The demon refused ordinary food and only accepted energy items. It began to actively pursue Angor. Later, it decided to give up on energy items and kill Angor first. It even began to use other means, such as its tongue. It wasn't hard to see the demon's change. Perhaps it was still delirious, but in terms of battle consciousness, it began to weigh and choose to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Once such a powerful demon was awakened, Angor would never be able to defeat it. It was only using its tongue now. Maybe the demon would use more tricks next time, such as energy attacks, or pressure. Angor would die for sure. After using heal to stop the bleeding, Angor became more alert when facing the demon. As he expected, the demon became more and more aggressive. Angor had to use the sequence of gravity several times to dodge the attack. Even so, he still got a lot of wounds on his body. A moment later, Angor felt his face heating up. His sweat evaporated and made him dizzy. Although the wounds on his body were not fatal, there was too much blood flowing out, causing him to show signs of fainting. The demon, on the other hand, was becoming more and more alert and moving faster. Angor knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. Drip. 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 Angor couldn't tell whether it was his blood or the demon's saliva. When he looked up, the demon was already in front of him. Angor gritted his teeth and used all his strength to roll again. He came to the other side and threw out several energy items, hoping to buy more time. He could feel that the ground had begun to tremble. This meant that the time of Razudran's destruction was getting closer. If he could buy more time, the ground would change and he would have a chance to escape. But he was disappointed. This time, the demon didn't even look at the energy items. It turned around and attacked Angor. Will you become my follower? Angor was almost out of strength. He couldn't dodge the attack. But time seemed to have stopped. Angor saw the demon's tongue sticking out of its mouth, which was frozen in the air. Angor couldn't move his body, but his mind wasn't affected. Will you become my follower? This was the second time Angor asked this question. Angor looked at the center of the hall. Only the scholar of cruelty would ask such a question. Angor sneered in his mind. As expected, the scholar of cruelty was the one who woke up the demon and trapped them in the hall. The demon chose this moment to ask because he didn't think Angor would refuse. If he refused, he would probably be killed by the demon. Angor weighed his options. If he wanted to live, he had to become a follower of the scholar of cruelty. But once he became a follower, his future would be controlled by a demon. Even his soul would belong to the demon. Angor's mind told him to surrender. But the rebellious feeling in his mind was growing stronger and stronger. Angor was already thinking about what happened at Twilight Auction. If only he could replicate what happened at that time. If only he could summon the monsters from the Nightmare Realm. If only he had the power to turn the tables. The scholar of cruelty saw all of Angor's thoughts. When Angor thought about the Queen of Nightmare Realm, the scholar of cruelty's heart skipped a beat. He sensed danger. The scholar of cruelty didn't even dare to pry into Angor's mind. Since Angor didn't answer, the scholar of cruelty decided to speak again. I don't need you as a follower. Angor quickly looked at the scholar of cruelty. The statue was floating in front of Angor with its wings spread wide open. It was releasing an overwhelming aura. Its eyes, which were filled with wisdom and cruelty, were looking down at him. Promise me one thing, and I'll let you go. The scholar of cruelty looked down at Angor. What is it? Angor looked at the scholar of cruelty cautiously. He didn't think there was anything on him that could attract the scholar of cruelty's attention, except for his soul. Of course, the scholar of cruelty knew what Angor was thinking. The scholar of cruelty was indeed interested in Angor's soul. However, as someone who had lived for a long time, the scholar of cruelty knew a lot about the rules of powerful beings in different worlds. Angor's soul was obviously regarded by a powerful being as its own. The scholar of cruelty didn't even dare to mark Angor as its follower, let alone try to possess the soul. However, the scholar of cruelty was still eager to study Angor's soul. According to the scholar of cruelty, as long as Angor's soul wasn't threatened, the scholar of cruelty wouldn't show up. The scholar of cruelty even saw the flame mark of the abyss dragon on Angor's body, which meant Angor's body wasn't protected by the scholar of cruelty. If that was the case, the scholar of cruelty could find a way to leave his mark on Angor's body. However, the scholar of cruelty decided not to do so. He noticed something strange about Angor's right hand. The green mark on Angor's right hand had merged with it. Both Angor's body and soul were somehow connected to the scholar of cruelty. However, the soul was more taboo than the body. The scholar of cruelty decided not to leave his mark on Angor's body. Instead, he decided to observe Angor in a different way. The scholar of cruelty didn't answer Angor's question. Instead, the scholar of cruelty slowly flapped its wings and lowered its tail. The scholar of cruelty's tail was a sharp hook with books hanging from it. As it lowered its tail, the book on top of it also fell to the ground and floated in front of Angor. They weren't real books. They were statues made of some kind of material. Angor looked at the scholar of cruelty with a puzzled look. The cruel scholar's response was to knock on the pile of books with his tail. With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the book in front of him. As the mottled stones fell to the ground, he saw what was hidden in the center of the book. It was a statue the size of a palm, and the content of the statue was a demon with folded wings. It just so happened to be the original appearance of the statue in front of him. It could be imagined that when this statue spread its wings, it would be a miniature version of the scholar of cruelty statue. "Take it, and I'll let you go." The scholar of cruelty's voice echoed in Angor's mind. "What's this?" He did not get any answer. "If I accept your request, how long do I have to carry it with me? Also, how does it affect me?" "I've never been interested in any research topic for more than 200 years, the scholar of cruelty said. "As for how it affects you, it depends on how you use it." At this point, the cruel scholar let out a sinister chuckle. It was as if he was trying to warn Angor that he would suffer unimaginable consequences if he used the statue. But Angor did not even know what the statue was, let alone how to use it. "Also, the scholar of cruelty said that he was going to use me as a research topic? So he had to carry the statue with him for at least 200 years? "You're right." The scholar of cruelty nodded in agreement. To the scholar of cruelty, Angor was like an ant to a human being. It was interested in Angor, but not because of Angor himself. It just wanted to study. Oh, no. It didn't dare to study Angor for now. It just wanted to observe Angor. "What if the statue is damaged?" Angor asked. "If it's really damaged, then good. I hope you'll be freed in advance." The scholar of cruelty paused. His cold voice changed to a meaningful tone. "I'm looking forward to the day you can break it." The scholar of cruelty knew that Angor was going to break the statue himself. However, the scholar of cruelty's ability to subdue objects was the embodiment of his power as a demon god. It was a more profound law of the abyss. Even the Lord of Depth might not be able to break the statue, let alone Angor. If Angor really did break the statue, the scholar of cruelty would not blame him. Someone who could break a subdued object had to be stronger than him. "So? Have you made up your mind?" The scholar of cruelty could see that Angor's mind was beginning to shift. However, this kind of promise was completely different from saying it aloud. Angor remained silent. He looked at the floating statue in front of him, and then at the terrifying demon who was frozen in time. If he did not accept the scholar of cruelty's request, he would become the demon's meal in the next second. If the scholar of cruelty asked him to become a follower, he might refuse. But if it was just a statue, it was not impossible. Angor was worried that there might be something wrong with the statue. For example, if he accepted the statue, he would become a part of some kind of ritual and become a follower of the scholar of cruelty? It's easy for me to kill you if I want to, the Scholar of Cruelty's voice reached Angor's ears. Angor had a strange feeling that the Scholar of Cruelty was not threatening him. Instead, the Scholar of Cruelty was trying to tell Angor that there was a huge gap between them. Like a drop of water in the ocean, or a grain of sand in a mountain, the Scholar of Cruelty did not need to resort to tricks to achieve his goal. Angor considered and looked at the Scholar of Cruelty. If I accept your request, can I leave Razudran alive? The Scholar of Cruelty knew what Angor was thinking. Angor had already made up his mind. He just wanted to make sure he could survive before making the promise. What a greedy human. I can only guarantee that you leave this hall alive, but whether you can survive in Razudran or not, what does that have to do with me? The Scholar of Cruelty paused. Of course, you can try to use it. The Scholar of Cruelty pointed at the floating statue in front of Angor. Angor was surprised to hear that. Did the statue have a function that could help him? Angor did not think too much about it. He knew that if he really needed to ask a demon for help, the demon would probably ask for his soul as a reward. It's time to make a decision. My projection of power has attracted the attention of some ancient gods. I'll withdraw my power now. Once Angor withdrew his power, the frozen area in the hall would be freed. If Angor did not make a decision by then, he would die. He considered for a moment and nodded in the end. All right, I accept. The Scholar of Cruelty narrowed his eyes. Good. You've kept your promise. Iliades witnessed how Angor fed Jupiter, how Jupiter chased after him, and how the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty began to move. Iliades couldn't believe what he saw. Previously, the arrival of the uninvited guest did not cause much of a reaction from the Scholar of Cruelty. Why would it make such a big move now? Could it be because of the owner of this psychedelic store? Iliades looked at Angor again. When Angor ejected his soul, Iliades already knew that Angor was not a native. He was just a human who knew how to disguise himself well. Iliades did not think too much about Angor's identity. To the Scholar of Cruelty, there was no difference between a native and a human. However, it was interesting that a human could awaken a demon. That was all Iliades knew about Angor. But now, it was strange that a human could summon the consciousness of the Scholar of Cruelty for a second time. Iliades looked at Angor carefully, trying to figure out what was so strange about him. But he did not find anything. The space in the hall had been frozen for a while. Iliades did not know how long this would last. But if everything went according to plan, Angor would be torn into pieces by Jupiter when the time ended. No accidents was the prerequisite. But for some reason, Iadesai felt that something unexpected was bound to happen. Why did it not happen sooner or later? Why did it have to happen at this moment? As Iliades expected, the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty in the center of the hall seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Angor. As a contract was formed, the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty suddenly burst into flames. As the flames danced in the air, the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty in the center turned into dust. At the same time, an even smaller statue fell into Angor's hand. As the statue turned into dust, the frozen hall returned to normal. However, Jupiter did not attack Angor like before. Instead, the glowing dust brushed past him and knocked him to the ground, creating a huge crater. Then, he fell into a coma once again. Angor sat on the ground, panting heavily. At the same time, the light rune at the entrance of the hall disappeared. There was a rumbling sound. As the statue turned into sand, the demon suddenly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Angor managed to escape death as well. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. After a while, the white smoke in the hall dissipated, and the dust settled. Angor looked away from the demon and back at his hand. It seemed that the Scholar of Cruelty's consciousness had left, leaving only the miniature statue in his hand. Looking at the intricately carved statue, Angor had a complicated feeling. He thought something unexpected would happen after he agreed to the Scholar of Cruelty's request, or something uncontrollable would happen to him. But nothing happened. The strange sculpture sat calmly in his palm. It was as if the dust had settled and not a single ripple was stirred up. Angor didn't know what would happen in the future, but at least everything was fine for now. Angor put his thoughts aside and struggled to stand up. The demon not far away was only unconscious. No one knew if this demon would wake up soon. The most important thing now was to leave the underground hall. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. Clack, clack, clack. It sounded like a pair of dancing shoes hitting a smooth floor, but this time it sounded sharper and louder. Angor's heart skipped a beat and he quickly looked back. He saw a tall figure covered in bone armor. Even the streamlined wings on his body looked smooth and bony. The figure approached Angor step by step. As the figure approached, Angor sensed a terrifying aura coming from it. Iades. Angor narrowed his eyes as he recalled the name. Angor watched Iades approach. His face looked calm, but his trembling fingers under his sleeves told Angor that he wasn't as calm as he looked. When Iades was only one step away from Angor, Angor couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. Iades stopped and gave Angor an unreadable glance. Then, he walked past Angor again. A while later, he turned around and saw Iades standing beside the demon he just killed. Looking down at the unconscious skinny demon from above, it was surrounded by flying sand as it walked. The dust and the backlight intertwined, making the scene seem like it was frozen in time. He couldn't see Iades' expression clearly, but he could tell that the monster knew who it was. Iades stared at the demon for a while before he finally looked at Angor. Lord Iades. Angor's mana pool and soul energy were almost depleted. He knew that running away was useless against a great demon like Iades, so he decided to wait and call out to Iades in a low voice. Iades looked at the miniature statue in Angor's hand with a complicated expression. Why would the Scholar of Cruelty give you this subdued object? Iades asked softly. Subdued object? Angor looked at the statue. What's that? Elias didn't answer. Instead, he kept giving Angor a questioning look. Angor knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer from Iades. He didn't know what the statue was used for, but he could at least find out its name. The Scholar of Cruelty told me to take it with me. Iades was even more confused. What was a subdued object? It was something used to carry the consciousness and power of a demon god from afar. The Scholar of Cruelty could just leave his mark on Angor's body. Why would the Scholar of Cruelty give such a precious object to Angor, or was there something about Angor that the Scholar of Cruelty didn't want to leave his mark on Angor? Iades gave Angor an even more strange look. He was going to ask why the Scholar of Cruelty told Angor to take this object with him. But he didn't ask because he was afraid of the Scholar of Cruelty. Also, Scholar of Cruelty's consciousness was still lingering in the underground hall. No one could be sure if Scholar of Cruelty was still watching this place. Eliadesai was worried that Scholar of Cruelty would take his anger out on him if he asked about it. Thinking of the uninvited guest, Iades could not help but look back at the door. Huh? It left already? When Iadasi entered the hall earlier, he saw the monster quietly observing Angor. Who would have thought that the monster had already left? Angor also noticed Iades' gaze. Speaking of which, when he saw Iades, he also saw a fiery figure heading for the stairs. The figure was huge and covered in thorns and pus. Angor didn't think he had ever seen such a creature before. But for some reason, he found it familiar. Iades didn't care about the uninvited guest. Rizudran was already dead, so it didn't really care. In fact, Iades didn't really care about Angor. He was just curious. Iades stared at Angor for a second and summoned countless bone chains that wrapped around Jupiter's body. Iades then slowly walked toward the door. I'll be taking Jupiter with me. As for you, take care of yourself. In the smoke, Iades' figure disappeared from the gate. Angor's willpower was quickly drained away by Iades' departure. He thought Iades had just escaped from a dragon's den and entered a tiger's den. But it didn't seem like Iades cared about him at all. Angor relaxed a little. It seemed he was safe now. Even the demon was taken away by Iliadesa. What did Iliadesa say the demon's name was? Jupiter. Why does that sound so familiar? A moment later, Angor froze in place. Zhu. Pete? He remembered that Kanan had mentioned that Jupiter was a great demon. He fought against a big demon for half a day? No one would believe him even if he told them about it. Even Angor himself couldn't believe what he just heard. Sunders floated in the air with a frown while trying to sense the location of his essence blood. He planned to wait until Fafnir and Komodo finished their fight before going to find Angor. But what he didn't expect was that the battle between Fafnir and Komodo was becoming more and more intense, and the chaotic energy was also becoming more and more widespread. Previously, it was only a small area, but now, almost half of Razudran was covered in chaotic energy. The closer one was to the center, the denser the chaotic energy was. The battle wasn't over yet, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. As they fought, the collapse of Razudran was accelerating. Sunders looked down at Razudran. Previously, the collapse was slowly spreading from the periphery to the center. But now, there were many dark, deep holes in the center. It looked as if a vortex had appeared out of nowhere, sucking in all the buildings and sand around it. The collapse also affected the spot where Angor landed. Sunders was planning to look for Angor, but there was already a giant hole that led to the void. The only good news was that his essence blood didn't change too much. He couldn't tell where Angor was right now, but at least his essence blood wasn't affected, which meant Angor should be safe. But Sunders didn't know where Angor was right now. According to the current situation in the core area of Razudran, the only safe place underground was the Void Tower. However, the Void Tower's defenses were too strong. No external force could penetrate it. Fafnir and Komodo were also fighting outside the Void Tower. Moreover, there were several terrifying existences inside the Void Tower. Even Nitotep had entered the Void Tower. "I hope you're fine," Sunders muttered in his mind. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light coming from not far away. When Sunders looked back, he saw a glittering crystal light flashing past the sparks and heading straight for the floating ice in the sky. Halfway through, a shadow suddenly split off from the light and flew towards Sunders. It didn't take long for the shadow to reach Sunders. "I heard from Mar that something happened to Angor. What's the situation?" It was a skinny old man with long, white eyebrows that reached his chest. He was wearing a blue-black wizard hat with a triangle embroidered with a rose flower. "I don't know. My essence blood is still intact. I think he's fine, but I think he's inside the Void Tower right now." "Inside the Void Tower? That's not good." They were speechless for a moment. They all knew that the Void Tower's current situation was very special. At least, before the collapse of Razudran had truly spread to the Void Tower, it was still an absolute forbidden zone. "Cantor, what's the situation on your side?" Sunders asked after a moment of silence. The old man with the triangular hat was none other than Cantor. He sighed. "The prey hall has collapsed. Alucia is heading to the center of the hall. Samantha and Senifer are reporting back to Monchi. They're about to make their move. Monkey's target was Arusha anyway, so it wasn't strange for him to make a move." "Where's that nightclub owner?" Sunders asked curiously. "I didn't see him. But judging from the fire in the sky, he should be showing up soon." After a moment of silence, Cantor looked down at the ruined land and sighed. Even if this was a city of demons, the process of turning a prosperous city into a wasteland was always tragic. Who would have thought that Razudran would end up like this in such a short time? Cantor shook his head and looked at Sunders, who was also looking at the ground. However, Sunders seemed to be looking at the tower. "I'm going to take a look at the tower," Sunders suddenly said. Cantor frowned. "But Fafnir and Komodo are still fighting each other. The chaotic energy around here won't allow us to." Cantor saw the determination in Sunders' eyes. It seemed Sunders had already made up his mind. Cantor knew his old friend well. Once Sunders had made up his mind, he would not change it. "It's not impossible. If Mr. Monkey is willing to help, he should be able to clear a path for us," Cantor said. Sunders suddenly humphed. "So Mar only told you about Angor's accident?" "He didn't tell you why?" Cantor was puzzled. He quickly learned what happened from Sunders. Cantor's usually friendly face turned gloomy in an instant. "Was it really done by the Magi on the floating ice?" Sunders nodded. "I heard that Mr. Monkey was going to give Angor the highest reward in the Moonfrost Union. But he changed his mind in less than an hour." Cantor's face was filled with indignation. Even if it wasn't Moonfrost's attack, Monchi would have seen it. Monkey didn't stop Sunders, which meant he allowed it. Changed his mind? No, he didn't. Monkey doesn't care about such a small reward, Sunders said coldly. Monkey's decision was made after weighing the pros and cons. As for the pros and cons, it wasn't about Sunders' personal interests. He was considering the future of the Moonfrost Union as a whole. There were too many things involved in this, from potential threats to personal emotions. Most of them were conflicts of interest between magi organizations. In the end, Mon-Chi chose to turn a blind eye to all the evaluations. Cantor thought about it as well. If they chose to attack Angor instead of you, they must be afraid of Angor's potential and want to destroy Phantom Island's future. I don't think Monkey would do something like this. However, Mon-Chi didn't stop him, which means that it was a wizard from the Moonfrost Union. There were only two possible reasons, Gravity Forest and Song of the Deep. It doesn't matter who it is. Cantor saw a bloodthirsty glint in Sunders' eyes. I'll make them pay for what they did, one by one. Cantor sighed. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll help. Sunders glanced at Cantor. No need. It's my personal business. Canty didn't say anything else. He just asked, okay, if Mon-Chi won't do anything, how do you plan on going to the Void Tower? If you try to force your way in, you'll anger those two who are already in a frenzy, and they'll turn on you. That's not worth it. Sunders considered for a moment before saying, I want to try. Light Shadow Nightmare Substitute. Light Shadow Nightmare Substitute? Cantor was puzzled. Is that your new creation? It's a trick I learned from Nightmare Substitute. But it's the most difficult one among all nightmare substitution tests. I've only completed the basic experiment so far. But there's nothing I can do now. I have to give it a try. Cantor gave Sunders a thoughtful look. Sunders seemed to be paying more attention to Angor every day. As far as Cantor was concerned, things weren't as bad as they seemed. However, he wouldn't stop Sunders from trying. Cantor nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything else. Thank you. Sunders smiled. Of course, it was because of the malicious intent from the floating ice. He could imagine that if something went wrong with his attempt, those guys who didn't like him would definitely sneak up on him and make a move. With Cantor around, however, Sunders would be able to deter them. Sunders nodded to Cantor and looked at the dark gate of the tower in the distance. He put on a pair of gloves and adjusted his hat, which was loosened by the wind. Then, he waved his short staff and summoned a nightmare substitute from his cloak. However, this nightmare doppelganger was different from the nightmare doppelganger in the past. It wasn't emitting black flames, but was so white that it was almost transparent. Even the flames on its body were translucent. When light shone on it, it would distort intensely. Cantor and Samantha had just fought together, so this nightmare substitute looked a bit like Glaze Nightmare. Now that he thought about it, Samantha's Glaze Paradise was also based on some of Sunders' ideas. It was just that Samantha created her own path. Sunders nodded. It's a combination of light, shadow, and spatial tide. Glaze Paradise was originally designed to control the refraction of light and tidal energy. However, Samantha didn't use tidal energy. Instead, she used the main ability of Moonfrost Union, Frost. What's it doing now? Cantor curiously looked at the translucent Nightmare Lord. He could see that the translucent flame on the Nightmare Lord's body was burning in a strange way, causing the surrounding light to change. Waiting for the frequency to match. Cantor saw the nightmare substitute slowly turning from translucent to transparent, until it completely disappeared. According to Sunders, the most important moment was when the nightmare substitute turned into nothingness. It wasn't a long wait. When the nightmare substitute completely disappeared from Cantor's sight, he looked at Sunders again. Sunders' forehead was covered in sweat, which made him look very nervous. Cantor thought about it and understood. His nightmare substitute hadn't been tested on a large scale yet, and this was the first time it was used in a real battle. What Cantor didn't know was that the nightmare substitute was currently running toward the tower. It was fine at first, but when the incubus entered the area of chaotic energy, every step needed to be calculated accurately. Even Sunders' eyes began to turn bloodshot after the intense calculation. Not only that, but blood was also oozing out of Sunders' body. His energy reserves were also decreasing rapidly. It was a terrible sight to behold. Sunder's situation was also noticed by those who paid attention to it. On the floating ice, a few magi in forest robes came to the side of an ice mountain. A blond man was leaning against the iceberg, pretending to take a nap. The blond man slowly opened his eyes when he heard the noise. His emerald eyes looked like a tranquil forest. "Mr. Nereus, do you think we should do it now?" The man was Nereus. He looked at Sunders below. Sunders seemed to sense something, but he didn't respond because he was in a critical condition. Cantor, who was standing beside Sunders, gave them a cold glare. Nereus frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, "Eventide Canty's attack is not that great, but his creation is very difficult to deal with. Now is not a good time to make a move." After Nereus finished speaking, the magi in front of him could only look at each other in dismay and retreat to the side. Nereus was still staring at Sunders. "He's going to the Void Tower. But what's the point of going there? Could it be that his disciple is still alive?" Not long after Nereus withdrew his threatening glare, Sunders suddenly said, "I'm going to try it now." Before Cantor could react, Sunders suddenly disappeared from his sight. The nightmare substitute was actually a special kind of spatial displacement. Now that Sunders was nowhere to be seen, the nightmare lord should be here. Cantor was confused. Why couldn't he see Sunders, or could it be that the nightmare lord that was replaced was still an illusion? Unbeknownst to Cantor, on the floating ice, Monchi's eyebrows twitched beneath his mask. He raised a hand as if he wanted to do something, but he didn't. "What's wrong, Mr. Monkey?" asked Cenifer, who was standing beside Monkey. Monkey shook his head and remained silent. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance coming from the floating ice behind her. Cenifer jerked her head back and saw a wizard in a forest robe suddenly burst into flames. "Wizards from Gravity Forest? What's going on? Is it an enemy attack?" Cenifer frowned and was about to go check when Monkey stopped her. "Don't worry. Nereus is there. He'll be fine." Cenifer looked into the distance and obeyed Monkey's advice. A moment later, she received a message from the floating ice behind her. 2 magi from Gravity Forest were burned to death by the unextinguishable flames. Cenifer was still confused. Samantha, on the other hand, stared at the glass-like fire and wondered what was going on. The ground was trembling more and more violently, and it seemed like the ground was about to collapse. At this time, almost all the demons knew the seriousness of the matter. No one bothered the floating ice anymore. Instead, they all began to run for their lives. Normally, the Void Tower in the core area was the most suitable place to hide. However, there were 2 fiends fighting there, so the demons did not dare to approach. As a result, all the demons were either hiding at the edge of the core area or flying high in the sky. For a moment, the entire sky of Razudran was covered by a dense swarm of demons. From afar, they looked like a huge cloud of dark clouds. Suddenly, a streak of fiery light approached them. When the black cloud saw this streak of light, it took the initiative to make a path. Even Fafnir and Komodo, who were in the middle of battle, paused slightly when they saw that fiery streak of light. In the end, the fiery stream of light hovered above the Void Tower for a moment before landing on the top of the tower. The underground hall. A large number of oil lamps on the wall had been knocked over in the previous battle. Black oil spilled all over the floor. Sparks slowly burned along with the oil on the floor and gradually spread outwards. When the fire was about to reach him, he walked toward the exit. He stood at the door and looked back at the hall. The hall was now empty. Even the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty had been reduced to dust. In addition to this fire, the inscription mark that had been left here at the pinnacle was burned to ashes. This place was the source of Razudran's eternal existence. But it was also the end of Razudran's destruction. Everything would be gone in the end. And this was only the beginning. In the end, he sighed and walked up the spiral staircase. The sound of light footsteps could be heard in the deep and quiet corridor. It was a windowless corridor with blood-red carpet. The walls on both sides were decorated with monster skulls. Some of them were even human skulls. They all looked terrified. In the middle of the corridor, Angor occasionally saw a statue of Fire Palm. Using the light from the fire, he saw the owner of the footsteps. It was a tall young man with blonde hair. His posture was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. However, his face was pale, and he looked abnormally tired and sick. It was Angor. After leaving the underground hall, Angor went to the first floor of the tower. He thought he could find the way out quickly. However, the inside of the tower was a maze. He walked for a long time without finding a way out. He didn't even see a window that led to the balcony. The walls were made of special materials that could weaken and block all kinds of energy. They wouldn't be a problem for a demon. However, Angor couldn't use his spirit feelers to see what was behind the walls. He had been walking in the corridor for a long time, but he did not see any windows or doors. The endless darkness in front of him gave him the illusion that he had entered the airless cavity of a monster. Or rather, he found himself in a corridor with endless loops. After walking for a while, Angor reached a resting area in the middle of the corridor. The resting area was wider than the corridor and could accommodate a long table and sofa. There was still a statue of Xianxia beside it. The table was filled with plates, but they looked very messy now. He could already smell Jupiter's disgusting saliva. It was supposed that Jupiter had eaten here before going to the cellar. He decided not to wander around aimlessly. Instead, he took out his scout puppet and sent it into the darkness. He took out the statue of the Scholar of Cruelty and placed it on the table. Subjugation, he muttered. That was what Iades said, which meant it was the name of the statue. But what was the use of this descending object? From the Scholar of Cruelty's words, it seemed that the statue could be used. But how? And what would the effects and consequences of using it be? But it was still a mystery. Angor looked at the statue again. It looked the same as the one he saw in the underground hall. The wings were closed and wrapped around the body. He couldn't see the statue's face, but for some reason, he had a feeling that a pair of eyes was staring at him from the darkness. He thought for a moment and took off the glove on his right hand. The green patterns on his right hand quickly showed up in front of him. These green lines were constantly changing and moving around his right hand. He quickly locked onto one of the green runes, which was a new one he just acquired. He didn't analyze the data of this new green pattern like he did with the other ones. But as soon as he saw it, he knew what it meant: shielding. But judging from the other green patterns, this shielding was probably just the surface meaning. There must be something else inside. He would have to wait until he had more time to study it. He stared at the green pattern for a long time and exhaled deeply. Using the nightmare aura flowing out of his right hand as the source of energy, he tried to activate the green pattern. There wasn't any light or shadow, nor was there any energy fluctuation. The green pattern that represented the meaning of shielding simply melted away in an ordinary manner. Or rather, the green rune disappeared from his vision. But he could clearly feel that the green rune had turned into a thin layer of film that covered him from all directions. When the film appeared, Angor looked at the statue on the table again. This time, he didn't feel the same fear as before. Angor felt that he was being too paranoid. But this descending object was created by the grand demon god after all. He couldn't afford to be too careful when dealing with an object from a demon god. Besides, he didn't need to worry about the green pattern disappearing. His right hand was still releasing nightmare aura, which was enough to keep the green pattern going. Unless he used his right hand to cast a nightmare illusion spell, the green pattern wouldn't be affected for a while. With that in mind, Angor turned his attention to the scout puppet. But when he looked over, he noticed that the scout puppet was standing in front of a broken door. It was the same door he used to come out of the underground hall. In other words, the scout puppet walked around the corridor and didn't find anything. The only door he saw was the one leading to the underground hall. There was no way there was only one door in the entire corridor. Either we're in a maze, or the path is hidden. If it was a maze, Angor didn't think he could solve it on his own. Moreover, according to his speculations, the Void Tower itself had inscriptions, so the possibility of setting up a maze was very low. Did that mean that the path was hidden? Angor put away the statue on the table and walked into the dark corridor. He checked his surroundings as he walked, but he still didn't find anything when he reached the entrance of the underground hall. If a maze wasn't possible, then hiding the path didn't make sense either. According to his observation, most of the demons didn't like trouble, except for the ones that mainly affected people's minds. There were many cases of killing and playing tricks, but the situation of hiding and hiding was very rare. So the path wasn't hidden, and I just ignored it? He walked back the way he came, but this time, he walked slowly. Apart from the heads he saw on the walls, he didn't find anything strange. While he was at his wits' end, he saw a faint light coming from the darkness ahead of him. He looked up and saw the fire palm statues that appeared in the corridor from time to time. These ferocious-looking statues were placed horizontally on the walls, with their long arms outstretched. Their palms were lit up by lamps. Angor looked at the statues and suddenly thought of something. For a demon who didn't like trouble, there must be obvious signs for a path. In the dark corridor where one couldn't even see their own fingers, the most obvious things were the statues that were burning with fire. Could it be that these statues were the roads? Angor reached out a hand and touched one of the statue's arms. Then, without using any strength, he heard a caw-caw sound. The palm fire statue and the wall behind it flipped over, revealing a door. Angor didn't know what to say. So it really is a path. Angor complained about the design as he walked toward the door. Behind the door was a small, cramped room. As soon as he entered, Angor immediately smelled the thick scent of blood. He took a closer look and saw that the small room was filled with all kinds of rotten flesh, which seemed to belong to some monsters. Some of them already had white maggots growing out of them. In the center of the room, there was a slanted path that looked like a slide. However, there were dark bloodstains on the slide, as well as fresh blood stains. Angor asked the puppet to look down the slide and saw a bloody basement. A fat demon with chains around his neck and limbs was holding a machete and chopping at a monster. Speaking of which, that monster had the serial number of the prey hall hanging on it. It seemed to have come from the prey hall. The fat demon was surrounded by minced meat and rotten meat, as well as all kinds of disgusting seasonings. The movement of the scouting puppet seemed to have startled the fat abyss demon. It turned its head and roared angrily, rushing toward the scouting puppet with a kitchen knife. But halfway there, he was stopped by the chains. Angor saw this and quietly left the room. The plates looked exactly the same as the ones in the resting area. Maybe it's a chef Jupiter caught. There were many statues in the corridor, so Angor quickly found a new room. However, it was still a kitchen, where another fat demon was imprisoned. Speaking of which, the ingredients used by these demon chefs were all monsters from the abyss, which were all excellent ingredients for Angor. But to get them, Angor had to face these terrifying chefs. Angor didn't think he could win, so he had to retreat. Angor saw many rooms behind the statues on his way, but most of them were kitchens. Angor could tell that Jupiter had a huge appetite. The rest of the rooms were mostly empty. Of course, they weren't completely empty. For example, this one. Angor immediately noticed something strange when he pushed the door open. The rooms he saw before were all narrow. But this one was extremely spacious. It was almost as big as the underground hall. Unlike the previous rooms, the air inside the door did not have any foul smell. The black and white checkered floor reflected a cold light, giving off a chilling feeling. For a moment, Angor felt as if he was in a display hall in a zoo. It wasn't just the cold air that reminded him of a showroom. Even the items inside the room were similar to a showroom. The room was empty, but there were 4 statues in the middle, one on each side. These statues looked very similar to the specimens in the display hall. Angor had to take a closer look to notice that the statue's skin was made of stone. There was a display stand in the middle of the statues. On the stand was a giant blood-red battle axe engraved with strange runes. Angor only glanced at it from a distance, but he could already feel the terrifying pressure coming from it. It was as if he was looking at an endless sea of blood. Angor could tell that this was no ordinary object. Also, the weapon was made using a method he had never seen before. As an alchemist, Angor could not help but want to check it out. He even felt a little greedy and wanted to take it for himself. But when he was about to step in, he sensed danger from the bottom of his heart. This vague premonition of danger stopped him in his tracks. Why did he feel danger? This room was very spacious. At first glance, there wasn't any danger. Could it be that there was a hidden mechanism? Or did the danger come from the battle axe? Or... Angor slowly looked at the 4 statues beside the battle axe. He did not look carefully before. Now that he did, he realized something was wrong. These statues looked like gargoyles? Angor quickly took a step back. It was normal for a gargoyle's skin to be made of stone. Moreover, when the gargoyle was asleep, it looked like a statue without any signs of life. However, as long as one approached the gargoyle's alert range, it would wake up from its slumber. Many demon nobles liked to keep gargoyles as guards because of this. He wasn't sure if the gargoyle was a statue or a sleeping gargoyle. Although this was a 50-50 chance, he did not want to gamble, nor did he want to court death by probing. Even if the battle axe was powerful, he would only use it for research purposes. It was not worth risking his life for it. With that in mind, Angor turned around and closed the door without hesitation. As the door closed, the room was plunged into darkness again. Somewhere where Angor could not see, one of the statues opened its eyes. A red light flashed in its eyes as if it sensed something. But it did not do anything in the end. Instead, it closed its eyes and went back to sleep. Little did he know that his vigilance saved him from a terrible fate. He was looking for a way out of this place. However, the strange thing was that all the doors he had opened so far were sealed spaces. Not only did he not find the way to the upper levels, he also did not see the way out. This was a little strange. He stepped out of another kitchen and wondered, is there another way to get out of the sealed room behind the statue? However, after walking around for a while, he didn't see anything more eye-catching than the palm fire statue. Eye-catching? No. Angor paused. If there was something eye-catching, there was. Angor thought of something and quickly walked toward the light. It was the resting area in the hallway. If there was anything more eye-catching, it would be the resting area. Angor even rested here before. Angor followed the source of the light and saw the fire palm statue beside the couch. His eyes glowed. The statue was huge. It was much bigger than the wall lamps in other places. Angor came here several times before, but he never thought that there would be a statue here. If the palm fire statue here could move, then it could very well represent the way out that they had been unable to find before. With that in mind, Angor reached out his hand and touched the statue's arm. He heard a familiar creaking noise. He looked back and saw the tall wall behind the resting area flipped over, forming a wide path. So that's it. Angor's eyes widened. This time, he was thinking too much. He did not realize that the answer was already in front of him. He found the way, but he still did not know how to proceed. Angor carefully stepped inside and quickly disappeared into the darkness. He thought there might be a way out behind the darkness, but it was not the case. He was still in the hallway. The decorations and style were almost the same as before. There were still statues and resting areas. Angor simulated the map in his mind. This place looked like a maze of corridors. Each corridor had several resting areas, which meant there were many paths. Angor thought about it carefully. It seemed complicated, but it was not hard to find a solution. He let the scouting puppet walk around the corridor and got some data. This corridor was obviously shorter than the previous one. If the corridor here was a progressive maze, it meant that he was closer to the center of the void tower than the previous one. Perhaps the center of the void tower was the way to get to the second level. He would have to go through many corridors to get there. But he did not want to go to the higher levels of the void tower. He wanted to leave this place. Instead of going inside, he had to go outside. In other words, he was going the wrong way. Angor returned to the resting area he came from and found another resting area in the same corridor. As he expected, the distance between each corridor increased significantly, which meant he was getting closer to the outer circle. 10 minutes later, he stepped into the new outer circle. When he stepped out, he immediately experienced a completely different feeling from before. In the corridor from before, everything seemed calm and tranquil. Not a single sound could be heard. It was dark and desolate. But now, Angor could feel the floor shaking. The energy in the air was not as stable as before. This meant he was close to the outer circle. With that, he quickly ran to the next resting place. He had a feeling that the next level of the cloister might be the outermost layer, which was also the exit of the void tower. Soon, he found a new resting area. Angor held back his excitement and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Before he reached the next corridor, he already felt the ground shaking even more violently. At the same time, he also heard an angry roar coming from the distance. It sounded like Komodo's voice. Angor was glad to hear Komodo's voice. He was not far away from the exit. However, when he entered a new corridor, he suddenly froze. There was another resting area in front of him, but it was different from the previous one. This was because there was a huge figure sitting on the sofa in the resting area. It was an alien creature that Angor had never seen before. It had a pair of glossy wings on its back, and its skin glowed in a strange red color. Its body was covered in lumps and sharp horns. Green, viscous liquid was dripping from its pores. The alien sat on the sofa. When Angor showed up, it looked up and glanced at Angor with its hideous head. Angor suddenly felt something familiar about the creature. It was the same feeling he felt when he saw the figure at the entrance of the underground hall. Judging from the size, the two seemed to be the same person. Angor put the strange feeling aside for now. What should he do now? As he pondered, he suddenly heard a rustling noise coming from behind him. That's... Angor suddenly realized something and looked up. A burning chain suddenly appeared on the alien's shoulder. The chain slowly slithered out of the creature's shoulder and extended toward Angor. He tried to back away, but for some reason, he could not move at all under the effect of the chain. When the chain reached Angor, it slowly raised its head like a snake. Angor also saw the details of the chain. His pupils constricted. The chain was the one he had crafted for Boboda. Boboda's was used as a blood sacrifice. It couldn't be used by anyone else. If that was the case, could this alien be Boboda? If one thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After all, he did see Boboda in the lava pool outside the city. The only thing that didn't fit the description was that the alien's appearance was completely different. Angor looked at the alien on the sofa. You're Bobota? The alien finally looked up and stared at Angor in the eyes. The creature's eyes were strangely divided. On one side there was the unbridled madness, while on the other, there was the coldness of absolute rationality. Why are you here? Are you here to stop me? I knew I shouldn't have let you get away with making the chain. I should have killed you. The alien sounded calm at first. But suddenly, it raised its voice several octaves. But, ahahaha, it's too late. No one can stop me. No one can stop the rekindling of my race. No one. Angor stared at the monster with a crazed expression. The monster glared at Angor and roared, which caused the energy around them to tremble and force Angor to back away. I'm going to kill you, ahahaha. Don't stop me. Humanity? I don't care about humanity, and I don't care about being human. Angor went from calm to crazy, and then back to answering his own questions. Angor watched Boboda's performance in silence. Based on what Boboda said earlier, Angor was sure that this was the real Boboda. However, Boboda's transformation surprised him both in terms of appearance and strength. In his mind, Boboda was still a handsome young man in a white robe. Back in Brute Cavern, Angor could see the dark side of Boboda's heart. However, the man's kindness left a deep impression in Angor's mind. He was completely unable to equate the gentle young man with the crazy and splitting ugly alien in front of him. Angor couldn't say anything about Boboda's transformation. After all, Boboda's transformation was his own choice. Besides, he wasn't close to Boboda anyway. Angor needed to think of a way to leave this place quietly. If it were half a month ago, Angor wouldn't mind leaving Boboda's place. But now, Boboda had changed so much that Angor felt like he was facing Fafnir in a very dangerous situation. Maybe it was just an illusion, but Angor was sure that Boboda's strength had undergone a drastic change since he was able to get along well with Iades. Besides, Boboda didn't seem to be in a good mood either. He might look calm, but anything could trigger his anger. Angor had to think of a way to leave this place without attracting Boboda's attention. While he was thinking, he heard a loud clank. When Boboda took a closer look, the chain suddenly fell from the air and hit the ground. Then, like a snake, it slowly returned to Boboda's body. Boboda was also attracted by the voice and turned around. He looked at the chains and then at Angor. As expected, we shouldn't have kept you alive. We have to kill him. After all, he was the one who refined the chains. His aura hasn't been completely removed yet. It's still affecting the chains. Even if there's a small mistake, we can't do it. We must kill him. Kill. Kill him. It was as if Boboda was talking to another person in his mind. But it didn't seem to be a good thing. Boboda's eyes were filled with both murderous intent and evil intent. No. Angor's heart skipped a beat. The secret soul mantra he had been chanting took effect instantly. The moment Boboda launched his attack, the soul mantra drifted past him like a wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he reached the end of the corridor. Even without the sequence of gravity, Boboda's speed was not much slower than Angor's. Every step he took was powerful enough to cause the air around him to tremble. It was impossible for Angor to run at full speed. As Boboda approached Angor, he suddenly realized something and sensed a terrifying aura coming at him from behind. All Angor could do now was to run faster. Just like how he saved Toby from the giant snake in the shadow cavern, as long as he was fast enough, so fast that Toby's reaction speed couldn't keep up, so fast that the pressure couldn't catch up to him, then he would be able to escape, but the situation at Shadow Cave was different. Angor couldn't use his full speed here. Also, as he reached the outer layer of the corridor, the energy here was already affected by the outside world and became chaotic. With Boboda here, he had no choice but to slow down. In the end, Boboda caught up with him. He was sent flying to the end of the corridor and fell to the ground with a loud thud. He couldn't move at all as the terrifying aura came at him. He could only watch as Boboda slowly approached him from the other end of the corridor with a chuckle. Ahahaha. You can't get away. Keep running. I won't let you go. You must die. He could not move at all under the pressure. He felt as if all his bones were being squeezed. Even his mind seemed to be frozen, and he could not think. When he thought this was the end, he heard a horse neighing beside his ear. And the sound of galloping hooves. A horse? Why would there be a horse here, before? Angor could think about it. He saw a nightmare covered in dark flames jumping on top of him. In the next second, he felt weightless. Immediately after, he discovered that the pressure that was suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move had suddenly disappeared. Or rather, he seemed to have undergone some sort of spatial teleportation and arrived in an area where there was no pressure. Before he could react, a pair of shiny black leather boots appeared beside him with a series of clicks. The owner of the boots walked past Angor and stopped in front of him. I knew it. You're such a pain in the ass. The familiar voice was like a clear spring water, which instantly stimulated Angor's frozen mind. All the darkness in his mind became bright again. Angor tried his best to look up and saw the man in front of him tilting his head. A small tuft of grayish-green curly hair peeked out from under the brim of his hat. Sir. Angor's eyes widened. It was Sunders. Sunders nodded and asked Angor to step back. He kept his eyes on the terrifying monster on the other side of the corridor with a serious expression. Angor couldn't sense the monster's strength, but Sunders could. At least, it was at the same level as Buffett. Which meant this monster was also a demon. Thinking back to the information he had received before, perhaps this alien was one of the 7 chiefs who had always been in hiding. Jupiter. Still, why did he feel that the monster before him looked familiar? He's Jupiter? Asked Sunders. Angor shook his head. Not Jupiter. It's Boboda. The apprentice who went missing at Twilight Mountain. Sunders frowned. He didn't expect this answer at all. But if he followed Angor's words. Sunders quickly recalled Boboda's face. He had an excellent memory. As long as he wanted to, he could remember the appearance and clothes of an unknown stranger from 100 years ago. Boboda was the only apprentice from Brute Cavern who came to the Overwatch base, so Sunders had a good impression of him. The monster in front of him didn't look like Boboda at all, but the chain and the outline of its eyes looked exactly like Boboda's. How did he become like this? Why is he here? Sunders wondered. However, he couldn't find an answer to his question because the flaming chain suddenly came at him. Sunders and Boboda began to fight in the narrow corridor. Angor retreated to a corner, pulled a statue away, and found a narrow and empty room to hide. Angor took a moment to calm down and heard a loud noise coming from outside. It felt like the entire corridor was shaking. Fortunately, the material used to construct the void tower was very sturdy, so Angor didn't have to worry about anything for now. While Sunders and Babota were fighting, Angor was also thinking about Sunders' question. Why did Babota become like this? Angor had an idea. He saw Babota killing a purgatory flame slave by the lava pool when he used the scout puppet. However, the puppet was discovered at that time, so he didn't see what happened next. When he went back to the lava pool, the dead purgatory flame slave was nowhere to be seen. Only its weapons were left on the ground. The weapons of the purgatory flame slaves were also scattered around the pool. If Babota was doing this for profit, he wouldn't have left those weapons behind. Now that Angor thought about it, Babota's crazy growth might have something to do with these missing corpses. Maybe he devoured them or sacrificed them. However, no matter what method Babota used to grow from an apprentice to a demon in such a short time, Angor was sure that he wouldn't end well. It was only a matter of time before Babota collapsed. Even Greg from Edge of Night couldn't become a wizard right away after his body was destroyed and his soul took over a new body to become Spivot. He had to do it step by step. However, it was hard to say when Babota would collapse. As for Sunders' second question, why was Babota here, Angor already had an idea when he first saw Babota. However, he was too focused on escaping and didn't think much about it. Now that he had analyzed it in depth, the answer seemed to have faintly emerged. Why did Resudran collapse? This was because an uninvited guest had broken into the Void Tower and destroyed the inscription hub in the underground hall. He already saw Jupiter and Iades inside the Void Tower. Who else could it be? The answer was clear. Babota was most likely the intruder, and he probably came here to destroy the rune hub. But if Angor followed this line of thought, he would find himself in a terrible situation. What was Babota's purpose for destroying the rune hub at all costs? There was no reason for Babota to destroy the rune hub for no reason. Babota must have his own reasons for doing such a horrible thing. But Angor couldn't imagine why an apprentice would go through so much trouble to come to Resudran to complete such a mission. Even a Truthfinder wizard or a wizard might not be able to complete such a task, let alone an apprentice. Babota's request must be very urgent, and he had no choice but to do it. The only things Angor could think of in such a short time were nightclub owner promotion and Orusha's arrival at the outer layer. Perhaps Babota was doing this for one reason or both. But neither of these two things required the destruction of the inscription hub, right? Or was his speculation wrong? Perhaps Babota's purpose was something else. He recalled Babota saying something like, "No one can stop the rekindling of the fire of my race." No one. The rekindling of our race. Last time, when Angor saw Babota through his scout puppet, Babota also said something similar, "Become the new flame of our race." Maybe it had something to do with Babota's goal. But Angor didn't know Babota well enough, so he couldn't analyze it further. There was something else Angor couldn't figure out. Babota couldn't have predicted all these. He must have his own sources. Angor believed that someone was guiding Babota behind the scenes. But who was that someone? Back at the lava pool, Babota once said to the demon who was devoured by the chain, "You were devoured by that greedy old bastard, and you still want to be reborn." Angor thought Babota was talking about the chain. But he made the chain not long ago, which did not fit the description of a greedy old man. Now that he thought about it, maybe the old man Babota was talking about was the one behind the chain. Angor had a lot of thoughts, but they were all just guesses. The more he thought about it, the more complicated the information would be, and the easier it would be to hide the truth. Angor forced himself to stop thinking about it and try to sort out the facts he already knew. While he was doing that, the fighting noises outside suddenly stopped. Angor was surprised. Did the battle end already? He slowly opened the door a crack and saw a tall figure standing outside. It was Sunders. The light from the statue cast a deep shadow on Sunders' face. Angor could clearly see that Sunders was frowning as if he was thinking about something. When the door was pushed open, Sunders looked at Angor and raised an eyebrow. Time to leave. Several minutes later, Angor saw the gate of the tower in front of them. Fafnir and Komodo are still fighting outside. It's too dangerous to go out now. Let's not leave yet. It's safer to stay here. Angor shook his head. Angor nodded. The exit was already in front of him, and he finally relaxed after seeing Sunders. They found a nearby place to rest and sat down. "How's Babota doing?" Angor finally had the time to ask. Sunders frowned again at the mention of Babota. "He's almost as strong as one of the 7 demon lords. However, he managed to reach such a high level in such a short time, and he's not good at using his own energy. It's easy to win a fight against him, but his body is too tough. It won't be easy to kill him in a short time. If he wants to run away, he won't stay." In other words, Babota was forced to run away. Sunders looked at Angor again. "You told Cantor that you saw Babota in Resudran?" Angor nodded and told Sunders about what the scout puppet saw in the lava pool. "I thought Babota was your informant. Resudran is located in the void, and it's guarded by the 7 demon lords. It's not as easy to infiltrate as other demon cities. Wizards can easily become cannon fodder here, so no one would send an apprentice to spy on them." Sunders considered Angor's words. Babota used the identity of a Purgatory Flame slave to sneak into Resudran and killed a large number of Purgatory Flame slaves. Also, the scout puppet saw Babota devouring the Purgatory Flame slaves' corpses with chains. No one dared to believe that this series of actions was done by an apprentice sorcerer. However, Sunders did recall that Babota was only an apprentice a month ago. Cantor often asked Babota to help him level up in games, so Sunders had a good impression of the boy. But according to Angor, such an apprentice was the one who destroyed Resudran Castle? "What do you know about Babota?" Sunders asked, "And how did you meet him?" "I don't know much about Babota. I've only met him a few times. Back in Brute Cavern." Angor told Sunders everything about his encounter with Babota. He also shared his analysis of the strange things that Babota had said earlier. Sunders fell into deep thought after listening to the story. Angor was also thinking about Babota's words. Babota kept emphasizing that no one can stop the rekindling of our race. This was obviously important information. Sunders guessed that this was Babota's ultimate goal in coming to Resudran. However, Angor needed to know more about Babota's background first. But he didn't know much about Babota's background. The only information he knew was from Babota's own words. For example, it was their custom to keep their names passed down for a long time. For this reason, their people would use all kinds of strange methods to name themselves so that people would remember them. Babota's name was strange enough, but his sister's name was even stranger. Angor suddenly thought of something and looked up. "Professor, do you know which country's national bird is called flower sparrow?" He remembered that Babota once told him that his sister's name was their country's national bird. If Sunders could find out which country they came from, he might be able to figure out their race. "Flower sparrow? That sounds familiar." Sunders pondered for a moment and drew a small circle in the air with his finger, which created an illusion. "You mean this bird?" A brightly colored bird appeared in the air. Emerald green feathers, pigeon blood-red patterns, ocean blue eyes. The bird looked colorful, but what was special was the patterns on the bird. They looked like eyes, but they also looked like the tail feathers of a peacock when it spread its tail. The bird happily fluttered in the air and slowly landed on Sunders' fingertip, releasing a pleasant chirp. "I once saw this bird in Kashmir Highland. According to the locals, it's called flower sparrow. It's a common bird, nothing special. I never heard of any country using it as their national bird." Sunders paused and gave Angor a curious look. "Why are you suddenly asking about it?" Angor didn't answer. His mind was in a daze. It was because of the illusion of the flower sparrow in front of him. He really did see the flower sparrow before. In front of him, he saw a little girl in a yellow dress looking at him with sparkling eyes. He could even hear her calling his name in a soft and tender voice, "Brother Pat." Angor took out a necklace from his bracelet. The pendant was a heart-shaped ruby. The gem was crystal clear and had 16 sides carved by a jewelry maker. Under the illumination of the fire statue, the smooth surface reflected a bright light. Sunders watched him with a puzzled look. He took out the necklace and gently rubbed the edge of the ruby. Click! A small hidden compartment opened as if he had triggered some kind of mechanism. Sunders noticed that the hidden compartment was empty. Nothing was inside. But when he looked at the hidden compartment, something strange appeared in his eyes. A moment later, Angor looked up and spoke in a soft voice. "I think I know where Babota came from." I've always felt that Babota gave me a strange sense of déjà vu, like he was somehow familiar. But when I learned that Babota changed his name to Flower Sparrow by the lava pool, something flashed in my mind. But I didn't remember anything. Angor considered for a moment. I just remembered something when I saw your illusion. Angor explained the whole story in detail. It all started from the heart-shaped necklace. Angor once visited Dark Castle in Fairy World. Back then, he found the skeleton of a child in the graveyard outside the castle. The necklace was near the child's body. The hidden compartment inside the necklace wasn't empty. There was a piece of silk inside. On the silk was a picture of a smiling little girl with curly hair and a young man who had his arm around her shoulder. However, the young man's face was damaged, so Angor couldn't see his face clearly. The girl's right hand was raised high. A small bird with a pattern that looked like an eye or a peacock's feather was flapping its wings on the back of her hand. The skeleton belonged to the little girl in the picture. The bird on the silk painting was Floral Sparrow. Later, Angor met the soul of the little girl under a well in the graveyard. The girl had been dead for a long time and had forgotten many of her memories. However, she remembered that the boy on the silk painting was her brother. There was a line of tiny handwriting on the silk painting. But the handwriting looked like a child's scribbles. Angor managed to make out the words, "For my sister's 9th birthday." He guessed that this silk painting was given to the little girl by that young man. Apart from her brother, the girl also remembered the bird, which was her best friend. However, she did not remember the name of the bird. She only knew that the bird's name was Flower. The little girl also forgot her own name. Later, Angor named her Floey after the bird. Floey seemed to remember something and said that she also called herself Floey. She also mentioned that she shared the same name with the bird. Angor now knew that the bird's real name was Floral Sparrow. If Floey shared the same name with the bird, she was most likely Floral Sparrow. After confirming that she was Flower Sparrow, the young man whose face was obscured in the silk painting might be Babota. You met Babota's sister? Are you sure it's her? Asked Sunders curiously. I'm not sure. But I talked to Floey later and asked her where she lived when she was young. She didn't remember much, but her most vivid memory was that she lived in a very cold place. Floral Sparrow lived in the Kashmir Highlands. It's very cold there. That's why the locals love the bright colors of floral sparrows. Kashmir Highlands is like a fairy tale world. So you're saying that Floral Sparrow and Babota both came from the Kashmir Highlands? Angor nodded, then shook his head. Maybe they were born in Kashmir Highlands. But I'm talking about our race, which he kept talking about. Actually, I've always felt that Babota's accent was very familiar to me. Angor considered for a moment. But I think he's trying to make his accent sound more like the common people. But I can still hear some of his final words. Sunders was also trying to recall Babota's accent. Babota's accent was perfectly normal if one did not pay attention to it. But if one were to look deeper, one would realize that Babota's accent was very special. Even Sunders found the name familiar. Who could it be? Babota tried to change his accent, but Floey didn't. When I was at the cemetery, I thought of someone when I heard Hua Hua speak. Dodoro. Both of them said the name at the same time. Angor looked at Sunders with both surprise and admiration. He had spent a lot of time with Dodoro, so he was quite familiar with Dodoro's accent and the way he used certain words. Sunders, on the other hand, had never heard Dodoro speak, and he probably didn't know Babota well either. But Angor quickly remembered that Dodoro's memory and ability to process information were much better than his own. Yes, it's Dodoro. Angor remained silent for a while. He did not tell Sunders everything about Dodoro, such as the fact that he was soaked in Akiso's blood for 1,000 years. Angor was trying to decide what he should and should not tell Sunders. Sunders thought Angor was done talking. The answer was already clear, Dodoro and Babota were probably from the same race. What race was Dodoro from? Tree Spirit and Maya both told Sunders that Dodoro was not an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to Angor, Rain Mute had also visited Dodoro before. As a matter of fact, some core members of Brood Cavern already had some guesses about Dodoro's background. However, no one dared to point it out since they knew it would only lead to endless trouble. I don't know Dodoro's race either. But Bogula's student, Shadow Diablo, once told me that there was a race that became human 20,000 years ago. They were first discovered in the highlands, and they were called origin worshippers. Angor thought Sunders would be surprised, but he did not. Sunders' expression was calm. His eyes were as deep as the bottom of an ancient well, without any ripples. Sunders nodded. You're saying that Babota is a Bayuan who went extinct 10,000 years ago? Angor nodded. That's what we know. But there are rumors that there were still a few origin worshippers living in Akiso Sanctum 1,000 years ago. I suspect that Babota is a descendant of one of those origin worshippers. This was only Angor's speculation since Babota's accent could not be used as evidence. However, if he treated Babota as a origin worshipper, it would make more sense. For example, according to the book, a group of origin worshippers were born beside the origin flame. They were the origin worshippers who pursued the origin flame. Origin flame. Angor could tell that origin worshippers were very close to the origin flame. One could even say that origin worshippers spent their entire lives chasing after the origin flame. Speaking of the origin flame, Angor could also relate it to the current situation. The origin flame would give birth to a new nightclub owner, and this origin flame was probably the reason why Olusia came to Lesudran. If Babota was indeed a origin worshipper, it would make sense that he came here for the origin flame. Also, Babota always mentioned that the flame of his race was about to be reignited. By flame of his race, he was probably referring to the origin flame. So Babota might be a origin worshipper, said Sunders. Sunders considered for a moment. Bayuan is blessed by the gods, but he is also envied by others. Not only because of their talents, but also because the origin worshippers usually keep some seeds of origin flame in their clans. Many people want to get their hands on the origin flame. However, no one has ever found it in an origin worshipper. I also heard that there is a legend among the origin worshippers, which states that as long as the origin flame is still there, the origin worshippers will never die. Now that the origin worshippers are almost extinct, it makes sense that Babota wants to help them rise again by reigniting the origin flame. Sunders' explanation helped Angor fill in some of the gaps in his deduction. If Babota really wanted to bring the origin worshippers back to their former glory, some of the things he said would make sense. If that's the case, why would he destroy the rune hub? Angor wondered. I don't know. But it won't affect us too much for now. Besides, the destruction of Lesudran is a good thing for humans. Won't affect us too much? Babota destroyed the teleportation portal and caused the collapse of Lesudran. We don't have a way to leave yet. How can it not affect us? There will always be a way to leave, said Sunders. Angor was a little surprised. Sunders seemed to have already made up his mind. He gave it some thought and decided not to worry about it. He already had a plan to leave this place. For now, this was the only information they could infer about Babota's background. Sunders' expression remained as calm as ever. He didn't seem to care about the origin worshippers at all. Angor was a little confused. Professor, don't you think it's strange that Babota and Dodoro are from Bayuan? Angor couldn't help but ask. As a matter of fact, people like Tree Spirit and Maya already know who Dodoro is. His background and talent have long since explained everything. Dodoro came from Fairy World, and the last place the origin worshippers appeared was Xianxia Sanctum, the predecessor of Zeal Dominion. Moreover, the origin worshippers were famous for their prophetic abilities, and Dodoro fit the description perfectly. It wasn't hard for wizards to figure out Dodoro's background. But I'm more surprised about you, said Sunders. Sunders suddenly looked at Angor. Because of Babota's attack, they kept talking about Babota. Sunders was more curious about Angor's experience. Me? Sunders nodded and glanced at the freeze spell hovering above Angor's shoulder. His gaze lingered on Pina Jonas dragon scales for a moment. How's Toby doing? He's fine. Another day, and I'll be able to put him in my bracelet. He then realized that he had yet to explain the origin of freeze spell. When he was about to explain, Sunders waved a hand. It's not too late to talk about these things in the future. What I want to know now is how you came here after falling into the tunnel. Did anything happen in between? Sunders put on a serious look. The reason why he insisted on going to Angor's Void Tower was that he noticed something wrong when he was examining the blood essence. He could faintly sense a terrifying aura that he had never felt before from the blood essence. It was only a brief moment, but Sunders couldn't ignore it. Also, he sensed a strange aura around Angor. But Angor didn't sense it before falling into the tunnel. Something did happen, said Angor. Angor hesitated and slowly took out a miniature figurine from his pocket. Sunders' expression turned serious. He didn't recognize the statue at first. But when Angor told him that it was the Grand Demon God, Scholar of Cruelty, Sunders felt chills running down his spine. Scholar of Cruelty was a Grand Demon God. An ordinary demon god was already capable of causing a raging storm, let alone a great demon god. Why do you have a statue of Scholar of Cruelty? Sunders frowned and stared at Angor's eyes. Angor remained silent for a moment before he explained what happened in the underground hall. I met Scholar of Cruelty's consciousness in the hall. Sunders' expression grew even more serious. And you accepted the demon god's request? Angor nodded. You should know that you can't underestimate anything related to a demon god. Sunders looked at Angor and sighed. It was rare for him to be worried about something like this. Angor couldn't be blamed for this. Under Scholar of Cruelty's careful planning, there were only two options for Angor. Either he agreed, or he died. Now that he agreed, as Angor's teacher, Sunders had to think of a way to minimize the demon god's influence on Angor. Sunders fell into deep thought. He quickly searched his mind for any cases related to the demon god. In the wizarding world, it was very convenient to use the power of a demon god to achieve a desired result in a short time. This was why many wizards had something to do with a demon god, either openly or secretly. However, most of them didn't have direct contact with the demon god. At most, they would make secret deals with the demon god's avatars. There weren't many cases where a demon god's consciousness was directly involved. After all, wizards who actively contacted a demon god and were affected by it were usually people with low potential or who were eager for quick success. Demon gods wouldn't pay too much attention to such wizards. As for magi with great potential, they would definitely be cautious and not take the initiative to get involved with the demon gods. Once upon a time, Sunders told Angor to stay away from anything related to demon gods. But he didn't expect to meet with trouble here. Sunders recalled many cases related to demon gods and compared them with Angor's. Then he noticed something strange. You only agreed to Scholar of Cruelty's request? You didn't sign any punishment? That Scholar of Cruelty didn't leave a mark on you? Sunders frowned. Angor shook his head again. Sunders frowned. This did not match the example he saw. Even the adepts who communicated with the demon god's clones would leave the mark of the demon god, let alone those who directly faced the demon god's will. This kind of person was actually very easy to distinguish. Every time Sunders saw such people, he could smell the disgusting odor coming from them. Brute Cavern had people like them, apprentices and wizards alike. Sunders didn't sense any aura of a demon when he saw Angor. He didn't know that Angor made a deal with the Scholar of Cruelty until Angor admitted it himself. Tell me more about what happened. Starting from when you fell into the underground pipe. Don't leave out a single detail, said Sunders. Angor didn't know what was going on, but he still told Sunders everything from the beginning. This time, he explained everything in great detail, including the runes he saw on the underground pipe and how he tried to activate the door at the end of the tunnel. Every detail, including his own thoughts and guesses, was explained in great detail. It can read minds. I didn't say anything, and it already knew a lot about me. It even went to my soul space. Wait. Sunders suddenly stopped him. Scholar of Cruelty checked the wound on your soul? Angor nodded. What's the result? Sunders gulped. As Angor's teacher, he knew what happened to Angor's soul. For others, the soul was weak and helpless. But Angor's soul was a taboo. Even Sunders didn't dare to study it. He could only guess that the key to nightmare form was the soul. I don't know. I only remember seeing green patterns. The Scholar of Cruelty's main consciousness left my soul space. I saw a green pattern that represents shielding. Then Jupiter woke up. Sunders finally realized that the green shielding pattern he sensed on Angor's body was the shielding pattern. However, it seemed that the green pattern could only block mind reading. What Angor told Sunders next was basically the same as what he told Sunders. He only added some of his own thoughts, such as how he considered the matter before agreeing to help Scholar of Cruelty. Sunders fell into silence again. Scholar of Cruelty's sudden retreat from Angor's soul space and no longer tried to explore Angor's soul space. Sunders put himself in Scholar of Cruelty's shoes. According to the outside world, Scholar of Cruelty was a unique demon god who was more knowledgeable than most wizards. Also, Scholar of Cruelty was a demon god who pursued knowledge and research. Considering Scholar of Cruelty's behavior, Scholar of Cruelty would definitely want to study Angor's soul after noticing it. There was no way Scholar of Cruelty would give up so easily. The only reason Scholar of Cruelty gave up was that Scholar of Cruelty failed. Scholar of Cruelty lost the battle against the entity behind Angor's soul. This was the most likely explanation, and it also explained why Scholar of Cruelty didn't leave a true name mark on Angor's soul space. A demon god's true name mark would be left on Angor's soul. Scholar of Cruelty didn't do that because Scholar of Cruelty didn't dare to. Sunders sighed in relief. At the same time, he was also curious about the entity behind Angor's soul. Even the Grand Demon God wasn't strong enough to deal with it. What was it? However, even though he was curious, he understood that curiosity would kill the cat if he didn't have strength as a prerequisite. Scholar of Cruelty didn't dare to leave a mark on Angor's soul, so he left the statue next to Angor so he could observe Angor's soul. According to this logic, everything was in line with the truth. It seemed to Sanders that this might be the truth. Perhaps Scholar of Cruelty is afraid of the entity behind your soul, so he didn't leave a mark on you. Sunders paused for a moment. But you need to remember that no matter how special your soul is, it doesn't belong to you. It might even become a threat to you. Also, if your body dies, your soul will become a lonely boat in the endless world, never to reach the other side. Sunders was trying to warn Angor not to place his hopes on an unknown power. Only something he could understand would belong to him. Angor nodded. Will I get hurt if I keep this statue with me? Scholar of Cruelty told me that I can use it. Then I met Iades and it told me that it's a descendant. What's a descendant? A descendant is a container that allows a demon god's will to descend upon you. When you use it, it means that you need to pray for the demon god's mercy, and the demon god's will descend upon you on its own. If you pray for the demon god's will, you'll have to pay an unimaginable price. So, don't use it. Sunders' tone softened a bit. I don't know if this descendant will bring you any harm. But from what I can see, you're different from the others who were marked by a demon god. Even if it does, it won't affect you much. I'll look into the literature when I get back to Brute Cavern. Also, this descendant can contain the demon god's will. Maybe it's watching you from somewhere. You should keep your green shield on at all times. If you want to do something secretive, open your nightmare domain and leave it outside. Sunders sighed deeply as he looked at Angor. Why did he feel that this kid was getting more and more troublesome? It was fine if he wasn't there before. But now, he was in Razutran, and in such a short time. Sunders rubbed his temples and felt a little tired. As he sighed, the tower suddenly began to shake violently. Rubble also began to fall from above. Angor and Sunders looked at each other and quickly moved. They were very close to the door, so they quickly reached it. The door was wide enough to allow a giant to enter. The door was wide open, and the first thing they saw when they arrived was a cloud of dust outside. The smoke was either the dust from the fierce battle or the mist from the collapse of Razutran. But soon, the dust was covered by a layer of cloud. Drip, 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 they suddenly heard the gentle sound of a woman's voice. Then, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Both Angor and Sunders thought of a name at the same time, Nitotep. Nitotep's rain cloud has completely surrounded the tower, Sunders muttered. What is she trying to do? 2 flowers blossomed, one on each side. Not long ago. On the floating ice, 2 gravity forest wizards had died mysteriously, which made all the wizards feel a little anxious. No one wanted to encounter such an inexplicable situation of imminent disaster. Everyone else thought that the 2 wizards had been killed by the devil's tricks. Only Nereus looked at the 2 corpses and seemed to have noticed something. Nereus approached the ice floe with a grim expression. He wanted to ask Monkey if Sunders had anything to do with their deaths. However, before Nereus could speak, Xianxia said, "Nereus, you came at the right time." Monkey pointed at the void tower in the distance. The top of the tower was surrounded by layers of dark clouds. And these black clouds were all densely packed demons. "Do you see that?" Monkey squinted his eyes. "He's here." Nereus looked in the direction of the voice. Xianxia was not pointing at the demons, but at the center of the black clouds. A fiery stream of light, wrapped in a boundless aura, cut through the encirclement of the black clouds and landed on the top of the void tower like a king descending. Although Nereus couldn't see the exact situation at the center of the flames due to the dense demons blocking his view, he understood who Xianxia was referring to. Monkey's only target in Xianxia was Xianxia. "Are you going to do it now, Mr. Monkey?" Nereus looked at Monkey. "He's been hiding in the prey hall. Now is the best time to do it." Xianxia spoke. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lucci, who had 12 bells embedded in his body, was floating in the air with his eyes closed as if he was listening to something. There are only 2 breathing sounds around Xianxia. One is weak, and the other is strong. It fits the characteristics of a young flame demon and a fire servant demon. There's no sign of the nightclub owner, so we don't have to worry about offending the future demon lord. Samantha and Izek didn't say anything, but they were already preparing for battle. Xianxia turned his head to look at Nereus. His deep eyes, which seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life, were filled with an indescribable emotion. Nereus knew that Monkey was waiting for him to say something. "I'm fine with it. I brought the nameless scroll, so I'm ready for anything." Nereus nodded noncommittally, but after he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows and said in a meaningful tone, "But right now, other than Sir Xianxia, the strongest person here, the war god of the southern region, is not here right now. Aren't we going to wait for him?" "No need." It was Samantha who spoke. "Sunder's main purpose is to help with the Gravity Garden. His participation in the battle is just an additional condition. Besides, Sunders doesn't have the item from Brute Cavern." "I'm enough." Nereus's long and narrow eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Monkey smiled at Nereus. "Go and get ready. As for Sunders, I've already told you that I won't interfere as long as it doesn't affect my plan. You should know what I mean." There seemed to be a smile in his words, but Nereus felt a numbing sensation on his scalp. "Go." After Nereus left, Levita walked up from behind with a recording board in her hand. She caught a glimpse of Nereus' face and noticed that the usually handsome face resembling that of a sun god was now filled with a sinister resentment that contrasted greatly. Seeing Nereus like this, Levita couldn't help but shudder. "What's wrong, Olivita?" A familiar which stepped forward and asked curiously. "It's nothing, it's just that I'm getting more and more confused about the current situation." Olivetta sighed and took the witch's hand, leading her to the side. Xianxia was still confused. "What's going on with Nereus?" Samantha snorted and looked at Nereus's back disdainfully as he gradually disappeared into the crowd. "You can't beat him, but you want to drag us down with you? You overestimate yourself." Xianxia wanted to ask more questions, but Monkey stopped her. "It's your turn. You're in charge of clearing the dark clouds." Samantha nodded. "Got it. But I don't think they're here to protect Arusha. They just want to get closer to the Void Tower. If they don't get out of the way, we'll have to kill them all." Samantha's words were laced with the smell of blood. If other wizards were to hear this, they would probably think that it was a fantasy. Samantha was only a level 2 Truthfinder wizard. Where did she get the confidence to kill the demons that were as large as the sky? Xianxia didn't ask about Nereus anymore. She turned to the only prophet on the scene. "Lucci, do you think there'll be any changes?" "When Razudran starts the countdown, it'll be hard to see what's going on here," Lucci said. "However, the battle between Fafnir and Komodo hasn't stopped. If we start now, they may be affected. Perhaps they will become the biggest variable." Lucci said. "Don't worry. I'll try my best to avoid them." Samantha flew into the sky and blinked her eyes. Samantha's movement attracted everyone's attention. The crystal dress swayed in the wind. From afar, it looked like a jellyfish flying in the air, leisurely wandering near the black cloud above the Void Tower. Samantha's arrival alerted all the nearby demons. However, they weren't too worried. In their minds, there were thousands if not tens of thousands of demons here. Under such circumstances, a single magus would be courting death. Samantha didn't say a word to the demons. She just started attacking. However, she wasn't attacking with her own hands. She spread out her arms and a blue gem with multiple facets on her belt glowed with water. The watery light gathered into light blue ripples and formed a wave-like circle in front of Samantha. At first, no one knew what the circle was. Then, a half-transparent gorilla with a ferocious face crawled out of the circle and trampled on the demons. In the blink of an eye, it pushed a corner of the black cloud several meters away. Only then did they see the power of the circle. And it wasn't over yet. The sphere in front of Samantha was still releasing all kinds of strange translucent creatures, forest deer with horns on their heads, white foxes with wings on their backs, spiritual cats that appeared and disappeared in the void, and space snakes with shining patterns all over their bodies that looked like stars and moons, their illusions. A wizard gasped when he recognized the creature Samantha created. Phantom spirits were a kind of life form between the biological state and the spiritual state. They were very precious and most of them were very powerful. Phantoms were very rare, but Samantha's phantoms were like a non-stop machine gun, and the barrel of the gun was a circle in front of Samantha, shooting out all kinds of wonderful phantoms as if they were free. What's with those illusions? Why are there so many of them? There's only one place that can produce so many illusions, the Myriad Spirit Garden. Someone immediately remembered that Samantha went to Brute Cavern before. Maybe she took away all the illusions. But even if Brute Cavern was willing to give up so many illusions, could Samantha really control them all? The wizards looked at Mar and hoped to get an answer from him. This is a projection of the illusions, given by the master of Myriad Spirit Garden. It can only be used once. Mar pointed at the gemstone Samantha was going to wear. Only then did everyone realize that this was the first time most of them had heard that illusionary spirits could actually be projected. Olivia took out her notebook and quickly wrote down the information. The Myriad Spirit Garden was one of the best gardens in the wizarding world. Brute Cavern would never let outsiders in, so there was little information about it. Olivia also heard that Baroque from Floating Mech City stayed in Brute Cavern for many years because of the Myriad Spirit Garden. However, he did not get a chance to enter until now. Olivia was not going to let go of such a rare piece of information. While the wizards discussed the matter, a different scene was happening on the battlefield. These illusions were not afraid of physical attacks at all, and they forced the demons to retreat in a short time. Even if someone discovered the energy that could attack spirit bodies, in the chaos, the enemy might even attack their own people. Under such circumstances, both sides had to avoid the illusions. Just like that, Samantha opened a hole in the middle of the black cloud and kept pushing forward, opening up a path in a very short time. She was going straight to the core of the Void Tower. While Samantha was clearing the path, the floating ice slowly approached the Void Tower. Monkey stood at the highest point. His luxurious robe fluttered in the wind, and the flames behind him floated in the sky. Monkey's voice echoed across the entire floating ice. Let the final act begin. As Monkey spoke, he lifted the exquisite scepter in his hand and fiercely waved it. His target was the top of the Void Tower. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. The dark cloud in the sky parted to form a path, allowing the wizards to see what was happening at the top of the tower. At the top of the Void Tower, a fire servant covered in a red robe was standing at the front. Under everyone's gaze, the fire servant slowly drew a flaming sword. Behind the fire servant, there was a small fireball floating in the air. It seemed to be scared and did not dare to look at the floating ice. Behind the fireball, at the highest point of the tower, was Xianxia, who was wearing a porcelain white mask. She stood there quietly. Behind Xianxia was a strange painting. When the humans looked at her, Xianxia slowly and elegantly reached out a hand and took off her mask. She slowly looked up with her green, flame-like eyes, which seemed to be able to see through the endless distance. In the end, she saw Monkey standing at the highest point of the floating ice. Two powerhouses, one in the clouds and one at the top of the tower, met each other's gazes. The emotions hidden in their gazes were hard to decipher. This time, however, their gazes didn't just cross the distance. They also crossed Monkey's ambition and Alucia's obsession. When their eyes met, even if they didn't say anything, both sides knew that this was the time for the battle. Manchi waved his scepter, and the magi on the floating ice floated into the air. Elemental creatures of all shapes and colors appeared behind the magi, carrying the terrifying aura of different energies. They directly pressed towards the void tower. Their aura was like a rainbow, piercing into the core of the black cloud like a sharp arrow. Compared to the united front of the humans, the demons all retreated. Now that Resutran was about to collapse, the demons were most concerned about their own lives. No one would choose to risk their lives at this time. The retreat of the demons greatly boosted the morale of the wizards. Before this, they thought that the continuous accidents of Resutran would increase the number of variables. Now, it seemed that the unknown variables brought not only trouble to the humans, but also to the demons in the future. With such an unstoppable momentum, the wizards pushed forward and quickly approached the top of the tower where Alucia was. Fire Servant Tanding looked at the demons around him, and anger flashed in his eyes. This bunch of trash. Juvenile demon Grava quietly rolled to Alucia's feet and peeked through the gaps between her legs. Lady Alucia, what should we do now? Alucia looked back at the painting behind her, her eyes calm. Apart from the masked man, there's nothing to be afraid of. Alucia put her mask back on and walked forward step by step. When she passed by Tanding, she whispered, "Protect the painting." Tanding nodded and hesitated for a moment. "Lady, it's easy to deal with this," but Alucia understood Tanding's unfinished words. Once the owner of the nightclub returned from the painting, he would definitely bring the origin fire with him. When that happened, all the fire elemental creatures in Resutran would go crazy. The fight was only the beginning. The most troublesome thing was what to do after they got the origin fire. Alucia paused and looked up at the sky. It was as if she could see the void outside the birdcage through the floating flames. Somewhere even further away. After a long while, Aurelia withdrew her gaze and whispered, "Without the flames, are there only embers left? Just wait and see, Boss Lu will appear." After saying that, Alucia jumped into the air. Her flaming eyes flickered as she faced this shocking battle head-on. Aurelia actually did it herself. Sennefer's eyes flashed with joy. She turned to Manchi. "Sir Manchi, the demons are only thinking of self-preservation right now. Alucia doesn't have any powerful guards. This is our best chance." The other magi all agreed. It was a good thing that Alucia had made her move at the start of the final battle. However, compared to everyone's joy, Mangchi was frowning. Under Sennefer's confused gaze, Monkey turned to Lucci and asked, "You've seen the top of the tower. What do you think?" "The painting," Lucci said firmly. "There's something wrong with that painting." Sennefer also looked at the top of the tower. She was so focused on Alucia that she didn't notice the painting. Now that she took a closer look, she realized that something was wrong. The reason why the painting was called a painting was because it was framed. Without the frame, people would mistake it for a piece of black paper. How could it be called a painting when it was completely black? Why would Alucia carry such a strange painting around with her? After Alucia joined the battle, the fire servant retreated to the side of the painting as if it was a dutiful guardian. As Alucia's only powerful follower, the fire servant was assigned to guard the painting. Was there a secret hidden in the painting? Sennefer looked at Lucci, hoping to get some clues from him. Lucci was also frowning. His hands moved so fast that they looked like blurry shadows. He kept moving the wheel of 12 hours around his body. What he saw after the wheel of 12 hours confused him even more. "What do you see?" Sennefer asked. Lucci shook his head. "I can't see clearly. It's all a mess. But the painting doesn't feel dead to me. It feels more like a living creature that can breathe. And it's changing." Lucci's words were still vague. However, all the wizards knew that the painting wasn't normal. Could this be a mystery item as well? A sorcerer asked. It's hard to say. Even Monkey wasn't sure. But we need to think of the worst-case scenario. Be careful when dealing with the painting. At this time, behind the crowd, Olivita, who was rapidly taking notes with a pen, seemed to have recalled something as she looked at the painting. She quickly flipped through her record board, remembering that she had recorded something. Soon enough, she found the previous record. Traces of the magic painter adept suddenly appeared in the abyss, and it was closely related to a demon lord. Olivia was one of the founders of the magazine Indu Nightwatch. She subconsciously began to write a headline. Olivia frowned when she saw the title. Alucia came from the Hall of Prey, and Angor mentioned that the owner of the Hall of Prey had something to do with magic painting sorcerer. Could the painting be the work of magic painting sorcerer? This kind of association might be too far-fetched, but as a wizard who had been writing Firefly's Night Whispers for many years, Levita had seen too many nonsensical connections. In the wizarding world, the more random one was, the more likely it was to be the final answer. Olivia considered for a moment and decided to share her thoughts. When everyone heard this, they frowned and denied it at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there really was such a possibility. If only Angor was here, he would know the truth, an old voice came from behind them. They looked back and saw Cantor returning to the ice floe. Since Angor knows about the relationship between the nightclub owner and Mirafil Fong, he must have received some information. Maybe the nightclub owner told him himself. If that painting is really Fang's, asking Angor would be the best way. Too bad Angor got himself into trouble. Cantor shook his head and glanced at Nereus. Nereus' expression darkened. Everyone was looking at him strangely after hearing Cantor's words. Even Mangchi stared at Nereus with a cold gaze. They didn't care about Nereus' actions since Angor was already useless. But now, Cantor's words made them realize that Angor still had a lot of information on him. Most of the time, it was the details that determined success or failure. It's just Olivia's guess. If it's really a work of magic painting sorcerer, why would Alucia keep it with her? Someone else asked. Magic painting sorcerers are best at combining two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. Maybe there's another world hidden behind the painting. As the discussion continued, Manchi didn't continue to listen. His gaze was now on Alucia. Whatever the meaning of the painting was, they would find out when the time came. Mangchi's gaze landed on the battlefield, but his expression became solemn. Alucia seemed to be taking a stroll in the middle of the encirclement. His movements looked slow, but each of his movements left after images behind. Furthermore, Alucia's body was surrounded by icy blue flames. Let alone getting close to it, many wizards who had not activated their bloodline in time would be corroded by the flames. At first, they seemed to be frozen, but as the flames flickered, the wizards who were corroded would turn into icy blue dust from inside out. For a moment, ice crystal-like fragments floated in the air. It felt like a cruel dream. Sir Manchi, more than 10 sorcerers have already been killed by Alucia. Even soul warlocks can't summon the sorcerers who have been corroded by the icy blue flames. I'm afraid our morale will be affected in this situation. The one who spoke was Mar. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion near the Void Tower. It's not just a maybe, it's already happening. Olivia looked at the distant horizon. At first, the demons chose to avoid Alucia's attacks, but now, the human wizards had no choice but to avoid the one-sided slaughter. During this process, some wizards fell into the demons' hands. The demons wouldn't show mercy to those who fell into their hands. In this situation, the wizards' morale naturally decreased, and some of them began to retreat. Monkey knew Alucia was very powerful. He planned to use these wizards to exhaust Alucia as much as possible, but it didn't seem to be working. Monkey thought for a moment and looked at Winchester, who was spitting out blood. Take the wizards who retreated and study Alucia's flame. Try to find a way to suppress it. Monkey then told Mar to control the energy on the floating ice. After all this was done, Monkey looked at the Truthfinder wizards on the scene. After a while, all the Truthfinder wizards except Nereus went to restrain Alucia. Monkey also flew to the front of the battlefield, ready to provide support. Orusha could easily crush normal wizards, but it would not be so easy to kill a Truthfinder wizard who had already found their own path. Moreover, Monkey would also intervene if there was any danger. Under these circumstances, Alucia's hands and feet were tied. Alucia could see that Monkey wasn't planning to have a decisive battle with her right now. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to exhaust her strength. Alucia frowned. She didn't dare to retreat for fear of something happening to the painting. However, if he continued to waste time, Mangchi might really succeed. Olucia wondered if she should use that move right now. However, at this moment, a dark cloud formed in the sky. At the same time, a ghostly voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was surprised to see Nitotep joining the battle. Not only the wizards on the floating ice, but even Olucia, who was in the middle of it all, was puzzled by her sudden appearance. Olucia turned around and saw a figure slowly appearing from the edge of the void tower. Nitotep was holding an umbrella, and the huge tentacles under her gorgeous dress were climbing up the tower. When she reached the top of the tower, the tentacles bent and bounced, and Nitotep was like an inflated jellyfish, leisurely floating to the side of the tower. The appearance of Nitotep and the arrival of the rain clouds forced the wizards who were attacking Olucia to retreat. But now, only Olucia and Nitotep could be seen under the cover of the clouds. "Why are you here?" Olucia didn't look at Nitotep. Instead, she turned around and flew back to the top of the tower. However, when she passed by Nitotep, she asked something in a low voice. After Olucia landed on the top of the tower, Tanding immediately approached her. "Master Olucia, are you all right?" Olucia shook her head and patted Gregory's head. "Don't worry. They can't hurt me." Gregory looked at Nitotep, who was floating in the sky. "Why is Nitotep here, Lady Olucia?" "She has her reasons, of course. Either for benefits, or because of external pressure." Olucia raised her head and looked at Nitotep quietly after she finished speaking. Drip, drip, drip. The drizzle fell from the dark clouds and made a crisp sound when it hit the umbrella. It was like a lively musical note, bringing a hint of interest to the dull and depressing moment. Nitotep did not turn her head back, but only turned her face to the side. The rain that looked like it was weaved by a soft drizzle made her brows look very charming. However, Nitotep smiled faintly and looked at Gregory. "I naturally have my reasons for coming. As for the specific reason, you'll find out soon." At the same time, in the conference hall inside the tower. Normally, this was where the 7 chiefs gathered to discuss matters. But today, Iades was the only one present. The ceiling of the conference hall was shaped like a spire. Each side of the spire was decorated with colorful, ritualistic patterns. At the center of the spire was a gemstone that looked like a sea of stars. This gemstone was usually used to receive messages from demon lords or demon gods. However, demon lords rarely paid attention to Razudran, and no other demon god would send a message after the abyss quelling I left. So, the gemstone had been quiet for a long time. But now, something happened to the gemstone. This was why Iades came here. A beam of light appeared from the center of the gemstone and slowly descended. It looked like countless stars were floating in the light. The flickering light curtain fell in the middle of the circular discussion table below. The light beam pierced through the darkness and left a series of patterns on the table. Iades quietly looked at the pattern. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Lord Galil is about to arrive. It seems like the Flameless Lord cares more about Arusha than I originally thought." After a chuckle, Iades wiped away the glow of the gem and disappeared from the council hall that would no longer be useful in the future. Not only did Monkey's plan fail because of Nitotep's participation, but Monkey's plan also failed. Moreover, its appearance also gave the scattered demons a boost of confidence. The demons no longer avoided the attacks of the humans because of her rain clouds. Her rain clouds had become their strongest shield. The human wizards were forced to retreat. Sennefer's eyes were filled with anxiety. Nitotep joined the battle at a time like this? If we continue to fight a war of attrition like before, we will only be the ones to lose. We have to find a way to deal with Nitotep's rain clouds. Otherwise, we won't be able to carry out our plan. But how? If Nitotep's rain clouds didn't spread out, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with it. But once the rain clouds spread out, it would be difficult to deal with Nitotep. They had discussed Nitotep's umbrella before and had some guesses about its effects. The mysterious umbrella could create a mid-range rain cloud space. Inside the rain cloud space, Nitotep could be said to be almost immortal. Although the rain cloud space couldn't increase Nitotep's attack power, it would increase her body's endurance. No matter how heavy the injury, it would heal in an instant. It would be difficult to deal with the rain clouds in this situation. Monkey was also in a dilemma. They could ignore Nitotep's rain clouds because they couldn't move. However, Nitotep's rain clouds happened to cover Alucia's location. There was no way they could avoid the battle. Monkey turned around and looked at Lucci. Lucci sighed and shook his head. There was nothing he could do either. After all, the umbrella was a mysterious item with the word mysterious in it. It would naturally interfere with the divination technique. Monkey sighed. If Nitotep had the mystery umbrella, Moonfrost Union would have plenty of mystery items as well. Mon-Chi himself had a few trump cards, and he was confident that he could forcefully cause space to collapse, not to mention the mysterious items hidden among the magi. However, he couldn't do that now. It was easy to forcefully erase the rain clouds, but it would be difficult to take Alucia away. Under these circumstances, Mang-Chi thought for a moment and suddenly opened his eyes. Attack! Attack? The wizards all looked at Mon-Chi in surprise. A forceful attack is indeed one way, but if we fail, not only will it exhaust our combat strength, it will also greatly damage our momentum. Nereus raised his eyebrows. Sir Mon-Chi, are you sure this will work? Samantha hesitated for a moment before saying, I believe that Sir Monkey wants us to go deep into the clouds. On one hand, we can restrain Nitotep, and on the other, we can hunt down Alucia. Monkey nodded. Yes. Samantha and Cantor have fought Nitotep before. It's hard to deal with her in the rain clouds, but it won't be easy for her to kill you either. In that case, let's try attacking. I'll deal with Alucia personally. Samantha, continue to use the phantom projection to guard against the demons in the rain clouds. You guys will restrain Nitotep. As long as we succeed, we can reverse space and leave this place. Monkey's plan was a desperate one, but if one thought about it carefully, it did seem feasible. They had already deduced that Nitotep could only heal her own injuries in the rain clouds. She couldn't heal the other demons. Back then, the Blood Cocoon and Komodo had stayed in the rain cloud space for a long time, and their injuries hadn't healed because of it. From this, one could see some clues. Nitotep was almost invincible in the rain clouds, but that was only because she had a flawless body. With so many Truthfinder wizards keeping her busy, even if Nitotep could heal indefinitely, she wouldn't be able to help Alucia. In this case, the real problem was the battle between Monkey and Alucia. However, the duel between Mon-Chi and Alucia would happen sooner or later, whether now or in the near future. Moreover, Monkey had been preparing for this for many years. He had allied with many major organizations and had many secret methods. Everyone believed that Monkey had a better chance of winning this battle than losing. Once he succeeded, he would be able to use that mysterious spatial item to leave. There were too many variables in Resudran right now. It would be a good thing if they could leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, everyone's idea of forcefully attacking changed. Nereus suddenly spoke, however, we've only made guesses about the properties of that umbrella. No one can guarantee that it doesn't have any other effects. Nereus shrugged when he saw everyone looking at him. After all, we're going to enter the rain clouds as a whole. We have to consider all aspects. You're right, Samantha said. Maybe the umbrella has some unknown mystery effects. However, Cantor and I fought with Nitotep for a long time in the rain cloud. If there were any other mysterious effects, I believe it wouldn't be a lethal attack type. Otherwise, Nitotep would have used it long ago. Cantor and I wouldn't have survived until now. Samantha's words cleared up everyone's doubts. Nereus nodded and stopped arguing. Monkey glanced at everyone and asked for their opinions with his eyes. Most of the wizards either didn't express their opinions or agreed to forcefully attack. However, when Monkey looked at Cantor, he saw the man frowning as if he was thinking about something. Cantor, do you have any objections? Cantor hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. No problem. I agree to attack. Cantor frowned because he was worried about Sunder's and Angwar's safety. However, if they tried to force their way in, they would have to enter the dark clouds, which meant they could use this chance to check the bottom of the tower and see if Sunder's had made it inside. Since everyone agreed with Monkey's suggestion, Monkey waved his scepter. In an instant, the wind blew and the clouds surged. With loud rumbling sounds, the frozen ice floes were pushed open again. They were slowly moving toward the rain clouds. Instead of retreating, the humans advanced, and even the floating ice pressed forward. Witnessing this scene, Nitotep's expression froze for a moment. Floating in the air, Nitotep looked at Arusha, who was standing at the top of the tower. Looks like they're staking it all on one throw and want to attack. Humans are not to be underestimated. With my own strength, it will be very difficult to hold them back. Nitotep said softly, "You have to be careful." Arusha didn't respond. She simply stared at the painting in front of her. It was a painting of darkness, which represented the darkness of night. However, the darkness of the night would not last forever. The day of dawn would soon arrive. It was a chaotic battle inside the clouds. The demons screamed in agony. When the humans narrowed down the battlefield, the demons were at a huge disadvantage. In particular, the witch who released the endless phantom was constantly suppressing the demons' attack. The other wizards cooperated with the phantom to harvest, and in a short time, the demon was forced to retreat. Many demons wanted to escape, but they needed Nitotep's permission to leave. But Nitotep had no intention of letting them go. Currently, Nitotep was surrounded by 3 human wizards in a triangle formation, a witch with white hair and fiery eyes, a dark-skinned man with a black dragon behind him, and a handsome young man with golden curly hair. Xianxia, Isak, and Nereus, they did not launch an attack on Nitotep. Instead, they surrounded Nitotep in an attempt to completely trap her in this corner. Nitotep chuckled. She didn't look at them. Instead, she looked past them to the top of the tower in the distance. The 2 masked figures were like 2 tall mountains facing each other. Olusia and Manchi were less than 10 meters away from each other. The cold wind blew, and the rain fell on their bodies, creating a large curtain of rain. Both sides were getting more and more aggressive, but no one made the first move. Nitotep didn't move either. The humans didn't attack her either. Their goal was obvious. They didn't want to kill her in the clouds. The battle around them was very chaotic, but when they reached the 2 core areas of the battle, time seemed to have frozen. After a long while, Nitotep lifted her head, her gaze slowly sweeping across the 3 people around her, as well as the other adepts who were wary of her. "You're pretty confident, aren't you?" Nitotep raised her eyebrows slightly, the shadow of the umbrella covering the mockery in her eyes. "However, all of you have entered the rain clouds. Do you really think that my rain clouds will only affect me? Looks like you're being underestimated." Nitotep looked at the umbrella in her hand and rolled her eyes. Everyone's eyebrows twitched when they heard this. Xianxia and Isak looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. Since they chose to attack by force, they would naturally place everyone in the rain clouds. Under such circumstances, what they were most worried about was that the umbrella would have unexpected effects. And now, the most unsettling thing seemed to have really happened. Drip, 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 the umbrella in Nitotep's hand suddenly opened its mouth, and a tongue stuck out, dripping with saliva. A strange sound came from its mouth. When the voice reached everyone's ears, everyone felt a slight sense of dizziness. The dizziness itself was not serious, but after the dizziness, a strong sense of powerlessness suddenly rose from within his body. Everyone seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and their movements became sluggish. This sudden feeling of weakness had a huge impact on magi who were proficient in bloodline magic. Both Xianxia and Isak were bloodline masters, and they were attacking Nitotep. Moreover, this weakening seemed to be just the beginning. Nitotep suddenly threw out the umbrella. It floated directly above Nitotep's head, and every once in a while, it would open its mouth and call out "Pi pi pi pi." Every time the umbrella stopped, the burden on everyone's shoulders would become heavier. Under such circumstances, everyone understood that the longer they dragged it out, the more their strength would weaken. "We have to finish this as soon as possible." As soon as Xianxia thought to herself, a loud noise came from behind. Looking back, he saw that Manchi and Olusia, who had been in a stalemate, had finally made their move. It was worth mentioning that Olusia was the first one to make a move. Olusia casually threw the painting on her back into the fire servant's hand. She then turned into a beam of blue light and rushed towards Monkey. Monkey was not slow either. When Olusia rushed towards him, he did not dodge. Instead, his body glowed with a golden light. The blue light and the golden light collided for a split second and then retreated. It seemed like a casual collision, but the explosion was so loud that a large amount of rain and dust fell from the sky. Xianxia, watch out. Xianxia was distracted by the battle at the rear when she heard Isaac's shout. She turned around and saw several giant tentacles with sharp barbs coming at her from the back. Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely. A surge of energy came out of her hands and smashed towards the tentacles. For a moment, loud noises came from all directions. A full-scale battle had finally begun. Cracks had appeared on the green-black tail. Dense flames flickered within the cracks. It was as if lava was about to burst out of the cracks. Whoosh, accompanied by a gentle wind, the flames at the crack were blown away into the air. But soon, these flames were turned into sparks by the chaotic energy and finally disappeared. Fafnir had already transformed into her true form. She simply treated her wounds and looked at Komodo opposite her. Her tail was damaged, but Komodo was not in a good condition either. There were many bone-deep wounds all over his body. There was also a layer of wind energy around the wounds, preventing them from healing. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Komodo roared. The battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Both sides were enraged. In response to Komodo's yelling, Fafnir rushed forward. Another few rounds of entanglement ensued, but this time it wasn't like before, where both sides had to retreat after sustaining serious injuries. A loud noise came from the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure no weaker than theirs descended from the sky. Both sides thought that a third party had joined the battle. Naturally, they both took a step back. After Fafnir stepped back, she looked up with bloodshot eyes. Fafnir saw the battle in the sky. Humans and demons were fighting again? Did Nidotep join the battle too? And that aura seemed to come from Xianxia. As doubts appeared in her mind, Fafnir's thoughts slowly recovered from the chaos, and her eyes became clearer. When her thoughts returned to the right track, Fafnir looked at her scarred true form and frowned. The memories of the previous battle poured into her mind. What happened to me? Fafnir's body moved and returned to her human form. She rubbed her temples and recalled the feeling from before. She felt that when she fought with Komodo, some violent valve in her heart seemed to have been opened, and it could not be stopped. Fafnir's expression slowly became gloomy. This was the first time she had fought such an intense battle after waking up from her slumber. She did not expect such a situation to occur. Komodo had just devoured 2 blood cocoons, and the energy in his body was unstable. It was possible that his thoughts were affected by his anger. But Fafnir's situation was different from Komodo's. According to her personality, even if she was passionate about fighting, it was impossible for her to lose her rationality. There was clearly something wrong with this situation. The only reason Fafnir could think of for this was the injury she suffered hundreds of years ago. I thought my injury was healed after hundreds of years of slumber. That bastard still has something up his sleeve. As Fafnir cursed in her mind, a streak of flame suddenly came at her from the front. A gust of wind appeared around her. She swayed with the wind and dodged the attack. Fafnir's mind was back, but Komodo did not. Turning back to look at Komodo, Fafnir could faintly see 2 demonic shadows behind it. They were Odessinos and Minotaurus. Komodo had devoured these 2 great abyss devils, and now he was affected by the fragments of their consciousnesses. It seemed that Komodo had forgotten that his original goal was to capture Angor to solve the problem after devouring the blood cocoons. But now, he was caught in his own trap. Fafnir suddenly realized something. Wait, what was Komodo's goal, Anne? Goo. Air? After an intense collision, the golden light split into thousands of rays of light. They were like waving tentacles, interweaving into a screen of light. Mon-Chi stepped on the light, quickly moving on the screen of light. A large number of flaming arrows appeared behind Olusia's back. Thousands of arrows shot out, tearing the screen of light into specks of light. The void trembled, and space collapsed. Amidst the barrage of energy, Mang-Chi and Olusia's figures were completely out of everyone's sight. All they could see were 2 arcs of light that were moving quickly. One side was a faint blue light, while the other side was a dazzling golden light. Every time the light met, it would create a terrifying energy vortex. Under these circumstances, no one dared to get close. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After another explosion, the 2 figures seemed to have a tacit understanding. They both retreated, each taking a side. When they looked at each other, flames seemed to rise. Whether it was Manchi or Xianxia, they could see the unwavering determination in each other's eyes. Their obsessions were different, but they would never regret embarking on the path of obsessions. Ha 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 ha. Manchi suddenly laughed, but his laughter didn't reach his eyes. There was only madness and determination in his eyes. It seems that if I don't get serious, I won't be able to reach my goal. As Manchi spoke, he slowly took off his mask. The mask was connected to the luxurious frost moon silver crown. As the frost moon silver crown was taken off, the coiled white hair scattered down. Then, in the next second, the silky white hair suddenly grew horns and turned into bundles of ice crystals. It wasn't just Manchi's hair. His entire body was covered in ice crystals. Xianxia didn't even see Manchi's face clearly before it was covered in a layer of frost. His entire body had turned into a frost giant. The frost moon silver crown connected to the mask trembled slightly, turning into a giant frost moon sword. Manchi waved it, and moonlight seemed to pour down from the giant sword. This was the elemental form. Manchi had completely turned himself into an elemental frost giant. The frost giant's body emitted an oppressive cold aura. Even the ice floating far away from the center of the battle could still be felt. The battle between the frost giant Manchi and Xianxia reached its climax once more. But this time Xianxia was on the defensive. Although Xianxia used the nether flame, it didn't mean that it had the ice attribute. It was still the embodiment of fire, and it pursued the path of fire. Ice and fire were supposed to restrain each other. Previously, when they were fighting, their elemental energies were about the same, so they could fight to a standstill. But now, Manchi had completely transformed into his ice elemental form. His own elemental attribute instantly overshadowed that of Xianxia's. Due to the elemental imbalance, Xianxia was forced to retreat. After a series of collisions, Xianxia was suppressed. Moreover, Xianxia could feel an extremely faint law domain covering Manchi's body. The law domain was the symbol of a legend, and the fact that Manchi could use the law domain meant that he had reached the half-step legend realm. Although Xianxia didn't know the specific characteristics of Manchi's law domain, she could feel that it should be some kind of frost attribute or an auxiliary frost attribute. The combination of the elemental form and the law domain almost completely suppressed Xianxia. After a clash, Xianxia's body was sent flying. This was the first time she had lost control of her body. Manchi naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. His enormous figure flashed and appeared beside Xianxia. Manchi clasped his hands together and abruptly raised them. His fist seemed to transform into a giant pillar as it ruthlessly smashed towards Xianxia's head. Pitter, pitter, pitter. Just as Manchi's fist was about to hit Xianxia, the umbrella floating in the distance suddenly opened its mouth and let out a cry. Every time the umbrella made a sound, it would cause a slight dizziness and weaken one's physical strength. Now that Manchi had transformed into his elemental form, he naturally didn't have to worry about his physical strength being weakened. But perhaps because he no longer had a physical body to rely on, the dizziness was even greater than before. Although overall, it still didn't have much effect. But at the crucial moment, this slight dizziness made his fist hesitate for a millisecond. Xianxia seized this fleeting opportunity and turned around, disappearing like a puff of smoke. However, Manchi's fist missed at this moment. After losing such an excellent opportunity, Manchi angrily glared at Nitotep in the distance. But Nitotep wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, she looked at Manchi provocatively. Manchi only glared fiercely at Nitotep before turning around and ignoring her. He knew very well that Nitotep wanted him to go find her. But it would be very difficult to kill Nitotep in the rain clouds. In the rain clouds, his only opponent was Xianxia, on the other side, on the floating ice. Mar turned to Lucci and said, "What's the principle behind that mysterious umbrella's weakening effect? Have you found a way to counter it?" There were fewer and fewer evil demons in the rain clouds. Even Samantha was able to split off a portion of her phantoms to encircle Nitotep. It could be said that the humans had the upper hand. But the more time passed, the more the umbrella's weakening effect would increase. At that time, Nitotep might be able to escape from the encirclement if she joined Manchi's battle. Therefore, the main task of the wizards on the floating ice was to analyze the principle behind the umbrella's weakening effect and find a way to deal with it. Lucci was silent for a moment and said, I don't feel any curse, and there are no abnormal fluctuations in the surrounding energy, which means that it is not affected by negative energy. It seems that the weakening principle of the umbrella should come from its own mysterious power. Mar frowned. Is there no way at all? Lucci shook his head. There's no other way except to kill Nitotep and take the umbrella. Killing Nitotep in the rain clouds was difficult even if everyone worked together. Everyone fell into silence. Vifit, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stepped forward. He stroked the fat gerbil that was lying on his palm and said, The only good thing is that this kind of weakening is an all-around weakening. It's not just for humans, but for all creatures in the rain clouds. This included Vifit's gerbil, the demons, and even Xianxia. The only one who hasn't been weakened is Nitotep. She looked at the wretched-looking umbrella in the distance with deep apprehension in her eyes, but there was also a hint of greed and covetousness. The effect of this umbrella is simply too amazing. It can attack and defend in one. As long as you're in the rain clouds, you're almost immortal. It can even weaken the enemy. This is a strategic mystery item, right? If I can get this umbrella, then the Night Whisper Forest. If I can get this umbrella. Not only Alavita, but everyone else also had the same thought. It's just a fantasy. Instead of being unrealistic, why don't we think about how to help Mr. Meng-Chi? Mar snorted. It's too difficult for us to get involved in the battle between Mr. Meng-Chi and Xianxia. But I remember that Cantor's bloodline of night can assist Meng-Chi without being affected by the energy. It was Vifit who spoke. After hearing Vifit's words, everyone looked around. They wanted to find Cantor, but after a while, where did Cantor go? Facing Meng-Chi's frost giant form, Xianxia finally decided to use her true body. As a descendant of a demon god, Xianxia had obtained, inherited, and sealed 3 great authorities from the Lord of the Flameless. They were true body, true spirit, and true name. Every time an authority was unsealed, it would greatly increase Xianxia's strength. However, unsealing an authority before her strength reached a certain level was a huge blow to Xianxia's future potential. Moreover, this was inherited from the Lord of the Flameless. The more she unsealed it, the more she would lean towards the Lord of the Flameless path. Xianxia worked so hard to find the origin flame because she didn't want her future to be the same as the Lord of the Flameless. Thus, Xianxia hadn't unsealed her authority for a long time. But facing Meng-Chi now, she was restricted everywhere. Had it not been for Nitotep's umbrella, he would have died here. In this situation, Xianxia had no choice but to unseal her true body. With a thought from Xianxia, the white porcelain shell covering her body let out a lustrous light and turned into a liquid. This white porcelain shell, including the mask on her face, might seem like some kind of tool to others, but only Xianxia knew that it was actually a seal and a shackle. The white liquid flowed on Xianxia's body. When the fluid slid down from the top of his head, it adhered to the armor, as if a porcelain white cover was formed out of thin air. When the liquid reached her back, it flickered and turned into 6 pairs of wings that gradually became smaller. However, there were no feathers on the wings. Instead, they were white porcelain. When the liquid reached her back, it turned into a large and smooth white tail. In an instant, Xianxia turned into a streamlined giant creature. Her skin was pure white and had a lustrous luster. Every detail was as exquisite as the finest porcelain. From a human's point of view, this was definitely the most beautiful non-human creature they had ever seen. When Xianxia turned into her true body, her entire body seemed to have an unknown majestic aura. This aura carried a solemn and dignified feeling, as if they were facing a god. It was only at this moment that everyone truly felt it. What was a descendant of a god? Whoosh! After the sound of something breaking through the air, Meng-Chi suddenly turned around. He saw Xianxia, who was several hundred meters away from him, suddenly appearing behind him. She gently swung her hands in the air like a praying mantis. A hissing sound echoed in everyone's ears. When they looked closer, they saw that Xianxia had actually used her hands to break space. When Meng-Chi discovered Xianxia's figure, he had already turned into a gust of icy wind and dodged to the other side along with the flickering star frost. Xianxia didn't seem disappointed that her attack didn't work. Its dark green eyes turned and once again caught sight of Meng-Chi's figure. In the next second, while Meng-Chi was still in a daze, Xianxia appeared beside him. Earlier, the others could still see Alucia's afterimages. But now, they couldn't even see the afterimages anymore. It was as if she was teleporting. Manchi was barely able to dodge Alucia's attacks a few times in a row. He was in a very sorry state. In the face of this situation, Manchi immediately made adjustments. Since Alucia's speed was so heaven-defying, Manchi might as well not compete with her in speed. Monkey waved his scepter and summoned a transparent orb in his hand. The orb looked ordinary, but if Angor were to examine it closely, he would find something special about it. It was made from ethereal ores and ethereal spirit diamonds. Ethereal ores weren't expensive. They were a mid-tier material, and Angor had used them before because they were the main material for creating realm glaze that could sever interlayers. Ethereal spirit diamonds, on the other hand, were a special, high-tier material that was created by legendary wizards by capturing the aura of ethereal spirit diamonds. Both of these materials had the characteristic of illusory. Therefore, although the final effect of the bead seemed to be a physical object, if one looked closely, they would feel that it was not there. After Mengqi took out the bead, he drew a strange symbol out of thin air. From between his eyebrows, a tiny bit of frosty light fell into the orb. Next, Monkey tossed the orb into the air. The orb drew a parabola in the air and disappeared without a trace. The moment the bead disappeared, Alucia reappeared beside Manchi. Just like before, it waved its sharp white mantis arm in the air. But this time, Monkey didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his fist and punched at Alucia's chest with all his might. It looked like Monkey was going to fight to the death. Seeing this, Alucia coldly said, "You overestimate yourself." When Monkey's fist landed on Alucia's white body, it didn't leave any cracks on the orb. Only a small frost mark was left on the orb. Soon, the frost mark turned into water vapor and disappeared from the world. While Monkey was attacking Alucia, Alucia's mantis arm sliced open the ice giant's body. And even though the ice giant was an elemental being, it was still cut in half. The torn space created a powerful suction force that sucked the ice giant into its body. The frost giant's torn body was sucked into the darkness. Not long after, the Abyssal Law's spatial recovery ability caused the crack in space to slowly heal. Even after the crack disappeared, Manchi still didn't appear. The human magi who saw this all stared with wide eyes. Mengqi didn't appear. Everyone knew what this meant. Who would have thought that the most powerful magus in the southern region, the one known as Endless Frost, would be devoured by the void? Did we lose? Olavida had been recording this shocking battle with a pen. She was surrounded by a gentle breeze, and several recording devices were recording the battle from all angles. But at this moment, all of the recording devices fell to the ground. If even Manchi was dead, then it seemed that only death awaited them here. Sorrow and chaos lingered on the floating ice. On the other side, Alucia watched the tear in space slowly heal and let out a long sigh. She turned around and flew towards the top of the tower. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she saw Steward Tanding pointing behind her with a frightened expression. At the same time, Alucia heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind her. It instinctively dodged to the side. Although it successfully dodged, a strange frosty wind still scratched one of its hands. Alucia landed on the ground and heard a series of cracking sounds. She looked down and saw that the porcelain white scimitar in her left hand had cracked for the first time. Though it wasn't broken, Alucia knew that if she continued to use it, it would shatter into pieces the next time. When the body was injured, there would always be a time for it to recover. However, if the body was damaged, it would depend on luck. This meant that Alucia would not be able to use her left hand for the time being. Alucia's eyes were filled with anger. She slowly raised her head and looked at the person who had ambushed her. It was still Monkey. It was still the same ice giant. Monkey's body was completely unharmed. The tear from before was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, compared to before, Mengqi's body faintly emitted an even colder aura. Alucia's gaze wandered and finally settled on the greatsword in Monkey's right hand. Monkey had been fighting with his fists all this time. That greatsword was almost always carried on his back. Alucia had always been on guard. She didn't expect Monkey to take it out now. Come to think of it, the sneak attack from behind must have come from this huge sword. Alucia wasn't surprised that Monkey wasn't dead. At half-step legendary, it was actually very difficult to die. Most of the time, with a single thought, one's consciousness could travel to the distant void. It was impossible for one to die so easily. Unless one was unguarded. Thus, Xianxia wasn't too surprised that Monkey wasn't dead. However, she was very curious. She had clearly seen Monkey's frost giant fall into the tear. How did he return without any injuries? Xianxia quickly found out the answer. It tore Manqi into pieces several times, but in the end, Manqi always returned. This happened too many times, and Xianxia also noticed that something was wrong. It was the bead. The transparent bead that Monkey had thrown out before, inside was Monkey's true elemental state. The one outside wasn't Monkey, but his elemental life form, the giant frost spirit. The first step for all acolytes after becoming a magus was to capture and nurture their own elemental life form. This would make it easier for them to cast elemental spells. Monkey had been an official magus for a long time, and his giant frost spirit had been nurtured for thousands of years. The core of the giant frost spirit had already fused with Monkey. As long as Monkey didn't die, the giant frost spirit could be reborn with just a thought. Monkey had sealed his elemental state in the bead, but that bead wasn't in reality. It was hidden in the void between reality and illusion. Monkey could enter the giant frost spirit at any time, and he could also store it in the bead at any time. In this situation, Xianxia couldn't harm Monkey at all. The atmosphere on the ice floe in the distance gradually returned to normal. Someone let out a long sigh. With Sir Monkey's many years of planning, how could he lose so easily? It can be seen from the battle with the demons. Their overall strength is much higher than ours. I didn't see a single demon below the rank of a magus in Resutran. The magus who spoke paused for a moment, then changed the topic, but their weapons aren't as good as those of human acolytes. They only have the sharpness. It's a waste of good materials. The difference between the civilized and the uncivilized. She listened to the discussions around her and sneered. It is a fact that the Abyss has a higher energy level than the Southern Adept world. Don't forget that we're standing here because we represent the top of the Magus world. These demons are just a small part of the countless demons in the Demon Citadel. Plus, we've been preparing for this for so many years. From a certain point of view, the Magi's pursuit of knowledge had led them to go further than the demons. But sometimes, one had to admit that one could defeat 10. Demons didn't need to know so much. Their claws and tails were comparable to powerful alchemy weapons, and their scales were comparable to the best defensive spells. If demons were really weak, why would there be so many human magi who wanted to transplant their organs and bloodline? For a moment, everyone on the ice floe was silent. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, that's..." Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. Sir Monkey had stored his elemental form in the bead of vanity. With the help of an alchemy tool, he would have the upper hand if nothing unexpected happened. But when they looked over, they found that the situation seemed to have changed again. In front of Xianxia's perfect white body, a tall figure suddenly appeared. The skeletal wings flapped, causing a large amount of wind and rain to fall. The bone armor glowed with a cold light, and mysterious patterns floated on it. The newcomer was Iades. It's not just Nidotep. Why is Iades here as well? On the top of the tower, Demon Grievous looked at the armored figure in surprise. If Nidotep has a reason to come, then Iades must have his reasons as well, Steward Tanding whispered. Perhaps they have the same reason. Iades stood in front of Xianxia and faced Monkey, his aura rising higher and higher. Xianxia looked at him quietly. After a while, she spoke in a low voice. So it's because of external factors? Iades seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled faintly. No, it's because I want to leave this birdcage. I have no choice but to come. Xianxia had already seen through the Pearl of Delusion's function. Although she hadn't thought of a way to break it yet, this was enough to make Manqi feel uneasy. Now that Iades had joined the battle, the pressure on Xianxia was greatly reduced. Now that Xianxia was relaxed, the pressure on Manqi increased. Although the Pearl of Delusion could allow him to move between reality and illusion, there was a prerequisite. He needed a medium to move between reality and illusion. In reality, the giant frost spirit was the medium. And in delusion, the Pearl of Delusion was the medium. It wasn't easy to destroy the Pearl of Delusion. But if he wanted to make a move against the giant frost spirit, it would be much easier. Don't you like to move between reality and illusion? Then I'll imprison the giant frost spirit forever or exile it forever. Let's see how long you can hide in delusion. Iades sneered and charged at Manchi. Iades' words reminded Xianxia. Xianxia immediately reacted. She didn't tear the giant frost spirit in half like before. Instead, she began to think of ways to imprison or exile it. In this situation, Manchi had no choice but to return from delusion. Although they had forced Manchi back to reality, it wasn't easy to deal with him. It wasn't 2 against 1, but 2 against 2. The giant frost spirit stared at Iades, while Xianxia and Manchi continued to fight. However, the giant frost spirit was only an elemental creature. Although it could temporarily resist Iades, it could only stall for time. It couldn't defeat Iades. Once the giant frost spirit couldn't hold on any longer, Manchi would be surrounded. A strong attack would be like the wind, taking the battle as quickly as possible. But if he was surrounded, the advantage of a strong attack would disappear. Moreover, with the call of Nitotip's umbrella, his defeat would quickly become apparent. In this situation, Manchi began to wonder if he should use his trump card. But if he used it, perhaps even Xianxia would be turned to ashes. This was the exact opposite of what he had come here for. While Manchi was thinking, the giant frost spirit was trapped by Iades' bone prison that isolated all elemental energy. Then, Iades' gaze turned to Manchi. Being surrounded, Manchi began to feel anxious. Manchi looked at Nitotep in the distance. He wanted to see if anyone was free to help him stall Iades. However, what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Before, Senifer, Isak, and Nereus were able to keep Nitotep in check. But now, with their attributes weakened by the umbrella, Nitotep was in control of the situation. It was also fortunate that Samantha was able to spare some time to support her, or else Nitotep would have been able to escape. Under such circumstances, no one could help him stall Iades. As for the people on the floating ice, even if they were Truthfinder wizards, they were still at the beginner level. They couldn't do much against Iades. Retracting his gaze, Manchi's expression suddenly became gloomy as he watched Iadasi and Xianxia converge. Could it be that the hunting plan could only end in failure? While Manchi was hesitating whether he should use his trump card or not, the neigh of a horse suddenly sounded from below. When Iades looked down, he saw a huge skeletal horse covered in black flames. The horse's hooves stomped on the air as it charged towards Iades and Xianxia. Black flame nightmare! Iades cried out. Black flame nightmares were a special kind of monster in the abyss. Rumor had it that they were the steed of Kurando, the guide of death. They were usually only found in the abyss. On the other hand, Manchi was surprised when he saw the nightmare. Then, a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. There was only one person in Razudran who could create black flame nightmares. Iadarsai took out a long bone knife and prepared to cut the black fire nightmare in half when it rushed over. Black flame nightmares were special, but they weren't that strong compared to Iades. When the black flames were close to his face, the mysterious flames were clearly visible. Full of confidence, Iades swung his blade at the nightmare lord, who had been hissing all this time. Without any obstruction, the black flame nightmare disappeared, leaving only a few embers in the air. Iades was stunned for a moment and suddenly turned around. A strange old man had appeared behind him. The old man's white eyebrows reached his chest, and he wore a blue-black magus hat embroidered with orchid flowers. The old man smiled and said in pure demon language, "For Darkness's upcoming visit, I'd like to say a word in advance. Good evening." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure turned into a pool of black ink. A cool breeze like water dyed the ink, making it look like a dark night. Before Iades could react, he was already enveloped in the darkness. At this moment, a door opened in the darkness. A man wearing a black noble gentleman's suit walked out of the door and faced Iades in the darkness. "Your opponent is me." Iades looked at the man in front of him with fear. Iades never fought against this man before, but he saw how the man trapped the Minotaurus and other demons in an illusion all by himself. Although it was the chaos magic canon that caused their failure in the end, one could not ignore the fact that if it were not for the man in front of them, none of the subsequent failures would have occurred. Iades remembered someone calling this man by his name. Sunders, Monchi's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Iades, who was surrounded by the darkness of the night. He didn't expect Sunders to be the one who helped him out in the end. That black flame nightmare must be Sunders' creation, nightmare substitute. Of course, the one who turned into darkness and trapped Iades was Knight Cantor. Both of them worked together to trap Iades in the darkness. Also, Cantor and Sunders were old friends. Their teamwork would be better than the three who surrounded Elias Darcy, and they would achieve better results. Monkey looked at the porcelain-white figure in front of him. Alucia was his only opponent now. It was as if everything had returned to normal. The flames of war were reignited. The other wizards on the floating ice sighed in relief when they saw Cantor and Sunders coming over. The fact that Mr. Phantom and Mr. Eventide were able to make it in time is a relief. A sorcerer sighed. Olivia nodded and glanced at the wizard in forest robes behind her. Someone ambushed Mr. Phantom's student, so I thought Mr. Phantom wouldn't come. Looks like Mr. Phantom has a better view of the big picture. Muing, who came from Rest Torch Academy, had suffered heavy injuries before and found it difficult to speak. Now that she had recovered, she quickly added, "That's right. A narrow-minded person can only see what's right in front of him. He thinks someone has potential, but he doesn't want to improve his relationship with him. Instead, he wants to destroy him first." Well, in the script, conflicts are always the highlight of the story. But in reality, you have to weigh the pros and cons. Don't be blinded by jealousy. The other wizards agreed. The wizards from Gravity Forest had a grudge against Sunders, but they had nothing to do with Angor. Considering Angor's current value, they could easily befriend him. In the wizarding world, Qin Jian was someone who would give up everything for the sake of profit. For example, Sunders never liked Moonfrost Union, but he was willing to help Monkey. Sunders' student, Flora, was also Senifer's best friend. The wizarding world was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. But it's too late now. Poor Angor. I was going to persuade him to leave Phantom Island and come to Rest Torch Academy. Muing shook his head and sighed. Before Muing could finish speaking, a person beside him suddenly stared blankly and pointed to the distant horizon. "Wait, look over there. That's Angor?" Muing looked in the direction of the finger and saw a dark-skinned woman flying toward them through the drizzle. Beside her was a young man in noble attire. The young man was not wearing a hat, which revealed his shiny blonde hair. It was none other than Angor. Muing wasn't the only one who recognized Angor. The wizards from Gravity Forest all looked at him in shock. Angor didn't die? How did Angor manage to survive that? How? Huh? Olivia suddenly took out a recording device and pointed it at the sky. That woman beside Angor is Fafnir. That Abysswind dragon who fought Komodo. Even without Olivia's reminder, the others had already noticed the woman beside Angor. By the looks of it, Angor had returned to Fafnir's side. What was the relationship between them? On the other hand, after the Gravity Forest wizards recovered from their shock, they felt a deep sense of helplessness and regret. They shouldn't have tried to kill Angor. Now that Angor was still alive, they would have to pay a great price to mend their relationship in the future. It was too late to do anything to Angor now. It seemed Angor had already entered Fafnir's protection circle. If they tried, they would be the ones to die. The wizards from Gravity Forest felt dejected. The wizards from other organizations didn't think too much about it. They were curious about one thing: Fafnir was fighting Komodo, and now Fafnir showed up. Where did Komodo go? Also, Sunders should be with Angor. Why was Angor with Fafnir now? Did this mean Fafnir was on Phantom Island's side? Would Fafnir help the humans? However, both the humans' hopes and the demons' worries were all for naught. Fafnir only came to the top of the tower and didn't help either side. She flew to the other side of the rain cloud and drew a clear line between herself and the demons as if she was a third party. Angor followed Fafnir as well. Angor didn't know what was going on. He and Sunders were waiting on the first floor when Nitotep suddenly covered the entire tower with her rain cloud. Then Fafnir and Cantor showed up in front of him. Fafnir didn't say anything when she arrived. She only sighed in relief when she saw that Angor was fine. Cantor came to tell Angor about the humans' decision to attack the tower. Sunders and Fafnir seemed to have discussed something, which led to the current situation. Sunders and Cantor flew to the top of the tower to distract Iades while Angor stayed beside Fafnir. Angor wanted to see if he could learn something from the battle. He was even more excited when he heard that Monkey was fighting against Arusha. A battle between such monsters was bound to be extraordinary. Maybe he could learn something from them. But when he looked at the battlefield, he was disappointed. It wasn't that the battle wasn't exciting. It was that he couldn't see them at all. The battle between Monkey and Arusha was nothing more than a series of illusions. Every time they clashed, a rift would appear in the air. Angor couldn't see anything at all. He even felt dizzy just by looking at the battle. This was completely different from when he was in the yard of the hallucination hut. You can't watch a battle of this level just by looking at how they use their energy. As for before, your consciousness was protected by my wind. That's why you could watch a battle between a demon, Fafnir suddenly explained. Angor looked at Fafnir in surprise. It was the first time Fafnir talked to him on his own since he came here. Also, as far as he knew, Fafnir wasn't someone who would explain something so trivial to him. Angor gave Fafnir a doubtful look. Was Fafnir doing this out of guilt? If it were not for his great luck and Sunders' help, he would have lost his life in that place. However, Fafnir's expression remained cold the whole time. He couldn't see anything wrong with it. Angor shrugged and did not ask further. Then can I ask Mr. Fafnir to protect me again? Angor looked at Fafnir expectantly. Fafnir said coldly, the battle here is not exciting at all. You won't gain anything from it, and it might even affect your future path. This was the first time he heard Fafnir saying that he was concerned about his future. Fafnir didn't seem to care about Angor's future. Angor nodded absent-mindedly. Fafnir was right. Even if Angor managed to see the fight between Olusia and Monkey, he wouldn't be able to learn anything useful. Instead, he might be distracted by the mysteries of the fight and end up losing his way. Who do you think will win, Mr. Fafnir? Angor asked Fafnir. What do you think, Mr. Fafnir? Fafnir was probably the only one here who could tell what was going on between Monkey and Olusia. Fafnir considered for a moment. The human called Monkey has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, including many unexpected attacks. So far, he's suppressing Olusia. However, as a descendant of a demon god, Olusia has only unsealed her true body. Her true spirit and true name are still in her hands. Once she unseals her new powers, we can't tell what will happen. True body, true spirit, and true name? Angor remembered reading something similar in the records of a demon god. So the descendant of a demon god also had the same power? Fafnir seemed to have noticed Angor's confusion. Olusia's true body, true spirit, and true name are both her own, and not hers at the same time. A descendant of a demon god. This is complicated, and it's hard to explain. All you need to know is that Olusia's current powers are mostly inherited from the Lord of Flameless. The more she uses them, the closer she will be to the Lord of Flameless. Just like you humans, once you become an official magus, you will begin to choose your own path. Olusia is the same. She came to obtain the origin flame because she wants to walk her own path and not follow the path of the Flameless Lord. At this point, Fafnir sighed softly in his heart. Not long ago, she had met Olusia in the hallucination. At that time, Olusia had asked her a few questions. It wasn't hard to guess that Olusia was looking for the lost city that had long disappeared in the past. Olusia only had one goal in mind, which was to completely deviate from the path set by the Lord of Flameless. But sometimes, one couldn't get too deep into the mud without realizing it. It didn't mean that one would find something just by looking for it. Besides, would the Lord of Flameless really allow Olusia to go on her own path? Most of the time, she had no choice. Angor didn't know what Fafnir was thinking. He frowned. So this is going to be a long, drawn-out battle? But Razudran has already reached its end. It won't be a drawn-out battle. Just wait and see. We'll see the result soon enough, Fafnir said in a casual tone. Not long after Fafnir's words, something really happened on the battlefield. However, this change did not come from the outcome of the battle itself, but from the top of the void tower on the other side. As he recalled, Tanding and Greywood were also at the top of the tower. However, he didn't pay much attention to them because he was too focused on the battle between Olusia and Monkey. But now, the top of the tower, which Angor had neglected, was undergoing a shocking change. An orange-red ray of light suddenly descended from the sky, broke through the rain clouds, and landed on the top of the tower. When the ray of light reached the top of the tower, it instantly released a blinding light. The light was so intense that it was rarely seen in this world. In an instant, the dark clouds were swept away by the light. Everyone's vision was blinded for a brief moment before they could no longer see anything. Fafnir waved a hand and summoned a gust of wind to cover Angor's eyes so that he wouldn't be blinded by the light. Not only did the light stop the battle in the rain clouds, but it also forced Cantor, who was in his night form, to revert to his original form. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds, but Angor's vision only returned to normal after a minute. When he opened his eyes and looked at the void tower again, he saw that something had already happened. Olucia, who had been fighting with Monchi earlier, suddenly returned to the top of the tower. Furthermore, she had changed from her porcelain white body to her human form. Another thing was that at the top of the tower, with Olucia at the center, countless runes of light suddenly appeared. These runes of light were like a bird's nest, overlapping and encircling Olucia. Runes. Angor called out the name of the runes. Yep, runes. So you noticed it too? Fafnir glanced at Angor. She didn't know what Angor experienced in the underground hall yet. These runes were created by Olucia's armor. Judging from how intricate they are, they must have been drawn by Scholar of Cruelty himself. This must be one of Olucia's trump cards. Monkey tried to attack them, but he couldn't break them. Come to think of it, the effect of this light pattern should be defensive. Protection? Angor frowned. What does that mean? Isn't it drawing a circle around the tower? Mr. Monkey can't break in, but it can't come out either. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, something else happened. It's mine. It's all mine. No one can take it away from me. Following a loud roar, the void tower began to tremble. Angor wasn't the only one. Everyone, including the demons, looked at the bottom of the void tower. Something must be causing the tower to shake. Not long after, a large amount of smoke and dust suddenly gushed up from the bottom of the tower. Immediately after, a crimson figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust. It followed the wall of the tower like a bolt of red lightning, climbing to the top at an extremely fast speed. Without slowing down, the figure crashed into the runes on the top of the tower. Bang! The runes flickered for a moment, but nothing happened. Instead, the crimson figure was bounced back by the runes. It spun around like a spinning top several times before it finally stopped. It was at this moment that he finally saw the red figure's face. It had a head that looked like a salamander. It was Komodo. Angor's eyes flickered when he saw Komodo. Komodo tried to catch him before, and Angor felt a little nervous seeing it again. However, it seemed Komodo was still mad. Its eyes never left the top of the tower. It didn't notice Angor at all. It's mine. It's mine. Komodo mumbled something and dashed toward the runes again. In the end, Komodo was sent flying again. But Komodo didn't mind at all. It kept looking at the top of the tower with a burning gaze and kept running toward the runes. What's it trying to do? Angor wondered. Fafnir's eyes flickered as he realized something. Is it the origin fire? Komodo did not stop ramming. In the beginning, it only used its physical body to ram against the void pagoda. However, after ramming many times, it realized that the light patterns surrounding the void pagoda only shook a little. It did not suffer any damage. So, Komodo changed its approach. It raised its fireballs and continuously threw them at the light patterns. This time, it finally saw some results. When the fireballs hit the light barrier dimmed a little. However, when the fireballs disappeared, the light barrier regained its brightness. Seeing this, Komodo immediately understood that this was because the instantaneous burst of energy was not enough. The rune was obviously a durable defense. To destroy it, Komodo would have to use a one-time attack that exceeded its limit. Any attack within the limit would not do any damage to the rune, and it would recover on its own. With that in mind, Komodo began its countermeasure. However, Komodo still could not break the rune's limit. Komodo considered for a moment. If it did not have enough firepower, it would use quantity to fill it up. It did not mean that it was a one-time attack. It was a one-time attack that could be used to break through the rune's defense. Komodo used the flaming meteor. He wanted to break through the inscription's defense by using the meteor shower. Mr. Monkey, I think Komodo is going to break the barrier. Should we help it? Samantha asked from the other side. Regardless of what Komodo was trying to do, Samantha believed that it would be beneficial to her since Olucia was still hiding behind the rune. Monkey shook his head. Not yet. Let's wait and see. While waiting for Komodo to break the rune, something else was happening on the other side of the battlefield. First was Iades, who was trapped in darkness. When Cantor was forced to dispel darkness, he simply broke through Sunder's defenses and flew to Nitotip's side. Nitotip retrieved the umbrella that was floating in the air and stood side by side with Iades, facing the adepts that surrounded them. Sunders, Cantor, and Cenifer joined them as well. It looked like the demons and humans were facing off against each other again. Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to escalate and that the humans and demons would clash again, Nitotep suddenly reached out and closed the open umbrella. Following Nitotep's actions, the rain clouds that had been trapping them all this while slowly disappeared. Everyone was surprised by Nitotep's action. The reason why Nitotep was so difficult to fight was because of that umbrella. Why did she suddenly put it away? Without the umbrella, without the cover of the rain clouds, they might be able to hold Nitotep back with the combined strength of everyone. Cenifer and Ezek exchanged a glance. Both of them were eager to take advantage of this opportunity to make Nitotep stay. The others, however, were not interested at all. Nereus, in particular, glared at Sunders viciously and flew to Monkey's side without saying a word. Cenifer didn't know what to do. She and Asate couldn't stop Nitotip on their own, let alone Iades. She looked at Sunders and hoped that he and Cantor could join them. But before Sunders could answer, Nitotip giggled on the other side of the table. I know you want to kill me, but let's not talk about whether or not you can kill me. Even if you can kill me, you'll be able to kill me. Do you think you will be able to face the upcoming changes unscathed? Obviously, Nitotep had seen their previous interaction. Escape? I'd like to know what's going to happen. He spoke in a hoarse voice, can you tell me about it? Following the voice, Nitotep looked at Sunders. Just like Iades, Nitotep's eyes showed a hint of fear when she saw Sunders. Do you think no one will notice what happened at Resudran? We're nothing but cages in flames. We can't see what's going on outside, but those outside can see us clearly. And don't forget, the gate to the inner layer of Abyss is right below Resudran. Nitotep's words caused the entire place to fall into silence. She was right. Without Monkey's help, they would have to expend a lot of energy to kill Nitotep. Thinking back to the time when they dealt with the Minotaurus, many people had died. In the end, the Minotaurus was killed by humans. Furthermore, the Minotaurus was already so difficult to deal with despite being a musclehead. Nitotep was a rational and calm existence among the 7 seats, and her strength was not inferior to the Minotaurus. Even without the umbrella, it would not be easy to deal with the Minotaurus. Besides, Iades was still nearby. Even if they could defeat Nitotep, it would cost them a lot of energy. They might even lose their lives. Also, Nitotep's words implied that they might have to face the demons outside the birdcage. Wasting energy now was not worth it. They were here to help Mr. Monkey hunt down a descendant of a demon god, not to get involved with these unimportant demons. Even Cenifer relaxed a little. As long as Nitotep didn't interfere with Monkey's plan, all she had to do was stop her. You're right, Sunders nodded. But I'm more interested to know why you put away your umbrella. My umbrella is going to break if I don't, Nitotep said. What do you mean? Nitotep smiled meaningfully. You'll know in a while. With that, Nitotep and Iades did not approach the void behemoth. Instead, they quickly retreated to where the black cloud was, and were surrounded by the dense horde of demons. That man is strong. After standing still, Iades touched the bloodstain on his neck. When he was trapped by the darkness of the night, his head was almost separated from his body. Nitotep shrugged. No matter how strong he is, when the flaming bird cage is opened from the outside, it will be the end. Iades nodded. You're right. After all, he's Lord Galil. On the other hand, Sunders was thinking about what Nitotip said before she left. It sounded like she was trying to trick him. We'll see soon enough? Did this mean that an unforeseen event would happen soon? As he thought about it, he sensed a terrifying aura coming from not far away. It was something Sunders had never experienced before. It felt as if the world itself was trembling. No, the world was really trembling. Sunders clearly saw that the deathly still sky covered in flames suddenly became lively as if someone poured oil on it. A large amount of heavenly flames were jumping up and down, breaking free from their shackles. Like dust falling off a mottled wall, these heavenly flames also fell down from the sky wall, and this was only the natural change of the sky. What truly surprised Sunders was the terrifying consciousness that came from nowhere. It did not come from any living creature. It only represented a will. The will of fire. The will of the abyss. When Sunders built the Sorcerer's Garden at Phantom Island, he once felt the will of a world. The pressure from the will was already terrifying. But this time it was even more powerful. It was as if they were facing an abyss. Sunders was not the only one who felt this. Every living being in the area felt the same. The majestic aura of heaven made people want to kneel down and worship it. And the source of the will? Everyone looked at the top of the tower. To be more precise, they were looking at the small area marked by Arusha's runes. Bang! Bang! The loud noise woke up the humans who had almost succumbed to the terrifying will from before. Taking a closer look, it was Komodo who had a crazed expression on his face as he continued to direct the flaming meteors to smash the light patterns. At this time, Monkey looked at the top of the tower and thought of something. He said to Senifer and the rest of the team, "Let's help it. Hurry up. We must destroy that light pattern before it descends." Mangchi's shout caused everyone to be puzzled. However, no one asked any questions. Instead, they directly started moving. Senifer transformed into her complete form with a pair of wings on her back. Half of them were white, while the other half was black. His body also burst forth with completely opposite gravitational and repulsive forces. The terrifying entanglement of power rushed toward the light patterns. Isaac's fist was covered in black flames. It looked like the shadow of a black dragon was rising from it. Following the roar of a dragon, Isaac swung his fist at the rune. Samantha's glass paradise and phantom projection also rushed over at the same time. Everyone unleashed their strongest attacks. Together with Komodo's flaming meteor, they bombarded the light runes. The adepts on the floating ice far away had yet to make sense of the situation before them. Where did this terrifying will come from? Also, Mr. Monkey did not attack the rune before. Why did he gather the others to attack it? Lucci, do you know the reason? She looked at the person standing beside her with a puzzled expression. Lucci did not say anything. He simply summoned a gust of wind. A gentle breeze blew past the notebook in Levita's hand, causing the pages filled with words to flip. When the breeze disappeared, the pages stopped flipping. Levita lowered her head to look. The notebook contained all the information and secrets she learned after coming to Rizudran. She was going to publish it on Firefly's Night Tales when she returned to the Wizarding World. The page she was reading was the information Cantor and Samantha received when they went to find Angor. The owner of Prey House is named Night. She will ascend to the throne soon. Only Origin Fire can make Komodo go crazy. Looks like Nightclub Master Nightclub already succeeded, Fafner's voice echoed in Angor's ears. Nightclub Master Nightclub, Angor thought about it carefully. Indeed, only Nightclub Master could cause such a huge commotion. He still couldn't help but feel terrified when he recalled the horrifying consciousness that covered the entire area. But why would Nightclub Master appear at the top of the tower? Angor looked at the top of the tower in confusion. Under the combined attacks of Komodo and the humans, the light runes there were almost transparent. Monkey, who had turned into a frost giant, suddenly stepped forward and unsheathed the greatsword transformed from his moonfrost crown. He held it with both hands and aimed at the light runes. Wung, with a loud shout, a boundless amount of frost energy converged and a blue light covered the greatsword. Mangchi seemed to be exerting a tremendous amount of force as he slashed forward with the greatsword. A terrifying sword ray, accompanied by endless frost nova, rushed toward the light runes like a crescent moon. Under the combined attacks of Komodo and the other wizards, the light runes at the top of the tower were almost transparent. As for Mangchi sword light, it became the strike that broke the stalemate. Clank, like glass shattering, the patterns of light around the top of the void tower completely dimmed. Cracks appeared on them, and with a flash, they turned into countless specks of light, fusing with the sparks in the wind, and finally dissipating. Following the disappearance of the runes, the scene at the top of the tower was completely exposed. That's impossible. That painting actually produced a vortex. Could it be that the painting is really the work of a magus? Exclamations came from the floating ice. But soon, the exclamations turned into fear. Because, from the vortex in the middle of the painting, countless flames with extremely terrifying energy density suddenly flew out. The flames were like dense drizzles, and anyone who touched them would be burned to ashes immediately. A nearby demon, a fire element demon, turned into black ashes after being touched by the flames. Seeing this, Mar cried out in fear, "Activate your defenses! Quick, activate your defenses!" On the other side of the tower, Angor was also shocked by what he saw. He thought he would see Nightcrawler when the runes disappeared. However, he did not see Nightcrawler at the top of the tower. Instead, he saw the painting named Night. That painting was now pitch black. There was no longer any fire, but instead a vortex. As he carefully observed the vortex, countless flames began to pour out of it. The fire could even burn down a fire-type demon, so he didn't want to touch it. Fortunately, Fafnir was there. She simply waved her hand and created a wind domain around them. The flames that flew out of the whirlpool slid to the other side when they came into contact with the wind domain. But at this moment, he heard Fafnir groaning in pain. He looked back and saw Fafnir, who was always calm and collected, was now sweating profusely with a pained expression on his face. And the domain of wind that enveloped them also began to shake for the first time under Fafnir's control. "Mr. Fafnir," Angor whispered, "are you all right? These flames come from the incubation pool of origin, the origin of civilization. It's hard to stop them." Fafnir's voice came in broken sentences. Angor was surprised. The incubation pool of origin? Could it be that these flames were the origin fire? Angor looked at Olusia and Komodo. They were both here for the origin flames. Olusia was on the top of the tower, but she, Greywood, and Tandin were all on the side of the painting, so they weren't affected by the flames. Olusia was still staring at the vortex in the middle of night and didn't seem to care about the flames. Komodo, on the other hand, turned into a cluster of fire element and formed a shield to stop the flames. It didn't look like the origin flames. Angor looked around again. If Fafnir was having a hard time, the ice wouldn't stand a chance either. The floating ice in the sky was vaporized into gas by the flames. Sunders was also trying to protect himself. Sunders was also trying to fend off the fire. He now understood why Nitotep suddenly withdrew her rain cloud. Even if the umbrella was a mystery item, it would still be damaged by the fire. Fortunately, the flames released from the whirlpool did not last for long. A minute later, the flowing flames gradually disappeared. Mar looked back and saw many of the black cloud of demons dying in the flames. Fortunately, the human wizards didn't lose too many. The flames were powerful, but they could only cause damage in the current world. They would be safe as long as they hid in another dimension. The energy in Razudran was very chaotic right now. Demons couldn't go to another dimension, and wizards couldn't open an exile space. However, wizards had an advantage, the Sorcerer's Garden. The moment the floating ice melted, all the adepts were moved into Manchi Sorcerer's Garden, the Garden of Everwinter. Now, all of the Magi had been released. Only a few had not been able to enter Eternal East Garden in time due to the chaos, and had been burnt to ashes by the flames. The rest of the Magi were safe and sound. Although the Magi were still safe, it was a pity that the floating ice was gone. When Mar took out his personal vehicle, the wizards around him suddenly burst into an uproar. Mar looked at the source of the noise and saw the painting on the top of the tower shining brightly again. Fafnir cancelled her wind domain and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She glared at Komodo in the distance. The flames were difficult to defend against, but she only felt pain when maintaining her wind domain because she was injured in the fight with Komodo. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a bad condition. However, as Fafnir stared at Komodo, the latter suddenly dashed to the top of the tower. Fafnir followed Komodo's movement and arrived at the top of the tower as well. On the painting at the top of the tower, a blazing light burst out from the vortex once again. However, this time, Komodo wasn't on guard like before. Instead, he looked at the light with excitement. On the other side, Alucia also stared at the light. Fafnir's eyes flashed with doubt. Could it be that the light in the whirlpool is the origin fire? Just as Fafnir was guessing, the whirlpool changed for the second time. Previously, large amounts of flames leaked out, but this time, no flames came out. However, the change this time around caused the crowd to feel even more fear than before. Because, a large hand suddenly reached out from the whirlpool. At first, it was only a finger, but slowly, the entire hand was revealed. This hand was the size of a giant's hand, but it wasn't as rough as a giant's. Instead, it was as smooth as jade. The color of the hand was bright red, like a piece of glass that had been burned red. When the hand came out of the whirlpool, all the living creatures felt the same terrifying intent as before. The flames in the entire sky rose and fell with it. At that moment, everyone realized that the owner of that hand was most definitely the source of that frightening consciousness. Monkey was planning to use this chance to ambush Alucia, but when the hand came out, he was terrified and took several steps back. The hand was still reaching out from the whirlpool. It was moving very slowly, as if there was a barrier preventing it from reaching this world. Odurklas once told me that you have to turn yourself into flames to reach that world. That step means you have to scatter everything, Fafnir said. Fafnir softly said, and to return from that world, everything that had been dispersed must return to its original form, known as reconstruction. Now, it's moving very slowly. It's actually a process of reconstruction. Angor looked back. Mr. Fafnir, are you saying that the owner of that hand is the owner of nightclub? Fafnir nodded and looked at Angor enviously. In terms of age, the owner of the nightclub was much younger than her, but he had taken that step so quickly, which made her feel very emotional. After confirming that the hand belonged to nightclub master, Angor's eyes also brightened up. No matter what, nightclub master did help him a lot. Even though nightclub master was from a different race, Angor still felt happy for him. However, when he looked at the hand coming out of the whirlpool, he was reminded of Fengyu. Feng seemed to have nothing to do with this, but Angor also felt that Fengyu was everywhere. Even nightclub master's final step was because of Fengyu. Not to mention, dojo master Yi even came out of Feng's painting. What was Fengyu's role in all of this? As Angor pondered, nightclub master's hand finally struggled out of the whirlpool. Just as his forearm was completely exposed, a strange wave suddenly diffused outwards. Angor was also attracted by the energy wave. He could not describe how he felt, but his heart was pounding as if he was looking at a table full of delicious food. He was craving for it. When he looked carefully, he saw that when the nightclub owner stretched out his forearm, he seemed to have inadvertently brought out a flame from the indescribable world. At the end of nightclub master's hand, where the elbow was red as if it was burning, there was a small white flame burning. This flame looked inconspicuous, but it was this tiny flame that attracted everyone's attention. It was the source of all the ripples. Origin fire. That was origin fire. Most of the people here had never seen origin fire before. But when they saw the tiny flame, they knew it was origin fire without a doubt. It's origin fire. A slightly immature voice suddenly shouted, I can feel it, it can't be wrong. That's origin fire. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The one who spoke was the young flame demon beside Alucia. It was pointing at the small flame on the nightclub owner's forearm and jumping up and down excitedly. To Gregory, it had sensed the origin fire of its ancestors, but the origin fire was gloomy. Every time it sensed it, it would associate it with the Death Overlord's Ashen Grief Cemetery. As a fire-type demon who was still young and active, Gregory didn't like that kind of origin fire, even though the meaning contained within it was still vast. However, the white flame on Nightcrawler's arm was completely different. It was lively, vigorous, and full of vigor. Grava saw hope when he sensed the presence of the origin fire. It could help him evolve from a young fire demon into a rune demon. Grava was probably the most familiar with origin fire among all of them. Therefore, when Gregory confirmed that it was the origin fire, the eyes of all the fire element demons turned red as they stared at the small flame with burning gazes. On the other side, the magus looked at the origin flame with eyes full of greed and desire. After all, magi were not like demons. Almost all magi knew some fire elemental spells, and the origin fire was definitely the best when it came to nurturing fire elemental spells. Even Meng Qi had been attracted by the primordial flame at first, but he had his own obsession. The origin fire was extremely precious, but as an ice magus, the temptation of the origin fire was limited. Olucia was his true target, however, while Monkey was looking at Olucia, Olucia did not look at Monkey. Instead, she was focusing on the origin fire. Just like Monkey, Olucia had her own obsession as well. However, her obsession was the distant future. The key to the future, however, required origin fire to activate. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled. It was a small fire demon that could not resist the origin fire and rushed over. He thought someone would try to stop the little demon, but strangely enough, no demon did anything to stop it. Even when it passed by Komodo, Komodo only glanced at it and did not do anything. While Angor was still wondering, Fire Imp had already reached the top of the tower. However, just as the little devil extended her slender hand and greedily tried to grab the flame, the nightclub owner's hand suddenly moved from the whirlpool. He turned a corner and grabbed the neck of the Palm Fire Little Devil. Instantly, Palm Fire Little Devil rolled his eyes. At the same time, Komodo and Olucia moved at the same time, charging towards the flame. Now he understood why Komodo and Olucia didn't stop the Fire Imp. They were using it as bait. Olucia was the closest to the origin flame. It twisted its body and carefully grabbed the origin flame without touching the nightclub owner. However, before Olucia could celebrate, Komodo was already charging at her. Komodo moved like a rolling tank of meat. With a loud rumble, he turned into a blur and rammed into Olucia's back. The loud noise created by the collision even caused ripples in the air. Olucia was caught off guard and was knocked into a daze. The origin fire in her hand was also thrown into the air. Olucia quickly reacted and tried to snatch the origin flame, but Komodo didn't back down. As he tried to snatch the origin flame, he also attacked Olucia in an attempt to stop her. A demon and a descendant of a demon god began to fight each other. There were some fire elemental wizards among the humans who were very interested in the origin fire. However, when they looked at the hand in the whirlpool, they stopped in their tracks. The power of a demon lord prevented them from acting recklessly. Furthermore, when Olucia and Komodo fought, the energy that leaked out made it so that no one dared to get close. They were afraid of being accidentally injured. Olucia and Komodo were locked in a fierce battle, but the primordial fire would eventually settle down. The white origin flame floated in the air as if it had a choice. In the end, it chose the young flame demon and landed in Gregory's hand. Gregory held the origin flame in his hand, not knowing what to do. The sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Fire Servant Tanding immediately pulled Gregory to hide behind the painting. Looking at the shattered rocks around him, Gregory finally realized that someone had ambushed him. "Hurry up and collect the origin flame." The fire servant saw Gregory's stunned expression and immediately shouted. Gregory quickly tried to put the origin flame into his demon storage space. However, after a while, he panicked and said, "No, I can't put the origin flame into the space. I can feel it. If I force it in, the origin flame will be extinguished." The demon storage space was similar to a space item. It was a stable space created by humans. As the initial flame, the origin flame relied on a huge amount of laws, so it could not be stored in a space with weak laws. Even a space like the Sorcerer's Garden, which was close to a small world, could not contain the origin flame. Just as Gregory was panicking, Olucia's figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Give me the origin flame." Without hesitation, Gregory handed the primordial flame origin to Olucia. Although it longed for the primordial flame origin, it knew that the primordial flame origin would be a hot potato in its hands. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky. It was Komodo. Olucia held the primordial flame in one hand and extended her other hand. She chanted in the strange language of the demonic gods, and a terrifying force exploded from her palm, sending Komodo flying hundreds of meters away, Komodo rolled for a while before he stopped falling. At this moment, Xianxia had already snatched the origin flame. Xianxia returned to the painting and raised her head. Her flaming eyes were no longer looking at Manqi and Komodo, but countless pairs of greedy eyes. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. The palm fire imp that had been choked by the nightclub owner finally had its head separated from its body under the violent force. Everyone looked at the whirlpool on the painting again. The nightclub owner's other hand also reached out. After reaching out with both hands, the nightclub owner did not let his body out immediately. Instead, the veins on his hands bulged as he grabbed the sides of the whirlpool and tore it apart. Under the nightclub owner's tugging, the whirlpool became even bigger. According to the nightclub owner's current size, his body was definitely comparable to a giant. The whirlpool before was too small. 2 hands were already the limit. Now, the nightclub owner had to expand it to accommodate his huge body. When the whirlpool expanded to its limit, the nightclub owner's head finally slowly appeared from the whirlpool. At first, only the top of his head could be seen clearly. The nightclub owner's hair was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by burning orange flames. However, within the orange flames, there was a small cluster of purple flames that was extremely special. It emitted the same ripples as the white origin flame from before. However, something contained within the flame seemed to have changed. "That's origin flame too?" someone asked. Xianxia and Komodo's greedy glances said it all. The purple flame was origin flame. "You still want to fight me?" Komodo glared at Xianxia, or rather, at the white origin flame in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia did not answer. She only gave Komodo a cold stare. Neither Komodo nor Xianxia had any intention of letting go. However, neither of them made a move. After all, the purple origin flame was right above the nightclub owner's head. Angor looked at Fafnir. "Mr. Fafnir, aren't you going to take it?" "What does that have to do with me?" Angor pointed at the flame mark on his earlobe. Fafnir looked at the mark and spoke in a cold tone. "If Odurklas needs origin flame, he will not let anyone else do it. He will enter that world himself." As Fafnir spoke, the nightclub owner's head completely came out of the whirlpool. The nightclub owner's upper body also escaped from the other side of the whirlpool. However, the flames were still burning the nightclub owner's face and upper body, making it difficult to see clearly. Until the nightclub owner finally opened his eyes. In the raging flames, there was a bright light. As his eyes shone, the flames covering the nightclub owner's upper body, including his head, slowly dimmed. However, the flames did not disappear. Instead, they turned into a suit of armor covered with strange runes. Even the nightclub owner's face was covered by the armor. The strange texture of the armor reflected a cold light. The eyes of the mask were covered by a thin layer of black film. Although the nightclub owner's eyes could not be seen, they could still sense his cold gaze through the film. When Nightclub Master Nightclub's upper body almost appeared from the vortex, the group of humans led by Manqi kept retreating. Although the Nightclub Master did not release any pressure, everyone knew that the Nightclub Master had definitely reached that level. Manqi had already left his frost giant form. His hand, which was hidden under his robe, was holding an item that emitted a mysterious energy. This mystery item was the reason why Manqi dared to come to Rizudalan. It was also the trump card of Moonfrost Union. Even though Angor mentioned that the nightclub owner did not seem to be prejudiced against demons and humans, Manqi still did not want to take the risk. If the nightclub owner really did try something, Manqi would have to give up on Xianxia and leave Rizudalan for now. With that in mind, Manqi subconsciously looked at Angor, who was standing on the other side. At this moment, Nightclub Master Nightclub lifted his head slowly and scanned the crowd outside. When he saw the demons and humans, he didn't stop at all. When he saw Angor, the nightclub owner's gaze paused for a second. Next, he glanced at Komodo, who was staring at him with a burning gaze, and finally stopped at Xianxia. The nightclub owner's every move was watched by everyone present. They all saw how the nightclub owner paused when looking at Angor. "Mr. Manqi, I see that Angor did not tell us the truth. There must be something else between him and the nightclub owner." The one who spoke was a wizard from the Gravity Forest. He had noticed the previous scene and immediately spoke. "Why do you make it sound like we need Angor's help to get all the information we need?" You know, he's just an apprentice. You, me, and everyone else on the floating ice is stronger than him, Angor said. Everyone blushed in shame. But when they thought about it carefully, they realized that Alucia's arrival at Resutran was too sudden. No one expected it to show up here, which meant they were inferior to Angor in terms of information gathering. And now, they were blaming others for hiding information from them. Since it was a wizard from Gravity Forest who spoke, everyone knew what they were trying to do. They were trying to sow discord in front of Mr. Monkey. They all looked at the wizards from Gravity Forest with disdain. Angor's information is useful to us. What does it matter if he doesn't tell us anything? Cantor spoke in a flat tone. He was also surprised to see the nightclub owner's hesitation. But it was only between Angor and the nightclub owner, and it did not affect the current situation. Cantor glanced at Sunders out of the corner of his eye. Sunders and Angor spent a lot of time on the first level, so Cantor believed Sunders should know about what happened between Angor and the nightclub owner. Sunders only grinned. Angor is not far away. If you're curious about what he didn't say, why don't you ask him yourself? Monkey glanced at Sunders and the others, especially Nereus. Cantor is right. This has nothing to do with the current situation. We just need to wait and see. While Angor didn't hear Monkey's conversation, Fafnir was able to pick it up with the help of the wind. Fafnir looked at Angor with a mocking expression. He then summoned a gentle breeze and whispered into Angor's ears. He overheard the entire conversation between the humans. Angor did not expect the nightclub owner's insignificant pause to cause such a heated discussion among the wizards. I only asked the nightclub owner for a favor. As for other connections, Angor shook his head. He was far from the nightclub owner's level. There was no way he could have any connections with the nightclub owner. Besides, he already told them everything he needed to know, including the relationship between the nightclub owner and Feng. The only thing he did not mention was the relationship between Feng and Oderklas, as well as Feng's influence on the nightclub owner. That was why he was curious about Tavern Master Nightfall's reaction. Angor did not think too much about it. Maybe the nightclub owner was just surprised to see Angor's reaction. Angor did not expect him to survive such a dangerous place in Resutran. No matter how humans or demons or humans thought. The nightclub owner was the only one who could give them the real answer. But now, the nightclub owner did not pay attention to Angor. Instead, he was looking at Alucia, who was standing beside him. There seemed to be an invisible signal going back and forth between Night and Aurelia's eyes. After a moment, Alucia nodded slightly as if they had reached an agreement. The nightclub owner slowly lowered his head and stopped paying attention to Alucia. At the same time, the bright purple flame in the nightclub owner's hair floated down from the sky and landed on Alucia's hand. Komodo's eyes widened when he saw this. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could not believe what he was seeing. His hands were trembling, which meant he was not calm at all. However, he did not dare to approach the nightclub owner. In the distance, Mang Chi's expression was somewhat unsightly. From the exchange of glances between Alucia and the nightclub master, as well as the appearance of the source flame, it was clear that there was some sort of connection between them. Mang Chi had originally planned to capture Alucia after the nightclub master left. By then, not only would he be able to obtain Alucia, but he would also be able to obtain the source flame. But if the owner of the nightclub had a personal relationship with Alucia, would the owner be displeased if he attacked Alucia, or did the nightclub owner already have a prejudice against humans? Mang Chi felt a little uneasy. Thank you, nightclub master. Alucia thanked nightclub master in a rhythmic demonic language after receiving the purple origin fire. I've fulfilled my promise regarding the matter that we agreed on previously. From now on, whatever happens to you has nothing to do with me. To Angor, Night's tone was similar to before. It was low and cold, but there was something different about it. It sounded more authoritative, as if every word it uttered was following some kind of law, as if it was the will of the heavens. Every living being who heard Night's words had the urge to kneel down. Even the human magi felt this way. The power of the fire monarch, Fafnir spoke in a soft voice. His words are law. The nightclub owner did not say anything else after that. However, these words made Komodo, Mang Chi, and all the creatures who coveted the origin flame let go of their nervousness at this moment. The nightclub owner's intention was clear. He had drawn a line between himself and Xianxia. From now on, Xianxia would no longer have anything to do with the nightclub. This meant that Komodo still had a chance to get the flame. And Manchi's plan would not be cancelled just because of the nightclub owner's interference. Everyone's thoughts became active again. However, they didn't dare to step forward. After all, Xianxia was still by the nightclub owner's side. If they attacked now, even if the nightclub owner didn't care about Xianxia's life or death, it would still be an affront to him. Anyone who dared to offend a demon lord would not have a good ending. Xianxia understood everyone's thoughts. She knew that this was her only chance. If she waited until the nightclub owner left the painting, she would have to face Komodo and the humans at the same time. It would be very difficult for her to protect both the flame and herself. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes flashed. She made a decision. Xianxia slowly brought the origin flames in her hands closer to each other. As the white origin flame and the purple origin flame got closer to each other, a strange change began to take place. Lady Xianxia, are you planning to activate the flame's relic now? Tanding saw Xianxia's actions and was surprised. I need to know where the path is, Xianxia said calmly. But, lady, you fused with the flame's relic. Once you activate it with the flame, you'll be completely. Xianxia naturally understood Tanding's unfinished words. When she activated the flame's relic, all her thoughts would fall into the past hidden in the flame's relic. She would not have the time to care about anything else. At that time, let alone Manchi and Komodo, even a normal flame imp would not be able to stop it. Xianxia said, I know, but this is my best chance. Tanding frowned. Earlier, when Nitotep and Iades helped, it means one thing. Lord Galil might have already arrived. Why don't we wait until Lord Galil arrives? Xianxia lowered her eyes. After he arrives, the situation might be worse than now. Xianxia was very clear that even though the Flameless Lord hadn't tried to stop her, he definitely wouldn't be willing to look for another path. But, don't worry. When the time comes, I will leave behind a sliver of consciousness. If there is any danger, I will unseal my true soul and true soul. Tanding sighed. Alright, I hope you can wake up soon. Xianxia nodded and did not say anything else. There was only one way to wake up from the past, and that was to find the path to the lost city of Asgard in the lost world. This was Xianxia's goal. However, she did not know when she would find it. She could only rely on her luck. As for the current danger, she was confident that she could hold on for a while after unsealing her true soul and true soul. By then, even if Lord Galil arrived, he would not be able to stop her. With this in mind, Xianxia moved even faster. When the two flames intertwined, a light flashed between Xianxia's eyebrows. It seemed to be a mark. No one knew what it was. However, the wizards who had been to Antares, including Sennefer and Sunders, felt something familiar about it. It was as if the mark did not exist in the present, but in the upper reaches of the river of time, buried by history. What is she doing? Is she fusing the flames? Should we stop her? Someone asked. No one answered. Even if they did, no one dared to step forward. Komodo didn't move either, because it knew very well that the primordial fire essence wouldn't be consumed so easily. It would not be too late to fight after the nightclub owner left. At the top of the tower, a bright light flashed. Xianxia suddenly floated up. The purple and white flames entangled around her body. As the flames moved, the strange mark between Xianxia's eyebrows emitted a strange ripple. Following the ripple, Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. Xianxia floated in the air with her eyes closed. Her expression was peaceful as if she was sleeping. Night, whose upper body was already out of the vortex, also noticed Xianxia's decision. It was not surprised at all. It only sighed under its mask. It looks like Xianxia is asleep? In the beginning, when someone said this, there were still people who refuted. How could someone fall asleep in such a situation? However, Xianxia didn't move for a long time. Another wizard used a spell to check and found that Xianxia really was asleep. Moreover, all of its body functions were in a weakened state, and the weakening was still going on. Xianxia was completely defenseless. Maybe it's setting up a trap to lure us in, someone asked. I don't think it's possible that it's using itself as bait. Rather than doing it on purpose, I feel that Xianxia wants to use up the origin flame as soon as possible, so she used such an extreme method. So, it's acting so recklessly because Nightcrawler is right next to it? Many people had guessed Xianxia's intention, but no one dared to attack it right now. They all looked at Nightcrawler in silence, waiting for the arrival of the Fire Monarch and for Nightcrawler to leave. Nightcrawler's upper body had already come out of the vortex. Only his waist was left. The speed at which the nightclub owner drilled out from his legs was much faster than his upper body. In just 2 minutes, the owner of the nightclub turned around, revealing his legs that were burned by the flames. When Nightcrawler leaped out of the vortex, the sky suddenly changed color. All the flames in the sky began to dance. Even the fire elements inside the fire-type wizards and demons were trying to break through the barrier and reach the outside world. Even the flame mark on Angwar's earlobe, which was already thin in the first place, split into a new flame and danced in the air. All of the fire elements were boiling with excitement. It was as if he was using this method to welcome the new fire sovereign king. Nightcrawler stood quietly on top of the tower. The flames on his legs gradually dimmed and turned into leg armor with similar patterns on his upper body. The armor was made of fire, but it had a cold, metallic texture. It was a contradictory, chaotic, and orderly power. Nightcrawler looked up at the sky, and the dancing flames moved along with his gaze. At the same time, a terrifying aura was released from Nightcrawler's body. Nightcrawler didn't release any aura, but his powerful body made everyone feel as if a giant stone was being lifted from their hearts. The pressure was so great that he couldn't move. Even Xenifer and Samantha, who were the most powerful wizards in the southern region, couldn't maintain their composure in front of the nightclub owner. The aura emanating from the nightclub owner's body grew stronger and stronger. It didn't give off an oppressive feeling, but the majesty of a king. The rising aura of the fire tyrant made people want to kneel before it. Because of their dignity, humans did not bend their knees. However, the evil demons in the distance all knelt down. Even a great evil demon like Nitotep lowered her noble head. When the aura reached its peak, even Manchi didn't dare to look directly at the nightclub owner. The supreme might that seemed to have been bestowed by the heavens and earth had reached its peak at this moment. Murmurs could be heard in everyone's ears. The murmurs were like the long ravings of countless believers who were addicted to evil gods under the guidance of priests and bishops. The buzzing sound was not very clear, but it made people feel very uncomfortable. It was as if they were being burned on a stake, and every inch of their skin was being roasted by the sacrificial fire. Soon, the flames in the sky began to gather. As the flames gathered, they could vaguely see the void outside the birdcage. When they saw the void outside the birdcage through the flames, everyone fell silent. It was densely packed with a large number of figures. Although they couldn't see clearly because of the distance, the radiance and size of some of the figures were enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Amidst the palpitations, fear, and unease, there was also a kind of anger. The anger came from embarrassment. They thought that Razudran was a closed box, but because of the disappearance of the flames, a corner of the box was lifted up by the people outside the box, and they openly spied on the performances inside the box. How could they not be embarrassed? Malicious, greedy, hateful, and even mocking gazes could be seen coming from outside the birdcage. Although the flames were slowly disappearing, the birdcage was still there. The people outside couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave either. The disappearing flames gathered in the sky, and under the influence of the world will, they formed a blazing black flame with highly concentrated energy. It was like a throne made of flames. It was filled with boundless majesty. Nightclub Master looked at the flames in the sky, and without any hesitation, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. Nightclub Master's steps were very slow, but with every step, steps of flames would appear under his feet. These steps of flames would not be extinguished for a long time. Even when the wind blew, only a few sparks would fall, giving people a feeling of desolation and ancientness. The scene in front of them was like a solemn ceremony, respectfully announcing the birth of a fire monarch. When Nightclub Master walked onto the blazing flame monarch, the ceremony was still not over. Nightclub Master stood motionless in the flames, and the blazing flame monarch began to turn into a line of fire, pouring into Nightclub Master's forehead. The speed of the infusion was very stable, neither fast nor slow, as if it was carrying some kind of authority. When the infusion ends, it will be time for the birdcage to be opened. The one who spoke was Lucci. His eyes were tightly shut, and the image of a wheel of time rotated behind him. Previously, the flames formed by the whirlpool had covered it, making it very difficult to see the wheel of time here. However, after the flames gathered, Lucci faintly saw something. After Manchi heard this, he turned to look at Xianxia, who was at the top of the tower in the distance, and his eyes flashed. Then we can't wait any longer. Everyone has seen the situation outside. We have to complete the hunting plan before the birdcage is opened. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly charged towards Xianxia, who was still sleeping at the top of the tower. It wasn't a human on Manchi's side, but rather Komodo, who had been hibernating for a long time. The timing it chose was similar to Manchi's. It also charged towards the defenseless Xianxia while Nightclub Master was taking on the responsibility of the throne. Komodo watched as Xianxia got closer and closer to him. The purple-white origin fire around her could already be seen clearly. It's mine, it's mine. Komodo's eyes were filled with greed and intoxication. The purple-white origin fire seemed to be within his reach. However, at this moment, a red-robed figure blocked his path. Fire Servant Demon Tanding. Komodo narrowed his eyes and extended his sharp claws towards Tanding without hesitation. Tanding also returned the attack without hesitation. The battle of strength began at this moment. Like two streaks of light, Tanding and Komodo began to tangle. Tanding's strength was at most comparable to an ordinary great demon. Originally, he couldn't compare to Komodo, who had swallowed 2 blood cocoons. However, after the battle with Fafnir, Komodo's injuries hadn't healed. Many parts of his body were so deep that they reached his bones. In addition, his thoughts were still affected by the remnants of the Minotaur's and Odessino's consciousness in the blood cocoons. For a moment, Tanding and Komodo were evenly matched. However, even if Tanding could defend against Komodo, he wasn't the only one who was eyeing Xianxia. Manchi also flashed to Xianxia's side. Tanding's pupils constricted. He hurriedly turned around to stop Manchi. However, at this moment, a witch with frosty hair and fiery eyes appeared in front of him. The witch emitted a strange aura that contradicted each other. Tanding had no choice but to stop. However, just as he stopped, Komodo released a terrifying flame arrow from behind him. The arrow flew towards Manchi's back. Steward Tanding, be careful. Gregory, who was hiding behind the painting of night, shouted. However, now that he was surrounded, Tanding couldn't defend himself at all. Just as Tanding thought that he was going to take the attack head-on, the witch in front of him suddenly released an energy attack filled with intertwining ice and fire. Tanding was stunned. Under such circumstances, he could only dodge to the side. However, even if he dodged for a moment, it would be difficult to defend against the follow-up attack. However, to Tanding's surprise, the energy attack only passed through him and wasn't controlled by the witch. Instead, it collided directly with Komodo's flame arrow. The two energy attacks collided. After a strong light, they gradually disappeared. Tanding looked at the witch in front of him in surprise. The witch said coldly, "Now, I won't hold back." After escaping from danger, Tanding finally noticed that this witch was the one who fought against Panis outside the prey hall. Her name was Sennefer. Tanding remembered that Sennefer lost in the end. Fortunately, the owner of Psychedelic Hut begged Dusk to spare her life. Later, when Sennefer was about to approach the prey hall, Tanding personally came out to stop her. After that, Sennefer ran away. Of course, it would be easy for Tanding to catch up with Sennefer. In fact, Tanding could have killed Sennefer while she was fighting the succubus. However, Tanding didn't do that. So this was why Sennefer seemed to be attacking him when she was actually helping him out. While Tanding was pondering, he heard the wind whooshing behind him. Komodo saw that Sennefer and Tanding were fighting and took the opportunity to rush towards Xianxia. Tanding turned around and saw a blurry shadow rising from Xianxia's body. Her true soul had been unsealed. With the true soul protection, she should be able to hold on for a long time. Instead of chasing after Komodo, Tanding looked back at Sennefer with a serious expression. Sennefer's attack had already paid back a favor that wasn't really a favor in the past. Now, it was time to get serious. This was a country of steel and machinery. An iron-skinned man wearing a black and white uniform and a sheriff's leather hat walked out of a tall building. The iron-skinned man was extremely handsome, but his skin was the color and texture of steel, reflecting a metallic luster under the sun. The iron-skinned man just walked out of the building and raised his head. A red light flashed in his eyes, and there was a beeping sound in his ears. Received a police order. The third princess of the Okaleg royal family has disappeared from the secret chamber of the palace. The sheriff who received the police order, please search immediately. Police order level, national alert. Sheriff number 31, received the police order. There is also a message from the royal family. If you meet the third princess, please do not reply to her, and do not make her angry. Understood. The iron-skinned man, who was sheriff number 31, immediately entered the memory database stored in his mind after receiving the police order and searched for the information of the third princess. The last piece of information he got was a yellowed photo. In the photo was a little girl wearing a pink dress, hugging a puppy and smiling innocently. The handwriting below the photo read, "The third princess of the Okaleg royal family, Xianxia. Danger level, disaster level." Sheriff number 31's brain short-circuited for a moment. The last disaster that the Kingdom of Heart encountered seemed to be the super earthquake that almost destroyed the capital 10 years ago. Now, the seemingly harmless Princess Xianxia was actually named as a disaster-level creature. Sheriff number 31's eyes flashed with suspicion, but it quickly disappeared. As a steel puppet, he was given very few emotional templates. Sheriff number 31 looked around and found that there were already many figures in sheriff's uniforms flying in the sky. Obviously, this news had spread throughout the capital. Sheriff number 31 thought for a moment and ran toward a place with fewer people, which was the Central Park. He was extremely fast, like lightning, and soon arrived at the Central Park. However, there were only mechanical puppets or duchy residents around, and he didn't see the third princess. At this time, a pipe popped out from under Sheriff number 31's boots, and he turned on the core energy in his body. A large amount of air was released from the pipe, and he slowly rose into the sky with this airflow. Up in the air, Sheriff 31's head spun 360 degrees around. He took in the sights of all the nearby areas. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing worth mentioning was that beside a small lake in the corner of the park, he found a man in a strange cloak. From this person, he did not sense any citizen information. Come to think of it, they should be foreigners who snuck into the country of Heart. Usually, Sheriff 31 would immediately step forward to punish and imprison the stowaway, but now that there was a more important case, a small case like punishing the stowaway would be pushed back. However, it was still a problem. Sheriff 31 looked at the man carefully and prepared to record his general information so that he could investigate him later. He noticed that the man in the cloak was holding an oil brush and drawing by the lake. Looking from the sky, the painting should be the azure lake in front of him, as well as the steel building of the Heart Nation behind the lake. Is he an artist? The danger level can be lowered further. After adjusting the danger level and the order of the case in his heart, Sheriff 31 turned around and flew to the other side of the sky. After Sheriff 31 flew away, the man drawing by the lake raised his head and glanced at the sky. A laugh escaped from his mouth. "Big brother in the cloak, what are you laughing at?" At this moment, a young girl wearing an azure tutu dress walked out from the shadows of the small forest beside the lake. She was holding a small puppy in her arms. Her skin was porcelain white and translucent, with a youthful luster and smoothness. Her cheeks were light pink, with a few small freckles. She looked innocent and cute. The man who was drawing did not look at the young girl, nor did he speak. He just drew a beautiful curve on his lips. Because of the hood, the young girl could not see the man's face. She could only see his lips curled up as if he was smiling. The young girl pouted, lowered her head and said to the puppy, "Big brother ignored me, I'm angry." The cute little puppy let out a woof in a daze. "Do you think I'm angry too?" The cute little puppy continued to bark in support of her. The young girl put her hands on her waist and shouted at the man who was drawing, "You ignored me, I'm angry. If I'm angry, lightning will come down and strike you." As the young girl's voice fell, the sky above the lake that was originally clear suddenly turned dark as if there were lightning snakes surging inside. However, the dark clouds did not seem to give the young girl face. They did not strike down the lightning and just drifted away. The young girl said with grievance, "I'm really angry this time. There will be a strong wind to blow you away." Then, a gust of wind blew from the lake, but the wind was not strong. It only blew the man's hood down. Only then did the young girl see the face of the man who was drawing. It was an extremely handsome young man with a smile on his lips. He did not seem to care about everything around him. Instead, he was indulging in the painting. "Hey, look at me." Not getting a response, the young girl walked up to the young man's side and wanted to push him. However, when she walked to the side, the young girl was attracted by the painting. If Sheriff number 31 was here, he would realize that the beautiful and tranquil lake scenery in the painting he saw before was not right. Although the young man had indeed painted the lake shore and the royal city buildings behind the lake shore, the painting was not peaceful at all. The blue sky became dark and blood-red. Countless demons with wings spread out came out of the whirlpool in the sky. There was also a terrifying demon god that was descending from the whirlpool. Below the whirlpool was the current kingdom of the heart. However, the kingdom in the painting was not peaceful at all. It was full of war and blood. There was even a huge crack in the continent. Lava came out of the crack and flooded the entire kingdom. The young girl looked at this scene and could not help but cover her mouth in shock. "What are you drawing? Why is this happening?" This time, the young man did not stay silent. Instead, he turned to the young girl with a smile and said, "Don't you like the scene in the painting?" The young girl nodded blankly. "I don't like it. But do you know how the scene in the painting came about?" "How did it come about?" The corner of the young man's lips curled up, and an unfathomable light flashed through his long and narrow eyes. He said word by word in a playful tone, "It's you who made it, yo, me? How could it be me?" The young girl shook her head and stepped back. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was a little scary. Mortals who have heavy weapons will end up like this. The young man smiled. "Do I need to remind you? 10 years ago, there was an earthquake in the kingdom of the heart." The young girl's pupils shrunk. She shook her head. "What are you talking about?" "I don't know." The young man narrowed his eyes. "Yes, the young and ignorant Princess Xianxia. How could you remember what you did back then? But, since then, you were locked in the secret room and could not leave. You should remember this, right?" The young man turned around and slowly took out a brush from the pencil case. Holding the brush, the young man quickly danced at the end of the painting paper. Then, he looked at the scene in the painting. The demon god descends. "This is the thing I hate the most." The young man seemed to think of something. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. After a while, he turned around and looked at the young girl, or the third princess of the kingdom of the heart, Xianxia. "In order to prevent the demon god from descending into the world, do you know the best way?" Fear flashed in Xianxia's eyes. She slowly stepped back. "That is, before everything happens, find a way to eliminate the source of it." The young man curled up his beautiful lips. He smiled and put away the painting tools. Step by step, he walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head. "No, don't." Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to think of something. Do you think I'm cute?" The young man smiled noncommittally and said, "Cute? Yes, my heart is going to melt because of your cuteness." Xianxia also smiled. Her smile was as if the sun and rain were swaying behind her back. But after a while, looking at the young man who was walking towards her step by step, Xianxia suddenly stopped smiling. She was stunned. How did you?" Xianxia pointed at the young man. She seemed to be in disbelief. "My heart hasn't melted. Do you feel strange?" The young man slowly walked over. "I have been here for 15 years to study you." Xianxia was only 15 years old. In other words, the young man had been by her side since she was born. After all, it is natural to be careful in the face of a mysterious object. After my observation, it should be controlled by your emotions, right? Do you understand now? You can't control your emotions, but I can control your emotions. The young man shrugged. Your emotional fluctuations are not enough to make it melt my heart. So, goodbye. The young man gently waved his hand. Xianxia's head slowly slid down from her neck. Blood gushed out. The blood sprayed on the painting paper. The scene of the demon god descending was replaced by a bright red color. Finally, there was only a single empty blood color left on the painting paper. The scene of the demon god descending disappeared. Looking at Tasia's head, the young man sighed and put his hand into her mouth. After a while, the young man pulled out a jawbone shining with a faint golden light. The young man's eyes flashed. Information about the jawbone appeared in his mind. Culoid's lament, all words with emotions will come true as soon as they are spoken. Note, only negative effects can be realized. This information was naturally summarized by him over the years. However, this was the first time he heard of this mysterious object. Curoid's lamentation, the upper limit can actually affect the demon god's world line. Although this demon god is just an ordinary demon god, but it should be able to reach that level, right? The young man put away the jawbone and prepared to return to the origin world to appraise it. However, just as the young man was about to leave, the painting bag on his back suddenly moved. A painting flew out of thin air and slowly unfolded. The painting was a void of darkness. However, in the darkness, a faint yellow flame suddenly appeared. Oh? Night has also taken that step. The young man's face seemed to be filled with emotion. I don't know if, according to the Book of Kale, it can stop the demon god's shadow. The Book of Kale and Augustine's twin life mirror are mysterious objects of the same level. There should be no mistake. At this point, the young man lightly flicked the faint yellow flame on the painting paper. Go. As his voice fell, the flame on the painting paper disappeared. After confirming that everything was correct, the young man carried the painting and broke through the void gate. He disappeared. All that was left on the ground was a broken corpse, a broken skull, a helpless puppy, and a painting that was dyed red with blood. Later, the sheriff began to investigate Princess Tasia's death. However, no suspects could be found. The only clue they found was the signature at the corner of the painting. Feng. Sunder stared at the dark tunnel in front of him. The tunnel slowly lit up, and a strange ripple came from it, trying to envelop him. Sunders was surprised to see the source of the ripple. He raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, interesting. He didn't resist the ripple. Or rather, he couldn't do anything in this narrow tunnel. When the ripple covered his entire body, he heard a majestic voice echoing in his ears. Honor my name and seek my traces. Following the voice, Sunder saw a large number of treasures appearing in the dark tunnel in the distance. Treasures, as far as he was concerned. Manuscripts of legendary wizards, lost experiment tools, mysterious alchemy creations, and precious materials. Sunder's eyes glinted with greed. However, it quickly faded away and was replaced by a contemplative look. Perhaps because Sunders did not move for a long time, the door in the distance slowly closed. When the door was closed, Sunders heard someone sighing in his ear, as if they were regretting Sunders' decision to stay here. Sunders sighed and returned to reality with a flash of light. He was standing on top of the void tower. Not far from him was Arusha, who was lying in the air, seemingly sleeping. Many people were dancing around Arusha, who seemed to have lost their minds. Clearly, these people were also experiencing the same temptation. Sunders took several steps back. He knew that if he stayed any closer to Arusha, he would also lose himself in the illusion. Even though there were too many false elements in the illusion, and an illusion magus would be able to see through it with a single glance. However, the voice that reverberated in his ears was able to block out all memories and construct an illusory dream. That voice was irresistible. Even someone like Sunders might end up dancing like the others if he stayed any longer. So, Sunders stepped back. As expected of a phantom master. You returned to reality so quickly. Monkey's voice came from behind. What do you think of the illusion? Monkey was the first to arrive at Arusha's side, but he was also the first to leave. He knew how difficult it was to deal with the illusion. Treasure's temptation is an illusion that's only at Truthfinder level. It has a lot of loopholes, but that strange whisper will make it hard to escape. However, compared to this illusion, I'm more curious about the pitch-black tunnel. I've observed it carefully, and the tunnel itself doesn't seem to be an illusion. Of course it's real. Once you pass through that pitch-black tunnel, you'll reach the true spirit's lair. Meng Qi's eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. Once you enter the true spirit's lair, suddenly, screams could be heard from afar. Sunders looked back and saw the bodies of several wizards exploding. Their souls were also sucked into the strange shadow floating above Arusha's body. This is the result of trespassing into a true spirit's lair. Mengqi sighed. The strange light that appeared on Alucia's body was actually the true spirit of a demon god's descendant. However, while the true spirit seemed to exist in reality, it did not. It existed in a different dimension. That dimension was the domain of the Lord of Flameless. As its descendant, Alucia was granted the right to absorb the true spirit into her domain. As for the voice, it's the power of Alucia's true name, Mengqi continued. Monqi continued, the power of true names deprives magi of their ability to judge their surroundings. They can only be tempted by illusions and enter a true soul's nest. Then, they will be killed by the true souls hiding in the nest and their soul energy will be absorbed. This is what Alucia is doing right now. Using both the true spirit and the true name at the same time? Sunders frowned. Sounds like an unsolvable trap. Anyone who tried to attack Alucia or approached it would be dragged into the lair. Even if they could resist the temptation of the true name, they would only be thrown out of the lair. They would not be able to do anything to Alucia. It's not really unsolvable. Can you do it, Mr. Monkey? Monkey nodded, then shook his head. I can't. But someone can. As long as we can stop the true name and destroy all the tunnels leading to the lair, it won't be able to do anything. Besides, we can prevent the true name from being discovered by the demon god. Sunders blinked. He recalled what Flora told him before coming to Abyss Plain. More than 30 years ago, Flora learned something from a heretic who escaped from Song of the Deep. The heretic claimed that Song of the Deep found a secret treasure. According to the heretic, the treasure had something to do with the true name of a demon god. When Sunders came to Abyss Plain, he learned from Samantha that Song of the Deep was indeed carrying a treasure related to the demon god's true name. Someone can break the trap? You mean? Sunders looked at Nereus, who was standing beside Monkey. Yes, it's me. Nereus gave Sunders an elegant smile, as if the vicious look in his eyes was just an illusion. Monkey nodded. Nereus has something that can suppress a demon god's true name. With his help, we should be able to break through Arusha's defense. At this point, Mengqi said meaningfully, however, if Nereus was to release the nameless scroll and was interrupted or met with an accident, he would need a buffer period of half a year to restart the nameless scroll a second time. I don't want my plan to go awry because of some personal reasons. Of course, Sunders knew what Mengqi was trying to say. Earlier, Sunders wondered why Monkey was talking to him instead of paying attention to Alucia. So Monkey was worried that Sunders would ambush Nereus while he was using the so-called nameless scroll. Sanders' lips curled into a mocking smile. If no one does it, Mr. Monkey, you don't need to worry. Not only did Sunders mention Nereus, but he was also blaming Monkey for not doing anything when Nereus ambushed Arusha. Nereus' smile slowly disappeared. Monkey's expression couldn't be seen because he was wearing a mask. However, judging from his aura, Sunders could tell that Monkey wasn't happy about it. Sunders didn't mind Monkey's reaction because he was telling the truth. Angor told Monkey a lot of information, yet Nereus ambushed him without any hesitation. Monkey didn't try to stop Nereus either. Sunders didn't want to talk about their opinions. Even if he wasn't the one who got hurt, attacking Angor was still a slap to Sunders' face. It was like a thorn in Sunders' heart. He could still maintain his composure when he didn't mention it. But once he did, Sunders wouldn't back down. I'll compensate Angor. He'll have one chance to enter both Frost Aura and Moon Emblem. Sunders wasn't the only one who was surprised by Monkey's words. The other wizards who heard it were also surprised. Especially Levita, who quickly took out her clipboard and began to edit the previous message. Earlier, Monkey said that he would give Angor the highest reward for Moonfrost Moon, which everyone knew was a choice between Frost Aura and Moon Emblem. But now, Monkey said that Angor would get one chance to enter both items. In other words, he was giving Angor the highest reward in Moonfrost Moon again. The highest reward of the Moonfrost Moon was extremely attractive to official magi. Even Truthfinder adepts would be able to benefit immensely from it, therefore, after everyone was surprised, they were envious, as well as jealous and scheming. After Mengqi finished speaking, he paused for a moment. Also, I can let bygones be bygones for what you did before. What I did before? Everyone was puzzled, not understanding the inside story. However, he knew that Monkey was referring to the incident where he killed 2 wizards from Gravity Forest with Luster Nightmare. After all, Angor is fine now. Monkey glanced at Angor, who seemed to be busy studying Alicia's soul. Fafnir, on the other hand, gave Monkey a cold glare as if he was warning Monkey to stay away from Fafnir. Sunders considered for a moment and smiled. Helping Mr. Monkey with your plan is part of the agreement. Why would I interfere? Just like Cantor and I, we also came to help, didn't we? Monkey gave Sunders a thoughtful look and turned to Nereus. It's your turn. Nereus nodded and took out a parchment scroll bound by golden strings. Sunders sensed a mysterious aura coming from the scroll. It had to be the nameless scroll. He and Flora had guessed that the treasure song of the deep god that was related to the demon god's true name was a mystery item. Now, it seemed to be the case. However, a mystery item that only worked on a demon's true name was rare. Or could it be that this nameless scroll actually had an effect on everyone's real name? If it was the latter, it would be terrifying. Even though Monkey mentioned that the scroll had a half-year cooldown period, it was still very useful. While Sunders was pondering, Nereus had already reached the edge of Alicia's soul. He untied the golden strings binding the scroll and released a mysterious aura into Alicia's safe zone. Very quickly, the mysterious aura flew back from Alicia's side and entered the nameless scroll, disappearing without a trace. The whole process was surprisingly peaceful. Apart from the vague presence of a mysterious aura, it was as if nothing had happened. Did it work? Why does it feel like nothing happened? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, Nereus took the initiative to rush to Alicia's side. Without any resistance, Nereus was pulled into the Trucel's nest. Nereus didn't dance around like the others who were affected by the aura. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and stood beside Alicia. Several minutes later, Nereus opened his eyes. I've destroyed one of the paths into the nest, Nereus spoke slowly as he turned around. Everyone's eyes glowed when they heard this. Nereus was not affected by the power of the true name, and he destroyed the path into the nest. Did this mean the true name had been suppressed? Nereus nodded. Alicia's true name has been sealed inside the nameless scroll. She won't be affected by the power of the true name for some time. For some time? How long? Sunders suddenly asked. Nereus glanced at Sunders. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Nereus spoke in a low voice. Alicia's true name won't come back until we seal off all the paths into the nest. The bottomless abyss. Somewhere far away in the void. A pair of giant eyes slowly opened. As soon as the eyes opened, it felt as if everything in the world was being burned. Huh? Why can't I feel its true name anymore? Someone's thoughts echoed in the void. The true name disappeared into thin air. Why? Puzzled, the eyes slowly closed again. How many paths were there to the nest? According to Manchi, it wouldn't be too little, but it wouldn't be too much either. Moreover, without the influence of a true name, even an ordinary magus would be able to destroy the path to the true name. One path, 2 paths. In a short period of time, hundreds and thousands of paths were destroyed. And the biggest contributor wasn't a human. It was Komodo. Not long ago, Komodo and Manchi looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, Komodo and the other magi started to go on the path of destroying the Truceal nest. It made a deal with me. It wants the origin flame, and I want the Arusha bloodline, Manchi said calmly. Sir Monkey agreed? A fire magus had a disappointed look on his face. I agree. When Manchi said this, he exchanged glances with Komodo from afar. Komodo snorted and threw another punch at Alucia. However, before the punch could reach Alucia, Komodo was pulled into the True Spirit nest. What Komodo didn't know was that when he entered the True Spirit nest, Mangchi said, however, I only agreed to give it the origin fire. Whether it can take it away is another matter. With that, the Magi revealed a tacit expression and no longer mentioned the matter. Fafnir also told Angor the same thing. Pina Jonas also mentioned that she met a gentle human. Heh, gentle? How can a human be gentle? See? Humans are all lowly creatures, just like demons. greedy and deceitful. Even if it's a promise witnessed by someone's will, they will still take advantage of it. Angor didn't say anything after hearing this. In fact, it wasn't just humans who treated their own kind this way. This was why the famous Ding Yuan's vow of Mork had been updated hundreds of times since it was first drafted. It was just like the entertainment games back on Earth. The initial versions were always simple and crude. Countless players would try to find loopholes in the game, and the game operators could only update the game again and again to fix the loopholes. Humans were no different from demons when they were driven by profit. On the other hand, some monsters were more straightforward and easier to understand. For example, Toby and Akiso the giant serpent in Pakrati. Angor looked at Alucia in silence. Right now, the area around Alucia was very busy. Everyone was busy trying to destroy the tunnel leading to the True Spirit Nest. They went back and forth countless times. Can we really destroy the tunnel? Angor asked. From what I can see, Alucia's real name has been sealed. In that case, it should be possible to destroy the passageway to the True Spirit Lairs, and it should be done very quickly. Angor didn't ask any more questions, but he still looked a bit worried. It would be great if everything went as smoothly as Fafnir said. However, he still had a bad feeling in his mind. There were so many unanswered questions in his mind. For example, where was Baboda right now? According to the information he gathered, Baboda was most likely a primordial worshipper, and his target was the primordial flame. But Baboda still hadn't shown up yet. Maybe he was waiting for an opportunity in the dark. Baboda was a variable. Also, Angor slowly looked at the dark cloud in the distance. The demons were all kneeling in front of Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler was still closing his eyes, waiting for the last bit of his power. These demons were actually variables as well, especially Nitotep and Iades. Angor didn't know why they came to help Alucia earlier. But now, they were acting like bystanders. Why, in a place even further away, after the flames in the sky began to gather, the void outside the birdcage was also revealed. The figures outside the void that were spying on the birdcage were full of malice. Would they also become the final variable? In the end, he shook his head and mocked himself in his mind. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not involved, and I don't have anything to do with it. If Mr. Monkey isn't worried, why should I think so much? With that in mind, he decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated in order to recover the mana he used earlier. Time passed by quietly just like that. He was woken up by someone's scream. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the top of the tower was being distorted by something. When he looked closer, he noticed that Alucia's shadow was slowly disappearing into particles of light. On the other hand, the one who exclaimed was Gregory, who had been ignored by everyone. Its eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion as it looked at Alucia and fire servant Tandine in the distance. Tandine also noticed what was going on, but he couldn't do anything because Senifer was holding him back. Did Alucia's soul break? Angor looked at the disappearing shadow and confirmed his suspicion. Following the disappearance of the shadow, Monchi and Komodo charged towards Alucia. Without the protection of its soul and true name, Alucia was still defenseless. This was the perfect time to kill her. However, before they could reach the top of the tower, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Nitotep and Iades. Drip, drip, drip. Nitotep held an umbrella, the transparent tentacles under her skirt wriggling nonstop, her eyes flowing with a faint radiance. Iades was standing in front of Nitotep with his bone armor fully activated. Nitotep. Iades. Are you trying to stop me? Komodo roared angrily and rushed over, but Komodo, who had lost a lot of his strength, was firmly blocked by Iadarsai. Monkey also stared at the two demons with a menacing look. You can't stop me. While Monkey was speaking, Samantha, Isak, Nereus, and the other Truthfinder wizards flew up and surrounded them. It's one thing to stop him, but it's another thing to do it. After all, I'm not an idiot like Komodo. Nitotep gently tossed out her umbrella, and a dark cloud slowly gathered in the sky. Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. They wanted to stop them, but with Iades guarding Nitotep, no one could break through Iades' defense. This time, the range of Nitotep's rain cloud was very small, only covering the top of the void tower. She even deliberately avoided the place where the nightclub owner was. After the dark cloud dissipated, Naitotep smiled and said, "I have to do what I have to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Lord Galil came and interrogated me." Lord Galil? Everyone caught a keyword from Naitotep's words. Those who could be called lords were demons who had stepped onto the throne. Did Naitotep mean that a demon lord was about to arrive? Everyone was shocked. Previously, they were relieved that the nightclub owner didn't seem to have any intention of making a move, but now they were suddenly told that another demon lord was coming? The nightclub owner was a new lord. If they really fought, they might have a chance to escape. Lord Galil was definitely a veteran lord. Not only was his strength at the peak, but he also had all kinds of magical powers. He could also use a complete law domain. If they faced such a demon lord, they had no chance of escaping. Galil is coming? Komodo was stunned. Compared to humans, as a demon, he knew how powerful Lord Galil was. Previously, Galil had only sent an order, and the 7 demon lords of the entire Great Void Tower had all moved to protect Xianxia. They even had to use the Void Quake method. But now, Galil was coming in person? Komodo, you have to think clearly about what you are doing. Naitotep's voice entered Komodo's ears again. Komodo shuddered, wondering if he should stop. But at that moment, there was a buzzing sound in his head, as if countless people were whispering in his ears. His originally clear thoughts fell into chaos again. And the external manifestation was that the phantoms of Odessinos and Minotaurus behind Komodo became clear again. Evidently, the after-effects of Komodo devouring 2 blood cocoons had erupted again. Mine, no one can stop me. The origin fire must be mine. Komodo suddenly raised his head. His eyes were completely bloodshot and scarlet. Seeing this, Naitotep sighed softly. After Komodo fell into madness, he immediately charged towards Iades without caring about anything else. Following Komodo's actions, the humans also began to attack Naitotep. For a time, the flames of war reignited. However, no one knew that at the top of the Great Void Tower, just one wall away, a terrifying existence that looked like an alien was looking up greedily. It seemed that he could see everything outside through that wall. And behind him, there were countless blood-red patterns flashing with strange light. Be it Naitotep or Iades, or the humans, both sides had a rough understanding of each other's strength. Naitotep was basically invincible under the cover of the rain clouds. Attacking her wouldn't be effective. As such, Manchi only ordered the Truthfinder wizards to restrain Naitotep like before, while he prepared to take out Iades as quickly as possible. Iades was currently surrounded by Komodo and Manchi. It couldn't retaliate for a short period of time. However, excluding Naitotep's umbrella, Iades had the strongest defense among the 7 great demons of the Void Tower. Even in a passive state, Iades' thick bone armor still helped it block most of the attacks. For a moment, both sides were stuck in a stalemate. During this process, there were some human wizards who wanted to sneak around the battlefield and attack Xianxia from the back. However, in the end, they would either be affected by the energy waves or be immobilized by the pressure. In the end, they would become live targets and lose their lives. The only powerful combatant left was Fafnir. If Fafnir were to attack now, Xianxia would be within his reach. However, Fafnir was just watching from the sidelines, waiting for the moment the birdcage was opened. It had no intention of joining the battle. The battle continued. Light flashed, and loud noises rang out. Iades couldn't withstand the attacks of 2 half-legends and was forced to retreat. Naitotep was being held back by Samantha and the other Truthfinder wizards. She couldn't help it either. Soon, cracks began to appear on Iades' bone armor. Manchi and Komodo's eyes lit up. They knew that as long as they could break through Iades' defense, everything would be over. Thus, their attacks became even fiercer. After a clash of energy, the bone armor in front of Iades' chest finally let out a cracking sound. A large number of spiderweb-like cracks began to spread from the center of the bone armor. The bone fragments were like the wind blowing through the old mottled wall, peeling off piece by piece. The bone armor was actually Iades' exoskeleton. When the bone armor was damaged, it was extremely harmful to Iades. Iades' eyes dimmed. It looked back at Xianxia, who was floating in the air, and sighed. Fortiata retreated. When Iades gave up its position, Xianxia, who was behind it, was left wide open. If they continued to pursue Iadarsai at this time, there was a high chance that they would be able to kill it completely. However, Manchi and Komodo's gazes were already glued to Xianxia. After Iadasai escaped, they no longer paid any attention to it. 2 rays of light, one gold and one red, flew towards Xianxia. The end of Arusha was coming. Buzz buzz buzz, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky at this moment. There were no signs, all the demons and humans were covered by this pressure. Although there was no murderous intent in the pressure, its energy rank surpassed all of the living beings present. Even Manchi and Komodo were unable to take another step forward under this terrifying pressure. For a moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the source of the pressure. However, the blazing flame monarch above his head had completely disappeared, and all of the flames poured into the nightclub master's forehead. As the flames disappeared, this meant that the nightclub master had obtained the final authority. Whether it was in terms of strength or under the gaze of the world will, the nightclub master had obtained recognition. At this moment, a new demon lord was truly born. As the flames in the sky disappeared, the outermost birdcage also slowly turned illusory. This was the best thing for the demons trapped in Razudran, but it was the worst news for the humans. When the birdcage completely disappeared, the demons outside the birdcage that had been coveting it for a long time were already sharpening their blades. However, due to the aura and pressure of the new demon lord, they did not dare to invade. However, Manchi believed that once the pressure subsided, the demons outside would definitely rush in immediately. Manchi's eyes gradually darkened. This meant that they did not have much time left, and they might only have one chance. In other words, when the nightclub master withdrew his pressure, he had to immediately take Xianxia away and then use that trump card to leave Razudran before the demons outside arrived. If nothing unexpected happened, Manchi was confident that he could do it. At worst, he would give the origin fire to Komodo. However, sometimes, even Manchi himself would not have thought of how things would develop. Sunders was also unable to move due to the pressure. He tried his best to turn around and look at Angor in the distance. Angor was also looking at the direction of the humans and happened to meet Sunders' eyes. It was only a simple exchange of glances, but Angor already knew what Sunders was trying to tell him. Sunders wanted him to leave Razudran with Fafnir as soon as the pressure was lifted. This was something Sunders and Fafnir agreed on when they first met at the bottom of the Void Tower. Angor would still follow Fafnir to Ice Gorge to complete the mission given by Odirklis. After that, Sunders would come to Ice Gorge to find him. The reason why Sunders sent this message again was that the current situation was not optimistic. Angor could tell that once the demons outside the birdcage broke in, Razudran would become a chaotic battlefield. Humans would be the first target, and his only way out was to follow Fafnir. No demons would dare to mess with Fafnir's whiskers at this time. Staying with Fafnir was the safest option. Sunders nodded and let out a sigh of relief in his mind. Time passed quickly. Everyone, including the demons and the figures outside the void, were waiting for the pressure to end. When the frozen aura around them began to ease up, the pressure that prevented them from moving also began to recede like the ebbing tide. Feeling the pressure lessen, Manchi immediately looked at Xianxia. He was waiting for the pressure to disappear completely so that he could complete his plan, but at this moment, a surprised cry came from the top of the tower. Everyone looked up and saw the young demon hiding in a crack suddenly pointing at the painting on top of the tower. This painting was naturally the painting of the nightclub owner coming out of the vortex that had been created earlier. However, when the vortex disappeared, the painting turned black again, and Nightcrawler returned to his throne. Since then, no one paid any attention to the painting. But now, a ray of light slowly appeared in the middle of the pitch-black painting. The light grew brighter and brighter, which made Grava cry out in surprise. Nightcrawler, who was familiarizing himself with his new power, also looked at the painting with a frown. When Nightcrawler saw the light coming from the painting, he was puzzled. The sealed memories of the past were suddenly unlocked at this moment. Back then, after Feng Yu finished drawing this painting, Night remembered thanking him because this painting could seal the burning flame in its heart, allowing it to maintain its rationality and not be affected by other emotions. This was one of the reasons why Night could become a lord so quickly. But Feng said, "You don't need to thank me. The painting isn't just for you. It's also helping myself." Helping you? Why? Knight was confused. Feng did not answer. Instead, he revealed an enigmatic smile. You'll know when the time comes. The memory stopped, and Knight stared at the painting in a daze. Although it still did not understand what Feng meant when he said that the painting was helping him, it guessed that what was happening now was something that Feng did not want to talk about in the first place. Knight did not move. It simply looked at the painting and waited for it to change. When the light gradually dimmed, everyone finally saw the change in the painting. However, in the middle of the pitch-black painting, a small shining dot suddenly appeared. This small dot was slowly expanding, as if it had descended into the painting from a distant time and space. Furthermore, it was getting closer and closer. In the end, the true face of this small dot was revealed. It was a pale yellow flame. When the flame took shape, it suddenly drilled out of the painting. Just as the flame turned from flat to solid, all the living beings present felt a familiar wave of energy. This was Origin Fire. There's no mistaking it. This is also an Origin Fire. A magus in a flaming robe stared at the pale yellow flame that was floating in the air with a covetous look in his eyes. The fluctuation of this origin flame seems to be even stronger than the purple-white origin flame around Xianxia. It was Olivita who spoke. As a wind whisperer, Olivita could clearly feel that the wave from the wind was different from the origin fire. This light yellow origin flame seemed to contain even more power. After coming to this conclusion, everyone present, including the Abyss Devils, looked at the origin flame with greed. As for why this origin fire suddenly appeared, they did not care. They only thought that it was a remnant of the origin fire in the vortex. Only Nightclub Master, who was high up in the sky, knew that when he left that indescribable world, the remaining origin fire in his body was the purple-white one. This primordial fire origin definitely did not come from there. Knight was very familiar with that painting. If there was an origin fire, it would have discovered it hundreds of years ago. In that case, the answer was very clear. This primordial flame origin was probably created by Feng Ji. It remembered that Feng's painting seemed to be able to connect to a flat world. Therefore, it made sense for Feng to cast the origin fire here from a faraway place. But why would Feng do this? Knight looked at the origin fire essence in confusion. It wanted to know what the final destination of this origin fire essence was. Not only did Knight want to know, but everyone present also wanted to know. They even faintly hoped that the origin fire essence would fly towards them. The pale yellow origin fire essence floated in front of the painting and swayed slowly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The origin fire essence really flew up in everyone's anticipation. It completely ignored the suppression released by Nightclub Master and floated in the stagnant space. However, the direction in which the origin flame was moving was towards Gregory. Back then, the first primordial fire essence that Nightclub Master had brought out from that world had ultimately flown to Gregory. This also resulted in Komodo not snatching the origin fire essence in the end, and it was taken by Xianxia. When everyone saw the direction the origin fire essence was flying in, they all frowned. Why is it that little devil again? Is there something on it that attracts the origin fire essence? Even the owner of the nightclub frowned. Feng Yu had left this flame source for him? Was there a deeper meaning behind this? While everyone was puzzled, Manchi narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, if the origin fire really flies toward Demon Gravu, once the pressure passes, Komodo might give up on Xianxia and turn to Gravu. At that time, not only can I obtain Xianxia's bloodline, but I can also obtain the origin fire on him? Just as Manchi was thinking about this, the origin fire essence had already floated in front of Gregory. Gregory was also stunned. It did not expect the origin fire essence to float to its side. It hesitated for a moment and tried its best to reach out and grab the pale yellow origin fire essence. But just as its hand was about to touch the origin fire essence suddenly turned around and floated away. Moreover, it floated in the opposite direction of Gregory. It didn't choose Gregory? While someone was guessing, they suddenly saw a large amount of flames emitting from Komodo's body, and the flames were getting stronger and stronger. As for the pale yellow origin fire, it floated towards Komodo. So it's Komodo doing this? Seeing the origin fire essence flying towards it, Komodo's eyes were filled with joy. On the other side, when Mangchi saw this situation, his expression turned somewhat ugly. In fact, Mangchi would benefit from any of the primordial flames, except for Komodo. Based on the greed of demons, Komodo would definitely fight with him for the origin fire around Xianxia after obtaining the origin fire. Even though he didn't necessarily need Xianxia's origin flame, it wouldn't be a bad thing if he could obtain it. Mangchi narrowed his eyes and looked at the flames on Komodo's body. He suddenly thought of something and his lips moved slightly. Xianxia was the first to receive Monkey's message. She froze for a second and tried to summon a flame outside her body. As soon as the flame appeared, Xianxia noticed that it was hesitating to fly toward Komodo. Xianxia was overjoyed. She summoned all the fire energy she had stored in her body. Xianxia's actions were noticed by the humans behind her. They weren't stupid. They knew where the origin fire was going. Maybe it had something to do with the fire energy. Thus, in that instant, countless flames surged out of his body. The flames formed a line and floated in the sky. It was quite a beautiful sight. As more and more flames appeared, the yellow origin fire began to spin. It didn't fly toward Komodo. Instead, it danced around randomly. Everyone was hoping that the origin fire would come to them, so they tried their best to release as much fire as they could. Knight, who was watching from the sky, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These people didn't realize that if the origin fire was reacting to fire, it wouldn't go to them. It would go to Knight, who had just received the title of Fire Lord. When Knight first saw the primordial fire origin running away from Gregory, he already knew that Feng must have already decided who the primordial fire origin belonged to. The reason for this was probably because of the will Feng left on it. After all, Feng was a bit of a prankster. Knight couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He recalled the first time he met Feng. At that time, Feng was dressed like an old man. His voice sounded like he had seen through everything. Back then, Knight actually respected this elder very much. It was only after interacting with Feng for a period of time that he realized that some of his actions were even more mischievous than many brats. It was only when Feng left that he tore off his disguise and revealed his true appearance. Only then did Knight realize that Feng's so-called old state was completely faked. Therefore, when Knight saw the various skins of the origin fire, he was basically certain that Feng's will was still on it. Just as Knight had guessed, the primordial flame circled around the humans, drifting back and forth. After it got tired of playing, it would disappear. After getting tired, it finally stopped paying attention to them and floated into the distance. Seeing this, everyone seemed to have realized. They seemed to have been fooled by a fire? Everyone's eyes flickered with shame and anger as they waited anxiously. They wanted to see where this primordial fire source would run to in the end. This time, the origin fire was not affected by other factors. Whether it was the attraction of flames or the blowing of wind, they were all ignored. Instead, it floated straight in one direction. Fafnir's location. Was the origin fire going after Fafnir? Monkey frowned. If Fafnir got the origin fire, would Komodo dare to attack it? The chances were slim. Maybe Komodo would still try to take Xianxia from him. Meanwhile, Sunder's heart skipped a beat when he saw the origin fire heading for Fafnir. Everyone thought the origin fire was going after Fafnir, but they seemed to have forgotten that there was someone else beside Fafnir. Angor watched the yellow origin fire getting closer and closer. At first, he also thought the origin fire would go to Fafnir. However, what he didn't expect was that the origin flame directly bypassed Fafnir and floated in front of him. The origin fire was so close to him that it emitted a tempting ripple. Angor looked at the origin fire. For some reason, he vaguely saw a human figure looking at him through the fire with a smile. "It's not me, right?" Angor muttered. Fafnir humped coldly. Fafnir could easily take the origin fire at such a close distance, but she did not do anything. As Angor tried to figure out what was going on, the origin fire suddenly flew at him. Angor instinctively ducked and dodged the origin fire. The primordial fire flew behind Angor as if it felt a great humiliation. It flew at Angor at an even faster speed. He tilted his head and dodged again. Everyone who saw this was speechless. They now knew that this primordial flame origin had a target from the very beginning. And it was Angor, the weakest person in the group, whom they had neglected all this time. No one expected the Origin Fire to choose Angor as its target. I knew Angor was hiding something. He must have a special relationship with Nightcrawler, a wizard from Gravity Forest said. The one who could control the Origin Fire must be Nightcrawler. That's not all. Ever since we came to Resudolin, Angor has been at the center of a series of events, someone pointed out. Everyone began to recall what happened in Resudolin. From the owner of the psychedelic little shop, who sent them most of the information, and now, the Origin Fire chose him. He had been drifting away from everything, but the center of the whirlpool had involuntarily moved towards him. Why was that? Everyone unconsciously looked at Lucci. They hoped that the only prophet in the group could give them an answer. Unfortunately, Lucci shook his head. He already tried to spy on Angor a long time ago, but his own prophecy spell almost backfired on him. Lucci did not give them an answer, so they could only look at Sunders. However, Sunders remained expressionless and did not say anything. However, just like the others, he was also sighing in his mind. His premonition came true. For some reason, he did not feel anything when he saw Angor trying to dodge the Origin Fire. In fact, he even felt a little amused. In the end, Angor did not dodge the Origin Fire. The pale yellow Origin Fire crawled into the flame mark on his earlobe. He was still puzzled when he sensed the ripples of the Origin Flame in his earlobe. He had no idea why the Origin Fire chose him. He did desire the Origin Fire, but it was only because of the alluring ripple the Origin Fire emitted. Apart from that, there was nothing else that made him want it so badly. He knew that once he obtained the Origin Fire, he would become the target of everyone. Almost all the creatures inside and outside the birdcage would look at him. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to leave safely with Fafnir. Compared to the Origin Fire, Angor hoped that there would be no unnecessary trouble. However, reality was always the opposite of what he imagined. When Angor confirmed that he had the Origin Fire, everyone looked at him with jealousy and hatred. Not only did he get the Origin Fire, but the Origin Fire also had a target. Why did it play around with them? Angor felt wronged. He did not want the Origin Fire, so why did it come to him all of a sudden? Angor looked up at the nightclub owner in the sky. Night seemed to sense Angor's gaze and looked back at him with a calm expression. Angor looked back at him in confusion. The only explanation he could think of for the Origin Fire's appearance and choice was that the nightclub owner had something to do with it. However, the nightclub owner only looked at him quietly. There was no emotion in his eyes, and then he turned his head away. As night withdrew its gaze, the aura that had been suppressing everyone suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned for a second before they went into a frenzy. Monkey rushed toward Alicia without hesitation. Komodo, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and looked at Angor's direction. He had been eyeing Angor for a long time, and if he could awaken his power, he would be able to solve the problem. Besides, Angor already had the Origin Flame, which could solve the problem of consuming the blood cocoon. Therefore, Angor would be able to maximize the benefits. However, Fafnir quickly grabbed Angor's back and dragged him away. In other words, if Komodo wanted to get Angor, he would have to face Fafnir as well. If he chose Angor, he would not be able to get the Origin Flame on Alicia. Komodo thought for a moment, but in reality, less than a second had passed. Without hesitation, he followed Manchi's footsteps and charged towards Alicia. Komodo didn't think that he could catch up to Fafnir, who was focused on escaping, and Alicia didn't have the ability to resist. Clearly, Alicia was more suitable. However, just as Komodo was about to charge towards Alicia, his body suddenly stopped. Or it could be said that everyone's movements had all stopped at a certain moment. Monkey and Komodo, who were rushing toward Alicia, Fafnir, who was flying away, and the humans and demons who were staring at Angor coldly. Everyone stopped moving as if time had stopped. And the reason was, the pressure that had retreated suddenly came back in a whirlwind. This time, the aura was even stronger than before. Before, no one could move an inch, but at least they could move their limbs slightly. Now, no one could move except for their minds. They couldn't even make a sound. Mengchi was stunned for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, his expression changed. Wait, this aura is different from before. Not only was the aura stronger, but the nature of the aura was also different. The pressure from before had an active flame aura. Perhaps it was because the nightclub master was indifferent to humans and demons, so although it had some flame properties, Meng-Chi could clearly feel that this flame aura was calmer. However, the oppressive might now gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. It was as if countless venomous snakes were using their ice-cold eyes to spy on you in the dark. Why was the aura different? Could it be that the aura didn't come from Nightcrawler, but from another demon lord? Monkey's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked at Night. The nightclub owner also raised his head and looked in a certain direction in the sky. In that direction, he could vaguely see a figure flying in his direction. At this moment, not only Mon-Chi, but everyone also recalled Nitotip's words. She had clearly stated that the reason she stopped the humans from attacking Alucia was because of Lord Galil's orders. She had also said that Lord Galil was about to come to Resudran. Could it be that Lord Galil was the one who was releasing this pressure? Monkey's expression was a little ugly. If it was really Lord Galil, then things would be a little difficult. Now that they could not move at all, they were facing a demon lord who was very likely to be very close to Alucia. It would be difficult for them to escape. Monkey began to plan for the worst and think of a way to deal with it. Now that he couldn't move his entire body, perhaps he could only activate the secret treasure through the use of the spirit language technique. Compared to the ugly expressions of Monkey and the humans, Fire Servant Tandin and Juvenile Flame Demon Gregory heaved long sighs of relief. The others could not confirm who it was, but they had seen Lord Galil before, so they could clearly feel that the aura contained that lord's aura. Lord Galil's arrival meant that Alucia should be safe. Gregory and Tanding, who had been feeling uneasy, were finally relieved. However, it was still too early for them to be relieved. No one would have thought that just as an unknown demon lord appeared in the sky, a change would occur at the top of the Void Tower. Boom, a sudden explosion sounded in everyone's ears. Meng-Chi was facing the Void Tower, so he could clearly see that a hole had suddenly appeared at the top of the Void Tower. Before Mon-Chi could recover from his shock, Nitotep and Iades, who were in the distance, revealed shock in their eyes. The Void Tower was built using materials personally selected by the Demon Eye of Abyss, which made it extremely sturdy. Even when they fought fiercely outside, the tower did not suffer much damage. But now, there was a hole in the Void Tower. And it looked like it came from the inside. After the hole in the top of the tower was blown up, a large amount of rubble fell down like a landslide. The top of the tower also began to collapse. While everyone was wondering what was going on inside the tower, Angor and Sunders both thought of a certain figure. The only one left in the Void Tower was Babota, wasn't it? Of course, Jupiter, who was taken away by Iades, might also be inside. But judging from Jupiter's current condition, he should not be strong enough to break the top of the tower. Angor was able to hold off Jupiter for a long time. Therefore, Babota was the only one Angor could think of. Besides, Babota was also one of the people who wanted the Origin Flame. Soon, half of the top of the tower collapsed, revealing what was inside. When Mon-Chi took a closer look, he discovered that the one who had created all of this at the top of the tower was a strange and ugly alien. The monster was covered in yellowish, putrid lumps, and sharp horns of different sizes all over its body. These lumps and horns alone were enough to make anyone feel disgusted. Not to mention, the monster's skin pores were still dripping green viscous liquid. When the liquid landed on the floor, it first made a sizzling sound, followed by thick smoke rising into the air. Even though Monkey was still some distance away from the monster, he could still smell the foul odor coming from inside. Monkey didn't know who the monster was, but Sunders, Iades, and Angor recognized it right away. It really is Babota. Angor's eyes widened in shock. He had guessed that Babota might be a variable, and now it was true. But what he didn't understand was how Babota managed to destroy the Void Tower when Mon-Chi and Fafnir couldn't even move under the pressure of the Demon Lord. Angor and the others shared the same question. Just as the dust from the Void Tower settled, everyone finally discovered the reason. The monster seemed to be unable to move due to the pressure. However, there was a terrifying spatial vortex behind it. It was this spatial vortex that was squeezing the surrounding walls and ceiling, causing a large area of the tower to collapse. But what was the point of doing that? Wait, he went against the flow and activated a teleportation array. That vortex is a space tunnel. How is that possible? The teleportation system at the top of the tower has clearly been destroyed. At this moment, Nitotep suddenly shouted. Nitotep's doubts were answered by Iades. Elias Darcy said, I went to take a look earlier. The teleportation system at the top of the tower was indeed destroyed. This human is the intruder who destroyed Resudran's rune hub, so he must be the one who destroyed the teleportation system as well. If he left a secret door behind, it's possible that he used it against the flow. The others heard Iades' words as well. The amount of information in his words caught them off guard. This monster that looked like an alien was actually a human being according to Iades' description? Also, Resudran's collapse led to more and more variables. So this human was the culprit behind all of this? Meng Qi really wanted to ask who this human guy was. However, before he could ask his question, his pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted, "Oh no, stop." Meng Qi's shout drew everyone's attention to the top of the tower. However, the spatial vortex behind the alien suddenly began to emit a suction force. However, this suction force was not strong and could only suck in things near the spatial vortex. For example, the alien itself, the flame demon that fell from the top of the tower, and Alucia, who had not awoken. Meng Qi's yell didn't stop the monster's actions. Instead, it let out a strange laugh. Yihahaha. No one can stop this. The flames of reverence will burn into the infinite future. The glory of our race is about to reappear. The fire of reverence? Monkey froze and seemed to think of something. Your reverence? However, Monkey's question was not answered. Monchi could only watch as Alucia and the xenomorph were slowly being pulled into the space vortex by the gravitational force behind them. According to Nitotep, the space vortex was a teleportation channel. Once Alucia left, all their efforts would be in vain. Monkey gritted his teeth. The only way now was to use the spirit of speech. Moreover, he had to think of a way to deal with the unknown demon lord above him. Activating his trump card with the spirit of speech was his only option. Use the spirit of speech. Monkey shouted. The so-called spirit of speech was a type of activation spell of the arcane sound element. It used sound to move the mana source. Not only could the spirit of speech be used to attack the target, but it was also an excellent medium for casting curses. Right now, all of them were immobilized by the aura. The only thing they could use was the spirit of speech. There were indeed a few sound adepts in the human camp. For example, the adept that played the war song for Winchester. With the power of a sound adept, they should be able to break through the restraints of the aura for a short period of time. Monkey's plan was good, but unfortunately, it still failed in the end. He did not even know how he failed. There was a very obvious feature on the alien's body, which was that it was bound by a flaming red chain. The chain was like a snake, moving slowly on its skin. Just as Monchi said that he wanted to use the spirit of speech to break through the shackles, the dark red chain suddenly seemed to sense something. It raised its snake head and exerted force with its tail, stretching dozens of meters in the air and instantly arriving at the center of the field. Monkey was still wondering why the chain was not affected by the Lord's aura. Then, in the next second, the chain suddenly emitted a bright red light. The area covered by the red light became completely silent. It was as quiet as a summer night without the chirping of insects. Even the sound of wind was gone. It was as if a silence barrier was placed on the chain. With the snake head as the center, everything within several hundred meters of the 3D space was silenced. Unable to make a sound, Meng Qi wanted to use the spirit of speech to break out of the situation, but it was also a premature failure. Monkey was still confused. Why did the chain do that? Angor, on the other hand, gulped nervously. Speaking of which, he was the one who helped Boboda craft this chain. Back when Boboda asked him to craft a silencing rune, he made a very strange request, which was to engrave a silencing rune on it. Angor did not understand why Boboda would want a silence rune on a chain. Chains were either used to trap enemies, or to attack enemies like a whip. Runes that could weaken an enemy's strength, or runes that could sharpen a weapon. Why did Boboda want a silence rune? But since it was a request from a buyer, Angor agreed without hesitation. He did not expect the silence rune on the chain to be the key to this situation. However, he knew that the silence rune he drew on Boboda was of a very low level. Perhaps Boboda's backer strengthened the rune's effect. Still, Angor wondered if Babota already knew what was going to happen when he asked him to draw the silence rune. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be possible. After all, the Bayuan people's greatest talent was prophecy. However, he had seen Babota's bone card when they made the deal, and there was no information about Babota with the gift of prophecy. He did not notice that the chain suddenly changed its direction after using the silence effect. And it happened to be facing Angor. The others did notice the chain's movement, but they couldn't speak to warn Angor. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the chain moving. The chain belonged to Babota, and Babota was the one who wanted the origin flame. Now, for some reason, Angor found another origin flame. Babota's intentions were obvious. By the time he noticed the chain, it was already right in front of his face. Angor was startled, but he could neither move nor speak. All he could do was stare with his eyes wide open. Surprisingly, the chains did not hurt him. Instead, they slowly moved closer to his skin. There was a small flame on the chain, but it felt cold to the touch. It felt like a real snake rubbing against Angor's skin. Babota, who was laughing wildly in the distance, frowned when he saw this. "Take the origin flame and take it away." Babota's words made it clear what he wanted. Those who wanted the origin flame all looked gloomy. The wizards from Gravity Forest, on the other hand, were gloating. The origin flame was a great help to a wizard. Even if one was not a fire-type wizard, he or she could at least cast fire-type spells. With the origin flame, any non-fire-type wizard could cast fire-type spells as powerful as a real fire-type wizard, or even stronger. They did not want to see Angor getting stronger, so they were happy to see the monster trying to take away the origin flame. If they could move, they would have clapped their hands and cheered. Meanwhile, Sunder's brain was working at the same frequency as the wizards from Gravity Forest. He did want Angor's origin flame to be taken away. It was not that he did not want his student to become stronger. There were many ways to become stronger, and Angor had a lot of options. Dream Wasteland, Nightmare Realm Green Pattern, Nightmare Form, any one of them would help him reach the end of the world where ordinary wizards could not. Therefore, having an extra primordial flame origin wasn't really a good thing. In fact, studying the primordial flame origin might even cause a waste of time and distraction. Besides, the origin flame had attracted too much attention. Demons and humans both inside and outside the cage were all looking at Angor. Even with Fafnir's protection, Angor might not be able to escape safely. Therefore, Sunders would rather the origin flame be taken away so that Angor could leave the abyss safely. Angor had the same idea as Sunders. It would be better for him if the origin flame was taken away. When Babota yelled at the chains to take the origin flame away, Angor also hoped that the origin flame would be taken away. Angor tried his best to resist the cold sensation of the chains moving around his body. Soon, the chains reached his earlobe. However, Angor did not see the origin flame being taken away by the chains. When the chains touched the flame mark, a powerful aura that seemed to have been dormant for a long time was awakened. Bam! The chains were knocked away. Both Fafnir and Angor were surprised by what they heard. The flame mark that Angor thought was about to lose its effect was reborn again. It was even stronger than the fire ability given to Angor by Octorus. Obviously, this flame mark had received some unknown strengthening under the parasitism of the primordial flame. The chains did not try to test the mark again. Instead, they sent a message to Babota. "Can't get it yet? Then cut off his ear and bring it here." Babota's angry voice came from the top of the tower. Babota did not have much time left. He had to take Alucia away before the Lord in the Sky arrived. However, the chains did not respond. Babota's expression darkened. Judging from the chain's emotions, Angor could tell that it didn't want to hurt Angor. "I knew it. A spirit that evolved from a low-level alchemy item is stupid. It's been 3 years, and its creator's aura is still affecting it. Looks like I should have brainwashed it from the start." Back then, Angor thought that if he did not interfere with the spirit of the chain, it might become an ancestor soul in the future. But now, he realized that he was being too soft-hearted. Babota could force the chain to attack Angor, but he needed to spend some time to communicate with it, and time was what he needed the most right now. Babota could already hear the sound of something tearing through the air above his head. It was clear that the unknown lord was about to arrive. Once it did, it would be hard for him to escape. However, Babota did not want to let go of the origin flame either. It was clear that the yellow flame was purer than Alucia's. Babota's eyes flashed. Then, tie him up and take him away. As soon as Babota finished speaking, the chains wrapped around Angwar's body and dragged him into the space vortex without hesitation. Night, who was in the sky, originally wanted to do something when it saw this scene. However, its eyes twitched, and in the end, it did not stop them. Instead, it stepped forward and blocked the descending figure. The figure was completely hidden in the shadows. The only thing that could be seen was a pair of black and golden wings. Its body was enormous, even more than twice the size of Night's giant body. "Do you intend to stop me, new Fire Lord?" A majestic voice echoed in Night's ears. There was a huge difference between Night and this veteran overlord in terms of size alone. Night looked like a child standing in front of Angwar. Night only said indifferently, "Why would I stop you? I'm just meeting with Lord Galar." Galar gave Night a cold glare. Night had just become Fire Lord, and the ripples left by the world's consciousness were still lingering around it. If Galar went against Night now, it would be disadvantageous for Galar. In the end, Galar did not say anything. It humped and moved around Night. When it looked down, its eyes suddenly widened. "A space tunnel? How dare you?" Galar moved extremely fast and arrived outside the tower in the blink of an eye. But it was already too late. The only thing it saw was the space vortex slowly shrinking, and Alucia's aura was slowly disappearing. Galar glanced at Night from the corner of its eyes. Everything that happened in Resudran was covered by the world's consciousness, so Galar did not know what happened to Babota. When Galar arrived, it actually had a chance to save Alucia. But because of its encounter with Night, the two worlds were separated in the blink of an eye. Naturally, Galar turned its attention to Night. However, a voice suddenly appeared in Galar's ears. "Don't mind it, Galar." This voice was very clear and crisp. As he spoke, Galar's resentment instantly dissipated. That gentle voice, not only Night, but everyone else also had a strange feeling. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Who was speaking? "New Fire Lord, I'm very interested in you. It's a miracle that a half-blood demon could reach this step. Why don't you come to my world and have a chat?" Night also looked over, only to see a figure standing on Galar's shoulder. It was not very clear under the backlight. The only thing that left a deep impression was the green eyes. They shone brightly in the darkness. Night was stunned. Even under the backlight, it could see the person who spoke clearly. It was because of the appearance that Night was stunned. Because the face was exactly the same as Alucia's, not only the appearance, but the voice and body shape were also similar to Alucia's. It was like a clone. Who was it? This question was not only in Night's mind, but also in everyone's mind. Monchi looked at the being that looked exactly like Alucia, and his heartbeat sped up. He had a frightening guess. According to his experience in the abyss, Alucia should not have any brothers. And this being looked exactly like Alucia, so it could be seen that it was related to Alucia by blood. Since they were not brothers, and it could order Lord Galar around, then its identity was obvious. It should not be called it, but it. Night seemed to have thought of something, and its pupils shrank. It used a cautious tone to say, "A great name, Lord Flameless?" Night's question was not answered, but the other party revealed a deep smile, then jumped off Galar's shoulder and went to where the spatial vortex was. It lightly tapped, and a spatial tunnel appeared out of nowhere. Galar lowered his head and asked, "Lord Flameless, your loyal servant wishes to travel with you." Galar's words proved the identity of the other party. This existence that looked exactly like Alucia was indeed the Lord of the Flameless, the one who pursued the eternal flame to the end. "No need. I will personally teach the naughty children a lesson." The Lord Flameless glanced at the humans in the distance and smirked. "As for you, why don't you go play with these children?" Galar looked at the humans. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were being watched by the Grim Reaper. A gloomy feeling of helplessness rose from the bottom of their hearts. After saying this, the Lord Flameless stepped into the spatial tunnel. However, just as his figure was about to be swallowed up by the tunnel, he suddenly turned to Night. "I hope you can take what I said before seriously." If I don't see you, I will be very sad. After saying this, the spatial tunnel was locked, and his figure disappeared. Although Knight's expression did not change, a trace of haze appeared in its eyes. What did the Flameless Lord say? Now that this matter is settled, I hope you can come to my world for a chat. The meaning behind these words was actually very clear. He hoped to take Knight under his wing. Knight knew that if it went, it would be the same as Galil. They would become the servant of the Flameless Lord. Actually, having the backing of a great demon god was also a choice. However, Knight had learned from Phone that the reason why some demon lords could rival or even surpass the demon god realm was because they maintained their own will. And being enslaved by a fiend celestial meant that most of the time, they were helpless and unable to act according to their own will. Knight's goal was not only to reach the level of the demon god, but it also wanted to surpass the demon god and the great demon god. It wanted to surpass all realms and reach the pinnacle. Therefore, it didn't want to become the Flameless Lord's servant. That was why Knight's expression turned so ugly after hearing what Lord Flameless said. You seem to be resisting the new Fire Monarch? After Lord Flameless left, only Galil remained. Knight glanced at Galil and said indifferently, resist? Not at all. I'm just wondering if there are any rules that need to be perfected in my domain. Galil said, you have a lot of time to perfect it. You know that to the Flameless Lord, 100 years is just a blink of an eye. Once you perfect your domain, it won't be too late to find the Flameless Lord. What Galil meant was that the Flameless Lord had given Knight was 100 years at the very most. Knight lowered its eyebrows and said softly, 100 years isn't short. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. Galil's lips curled into a cold smile. It was clear that Knight was resisting. It had also resisted in the past. However, the flow of the great world had always flowed from the beginning to the end. Fate had already been written, and no one could change it. While Knight and Galil were conversing, the humans in the distance were making rustling sounds. After experiencing such great ups and downs, or rather, after experiencing such a situation, everyone's emotions were very complicated. The most sorrowful person was probably Manchi. Hope was right in front of him, but at the final moment, it had been intercepted by another human. He had lost his origin Fire and Xianxia. Years of hard work had gone down the drain. Not only that, but when they saw the Overlord and the demon god appear, their hearts had already turned cold. Although the demon god had gone to chase after the human who had taken Xianxia away, it had clearly told Galil to deal with them. In other words, after failing at the last step, they still had to face a powerhouse that they couldn't defeat. How could Manchi not be sorrowful? Manchi calmed himself down and began to face reality. Since he couldn't obtain Xianxia's bloodline for now, he wouldn't think about it anymore. First, he had to think about how to escape from Galil's hands. That was his biggest goal right now. Now was the best time. Galil was still talking to the nightclub master, so it was best to take this opportunity to leave. At the thought of this, Meng-Chi and the others looked at each other. Although they couldn't move because of the pressure, now that the chain had left with the spatial passage, and the effect of the silence mageweth had disappeared without a trace, they could use the spirit of language to forcefully activate that trump card. Even though Manchi didn't say anything, the others understood what he was thinking. It seemed that this was the only way to escape. While the humans were working in secret, Sunders looked at the broken ceiling of the tower and sighed deeply. Cantor spoke to Sunders in a soft voice, none of us thought that Angor would show up at Resudran and cause such a big commotion. Don't worry, Angor will be fine. Maybe the next time we see him, he'll be up to something big again. Cantor laughed awkwardly at the end of his sentence. Sunders shook his head. He didn't think Cantor needed to do that. The man was probably telling the truth. In the endless darkness of the void, the only source of light was the red flame burning on the chains. Angor, who couldn't move because of the chains, had a bitter smile on his face. He was supposed to be a bystander with Fafnir. How did he end up like this in the end? If you want origin fire, just take it. In fact, Angor didn't even mind cutting off his ears. After all, with the abilities of a magus, there were too many ways to regrow an ear, or even transplant an even better one. Why did they have to kidnap him? Wasn't this unnecessary? Angor looked at Babota's giant figure in front of him and opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. It wasn't because of the silence rune. The rune already lost its effect when he was dragged into this unknown space tunnel. He didn't say anything because he noticed that Boboda's eyes were filled with confusion. Sometimes, they were clear, and sometimes, they were crazy. Boboda wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said. Angor sighed helplessly. Suddenly, he felt something loosening on his shoulder. He thought it was the chains loosening up a bit. But before he could celebrate, he saw a white shadow falling from his shoulder. His eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw what it was. Shit, it's Toby. What fell from his shoulder was Toby's icebound spell. Previously, the spell stayed on his shoulder and didn't hurt him even when he was intimidated by Angor's aura. However, after being chained up and dragged into the space tunnel, and now being dragged by Boboda, Angor couldn't use Hand of Spell. Finally, Toby's frozen spell fell to the ground. Angor yelled in horror. Boboda also stopped and looked back at Angor. He also saw Toby's frozen spell, but he didn't do anything. He only gave Angor a cold glare. I can give you the origin fire. You, Boboda interrupted Angor. Shut up. The origin flame belongs to my race. The flame of reverence. Boboda's eyes fell into madness again as he spoke. The chains moved a little, and Boboda's eyes regained their clarity as he felt the cold sensation on his skin. Without saying anything else, Boboda turned around and left. Meanwhile, Toby's frozen spell had already fallen into the darkness below. He knew that if he lost Toby in this space crack, he would never be able to find him again. Angor tried his best to struggle, but the chains couldn't stop him. He didn't expect that the chains he made himself would become the culprit that tied him up. Before he could give up, a pair of flaming hands suddenly reached out from behind him and tried to grab Toby's frozen spell. When Boboda tried to move again, the flaming hand stopped Toby's frozen spell. Angor sighed in relief and looked at his back. What he saw was a ball of fire clinging to the hem of his clothes from the back. Angor was surprised to see that it was juvenile flame demon, Gravu. When he was chained up, he only saw Arusha being dragged into the space tunnel. He didn't notice that Grievous was dragged in as well. Toby's ice-sealing spell was coincidentally caught by Gregory. Angor looked at Grievous and thanked him in an unnatural demon language. Grievous didn't like to be praised often. It turned its head away shyly without saying anything. However, Angor could sense that the flames on its body had turned from orange to red. Angor looked back to check Toby's condition. But when he looked at Toby's body, he was surprised again. He noticed something. The Pina Jonas dragon scales that were as white as frost on the top of the ice-sealing spell were gone. He looked down and saw a white light flickering in the void below. Then, the white light fell straight down and finally disappeared into the deep darkness. Angor was stunned by what he saw. How could a white light appear out of nowhere in the darkness of the void? Judging from the direction in which it fell, there was no doubt that the item emitting the white light was definitely Pina Jonas dragon scale. Pina Jonas dragon scale was gone. What did that mean? Angor's eyes widened in fear. He looked at Gregory's hand and saw the frozen ice ball melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grievous also noticed that the ice in its hand was melting. It was startled and its flaming hand shivered. Oh no, I forgot that this is made of ice. Shopkeeper. It's not your fault, Angor said helplessly in the end. He knew very well that the icebound spell would never be melted by ordinary flames, and the reason for all this was that Pina Jonas had lost her dragon scales. Despite that, Gregory still blamed himself. Seeing the ice in his hand melting faster and faster, Gregory's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. In the end, Gregory seemed to have made up its mind. It mumbled something in its mind, and the flames on its body began to go out at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the flames went out, Gregory's chubby body began to change. When the fire disappeared, a dark-skinned little boy was sitting on Angor's back. He looked exactly like a human child around the age of 6 or 7. The only difference was that there were 2 bulging demon horns on his forehead. You're Gregory? Angor looked at the boy in surprise. A hint of dark red flashed across Gregory's exquisite and dark face. He turned his head and muttered, if that's the case, it shouldn't melt, right? Angor shook his head. I told you, it's not your fault. Angor watched as the ice ball slowly melted and revealed Toby's body. He sighed deeply. The melting of the ice ball meant that the freeze spell failed. And once the spell failed, the ice ball would naturally melt, which was an irreversible process. When the ice ball on Toby's body melted completely, Angor felt something pressing in his heart. He knew that this feeling of oppression was probably just an illusion in his mind, but it reminded him of something else. The cursed disaster that had been hiding inside Toby's body was about to reappear. He looked around and noticed that they were in a space rift. In fact, it was the same principle as the crevice between planes, which was to walk in a dark, chaotic space without anything to rely on. What would be the effect of the cursed disaster in this place? Back at Windwhisper Valley, Sunders tried to use Section Ephemera to take him back to the wizarding world, but the cursed disaster led to a series of terrible outcomes. According to his conversation with Sunders, Sunders must have gone through a terrible space-time maze in the tunnel and escaped by sheer luck. If Sunders encountered a space-time maze, what would happen to them now? He looked at Babota and tried to warn him that something bad was about to happen, but he couldn't do anything about it. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If he told Angor that Toby carried the Pilgrim of Misfortune's curse, Babota would surely throw Toby into the void, which was something he couldn't accept. After Toby revealed his true form, Gregory was clearly depressed. Even though it had transformed into its human form, there was no way to stop the frost from melting. "Give Toby to me," Angor said. Whoever had Toby in his or her hands would have the most misfortune. Gregory had already helped him, so the only thing Angor could do now was to ask Gregory to give Toby to him. However, Angor seemed to have forgotten one thing. He was now tightly bound by chains, and even if Toby handed him the chains, there was nowhere for him to put them. Gregory didn't know that Toby carried the curse of disaster. "Don't worry, Mr. Angor. Leave it to me." Gregory hesitated and whispered into Angor's ear, "If we can get out of here, can you let me experience the ocean rime?" Angor didn't expect Gregory to be so stubborn about ocean rime. He considered and nodded. As for whether Toby was on Gregory or Angor, it didn't really make a difference. Once the curse of disaster arrived, it wouldn't differentiate between them. Besides, Gregory was on his back right now. Gregory revealed a rare smile after receiving Angor's permission. But when it glanced at Xianxia, who was being chained up, Gregory became depressed again. Now that Gregory was in the hands of a monster, he didn't even know if he could escape, let alone going to Angor's place. Angor looked at Gregory's sad expression and wanted to comfort it. But when he thought about his own situation, he realized that he was in a worse situation than Gregory. At least Gregory was free now, and Gregory was stronger than him. Angor sighed in his mind. Still, Angor's impression of Gregory had changed a little. When he first met Gregory in the shop, Angor chased Gregory out because the guy was too noisy and naughty. Now, it seemed that Gregory's thoughts were straightforward. He might be cunning, but he didn't have too many complicated thoughts like other demons. Of course, Gregory might have saved Toby simply to please Angor so that he could experience the ocean rime. But for Angor, the result was the most important thing. Gregory's intention was another matter. Ever since the freeze spell disappeared, Angor had been feeling restless. It was as if they could feel countless malice spreading from the dark void towards where they were. Angor knew that once the curse was triggered, all kinds of bad things would come to him. Knowing that disaster was coming, yet he had to wait for it to happen made him very uneasy. Babota didn't notice Angor's change of mood at all. At this moment, he was rushing towards the target location. That was the safest place according to the message the Deep Lord had left for him. "Once I get there, I'll sacrifice Xianxia to the Abyss Lord, and I'll bring the Origin Flame back to the glory of my race." Babota's mind was in a mess, but he had a clear goal. Even if he was in a state of madness, he still followed his goal. It was an obsession that was branded in the deepest part of Babota's bloodline and would never be erased. However, just as Babota was about to fly to the designated coordinates with this obsession, he felt that something was off. Babota suddenly paused and looked ahead. "What's going on? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of danger up ahead?" Babota's strength was forcibly increased, but he still reached a certain level. His ability to sense danger was even better than Sunders. According to the message left by the Abyss Lord, this tunnel should be safe. But where did this danger come from? While Babota was still wondering, he saw a large area of space collapsing in front of him. And it was coming at them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impossible. Babota yelled in shock. This was an annihilation-level space collapse. Any living being that fell into it would definitely have their souls grinded into dust, and the space collapse was right in front of them. Babota was startled, and his face was filled with panic. He was so close to restoring the glory of the Baiyuan race. Why was this happening? Babota didn't move at all when the space collapse was about to reach them. What are you doing, Babota? Angor shouted. Babota, turn around or change your path. What the hell are you doing? Babota's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, he was at a loss. This was also a case of strength not matching the mentality. If it were any other rank 3 Truthfinder wizard or greater demon here, they would have reacted long ago instead of waiting for death to come. Angor gritted his teeth. Did you forget that you're going to keep the flame of provenance burning again? And did you forget about your little sister, Flower Sparrow? Don't you want to see her? Flower Sparrow? Babota didn't know what to say. Babota slowly regained his composure. Floral Sparrow disappeared a long time ago. Why are you talking about her? I've seen Floral Sparrow. I know where she is. You're lying to me. Babota stared at Angor with a cold glare. Angor glanced at the approaching space collapse. I know you gave Flower Sparrow a painting on her 9th birthday. She put it inside a heart-shaped pendant, which is on me right now. I'm tied up, so I can't show it to you. But I'm telling you the truth. Make up your mind now. You'll have a chance to see her as long as you're still alive. Angor's words opened a box of memories in Babota's mind. He did give his sister a painting when she was 9 years old, and he also knew that his sister kept it inside her necklace like it was a treasure. Babota could still remember his sister's bright laughter and her crescent-shaped eyes. How did Angor know all this? Babota did mention to Angor that he had a sister named Flower Sparrow, but he never mentioned such details. Angor even knew about these memories that were buried deep in his mind after his sister's disappearance. Did Angor really see Floral Sparrow? Babota clenched his fists. I hope you're not lying to me. Babota didn't ask Angor for confirmation right away. The most important thing right now was to escape from the space collapse. As Babota tried to figure out a way to escape, the answers hidden in his mind began to appear in front of him. The Lord of Depth left him many coordinates, which all led to different places. Since the path he was heading to was blocked by the space collapse, he had to find another one. With that in mind, Babota summoned a total solar eclipse symbol in front of him. It was the symbol of the Lord of Depth's true name. A new path appeared in front of him. At the same time, the space collapse was right in front of them. The sky was completely dark. It was not the darkness of the night. Instead, it was the darkness of death. The ground was ablaze with flames, which seemed to be coming from the cracks of lava. Through the light, one could see that the ground was dyed red as if it was dyed red by blood. In this land that was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, a white-robed youth who was originally laughing arrogantly suddenly turned into a sinister and terrifying alien. He roared as he pounced towards a terrifying black shadow. On the other side, a familiar figure slowly stood up. Dodoro opened his eyes. His pupils shrunk into slits, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He felt a chill down his spine and an indescribable feeling in his heart. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It was a stooped figure walking in from outside the door. She first came to the fireplace. With a snap of her fingers, more than half of the flames in the fireplace were extinguished. Then, she slowly walked to the bed. The woolen carpet on the floor softened her footsteps. You're sweating. You don't look like you just slept. More like you've been exercising all night, said an old voice. Dodoro finally realized what was going on and looked at the old woman beside him. Professor Maya, you're here. You knew I was coming? It was Maya, a prophet from Brute Cavern who was also known as Stargazer. Dodoro nodded. I saw something. Maya gave Dodoro a thoughtful look. She knew Dodoro was not lying to her. He really did see something, and it involved her. However, Maya did not feel like she was being watched at all. What a terrifying talent. Maya sighed in her mind but did not show it on her face. Maya walked to the window and opened the curtains. She could still see the stars in the dark blue sky, which meant it was still early morning. I sensed a strong energy fluctuation in your room. Maya pushed open the window, and the cool breeze from outside blew in, taking away the depression that had accumulated in the room overnight. Tell me, what happened? I saw it again. Dodoro lowered his head and whispered, I saw that image again. That image? You mean the one you saw in Starlight Church? Maya raised an eyebrow. She knew Dodoro would often see such images in the abyss plane. Ever since stargazing day, Dodoro had been seeing them more and more often. However, Dodoro was a typical taciturn person. He was willing to talk to Angor about anything. But when it came to other people, he would keep his mouth shut and keep his mouth shut until he got to the bottom of the matter. That was why Maya knew very little about it. As her student, Maya respected Dodoro's decision and did not try to pry. After all, the art of prophecy was very different from other arts of divination. Speaking or not speaking wasn't just a matter of one's heart. It was very likely that it would involve some unpredictable changes. This time, I saw it was in my dream. Also, this time, the scene isn't static. Dodoro recalled the dream and said slowly. In other words, you saw something happening? Maya asked. Yes, I saw something. Especially. Dodoro put a hand on his pounding heart as he recalled a familiar figure. He frowned and began to sweat again. What did you see? Maya was surprised to hear that Dodoro was going to tell her what he saw. I think I saw. Dodoro paused for a while before he said a name. Angor. I think I saw Angor. Dodoro suddenly stood up. That's Angor. How come I didn't notice it before? I remember that you once mentioned that the image you saw seemed to be a white-robed young man. Why is it Angor now? The young man in the white robe is another person. Dodoro hesitated when he said the word person. In the previous image, the young man in the white robe turned into a terrifying monster. Angor is there too. So, there are two people. What happened next? Maya asked. Dodoro looked a little uneasy. I also saw a shadow with a terrifying aura. I think it's a demon from the abyss plane. A demon from the abyss plane? Maya remembered that Dodoro did ask about a demon from the abyss plane. But why did Angor and a young man in a white robe appear in the same image as a demon from the abyss plane? Maya frowned. Angor was not strong enough to reach the level of a demon. Did he become a follower of a demon? Dodoro looked up at Maya. Angor is in danger. I want to save him. You think you can save him? Maya looked outside the window. They were in a dense forest, and the mountains in the distance were all covered in green. If it's really a demon from the abyss plane, who in the entire southern wizarding region can save him? But Dodoro swallowed the rest of his words. Seeing Dodoro's hesitation, Maya considered and said, let's return to Brute Cavern tomorrow. I'll tell Mr. Rain what you said, and he will make a decision. Also, I can use the Star Tower to predict Angor's fate. Maya sighed in her mind. If Angor did not have an item that could block prophecies, she would not have to rely on the Star Tower's power. Dodoro had spent some time in the wizarding world, and he was getting used to the rules of wizardry. There were many things that he could not do as he wished. Like saving Angor's life. How could Angor do it even though he was in a hurry? In the face of a great and indescribable existence, even if he went, what could he do? The only thing he could do now was to return to Brute Cavern and ask for help from other wizards. We're leaving tomorrow, but we can't miss today's lesson. Maya pointed her walking stick at the window. A ray of starlight streaked across the sky and landed somewhere in the forest. Use your astrology spell to find where Starlight is sleeping. Dodoro froze for a second after hearing Maya's explanation. Then he quickly leaned against the window. Dawn was approaching since the star of Venus had already appeared. He had only grasped the basics of the starry night sky, but he had no way of comprehending the daytime constellations. Therefore, if he wanted to complete his goal today, he had to make use of this short period of time before dawn to complete the celestial derivation. Otherwise, his goal today would definitely fail. Maya nodded in satisfaction as she watched Dodoro's anxious look. However, she still felt strange when she thought about what Dodoro told her. She returned to her room and began her calculations. Since she could not predict Angor's future, she would try to find someone close to him, such as Sunders. A day later, Dodoro returned from the forest, looking exhausted. Luckily, he managed to find Starlight's sleeping spot in a valley before the moon and stars began to dim. As soon as he returned to the wizard tower, Maya's voice came into his ears. Although the mission has been completed, when you first used astrology to find the target, you only recorded the target's location. You didn't think about deducing which path was the most convenient to take. You need to be flexible at all times and not just recognize one target. Dodoro's clothes were a bit tattered. She was right. He encountered a difficult path while looking for his target. Get some rest. We'll leave tomorrow. Maya did not say much. A moment later, Dodoro lay down on his bed and recalled the dream he had last night. The dark sky, the burning fire, and the blood-soaked ground. Would he dream about it again tonight? Dodoro closed his eyes. Angor suddenly opened his eyes. He was panting heavily, and his body was soaked in sweat. Anyone who went through such an ordeal would feel the same way. After a while, he finally regained his senses and focused his eyes again. The sky was pitch black. It was a kind of lifeless darkness. It was even more oppressive than the darkness of the void. He felt like he was lying on solid ground. But he also felt something hot on his back, as if the ground was being roasted. Wait. Ground? There's a ground here? Could it be that he had already escaped from that dangerous void? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he heard some rustling noises near his ears. Are you all right, mister? A cute boy with 2 horns on his forehead approached him. Angor was a little surprised. I'm fine, Gregory. Did we get out of the void crack? Where's Toby? Gregory nodded with a strange expression. We made it out. But it doesn't feel safe here. I'm feeling a bit uneasy. Gregory paused and took out Toby from his bosom. Its name is Toby, right? He's here. Angor nodded and took Toby into his arms. Toby was still sleeping. After making sure Toby was safe, Angor finally realized that the chains binding him were gone. He pushed his hands against the ground and tried to sit up. The burning sensation on his hand made him frown. He looked around and saw some cracks on the ground in the distance, which seemed to be glowing in the red light of lava. There was also a large amount of fire burning nearby. This was a lava field? No wonder the ground felt so hot. Do you know where we are? Angor asked Gregory. Gregory shook his head. No. I passed out and didn't remember the coordinates. Even if I didn't faint, I probably couldn't find the coordinates. We changed our path so many times. Gregory's words reminded Angor of what happened before he passed out. Space collapses, monsters in the crevices. Angor went through one of the most exciting and dangerous journeys he had ever faced. Babota kept changing his path, and in the end, he didn't even know where he ended up. Angor fainted because he ran into a spatial distortion during his last change of path. He couldn't remember what happened afterward. When he woke up, he was already in this place. Angor didn't insist on searching for his current location. If Gregory didn't know, how could a mere human like him? In any case, no matter where this place was, being able to escape from that terrifying void attack was already the best outcome. As for how to get out of here? Angor wasn't in a hurry to do so. He had more important things to deal with right now. Did you see Babota when you woke up? Angor asked. Babota? I heard that name from the shop owner. So that monster is called Babota? Do you know him? Gregory looked at Angor with a doubtful look. Yes, Babota. I know him. But I'm also surprised by how he changed. Gregory studied Angor carefully to make sure he wasn't lying. When I woke up, I saw the shop owner beside me. I didn't see that monster. Babota. He paused and looked a little frustrated. I didn't see Lady Urusha either. Babota wasn't around? Angor breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news. He stood up and looked around. There were cracks in the ground in the distance, in which lava was flowing. Smoke and fire were rising from the cracks. The earth was brownish red, like the color of being cooked, but also like the color of being soaked in blood. The sky was dark and deathly still. Sparks danced in the air, and at the same time, a pungent smell of burnt flesh and sulfur filled the air. Angor took a closer look and saw the same desolate landscape. It reminded him of the lava field he visited when he first arrived at the Abyss Plain. However, the dark sky told him that this was not the place he was looking for. Madeline once told him that the sky above the Abyss Plain was always gray, and there was no night. The sky here wasn't pure night, but it was still completely dark. It didn't look like they were at the surface. Did that mean they were inside the Abyss Plain? Angor suddenly felt troubled. The surface was already dangerous enough for him, and there shouldn't be any safe places in the inner Abyss Plain. Besides, he looked down at Toby, who was sleeping peacefully in his chest pocket. With the curse of disaster, there was no such thing as safety. Something's wrong here. It's making me nervous. Gregory looked around uneasily. Shopkeeper, how about we leave this place? I want to go find Master Xianxia. You know where Xianxia is? Gregory said, although my perception is suppressed here, I'm naturally very sensitive to the aura of the origin fire. I can vaguely sense the aura of the origin fire. Just like how I can feel the exuberant origin fire in the owner's earlobe. I just walked around the area and vaguely sensed the aura of the origin fire. Perhaps Lady Xianxia is not far away. Gregory looked more and more excited. Shall we go find Lady Xianxia now? Angor hesitated. In fact, he wasn't confident that he could survive against Xianxia or Babota. Moreover, they didn't have any good intentions towards him. If he went to find them, it would be suicide. As far as he was concerned, it was best not to get involved with them anymore. You don't want to? Gregory lowered his eyebrows. But I feel very uncomfortable around here. There's always a premonition that danger will descend at any time. Fine. Let's get out of here. Angor quickly changed his mind. He didn't want to get involved with Babota or Xianxia. But Gregory's words reminded him that staying in this place alone would only bring him misfortune. After all, Toby's curse of disaster was forcing bad luck on him. Back then, Toby's curse of disaster had attracted the abyssal wind dragon even in a safe place like Windwhisper Valley. And this place was obviously a place where lava intersected. Just the eruption of a natural disaster was enough to make him suffer. If it was like the critical forest back then, where an ancient demon lord was sleeping in the underground magma and was forcefully awakened by the curse of disaster, he would basically be finished. But if he could find Babota and Xianxia, he might have a chance to survive. After all, the disaster wouldn't discriminate between him and Xianxia. Gregory planned to use the aura of the origin flame to find Xianxia's location. But before he could do that, he heard a series of explosions coming from afar. It came from a barren mountain in the distance. A large amount of flames gathered at the top of the mountain, which looked terrifying. I feel it. The origin flame is coming from there. Gregory pointed at the top of the mountain in excitement. Angor glanced around and saw that the mountain wasn't too far away. It would only take 1 or 2 minutes to fly there. When they arrived at the barren hills, they could see Babota's back from afar. Xianxia was floating in front of Babota, still unconscious. Babota didn't turn around when Angor and Gregory arrived. Instead, the red chains on his skin moved toward them. Angor remained silent. Judging from the distance, this mountain wasn't far from where they woke up, which meant that Babota already knew where they were. Soon, Babota confirmed Angor's suspicion. Lady Xianxia. When Gregory saw Xianxia, his eyes turned red and he was about to rush forward. He was about to rush forward when a tall figure appeared in front of him. It was Babota. Babota lifted a foot and kicked at Gregory. A fiery shield appeared in front of Gravu, which looked quite intimidating. Angor believed that all of his attacks would not be able to break the shield. However, Gregory wasn't facing Angor. It was Babota. Unsurprisingly, the fire shield shattered with a bang, and Babota did not even feel any hindrance as he directly kicked at Gregory. Like a rag doll, Gregory rolled on the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust before crashing into the cliff behind Angor. Along with a large amount of falling rocks and dust, Gravis was pushed to the ground not far away from Angor. Angor walked to Gregory and checked its injuries. I'm fine, mister. Gregory's face was covered in dust. He bit his lip and looked at Angor with bloodshot eyes. Although Gregory claimed to be fine, Babota only needed to hit him once to inflict serious injuries on him. Gregory stubbornly refused to give in, nor was he willing to show his weak appearance to others. Instead, she turned her head to look at Xianxia, who was floating in the air far away from Angor. The ground shook as footsteps came from behind Angor. Originally, I wanted to bring you here after sacrificing Xianxia. But you came first. Baboda was already less than 10 meters away from Angor. From what he said, it was clear that Baboda had been aware of his and Gregory's location all along. You're going to sacrifice Arusha? Angor glanced at Arusha's location. The flames they saw earlier were floating above Arusha's head. Below Xianxia was a huge altar. On the altar, there was a very obvious sign of a total solar eclipse. It's none of your business. Baboda paused for a moment and then changed the topic. But I don't mind telling you this. I'm only interested in origin fire. Keeping Arusha is useless. Sacrificing her to the Deep Lord will make me stronger. As soon as Baboda finished, Angor heard Grava crying behind his back. The Abyss Lord? No. Please don't sacrifice Lady Arusha. No. Mister, please save Lady Arusha. Angor didn't say anything. He couldn't even save himself, let alone someone else. Instead of getting stronger, you should be thinking about how to survive. You should see what the future of the Provenance Flame will be like, Angor said calmly, but he was actually considering his words carefully in his mind. Last time, Angor already noticed Baboda's temperament when he was on the first level of the Void Tower. Angor didn't want to provoke the man by saying something like this. I don't need your advice. Baboda humphed. Despite that, Angor still saw a hint of longing in Baboda's eyes. Since you're here, why don't you tell me everything you said in the Void Tower before the ritual starts? Baboda looked at Angor threateningly. My sister went missing a long time ago. You said you saw her. Where is she? Angor took out a heart-shaped pendant from his bracelet. You know this pendant, right? Before he could finish, a gray shadow snatched the pendant away from his hand. Before Angor could react, the pendant was already in Baboda's hand. It's hers. It's really hers. Baboda held the heart-shaped pendant with trembling hands. He knew that he couldn't control his power well, so he didn't dare to touch the pendant. He was afraid that he might accidentally break it. Even though he was holding the pendant in his hand, he still didn't dare to make any big movements. Baboda stared at the pendant with complicated emotions in his eyes. Seeing this little sister's personal belongings, he was reminded of many, many memories. At this moment, the box of his memories was completely opened. While Baboda was immersed in his memories, Greywood let out a sigh of relief. He knew that asking the owner to save Miss Arusha was no different from asking for death. Now, it was good that they could stall for some time. Perhaps Lady Arusha would wake up during the process. A leisurely figure stepped out of the dark crack in the void. The newcomer's entire body was emitting a faint light, and this light came from the depths of its porcelain-white skin. With the help of the light, one could see its appearance. It looked exactly like Xianxia. It was the Lord Flameless who had come to Resudran with Galar. Lord Flameless walked in the void for a while, then suddenly stopped. Space collapse? The Lord Flameless was surprised. He stood there in thought for a while before extending his finger and opening a new space tunnel. After changing its path, Lord Flameless didn't walk for long in the new void crevice before stopping again. This was because a gigantic void demon the size of a mountain suddenly blocked its path. Gyarados. The Lord Flameless softly muttered the name of the demon. This was a powerful demon comparable to a demon overlord. The Gyarados was still angry because not long ago, a few insects had escaped from its pursuit. The glowing figure in front of it immediately reminded it of those insects. Looking closely, the one in front of it was exactly the same as one of the escaped insects. Thinking of this, the Gyarados' anger flared up again. It didn't realize what kind of existence it was about to face. A few minutes later, the Gyarados completely disappeared from the void. As the mountain collapsed, the Flameless Lord's expression didn't change in the slightest as he stood where the remains fell. Its strength is there, but its intelligence is still in its infancy. That's why I don't like void monsters the most. Lord Flameless said indifferently. Although void demons were powerful, they existed in the void. Without an intelligent civilization, their development was too slow. After pausing for a moment, the Lord Flameless fell into deep thought again. On this path, Galota Rose is here. They will probably continue to change paths. Which path will they take? Lord Flameless pondered for a long time. It was clear that he had taken a lot longer than the last time. Not long after, the Lord Flameless finally chose a set of coordinates and opened a new path. However, the Lord Flameless didn't expect that he would run into another mishap here, a void storm. Of course, the void storm wouldn't cause too much damage to Lord Flameless, but it would be troublesome for him to walk around. However, if even it found it troublesome, they probably wouldn't take this path. It seemed that he had to change his route again. After making this decision, Lord Flameless had a strange feeling in his heart. Although the void was filled with danger, wasn't it too unlucky for them to encounter so many calamities one after another? Lord Flameless continued to think about the new path they could take. This time, he pondered for a longer time. What Angor didn't know was that Toby's curse of disaster had also delayed Lord Flameless' arrival. Sometimes, when one was unlucky to the extreme, it might also be a form of good luck. Of course, Angor didn't know what was going on in the void. He was currently facing Babota, who was lost in his own thoughts. Gregory was very willing to let Babota sink into his memories so that he could buy some time. Angor was hoping to buy himself some time, but when he saw Babota getting more and more agitated, he suddenly remembered how Babota lost his mind. If Babota lost his mind because of this, they would be done for. At least, Babota could still talk his way out of it when his mind was clear. But if Babota lost his mind, that would be a different story. Your sister gave me this pendant. As for the silk painting inside, she kept it as a memento. Angor spoke again. Angor's words brought Babota back to his senses. He looked at Angor with a complicated expression. You're telling the truth. Babota could tell that Angor wasn't lying even though he didn't use truth detection on him. My sister, Hua Kk. Babota paused for a moment. He didn't have much emotion when his sister's name was mentioned, but now that he knew about her, he felt a little emotional. Is she doing well? Angor didn't answer for a long time, which made Babota feel an inexplicable fear. Didn't you say you're going to take me to her? Are you lying to me? Angor had to think of another way to calm Babota down. I met your sister 2 years ago. She's a kind and lovely girl. Angor reached out a hand and released several basic illusion nodes. These nodes were arranged in a certain way and slowly constructed a scene. It was a pink room with soft white curtains, an elegant desk, and a pile of books. It was the room of a young girl. When the room was finished, the outline of a human figure slowly appeared beside the desk. In the end, it was an innocent little girl wearing a light yellow dress with freckles on her face. The little girl was reading a sketchbook in front of her desk when she sensed Babota's burning gaze. She suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Haha. Haha. Her smile was as bright as the sun. Babota was stunned. The anger in his heart was instantly soothed. He kept repeating his sister's name while smiling like an idiot. A moment later, Babota burst into tears. Babota wasn't stupid. He didn't create this illusion to prove that he saw Floral Sparrow. The pendant was more than enough to prove that he saw Floral Sparrow. Angor had already told Babota about his intentions. The heart-shaped pendant was a gift Babota gave to his sister when she was 9 years old. Coincidentally, that was the year his sister went missing. Babota still remembered that his sister was wearing the same light yellow dress when she went missing. The little girl in the illusion was his little sister. She was wearing the dress that his little sister wore when she was lost. Her height and appearance were also the same as when his little sister was 9 years old. But Babota knew that it had been many years since his sister went missing. If Angor met his sister 2 years ago, she wouldn't still look like a 9-year-old. In addition, the faintly discernible silhouette of the flower sparrow in the illusion had already vaguely symbolized something. His sister might not be alive anymore. Babota's question was, is she okay now? Angor didn't tell Babota the truth. Instead, he used a gentle and beautiful illusion to tell him the answer. This was why Babota was laughing like an idiot at first, but soon, he began to cry. He knew what Angor was trying to tell him. The sound of sobbing echoed in his ears. Even Gregory, who was standing by the side, was stunned by the sorrowful and despairing cries. It was a sign of how important Floret Sparrow was to Babota. Her grief was contagious enough to infect others, and it also showed how much Floret Sparrow meant to him. Perhaps Babota was tired from crying. He looked at the dark sky and spoke in a soft voice, "My sister. She might be the last descendant of the Bayuan people because she inherited their talent, prophecy. Everything that I know today is actually the things that you read in the ancient scrolls of your ancestors when you were very young." Then, you deduced. Back then, we knew there were supernaturals in this world, and we always tried to find them. But we never met one. Even if we did find a place where supernaturals might exist through prophecies, they were too far away for us to reach in our lifetime. She didn't become a supernatural. Every time she did her prophecies, she didn't use her mana pool. Instead, she used her body's functions. When she was 9 years old, her memories were often in a mess because of all the prophecies she made. She even forgot the way home. Later on, I was recruited by the Royal Knights of Sunshine. I knew about my sister's situation, so I wanted to refuse. However, to refuse a royal recruitment, I had to personally go to the Royal Knights and explain the reason. So, I took a day off and told my sister not to leave, then went to the Royal Knights. But when I came back that night, my sister was gone. I asked around, but no one saw where she went. At first, I thought she just wanted to play around and couldn't find her way home. Later, I heard that on the day she went missing, they saw a group of flying men in black robes in the forest. At that time, I was thinking that group of people might be the legendary supernatural beings. If my sister knew that I wanted to become a supernatural being, would she chase after them because of that? In the years after that, I even wondered if my sister had become a supernatural and would come back to me one day. Babota paused for a long time before he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Later, I went to Brute Cavern and learned that wizards aren't as nice as I thought. They're evil, cruel, and selfish. What's the difference between them and demons? If such a transcendent being were to take Hua Sparrow away, I already have a vague idea of what would happen to her. In my dreams, I often asked myself if I didn't stop my sister from making her prophecies, if I didn't go after the supernaturals, if I didn't go to the Royal Knights that day, would all of this have happened? His sister's pendant, the news about his sister, the goal he was about to achieve because of his sister's prophecy. Babota couldn't help but tell Angor everything he had been hiding in his heart for years. These were Babota's most cherished memories, and also his biggest regret. He finally understood why Babota knew so much about the Abyss Plane. It was all thanks to Floral Sparrow that Babota knew everything about the Abyss Plane. As a mortal, Sparrow was able to receive such a terrifying prophecy. Even if she had the help of someone else, it was still incredible. Angor couldn't help but recall the scene when he first saw Sparrow. Sparrow's soul didn't dissipate after her death, which showed how talented she was when she was alive. After finishing the story, Babota looked at Angor again. Is she doing well? This was the second time Babota asked the same question. The first time, Babota asked, "How is she doing?" But this time, he asked, "How is her soul?" "She was fine when I left," Angor said. As an outsider, Angor had no right to comment on Sparrow's good or bad behavior. This was because he had only seen Hua Sparrow once. Furthermore, when he first saw Hua Sparrow, he was attracted by her mournful cries. Just based on this point alone, he knew that Hua Sparrow was definitely not living well in that cemetery. Before leaving, Angor set up an illusion for her and left several magic crystals. Compared to before, Flower Sparrow's life was better, but not by much. Perhaps the books and gadgets in the illusion could relieve her boredom, but they couldn't get rid of her loneliness. Angor couldn't tell Babota about this right now. At least, he didn't want to upset the man. However, Babota was not stupid. He had some guesses. "You set up this room, didn't you?" Angor nodded. "Thank you." For the first time, Babota looked at Angor with less hostility. "Don't mention it. If you want to know how Flower Sparrow is doing, you can go see her yourself. She's lonely all by herself." Angor vaguely mentioned Flower Sparrow's current situation. Babota lowered his head and didn't say anything. He really wanted to see his sister, but he didn't have much time left. The side effects of forcefully increasing his strength were starting to show. Also, Babota looked at his own body with discomfort in his eyes. How could he go see his sister when he looked like this? Where did you see her? Babota suddenly thought of a question. If his sister was dead, who killed her? Angor saw the hatred in Babota's eyes and knew what Babota was talking about. Angor didn't want to provoke Babota, but he had no choice now. Angor's silence only made Babota grimace even more. I can take you to her. Angor did not want Babota to go crazy again. Dark Castle. Dark Castle? Babota's head snapped up when he heard the answer. As someone who spent many years in the wizarding world, Babota knew about Dark Castle. It belonged to the Fairytown Wizard Alliance, and the current ruler was Queen of the Twilight, Isabella. Babota also knew that two major events happened in Dark Castle not long ago. One was about Isabella's teacher, Queen of the Twilight, returning to the wizarding world. The second event was about Angor almost touched a mystery realm. Considering the time, it was indeed possible for him to meet his sister in Dark Castle. In fact, Babota had a similar thought. Babota and his sister were born in the Kashmir Highlands of Fairy World. Later, they moved to Zeal Dominion. Babota had always suspected that his sister was taken away by a wizard organization from Fairy World. There were several wizard organizations in Fairy Town, such as Silent Hill, Tree of Paradise, Rainbow Grove, and so on. Dark Castle was another example. Although Babota had his suspicions, he did not have enough power to investigate these organizations, so he kept them to himself. So it was someone from Dark Castle who took Flower Sparrow away? Babota's tone was filled with jealousy. I don't know. I only saw Flower Sparrow there. He purposely tilted his head to avoid looking at Babota's eyes. He didn't know if it was someone from Dark Castle who took Flower Sparrow away. But he had a hunch about it, especially when he saw Goman King's 13th daughter, who was being bled in Dark Castle. She told him some secrets before she died. Most of the women who were captured and used as baths for Dark Castle wizards were brought here by slave traders. It was highly possible that Flower Sparrow was taken away by a slave trader as well. Of course, this was only Angor's guess. No one could tell for sure. Therefore, what he said was not a lie. Furthermore, when I met Hua Qiao, she had already lost a lot of her memories. She had almost forgotten her memories when she was alive. Other than that, she still remembered that she had an older brother who treated her very well as a companion that she loved very much. Yes. She had a favorite sparrow, which had been following her around since she left Kashmir Highlands. Like your seabird, it liked to perch on my sister's shoulder. But, after my sister went missing, it became depressed and died not long after. Babota was a little sad. Is my sister still in Dark Castle? Yes. Angor saw the worry in Babota's eyes. There are many souls in Dark Castle. Some of them have been wandering around for hundreds or even thousands of years. Flower Sparrow is in a safe place. She's waiting for you. It's my fault. Babota turned around dejectedly and slowly walked towards the altar. If you can make it back alive, please visit her for me. Tell her that I'm doing well. You're not lying to her. Why don't you go see her yourself? Impossible. Babota shook his head. Nothing is impossible as long as you're willing to do it. Angor continued, just like this time. You destroyed a demon city, and even Endless Frost Monchi fell in front of you. No one else could have done such a thing. Babota gave Angor a thoughtful look. That's only part of my sister's prophecy. I'm just the mastermind behind it. He had planned all of this and used the power of the Deep Lord to reach this step. Speaking of which, I have a question too. My sister saw a lot of things in her prophecy. For example, she saw where Olusia would show up, Rezudran's End, and the Origin Fire, one purple and one white. But Babota stared at Angor with sharp eyes. You're the only one she didn't see. His sister's prophecy did not mention the yellow Origin Fire or Angor. Why? Babota was curious. Angor sighed. I don't know what Flower Sparrow predicted, but I didn't participate in the fight for Rezudran. I was just a bystander until the Origin Fire appeared and dragged me into the vortex. Isn't it normal that I'm not in Flower Sparrow's prophecy? Angor's words made sense. Flower Sparrow could only see some images, and she couldn't see everything. However, Babota was sure that Angor was always at the center of Razudran's vortex. Even if he didn't participate in the fight, how could he not be included in the prophecy? Babota frowned. It was as if there were two scripts in this whole drama. Babota's script was being played out normally. But Angor wasn't a character in his script. There was another script that was affecting the prophecy. Babota thought about it and put it aside. He didn't want to think too much about it. He had achieved his goal anyway. What was the point of thinking about it? Angor, on the other hand, was having second thoughts. Even if Flower Sparrow's prophecy was aided by the wisdom left by the ancestors of the Provenance clan, she still saw too many things. For some reason, it felt like a trap. Just like how Angor felt like he was in a trap set up by Foam. And Flower Sparrow might be another trap. Still, Angor couldn't find out the truth. The most important thing now was to focus on the problem at hand. Judging from Babota's words, it seemed that he wasn't going to let Angor go. After all, he already told Angor to visit Flower Sparrow if he had the chance. Angor sighed in relief. Now that he was safe, he could start thinking about other things, such as how to leave this place. While Angor was thinking about leaving, Gregory, who was lying on the ground behind him, grew anxious. Babota came to the altar again. If Arusha was really sacrificed to the Abyss Lord, everything would be over. Gregory couldn't move, so he could only call out to Angor in a low voice. He turned around and saw Gregory's desperate look. If it weren't for Gregory's help, Toby would have already vanished into thin air. Therefore, Angor had already considered Gregory's request. But could Angor persuade Babota? The answer was obviously no. Besides, he also thought that it would be better for Arusha to disappear now. He did hope that Alucia would disappear, but he still decided to tell Gregory about it since Gregory helped him before. As for how effective it would be, that was not something he could decide. However, something unexpected happened before he could speak. Babota was going to talk to Angor about something else. But for some reason, Babota's heart skipped a beat. He had already escaped from Razudran, so why was this feeling still lingering in his heart? Babota decided not to talk about it for now. He would sacrifice Arusha and learn more about this world from the Abyss Lord. Then, he would ask the Abyss Lord to extend the time of his body's collapse. However, when Babota was about to enter the ritual, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the dark sky. End of chapter 1186. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.